Eric discovers his fiancée Isabella in an inappropriate relationship with her sister-in-law, Rebecca, on the beach. This is a significant act of betrayal and a pivotal moment in the story. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It is a story about retribution and the darkness that lurks within all of us. That's exactly what I need. Having a strategy is usually beneficial. Knowing your next action helps you stay on target. I'm sitting on a high bar stool in a hotel. I saw 3 alternatives for tonight. 1. Go outside, call a taxi and return to my sad lonely condo. This condominium was filled with memories and failed promises. It was apparent that a lady had adorned it. Isabella Martin created everything from the new furniture to the wall art which exuded high-class style. Thinking about that made me shiver. The second alternative was to return to the private hotel suites where the actual party was. I'd made it through the annual Ajax Corporation Christmas party banquet as the company's newest and youngest director. I had made a good impression by shaking the proper hands. The majority of the elderly bosses and their partners had left. It was only the younger people that stayed to party. Some Ajax clients were hosting an unofficial party in the business spaces upstairs stairs. The gatherings were wild. I was curious if Ajax management knew. They most likely did and made sure to cover themselves. I shake my head. After deciding not to participate in that insane scenario, I had only one other alternative: sit in the hotel bar with a glass of whiskey and reserve this bar stool for the night. I knew that if I drank too much, someone would take me to my room. We can't have guests lounging around. I giggled to myself shortly before deciding to stay. I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Swell, what are you doing down here?" "Man." I recognized him, based only on his voice. He is the only one who calls me Sven. My best buddy and co-worker is Michael Amir. I turned to stare into his dark brown, nearly black eyes. They reminded me of sharks, which was fitting given that he was a sales account manager. He jokingly joked about his eyelids rolling back as he completed a transaction with his olive skin, Middle Eastern appearance and natural handsomeness. I could almost believe him. He was popular with the female employees at the office. Dave is almost an inch taller than me, a fact he likes to remind me of. He had a slim frame, black wavy hair, was always clean-shaven and wore elegant European clothing. But I recognized the genuine Dave. He was someone who enjoyed chasing after women and having fun. "Sven, are you still with us?" He laughed, jolting me out of my thoughts. I suppose I should introduce myself. My name is Eric Danvers and I am the Director of Marketing for Ajax Corp. We create customized shipment boxes. If it doesn't fit into a conventional FedEx box, it may end up in one of ours. We serve a variety of markets, including electronics, booze and, yes, adult products. Oh, and why Sven? My father was Swedish and my mother is French, so I have the powerful body of a Viking and the curly hair and features of a Frenchman. It's a good mixture. I like Sven over Dave's moniker for me D'Artagnan due to my facial hair. "Damn, what are you doing down here?" he inquired, drawing up a seat next to me. I raised my glass of whiskey and gazed at him. "That's a ridiculous question." "Right," he grinned broadly. That was his norm. I've never encountered somebody that grins so much, even when being annoying. "Dude, you should move on." "I am working on it." I lied. He laughed. "Sitting here and being drunk will not get you anywhere. I'm considering my alternatives." I added, smiling, sadly. "Oh, you aren't going dark, are you?" "I should have sold you. My sister used a Prius." "You're in love with me, right?" I snorted and the whiskey went up my nose. It burned, bringing tears to my eyes as Dave chuckled. "Do you hope I coked?" "Nah," he replied with an unpleasant grin. "I keep telling you, guy, you are not my type." I answered. "You have an extra part." "I don't like jerk." "Nope, I'm very confident." "You have that part, even though you say a bunch of nonsense." Seriously, man, what are you doing down here? I'm figuring out my strategy. Oh please, Dave moaned, like when you cancelled your own party last week. Who would cancel their own 30th birthday party? I know you're sad, but you need to go on. I focused on the golden liquid in front of me. You are aware that the bridge has been torched, right? Isabella may want you back, but do you truly want to rebuild anything with her? I continued to stare at my beverage. We both knew the answer. When your love betrays, you can see their shortcomings easily. Yes, I had elevated Isabella to a pedestal. I believe everyone acts this way early in a relationship, even if we know it won't last. However, it is a brutal reality when our companion not only falls from the lofty pedestal we have placed them on, but then utilizes that same pedestal to truly hurt us, leaving us with nothing but broken hearts and bitter memories. Besides, Dave laughed, jolting me out of my thoughts. I'm very sure her family would be upset to see you two together again. And whose fault is it? My best pal smiled mischievously. I'm very positive. I won't receive a Christmas card from them either. Do you think I snorted? He remained silent for a minute before answering. His tone was calm yet serious. I've already apologized for that. Eric. I was only Dave. I interrupted. It's okay. I do not blame you for anything. I understand you were simply looking out for me. That's correct. He answered, grinning. That is what I am now doing as well. We need to head upstairs and have some fun. Missing your birthday celebration is one thing. Missing Bianca from accounting trying to dance is another. We both laughed. Bianca's dancing was always a spectacle and had become a holiday tradition. Ava may possibly be persuaded to perform a birthday dance for you in your dreams. I snorted, only in your wildest desires. Yes. Dave replied, smiling and evidently daydreaming. Why don't you simply ask her out? I laughed. You think about her all the time. Are you worried? She will say no. Hey, I'm in sales. I'm used to rejection. No, I am more frightened. You will say yes. I looked at him, puzzled. She might hurt me. He laughed in ways I couldn't imagine. She is more likely to execute a frightening ritual on you. Well, he grinned. There's that. We both laughed. Dave stood up and said, listen, man, do what you need to do, but if you do decide to attend the party upstairs, I guarantee it will be an unforgettable experience. Okay, I will think about it. Try to think about it before having another one. He remarked, pointing to my drink. We wouldn't want you to see double. He stared at me knowingly. It was evident that I had not understood his bizarre logic. Even the bravest guy would be terrified if he saw 4 Biancas. Listen, Eric, he said as he began to walk away. I will save you a space up there, and buddy, stop looking at my backside. His laughing followed him as he exited the bar. I found myself laughing with him. He could be obnoxious at times, but he was also a good buddy. I'm not sure how I'd have gotten through the last few months without his aid and jokes. The last few months have undoubtedly been the most difficult of my life. I met Isabella 3 years ago. I had been with my company for a year, and she had just passed the bar exam and was working at a small legal firm at 6 feet 2 inches. With a lovely face, long golden hair, and a slender athletic frame. She could readily stand out in any crowd. She had played volleyball in college before attending law school. When she first glanced at me with those sea green eyes, she smiled. I was hooked. Aside from her amazing looks, Isabella Martin could go into a room and take over. She's charming and strong, funny, determined and brilliant. Our time together was always enjoyable and thrilling. We dated for several years before I asked her to marry me. I would have asked her earlier, but her family terrified me. Whatever anyone tells you, when you marry someone, you inherit their family if they have any troubles with their family. If they are close-knit, you will experience the same challenges. They will be a part of your daily routine. Candace's family was extremely close to make things difficult. Her family was full of lawyers. Candace's father, older brother and sister-in-law were all lawyers, and the Whitmores were well known and respected throughout South Florida. Candace's father, Gerald, struck me as arrogant, but this is probably because no father believes anyone is good enough for his daughter. He was also a high-profile defense attorney, so his demeanor seemed to come with the territory. Candace's mother, Evelyn, was a romantic. She was the only one who warmly accepted me into the family. She was also the only person who was not a lawyer. Evelyn was tall and attractive, much like Isabella, and appeared to be the glue that held the family together. Isabella, his older brother, Brad, was a nasty jerk. Gerald had a proud demeanor. Brad was simply being condescending. He was a business lawyer who was fortunate to work for his father's firm, because his colleagues would have had enough of him by now if he had worked elsewhere. Then there was Rebecca, Brad's wife. She was a real estate lawyer who blended right in with the rest of the family. Rebecca can be easily described. Consider a feisty and intelligent woman. Now make her only 5 foot tall. You also have Rebecca Martin. She could certainly handle herself inside the family, even with a family that appeared tailor-made for reality television. I cannot fathom my existence without Isabella, so I proposed, and when she accepted it, set off the most memorable summer of my life. We got engaged in May and moved into our condominium in July thanks to Rebecca's assistance. July was also when I received a promotion at work. I was on cloud nine, but I had no idea that by September everything would collapse. When I accepted the promotion, I expected to work hard hours at. Initially, what I didn't expect was the number of hours I could tell that bothered Isabella, but there wasn't much I could do. Things were already tight when everything came tumbling down. During Labor Day weekend, Isabella, his family was throwing a large party that Sunday. Gerald had something planned and the entire family needed to be present. However, on the Friday before the holiday, we encountered a major issue with a print ad at work. I had missed something vital and we wanted to rectify it by Saturday, so I had to go to the printer. Due to the holiday, we were unable to change our flights to Miami. Candace was infuriated. She stated she'd fly off on Friday with or without me. I apologized, but also reminded her of how frequently her employment had caused us to miss dates and outings due to late hours at the office. We had the worst fight ever. The night before she flew out the next day, I worked with the printer to find a solution. It appeared that my employment had been rescued and with any luck, I would still be able to attend the Martin party. I took a reedy trip to Orlando, which was the closest I could get. As the sun rises over Florida, I stood at baggage claim waiting for my suitcase to come. Fortunately, it arrived on the next aircraft 2 hours later. 2 hours after arrival, I was driving a rental car to Coconut Grove, about 3 hours north of Miami. The Whitmore lived in a gated enclave with their own private beach. Evelyn welcomed me with a big hug. Gerald shook my hand firmly, but Brad wasn't impressed. "It's about time you arrived." He said she's been angry at everyone. Evelyn verified Candace's terrible mood. They'd sent her to the beach with Rebecca to unwind. Evelyn instructed me to go get them for lunch. I chuckled and promised to go grab them. Perhaps my arrival will help. I knew I'd have to apologize a lot, but it was a special night for her family, so I'd do it. Despite the grassy sections, the modest beach was only a short walk away. It was lovely to have a secluded area by the water. The majority of the inhabitants in the community were elderly and rarely went to the beach, but there were dunes for further solitude. When I didn't see them with the other few people on the beach, I assumed they were behind a dune. I smiled as I approached a remote area and took out my cell phone. If Isabella and Rebecca were present, they might be sunbathing. I laughed to myself, imagining how they'd react if I startled them. As I approached, I heard voices. Actually, I overheard whispers and sigh. My heart raced. I hoped it wasn't Isabella, but images of her and Rebecca with other men flooded my thoughts. I didn't care much about Rebecca, but the prospect of Isabella doing that bothered me tremendously. I had to choose whether to face it or leave. I knew I had to see for myself. I took a deep breath and walked silently around the dune. If it was just one individual, I would confront him. If it was more, I'd get the proof and go. I came closer, recording with my phone what I witnessed altered everything. My fiancé was on all fours with Rebecca. They were not with other guys but with one another. Isabella was making Rebecca happy and she was plainly loving it. I stood there, shocked, my heart aching. Sweetheart. No one does it like you. The love of my life glanced into her sister-in-law's eyes and giggled like a small child. I was astounded that they didn't notice me, despite being completely immersed in their own world. I hoped they'd hear my sadness. I know I did. I managed to catch my breath again and took a hesitant step back. I'm not sure how I got back to the house, but I soon found myself face to face with my future mother-in-law. She appeared worried. "Eric, honey, what is wrong?" she inquired, jolting me out of my daze. "Where are the girls at the beach?" I gulped out, my emotions rising. "They'll be back shortly." Evelyn glanced into my eyes as they filled with tears. "I apologize," I whispered softly. "I need to leave. Make sure you return in time for the party." Gerald's voice emerged from behind me. I turned to look at him. His expression shifted from stern to bewildered and anxious. "Sir, I think that's a poor idea. You need family present tonight. Please tell Candace that I'll chat to her later. I am sad that I have to depart." I ran out of their house before they could ask any more questions. I'd been driving for an hour towards Orlando when my phone started vibrating. I couldn't obtain a flight back from Orlando, but I did get one from Tampa. I'd have to wait several hours, but it would get me home. After the third call, I decided to respond hello. I replied harshly, "Eric." Candace asked quietly, "Where are you headed back home?" Her voice shook slightly, "But why?" "Isabella. You know Dad needs everyone there tonight. We both understand that. After what I cannot be with your family, baby. I don't understand. I am not sure what you believed you saw or heard." However, Candace, stop. I snapped to her credit. She did not alter her argument. "Eric, we need to sit down and discuss what you believe you saw or heard." "Well, Candy, what I saw was my fiancée with her arms around her sister-in-law." "So love, have you cleaned up after that?" Yet I overheard a gasp. "Please," she asked gently, her voice breaking. "Please contact me before taking any action." Wow, I am sure I could have asked the same question, couldn't I please? "Isabella," I said mockingly. "I love you so much, baby, please talk to me before doing anything stupid." She had no response other than a sob. It looks like neither of us got what we wanted. I let out a growl. "Return to your family, Isabella. Try to figure out how to twist this, so you don't lose any more than you already have." "No, it's not what you expect," she cried. It was just I hung up before she could say anything more. As I drove, my phone was constantly buzzing till I turned it off. When I got to Tampa, I turned it back on and noticed 19 missed calls. Isabella had 11, Rebecca had 4, Evelyn had 1 and Gerald had 3. When I looked at my phone, it buzzed again. Without thinking, I responded. Eric barked in the irritated tone of his father. "Isabella." "Yes, sir," I responded quietly. "What happened?" "Isabella has been crying upstairs since high school." "What have you said to her?" "Mr. Martin, I'm sorry, but I told her the wedding is off." He shouted. "Why?" "I'm sorry, sir, but Isabella will need to tell you Gerald was quiet for a time before switching to lawyer mode. Now kid, don't do anything. We'll all regret. I'm confident we can work through this." "I doubt that, sir. Your daughter has already made a tremendous mistake." "Mr. Martin, I need to catch my flight, so I need to go." "Flight? What flight? I'm flying back home tonight." He yelled. "What happened?" "I'm sorry, sir, but you wouldn't believe me without proof." "Please tell Isabella. We'll handle things when she gets back." I hope tonight goes better for your family than this afternoon. Has goodbye, sir. While waiting for my flight, I listened to the audio messages. Isabella tried everything to get me to call back, questioning, demanding reasoning, and finally pleading and crying. When I got to our condo, I felt a strong need to get drunk. Thinking my judgment was off, I called Dave. He came over, picked me up and watched over me as I drank. I told him everything that had happened, probably 3 or 4 times in between the "I love you man" and "you're my best friend" moments. Yes, I'm a sentimental drunk. I also remember showing him the video several times. The next morning, or rather afternoon, I woke up and began planning my life without Isabella. There was just one major problem. I could not imagine life without her. That triggered a 3-month downward spiral of sadness. Visits and phone calls from the Martin family highlighted my difficult time. Isabella paid the first visit. She arrived home on Monday night to an empty condo as I had temporarily moved in with Dave. Her call when she discovered the place was empty indicated that she was extremely upset. I agreed to pay Candace a visit at her condominium the next night when I arrived. She had prepared a romantic dinner with wine and candles. She wore a stunning dress. She looked stunning, but my greeting ended her chances of winning me over. "Candace, you should not have done all of this." I said this as I walked in and saw everything she had prepared. "I wanted to show you how sorry I am." "I understand, Candace." I interrupted. "I mean, you shouldn't have, because it won't work. We're finished." "That isn't true, Eric, and you know it." "Yes, I was angry and made a major mistake, but I love you and you love me, so we'll figure out how to fix this." Still saying it was a one-time occurrence. She averted her gaze briefly. "You understand, that's not true, don't you?" I saw her turn white before she fought back. "Eric, I am not sure what you saw, but it was not what you thought." "Really?" I asked. "Do you want to see the video I took?" She froze, gasped and stumbled into a chair. "Oh no, Eric, please." "No, oh, it's brief but very informative." Candace sat shaking her head. "Please, Eric," she cried, avoiding eye contact. "Please." Tears welled up in my eyes as I watched the girl I once loved break down. "No," I replied softly. "We're finished. We were not even engaged for 4 months, and you are already cheating on me. It's beyond me that it was with another woman and your sister-in-law. Let's decide what to do about the condo. Your sister-in-law made this condo deal a success, but she also ended our relationship. The way things are set up, it's less expensive to live here than to rent a smaller place, because none of us has much money. One of us can easily buy the other out. I don't want us to end." She whispered. "I apologize, Eric, it was just a mistake." "No," I replied coldly. "A mistake is a one-time unanticipated occurrence. I don't think you planned it, but you responded quickly and I don't believe it was a one-time occurrence." Candace sat there crying and looked at the floor. "Please let me know what you decide regarding the condo," I remarked, turning to leave Eric. "Please do not do this to us," she said, brushing away her tears. "I love you." I returned her gaze, tears welling up in my eyes. I knew I had to leave. "Isabella." I doubt that I choked. "You did this to us. If that is your notion of love, I do not want it." I hastily fled, closing the door as she called my name. It felt weird to move into the future without her. I had always intended to grow old alongside her. Now I was alone. A few days later, I moved back into the unit. Since Isabella has departed, she sent a message indicating she was going home. Till we figured things out, I was unsure what her next move would be. I discovered out quickly enough. A few days later, I received an irate call. "What's with this foolishness about threatening to leak a video?" Gerald Martin yelled. "Mr. Martin, you will not dishonor my family's name. I'll have the cops on you before Mr. Martin." He stopped, so I took the opportunity to speak. "Mr. Martin," I replied calmly. "I never threatened to divulge anything. I do not wish to embarrass Candace, Rebecca, or your family, Rebecca. Why would this humiliate my daughter-in-law figures? I thought once a lawyer, always a lawyer." "Sir, what did Candace and Rebecca say?" "I saw they stated you overheard Isabella discussing a previous boyfriend. Candace stated that she had intercourse with him 6 months earlier, while you were dating. She claimed it would be embarrassing for everyone if this became public. They believe you overheard their conversation and became upset. Is that why you called off the wedding?" "No, sir," I sighed. "That is a beautiful story. However, it does not accurately describe what happened." I sighed again, unsure whether I wanted to say anything more, but Isabella had left me with no choice. "I apologize, Mr. Martin, but the person I saw on the beach that day was my ex-fiancé with your daughter-in-law." The telephone went quiet for a second. I assumed he had hung up. Then he spoke again. "That is a falsehood," he yelled. "That is untrue. If you tell anyone, I will sue you for slander. I will wreck your life." I hung up. I knew he wouldn't believe me without proof, so I hoped he would face Isabella or Mirth first. I suppose the best defense is a good offense. The Whitmores quickly fought back. A few days later, Ajax Core Legal Department called me in. They informed me that a slander action was underway against me. They implied that I had spoken with other staff, specifically Dave. I gave them a quick hazy account of what occurred. I explained that the separation was due to an embarrassing event and that it was done to protect the family. They agreed but still encouraged me to speak with a lawyer. My lawyer informed me that I was involved in 2 additional legal cases. First, there was an attempt to prohibit any images or films featuring the Martin family. They were also looking into AR Condo's financial setup. He inquired about the video and I delivered it to him. Then he inquired whether there were any copies. I said no. He stated that the case will not proceed to court since the footage would be made public to disprove lying, and the Whitmore didn't want that. My lawyer was very clear. Even if this didn't get to court, I may still face legal issues. He emphasized that they might drag this out for a long time, increasing my legal fees. It was probable that I would have to renegotiate the condominium's financing, which could be costly. They may also continue to call Ajax and be a nuisance, regardless of whether it was fair. They would attempt to destroy my relationship with my own company. I was shocked. I would win these wars, but I'd have to fight them all. It would require time and money. When Dave came over that night, I was depressed and angry. I attempted to do the right thing, but my relationship troubles persisted. Dave listened as I expressed my frustrations and unexpectedly he made no witty remarks. I felt awful for another week, till my lawyer called and informed me that everything had been dropped. I was both astonished and delighted. Dave and I went out to celebrate. With my legal issues resolved, I could return to work and begin to move on from Isabella. Honestly, everything she did in the last month made things simpler, but I still had feelings for her. A week later those feelings were put to the test again when I received the message. I was hesitant to respond. Evelyn was the Martin I least wanted to meet in person. Out of respect, I called her back and set up a meeting. She was traveling in and going on the same day, so I took the afternoon off and picked her up from the airport. We decided to have a quick lunch and then return to my unit to speak once at the unit. The conversation shifted from light to serious. She cleared her throat after we'd sipped our wine and relaxed. "Thank you, Eric," she murmured quietly and with a sad grin. "Thank you for taking part in this day trip, nice. I have always enjoyed spending time with you, Evelyn." "I apologize. We probably won't do as much in the future." She sighed regretfully. "I believe you are correct. Should we proceed to the uncomfortable part of my visit?" I nodded. I felt a twinge of regret as I looked at her. She was really gorgeous and I imagined what Isabella might look like in 25 years. She would probably still be attractive. I just wanted to let you know that we have discontinued all legal actions against you. I can't speak for the family, Eric, but I'm sorry we put you through this. Thank you, Evelyn. This means a lot. I'm sorry the rest of the family doesn't feel the same way. After you left that day, Candace and Rebecca returned from the beach and everything fell apart. When they discovered you had gone to the beach and returned distressed enough to leave, they were really concerned. Your call with Isabella elicited an emotional response. Isabella grew quite unhappy and Rebecca was outraged. Gerald had not told anyone, but he intended to announce his political candidacy that night. The turmoil and chaos forced him to postpone his announcement. I apologized that things did not go as he had intended. I truly understand how he feels. Yes, she replied softly. I am sure you do. I'm not sure why I was attacked then. I did not cause this, Evelyn. I'm ashamed to admit that it was because of Gerald and Candace's connection. Gerald has always been quite protective of her. When she told her father about the video, he went insane. He interpreted it as a personal attack on her and the family. It felt as if you were threatening to hurt us on purpose. Then, following his call to you, everything changed. Gerald returned to his cool professional demeanor. I've seen that several times before then. After that meeting 2 weekends ago, she glanced at me as if expecting a reaction. Unfortunately, all she saw was my bewilderment, as it was how I felt. Are you unaware of the meeting? No, I replied, shaking my head. What meeting? She looked at me for a moment. Eric, do you still have the video? No, I left a copy with my lawyer and then deleted the original and you didn't make any other copies. No, absolutely not. So you didn't send someone to meet with Gerald and the others? Approximately a week and a half ago she inquired, fighting back a smile. No, I exclaimed. I never directed my lawyer to meet with your family. I am very sure that was not your lawyer. I believe his last name was Nash or something similar, Nassar. Yes, I believe that's correct. Isabella said nothing, but she seemed to recognize him. Have you sent him? No, I moaned, worried. He is my best friend. Evelyn attempted not to chuckle. I told them you hadn't sent him, but nobody believed me. No one except Brad. Well, thank you, Brad. I'm kind of surprised, do not be. She said, clearly upset. He claimed he didn't think you were very smart. I apologize. I grinned anyway. Your friend made a strong impression. However, Gerald stated that he would become an excellent lawyer. He labeled him an ambulance chaser. I laughed at the thought. He showed them a copy of your video. It shook them. Instead of blaming you, my family began to look within themselves. It's been quite strained at home since then. I apologize, Evelyn. When I showed him the duplicate, I should have expected him to keep it, but I promise I did not give him one. It's okay, Eric, I never watched the video. I just heard about it. I watched her steady herself. Is this true? She asked quietly. Did you actually catch Isabella and Rebecca together? I'm afraid so. I said gently, that is exactly what is shown in the video. I nodded. She dropped her head, attempting not to cry. I instinctively stood up and sat next her, wrapping my arm over her. She leaned against me, her face and hands rested on my chest, seeking consolation. For a moment, I felt like I was holding Isabella again, soothing the lady I adored. I softly caressed her back and whispered that everything will be fine. I gently ran my fingernails over her shoulder blades and down her spine till I heard a stifled laugh. I leaned back and watched Evelyn's eyes well up with tears, but also a knowing smile. I questioned where she got that from. She chuckled. You must provide excellent back rubs, I flushed. I apologize. I wasn't thinking I used to do this when Isabella couldn't sleep. There's no need to apologize. She's been asking me to do it for her almost every night since your departure. I looked down and tried to gather my thoughts. She's genuinely upset about what she had done to you. She thinks you're a lovely guy who would have been an excellent spouse and father, but I'm not sure she understands how unique you are. If she ever does, it might seriously harm her. Eric, I'm so sorry for how my daughter treated you. I apologize for how my entire family treated you. Did you know Isabella wants to return to Florida for good? I shake my head. She intends to sign over this condominium to you. She's invested relatively little money in it. You would need to take over the payments, all right. I spoke carefully. Evelyn noticed my skepticism. She's trying, Eric. She's attempting to express her regret for ruining things, but not enough to admit what she done. Right now. I realize how annoying it is, but Eric, there are other things to think about. The video suggests that additional things occurred, but there was reasonable doubt. I began to respond, but she cut me short. Eric, as I previously stated. I have never seen the video, but I know that reasonable doubt is the only thing preventing Brad from divorcing Rebecca. If either confessed to more than one mistake, it could jeopardize her brother's marriage. Isabella must also decide whether her confession will be of any use. What are you saying? The truth does not matter. She shakes her head. No, but allow me to ask you honestly, would you accept her back if she admitted what you think she did and sincerely apologized? I please respond honestly. Eric, I knew the answer. I thought about it briefly on the flight back from Florida. No, I confess, I do not think I could. She smiled sadly and nodded. Unfortunately, Candace is aware of this as well, but refuses to confess it. She loves you and recognizes that she has made mistakes, but she has yet to understand that what she wants is no longer important. Since you have gone on, I'm sure she's still thinking of ways to talk to you and get you back. My daughter is a determined person. I knew she was correct. I just hadn't realized Isabella could be that stubborn. After dropping Evelyn off at the airport, I called Dave. My greeting was loud. You're a jerk. I shouted, yeah, I am an. He remarked, attempting to call me. So why am I in this time, you idiot? I never told you to blackmail my ex-fiancée or her family. Wow, whoa, I did not blackmail anyone. Are you telling me you didn't visit Florida and meet with the Whitmore? I did this, but I did not blackmail them. I was stunned, but I remained silent. Dave took advantage of the silence. Look dude, he laughed slightly. All I did was show them the movie and explain that I was looking for other copies that I knew were available. I told them I knew of at least 2, and there could be more. It wouldn't be a secret forever, but I figured I could give them at least a year, enough time to plan and manage the damage. And what did you expect in return? Dave? I asked, attempting to collect my thoughts. It's interesting that the father also asked that question. I told them I was doing it for free as a service to you, but I'd like it if those foolish lawsuits went away, and presto, see what occurred. I could detect happiness in his voice over the phone. He was so happy with himself that it was difficult for me to remain upset. Man. I did not tell you to do that, you never would have. Dude, you've always been so obsessed with Candace's mother. Let's be honest. If she had been 20 years younger and unattached, you would have fell for her rather than Isabella. Candace has always reminded me of her. I wish Isabella was more like her mother than her father. We remained silent for a time. How about the video? I asked, which one did you steal from my cell? Yeah, about that. Dave sighed. Look, Sven, I apologize, but those 2 looked incredible and it was so intense. How many copies are there? Only the one your lawyer possesses and my personal copy. I tell you to remove it, but you'll just lie and pretend you already did. Yeah, you're probably correct. He laughed. Consider it payback for my airfare and time, dude. It will remain in my private collection, unless of course we want it leaked later on. No, I said calmly, just make sure it never goes public. And Dave, yeah, guy, thanks. I believed my bad days were ended when I went home for Thanksgiving. I was mistaken when I landed at my mom and dad's farm, and in Indiana I suspected something was off. I'd looked forward to spending the holidays with my 3 elder brothers and their families, but I noted the tension with my parents on Thanksgiving Day. Isabella showed up for supper. She was invited, of course, by my mother. They said it was an early Christmas present for me. I asked them about the return policy for this gift. It was partly my fault. I hadn't told my parents all the details of my breakup. I only said that Isabella cheated on me and the wedding was off. I foolishly told them that we had not spoken since that night. She returned following Labor Day. I also made the mistake of telling my mother that even though we were no longer together, I still loved her. I knew they were trying to do what was best for me, but I had made it very clear. I never wanted to see or talk to my ex-fiancée again. Her presence felt like a betrayal from my parents. That was on my mind. When Isabella arrived, my parents greeted her first, followed by a hello to me. Her eyes begged me to greet her. I turned away and continued speaking with one of my brothers. A few minutes later, my parents cornered me. That was rude. My mother began. We did not raise you like that, son. My father added, this is our home. Yes, I interrupted, and if you want me to leave, please let me know. Neither said anything, so I walked away. Thanksgiving dinner felt awkward. I acted as if Isabella did not exist. I dismissed her attempt to communicate with me. I believe my parents now understand how tense the situation was, but my oldest brother did not. He decided to call me out in the middle of the meal because I had ignored Isabella for the 10th time. That is simply rude. He stated yes, it felt familiar. I should have just smiled and remained silent, but I was upset that my Thanksgiving with my family had been wrecked. No, I scoffed. What's impolite is inviting my ex-fiancée to a family function without notice. Be fair. We should invite several ex-girlfriends and possibly an ex-wife on our next family vacation. I observed my oldest brother close his eyes and lower his head while his wife appeared to be about to beat someone. My other brothers became pale and stared at their dishes too. Candace stood up, excused herself and entered the kitchen. My parents glared at me and I glared back. I considered leaving, but it was my family. I excused myself and followed Isabella to the kitchen. When I arrived, she was wiping her eyes, definitely weeping. Surprisingly, I did not feel as horrible as I expected. What are you doing here, Isabella? Your parents invited me. You should not have accepted. It's better here than with my family. Even with your frigid reception, it's still preferable to the mood at the Martin house this Christmas, and whose fault is it? I scoffed. Oh, trust me, she said. Regretfully, both Rebecca and I are suffering with the aftermath of that day, still admitting only what can be confirmed, and you wonder why I don't believe you. I apologize, Eric, I understand it appears that way. However, with everything going on in my family right now, I apologize. I'm not sure what to say. So, counselor, how many times would you suppose my ex-fiancée cheated on me? Only one time, and that is not a guess. You have to believe it. You have got to be kidding. I don't believe anything. You say she dropped her head attempting not to cry. I can understand that she said quietly, but it is true, and it is true that I love you. I scoffed. I know I would have trouble believing that if the roles were reversed. How many times, Isabella? I asked plainly, assuming 4 or 3 times before you and I became exclusive. Was she the only one? No, there were a few in college and one in law school, not to mention the men I dated. I didn't realize you were into both. You should have told me. I did not want to scare you away. I knew I'd discovered the right person to spend my life with, but I was afraid you would not take it well. To be honest, I wouldn't have been disturbed as much as I was in the past, like your former boyfriends, but you helped your sister-in-law cheat on your brother. Yeah, it would not have gone well with me. She remained there quietly staring at me, even though her eyes were red from tears. She was still gorgeous. I battled the temptation to approach her and hold her. I mean, come on, Candace, he's your brother. I understand he's difficult, but he doesn't deserve it. Yes, I understand, she cried. I can't believe he's utilizing reasonable doubt to maintain his marriage. Brad doesn't seem to be the forgiving type right now. Their marriage is barely holding together. I doubt it will survive. And why is that? Are you and Rebecca moving in together? She winced and more tears flowed. No, I only saw Rebecca a couple times. It was simply a bodily thing. Even if Brad and Rebecca divorce, Rebecca and I will never get together. She stopped to allow me to answer, but I remained silent. No, she continued. I believe that if my brother is not currently having an affair, he will shortly. When they find out, they'll either break up or marry openly. Honestly, I'm not sure which way it will go. I suppose it will work out somehow, not likely. Isabella snorted. I know Dad is trying everything he can to keep everyone from fighting. I never had a good relationship with my brother. What we have right now is toxic. I am sure he would want to hurt me in any way he could. Right now, could you blame him? No, she replied softly. I betrayed both him and you. Brad is not a saint, but that does not justify what I did to him. I'm attempting to reconcile with him, but I doubt it will ever happen. We sat there staring at one another. There was so much left to say, but neither of us knew where to begin. I'm also attempting to win back the man I love, she said, attempting to relieve the strain. This is never going to happen. I replied plainly it could if he gave me the opportunity. Really? I scoffed. Tell me, how would you start to rebuild trust? You lied to me from the beginning, then you had cheated on me. Previously. We had been engaged for months. You cheated on your brother, so evidently family does not matter much to you. How do you restore trust if there is nothing to build on? I found myself becoming more vocal as my rage and hurt erupted. Given time, I am confident that I can gain your trust. She pleaded, and why would I give you this time? What is in it for me? Years of suspecting that my fiancé is cheating on me every time I turn around. Let's face it, I don't trust you anymore, Isabella. I can't trust you alone with any man or woman anymore. Worse, I can't even trust you with your own family. What's to stop you from being intrigued about a cousin, uncle or aunt? And why did you cheat on me again? Oh, that's correct. I was yelling now because little Isabella did not get her way. So what happens if you don't get your way next time? Do you just go to sleep with the mailman? Isabella, are you 13 years old? Candace was silently crying as my parents walked in. Eric. That is enough. My father let out a bark. No, it isn't. Why is she here? Dad, Mom, what did she say to you that prompted you to break my trust and bring her here to destroy our family vacation? My mother winced at my comments and my father stared at me. She said, my mother stammered. She stated that she needed a chance to apologize to you and tell you how much she loved you. Oh, Eric, we can see how much you're hurting and still care about her. We were no, I interrupted. It's all about what she wants. She wishes to apologize. She intends to ambush me in front of my own family. She seeks forgiveness. She wants us to get back together, never mind what I want. At nearly 30 years old, I can make my own judgments, and I made the decision to remain away from her and maintain no contact, but my parents disagreed. Of course my ex-fiancé used them to obtain what she wanted again, but let's get real. She is skilled at manipulating things to get her way. The true reason I called off the engagement. No, Eric, please, Candace begged. I called off the engagement. When I saw my fiancé with her sister-in-law, my mother gasped and I noticed my father's face turned pale. So Mom and Dad. You invited a deceitful individual to Thanksgiving dinner, so she might trick your son into giving her another chance to break his heart. Thanks so much. Candace ran out of the kitchen crying. She grabbed her pocketbook and coat and slammed the door behind her. My parents followed me as I began gathering my belongings. My brothers and their families were still seated at the table, quietly watching us. Eric. My mother's trembling voice shouted out. I suppose it's time for me to depart as well. This has been fantastic. Let's do it again very soon. We're sorry, son. My father spoke gently. Me too. I said, will we see you for Christmas? My mother asked, tears in her eyes. No, I'm sure I'll be busy at work. Besides, it is too soon. I need some time. I will call later. My Thanksgiving came to a close on a grateful note. So what will it be, Svan? The voice came from behind the bar. I gave the bartender a smile. She looked like she was in her 40s. She was pretty, but she had previously been stunning. She seemed tired with everything, like a dancer in Vegas who has been performing for far too long. I looked at her name tag. So Betty, what is on the menu? I was joking. She offered a smile. That must have been a heartbreaker. Once it's Becca. Actually, she laughed. I grinned as I looked closer at the name tag. Sorry, I tried not to stare at your chest. She laughed aloud. Sure, you've been eyeing me for a while now. I simply grinned, feeling caught. Relax. She said it comes with the job, so do the cheesy pickup lines. So no deal? I asked, pretending to seem naive. That's a poor concept. She laughed. My girlfriend would not like it. Candace and Rebecca brought up strong memories for me. Becca noticed immediately, away. It's not communicable. She explained, her voice frigid. It is not that, I responded. Sadly, I recently lost my fiancé to another woman. Her voice softened. I apologize, sometimes it takes time to figure out who we are, I guess. So I nodded. I caught them together. That's bad. She cheated. I nodded. She stared at me with pity. Cheating is bad, no matter who does it. So tell me what you actually think. Becca, I chuckled, since you asked. She grinned. By the way, I added, offering my hand. Eric. She shook it, holding on for a second. Rebecca, she said, smiling, and you may let go now, but it was my one excuse to touch a lovely woman without getting in trouble. Oh my God, you're so full of it. She laughed and went back to work. Are you in sales or something, marketing? Same stuff. Becca saw an empty glass and served the customer. She returned a few minutes later. Eric, relax, you will get through this. I am sorry about your fiancé. I went through something similar several years ago. It was tough. You seem fine now. It was difficult, but I moved on. She smiled at me. You're a good-look guy with a sense of humor and a decent job. You will be fine, but not cute enough to bring home. She gave a loud laugh. I am more likely to take your friend home. Thank you, Rebecca. My ego needed it. I responded sarcastically. She chuckled. He is safe. You are not. I leaned in closer. Curious. Okay, you've got my attention now. She looked at her other customers before returning her attention to me. Is Dave your friend? I nodded. He's simply looking for a good time. No strings attached. I chuckled, knowing she was correct. My girlfriend and I could have fun with him, but he'd be gone by morning. There are no complications. That is safe. Now it's your turn. She replied, shaking her head. You're different. A girl might fall for you, may not intend to, but there could be strings attached. This is what makes you dangerous. I feel rejected. I sighed, smiling gently, but still. Becca laughed. Do not worry. There is a woman out there for you, just do not rush. Go live a little. I suspected there was more to her story, but I didn't press bartender wisdom. I asked, of course, and remember, to leave a nice tip when you leave. She laughed and went to help another customer. Yes, I thought time to move on, but where should I sign my tab to my room and left a nice tip for Becca. I smiled as I left the hotel bar. I heard the celebration before I exited the elevator. People were wandering about in front of the suites, which had been transformed into party areas. When I walked in, the music hit me like a tsunami. I attempted to lose myself in the crowd. It worked for a while until I heard Dave's voice. There he is. He shouted, "Happy birthday, boy." I groaned. I intend to get back at Dave later. I spent the next 15 minutes shaking hands and being patted on the back. I also received several birthday kisses, which made me less irritated with Dave. Just when I thought I was finished, the music stopped. Sven. Dave called out again. Hello, come over here. Dave called out. I strolled over to my best friend Dave, as if I were going to meet my doomed companion. Get over here. His words were slightly slurred. I could tell he'd been drinking before I arrived. Sit down. We've prepared some birthday treats for you. All I could think of was how severe Dave's punishment would be for this. As I sat, I heard giggling behind me. Bianca Thompson suddenly jumped in front of me. She stood 5'3" and weighed 230 pounds, with a round smiling face and beautiful red locks. Bianca was difficult to miss, especially with her big 40E breasts that bounced with every motion she made. Just as I was going to stop her, she raised her top. Surprise. She shouted and pressed her chest on my face. Wow, I spoke loudly, attempting to maintain some respect. What a pleasant surprise. Make it 2 pleasant surprises. The audience laughed and cheered. Bianca also giggled and kissed me before walking away and covering herself up again. I gave Dave a nasty glance. He shuddered but maintained his composure, smirking. He gestured to someone and the music changed to a languid smoky melody. I stopped breathing as I saw Ava Ward enter the center. Ava worked with Dave in sales and was incredibly attractive. She was almost as tall as me. Her long straight black hair like a robe draped around her body. Her face was oval and beautiful, with dark red lipstick and darker makeup around her eyes. She had strong, penetrating brown eyes. Ava began to dance, moving like a panther. Her black blouse and pinstriped skirt clung to her slim figure. She had a tattoo on her right arm of a black tree with symbols underneath and a man's face in the branches. It was claimed to be her first love, whom she slaughtered beneath an oak tree, but that was only a rumor. What was certain was that she was not someone to mess with. Dave frequently stated that her aggressive manner terrified people into buying more than they intended. She danced with grace. Her stare fixed on me as if she were playing with me. Before hitting, she slowly unzipped her skirt and allowed it to fall to the floor. She smiled wickedly as my gaze moved down her beautiful legs to her black high heels. A little black thong hung from the top of her legs, barely covering her. With a rapid kick, she tossed her skirt to Dave, who groaned. As he caught it, she turned around revealing her petite taut backside. Still looking at me. She unbuttoned her blouse and flung it to Dave, revealing her huge breasts through her black bra. The black patches are visible through the lace. She swayed to the music and I felt as if I had fallen under her spell. Just then another person joined the circle. Lily Parker, a customer support account manager, and Ava's friend walked in around the office. They went by the aliases Parker and Ward. Lily appeared to gleam. In contrast to Ava's dark complexion, Ava felt in danger. Lily seemed to be full of warmth and humor. Even their voices differed. Ava's voice is deep and husky, whereas Deb's is bright and high-pitched. I grinned to myself, remembering the guys who mistook Deb's diminutive stature and beautiful voice for innocence. She looked like an angel, but she acted crazy like a spring breaker. Lily hurriedly stripped to match Ava's clothing. The audience adored it. She was now dancing in just a lacy pink bra and a grey and pink thong. I watched her dance, her breasts bouncing to the music. She was a little taller than 5 feet, making her bust even more prominent, but it was her thong that truly piqued my interest. The bright pink cloth barely covered anything, exposing that she was clean-shaven underneath. Then she turned and I choked. The strings began at her waist and continued down till they vanished between her plump cheeks. I had to push myself to sit still and stop trying to find out where that tiny piece of fabric went watching them dance. It was difficult not to notice how different they were from Ava. A guy was looking for a night of dangerous activities, but Lily was more interested in having fun and messing around. It was like choose between night and day, so who has my attention? That was easy, although I didn't show it immediately away, because I was receiving attention from both of these wonderful females. Ava moved to the music as if under a spell, while Lily swirled and danced, enjoying the spotlight. Ava would often give her a sharp glance and lick her lips teasingly, and Lily would respond with a huge playful kiss. When Ava looked away, Lily dashed over and unhooked her bra. Ava grabbed it before it fell, nearly showing her chest. Lily laughed and danced away as the audience grumbled. Ava, disappointed with her rapid save, halted and let her black satin bra fall to the floor. The audience applauded wildly. The two danced around each other as if they were in a combat with fast movements. Ava was in front of Lily. To everyone's amazement, she crouched low before moving up against Deb's body. She paused when her chest was almost touching Deb's. She slowly removed Deb's bra and slid it aside, allowing her chest to rest on its own. Ava stood up in a slow dance move. "You are," assuring Lily's chest brushed against her own. She hesitated briefly and pressed their chests together. It was a moment I knew would stick with me and probably everyone else for a long time. With a triumphant laugh, Ava waved Lily's bra in the air. She danced around, displaying her pride to the audience's delight. Lily looked at me with a twinkle in her eyes. She smiled, mischievously, lifted her chest and pressed them together. She moved over to me and blocked my view of Ava. She slowly lifted her left breast to her lips, running her tongue along the top. Her skin renayed and she started breathing more heavily. Her nipples stiffened and became into rocks. I was captivated until I heard a cheer from the audience and Lily moved aside to see what was going on behind her. Ava was bending over and carefully pulling her tiny thong down her legs, displaying herself. She stepped out and threw it at me, but Lily caught it. Ava gave Lily a chilly look, then smiled wickedly. She placed 2 fingers into her mouth and carefully stroked them down her body, groaning as they reached her lower lips. She shoved them inside the audience, groaned with her. Lily instantly moved in front of me, obscuring my vision. "Okay now." Our Vice President of Engineering, Harold Bingham, boomed his aged voice. "All right. Everyone, the show has ended." His loud voice astonished everyone, including Ava. It also caused Lily to step back onto my lap. I instinctively reached up to steady. I felt the warmth of her backside brush against me. I hoped she didn't notice my enthusiasm, building any possibility of her not noticing evaporated as she laughed and squeezed harder. Mr. Bingham went on to say, "I know these parties can get wild, but live shows are too much for even our hosts." The audience groaned in disappointment. "How about dead shows?" Someone yelled in the back, making everyone laugh. Mr. Bingham responded calmly. "I'm sure your wife has complained about it several times, but the show is over for tonight." The audience laughed and cheered. "Now I'd like to thank Miss Parker and Miss Ward for the show, but first you both need to put your clothes back on." That is assuming Mr. Danvers can remove his hands from Miss Parker's chest. The room erupted with hoots and jeers. I quickly realized that when Lily fell into my lap, I had grabbed her chest. "Those are soft, warm, incredible." "Oh no," I quickly let go. Lily got up, laughed and went to get her clothes. When I stood up, I was horrified to discover a damp spot on my pants. At first I thought it was myself, but then I realized it was Lily. She must have been quite excited to make her imprint on me, I had to admit that I liked the concept of a lovely blonde becoming excited, dancing and then sitting in my lap leaving a mark. My ego felt fairly fantastic. I spent the next few minutes avoiding people hoping they wouldn't notice my condition. Unfortunately, I was not very fortunate, or perhaps a little voice spoke up behind me. "Is that for me, or are you simply delighted to see me?" I glanced around and noticed Lily's cool blue eyes. She appeared to be about to bust out laughing. Her smile seemed to brighten the entire room. I said, trying to think clearly. "It is absolutely for you, prove it." She giggled. I couldn't help but laugh too. "Listen," she said, softly sliding her arm over mine and squeezing against it. "Let into your room. I'll assist you clean it so it doesn't discolor." I exhaled. I was very certain she was married and I had a firm rule against becoming involved with married women. What occurred with Isabella just strengthened my resolve to follow that guideline. Lily's smiling face made me imagine what her kisses would taste like and how soft her skin would feel. Each thought made me feel a little more eager and I began to question my rule. "Lily," I muttered. "I thought you were married." "I can't believe. I'm telling you this, but I don't mess with married women, regardless of how badly I want to." Now I was questioning my own sanity. She grinned, brought my face down to hers and kissed me on the cheek. Her face screwed up slightly before revealing a cheeky smirk. "My marriage is currently strained. I discovered out that my hubby is cheating on me. I'm not sure if I'll leave him stay with him till I find someone else or try to mend the situation." "What I know," she replied with a sly smile, "is that the rules have changed." She looked into my eyes waiting for my decision. "So do you know a suitable technique to clean this area?" I asked with a friendly smile. Her face lit up with a huge smile, guaranteed, she laughed. "Let me get a couple items." She left for a few minutes and returned with a tiny bag. She placed her arm around mine again and stared at me with sparkling eyes. "Lead the way, hot stuff," she said when we arrived at the hotel room. I nearly tripped on the way to the elevator. Lily placed her suitcase on the desk and guided me to a chair. She stared into my eyes and instructed me to undress. I didn't hesitate. When I was down to my boxers, she took my jeans to the closet and placed them in a dry cleaning bag. She hung it outside the room and smiled back at me. "That should resolve the issue," I replied, smiling. "What if I need them?" Before the morning, Lily walked back over to me. "You will not." She stated this while bending over and pulling down my boxers. She stated this while staring at me, then smiled back. "That will do," she responded with a smile. She gently pushed me into the chair and pulled out her cell phone. She fiddled with it for a moment before it began playing music. She gave me a satisfied smile. "Now where were we?" "Oh yes, I was going to offer you a lap dance." She swiftly removed her blouse, bra and skirt and began dancing to the music, making sure I could see every inch of her. She soon leaned forward and brushed her lovely breasts against my chest. She leaned in closer, grasped my face in her tiny hands and kissed me deeply for a few moments. I was lost in the intensity of her lips. I could sense desire in her blue eyes as she controlled her breathing. Her breasts moved with every long breath, nearly touched my chest. I sat and watched, feeling foolish. My mouth was watering as I grabbed for her. Lily moved back, giggled and slapped my hand away. "Oh, you're not a stud," she said with a grin. "No hands." She smiled wolfishly at me before turning to the luggage. She brought it back to me. She took out a few items and placed them on the table as she ordered them. I couldn't stop staring at her, resisting the impulse to reach out. I giggled as she turned around. She had a chocolate cupcake between her breasts with a solitary candle inside. She had smeared icing on each nipple. "Happy birthday," she giggled. "Now make a wish." I leaned forward, blew out the C handle and bit into the cupcake without using my hands. Lily laughed and put the rest of the cupcake into the trash. I looked at her puzzled. She grinned and stated, "I have something sweeter for you to taste." I leaned forward and licked the frosting from her right breast. She sighed, gently raising her breast so I could finish. Then she scraped frosting from her other breast and smeared it down my shaft. I swiftly cleansed her left nipple. Lily dropped on her knees and began teasing at me with her mouth. She watched me squirm with each movement of her tongue. I felt a nice warm sensation as she drew me into her mouth. Her tongue moved around, increasing the pleasure. I looked down and noticed she was as thrilled as I was. She acted as if it were her favorite pleasure. I let out a deep cry when I felt her throat tighten around me with a loud pop. She let go and gave me a cheeky smile. She moved closer and let me to slide between her breasts. She let some saliva drip to help things go smoothly. She grasped her breasts and pressed me against them, sliding me up and down as she moved faster. I felt the pressure building inside and attempted to warn her. "Lily," I said roughly, "I am almost there." She grinned broadly, kissed the tip and pressed harder. After a few strokes I was done, spilling onto her chest and mine. I let out a loud breath and settled into my chair. Lily bent down and licked my chest, chuckling as she went me. She spoke quietly, gazing into my eyes tasty. Then she jumped up and dashed into the restroom. A few seconds later she returned with a warm washcloth to clean both of our chests. When she was finished, she softly took me back into her mouth, hoping to wake me up. I was about to tell her it would be a bit before I was ready when I felt a twitch. Then, to my surprise, I began to stand again. I hadn't recovered that quickly since I was a teenager. I grabbed her face and kissed her deeply, moving our tongues together. I tasted the remnants of my previous release. I carefully got up, keeping our kiss intact and wrapping my arms around her. I held her tight, breaking the kiss. I guided her to the bed and gently sat her down. I grinned as I met her eager eyes. It was time for the next part. I forced her onto her back and gradually lifted her legs. I stroked my fingers down her neck, between her breasts, over her tummy and to her hips. I gradually removed her underpants as it fell off. It demonstrated her readiness. I knew she was prepared, so I didn't tease with every kiss and touch. I overheard her faint murmurs. I stopped and she tightened in expectation. I started to satisfy her with my mouth and she gasped, letting out a deep sigh. I raised her legs for easier access and her moans became louder. She pressed my face more into her, obviously enjoying it. Oh yes, she did breathe, do it now. I kissed my way up her body, taking my time when I got to her lips. I kissed her gently and glanced at her hot face. What have you said? I whispered, still smiling. Her eyes shone with intensity. Take me. She snarled, her voice low. I knew she meant it. I eased myself into her, feeling her warmth. I slowly entered halfway. She tightened and gasped. I'm medium-sized, yet hefty. She was so prepared that I slid in with ease. The heat was incredible and I could feel her muscles drawing me in. I pushed till I was unable to go any deeper. She gave a quiet grunt. I hesitated, letting her acclimate. Then I started moving in and out slowly each time I pulled out. She clung to me, not wanting me to leave. I pulled out almost entirely and then thrust back in. She let out a shocked gasp and wrapped her legs around me tightly as I moved, her body constricted around me, adding to the sensation. Her cries grew louder as she neared her climax. When she finally arrived, she tightened and closed her eyes. I smiled and allowed her to enjoy the moment. She opened her eyes and smiled. She whispered into my ear. Now let's do this for real. She pushed me off and climbed to the top. She positioned herself and took me in. She moved slowly at first, then faster. I could feel the pressure building inside me. She didn't simply sit there. She made sure to incorporate extra movement into each stroke. The feeling was incredible and I could feel myself getting closer. I was not just a passive participant either. I reached up and gently touched Lily's chest, ensuring she felt cared for. Her skin became red as her body warmed. She moaned and pushed into me with all her strength. Her moans became louder, indicating that she was approaching her climax. "Go faster, harder," she demanded urgently. "Like I am yours." We paused briefly. Her eyes widened, but before I could think, I thrust myself up into her with all my might. I grabbed her hips, hoping to get even closer. Her eyes closed again and she moaned loudly to express her satisfaction. Oh yes, just like that. Oh yes, I could feel the heat of her fluid around me pushing me to climax. I let out a loud grunt, releasing everything inside of her. Lily collapsed on my chest, her face resting near my neck. Our bodies were covered in a light sweat which bonded us together. We remained there holding each other. I caught my breath as she savored the final moments of her climax. I could feel her body trembling with each wave as she relaxed. She sighed contentedly. "Lily," I whispered. "Sure." She responded softly, "Rest." I held her and rested. I gently stroked her back as she cuddled up against me. I smoothed her hair and moved my hand down to her lower back, gently cupping her. I drew her close and heard her sigh. We both soon fell asleep. A few minutes later she moved and opened her eyes. I found myself staring into her happy blue eyes. She smiled softly and spoke gently. "Did you like your birthday gift?" I laughed and rolled my eyes. "The best birthday present ever," except I stopped myself when I saw her expression change from surprise to worry. "Except for that," I continued. "I'm lying in a large wet spot." I thought to myself, we made a real mess. The whole bed appeared damp. "You're silly." She laughed and looked at me warmly. "That will do." She giggled and gave me a gentle kiss. Her kiss ended our night and she got off of me. I felt cold without her warmth. She sat on the edge of the bed for a bit before standing up. "Wow," she laughed. "We made a real mess." She grabbed her belongings and entered the restroom. A few minutes later she emerged. She didn't appear as fresh as she had before, but her smile was still as lovely. "Stay," I said softly. She gazed at me for a moment. "I cannot," she said with a sorrowful smile. She hesitated and grinned brighter, "At least not this time." As she went, she gave me one last look. "Thank you, Eric," she murmured pleasantly. "That was fun." Then she was gone, lying there. I stared at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. As I fell asleep, I wondered if Lily realized how amazing her gift had been. My phone buzzed at daybreak, waking me up. I noticed it was Dave phoning. I attempted to respond, but only managed to grunt. "Sven, did he call you awake?" "No," I murmured. "I'm still sleeping and you are just a bad dream." "What if I could make it a positive dream, a very pleasant dream?" He laughed. "Okay," I murmured, hoping to wake up. "I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast and you can tell me about it." "Well," he chuckled. "Actually, I can't. Right now I'm kind of tied up." "Did I mention you could tell him that I heard Ava's voice in the background?" Dave yelped at hearing a harsh sound. He giggled as he thanked his sister. "Ava, can I have another Dave?" I laughed. "It is too early for this. Dude. Go up here." "I suppose I am in love, and Sven, it is never too early for this here." I overheard Ava say, "Give me your phone, Sven." She asked pleasantly. "I want a taste of what my friend ate last night. So come up here and see if you and Dave can make me happy." I stuttered, half sleeping, "No HBLA les." I hurriedly hung up and turned the phone off. I rolled over and laughed. I had several reasons not to visit Dave's room. I had just gotten over my ex Isabella and I wasn't prepared for any drama, plus I did not want to see Dave in that predicament. I smiled to myself. I was still young, had a solid career and appeared respectable. I knew I'd meet the proper woman someday. Until then I could wait. It was a fresh day and I was finally ready to move forward with my life. Now where are my pants? Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I'll never forget the moment when I witnessed my wife being intimate with another man in our daughter's room through the baby monitor. My heart raced from worry to a burning anger, yet little did I know, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It's been a lovely romance and marriage, with ups and downs like any other couple, but overall we have a very healthy connection and I've always been grateful for that. We didn't try for a child for a long time, since we wanted to enjoy our relative youth while it lasted. Last year, however, we decided to try something new. My wife, Isabella, became pregnant and we had our baby at the beginning of the year. I'd always wanted to have a child, so when my daughter was born, it was truly the best day of my life. There is nothing else I can say to describe it, however, adjusting to parenting is difficult. It became evident how much it restricts your life. If you don't have dependable friends or relatives close, it's difficult to enjoy a day to yourself unless you're willing to pay a nanny to care for your child. That was an expense that my wife and I just could not afford, so we declined. But in any case, it was evident that if we wanted to go out to dine at a restaurant, we would need to make arrangements for someone to watch the baby, and it wasn't simple, because we don't have any family members living nearby. I am not whining, I am only expressing how things were. It was due to the current situation. Then I realized we needed to acquire a baby monitor if the baby was asleep, as babies tend to do for an extended period of time. We might maybe travel somewhere quite nearby and dash back if the baby began to stir or wake up. I know it seems very responsible on paper, but the lack of spontaneity was beginning to wear on us. I discussed it with my wife, who was concerned about us leaving the baby at home for extended periods of time, but I assured her that we would never go out any place. It was more than a 5-minute walk from our home. Finally, we left the decision hanging and I anticipated to discuss it again at some point. Isabella runs her own flower shop on our street corner where she sells flowers and arrangements. She's always been a creative type who enjoys flowers, so I practically lent her the empty store that my uncle left me following his death from cancer to use rent-free. I had no idea what I was going to do with it, but having a store in such a convenient location would undoubtedly benefit both of us. She has a few of females that work for her, so she does not have to go to work every day, but she does most days. I work remotely, so this works wonderfully for us. On one of those days, I impulsively purchased a Wi-Fi baby monitor from Amazon. I knew when I bought it that we hadn't both decided to get it, but it didn't seem like it would be too difficult to win her over. It arrived the next day while she was at work, so I set up the small camera in our baby's room. It's fairly obvious while the lights are on, but when the blinds are pulled or the lights are turned off, it's more difficult to see. The camera links to Wi-Fi and I can check the monitor using an app on my phone from anywhere, which is quite cool. After setting it up, I went back to work and, to be honest, forgot to tell her about it when she returned. The next day was one of those rare days when I had a slew of errands to run, and I kind of looked forward to it, because it was one of the few occasions when I was completely free of parenting responsibilities, even if only for a few hours at once. When I was going to leave the house, my wife begged me to take the baby with me, because she had been fatigued all week and needed some alone time. I'll admit I was disappointed, but this wasn't the first time she had requested me to bring the kid, and I hadn't been able to do so the previous time. So this time I consented. I took my daughter and all of her necessary items and began running errands for the day. I was halfway through the list of things I needed to do that day, and my daughter had been well behaved the entire time, so it wasn't a bad day by any means. Well, that is until I received a notification from the baby monitor app on my phone while sitting in my car eating some fast food I had purchased. It detected activity and my initial impression was that my wife walked into the baby's room to do something, which is a natural assumption. I took out my phone and launched the app, where I observed my wife and another man fighting in the baby's room. My heart raced in my chest. Honestly, it appeared that this man was assaulting my wife and I can't convey how quickly I turned on the car. The only thing was that I started hearing things which let me realize that my wife was not being raped. This man and my wife were making out in my daughter's room. Looking back, I'm still surprised at how quickly my worry for her evolved into a fervent hatred, but I'm not sure why I couldn't stop watching. At one point I had the foresight to film my screen, so I could have proof of what was going on. I watched the man's hand slide under her blouse and then attempt to remove her panties. I heard Isabella moan and practically saw as the man leaned her over the edge of the cot. I believe it was then that I tossed the phone away. I wanted to shout and strike something, but I needed to remain calm because my kid was sleeping. But do you realize how helpless I felt in that moment? I really want to drive back home. I wanted to go back there and hurt both him and her, but the only thing keeping me from doing anything dumb was my baby. Was it the reason she wanted me to bring the baby along? Was this what happened every time she begged me to take the baby? Would she have done it if our daughter was still home? My wife and another man were amorous in my daughter's room, and that was the most intense section of the discussion, which I found difficult to express. When I took up my phone again, the room was empty. I honestly had no idea what to do while I sat in the car until my daughter woke up. By then most of the locations I was meant to go had closed, and I only had one task left to complete. I'm not sure why, but I still desire I had to do it. I believe I needed something to take my mind off of it, because I knew the alternative was going home and I was honestly afraid of what would happen if I went before I had my head in order. I eventually returned home and while she was upset about my tardiness, I made up some ridiculous excuses that she bought. I really wanted to approach her, but I had to use all of my self-control not to because my emotions were so high. I waited till she fell asleep and then sat in the living room until it was daytime. This is when I really need help, since I'm losing my sanity. This happened 2 days ago and I've been battling not to tear into her, especially because I have evidence she noticed the baby wanted yesterday and I told her I had just got it, so she wouldn't think I was after her again. I'm still outraged that she did it in our baby's room, and I can't convey how upsetting it was to see things unfold that way, especially given I had no idea she was being unfaithful. I never would have expected it. I think I'm going to confront her about it, but I want to make sure it's the best decision. I want to hear what you guys have to say, because I am in the worst possible situation to make reasonable judgments right now. Everything I do will be driven by emotion, which I wish to avoid, so let loose, even if it means calling me a stupid for not returning home immediately. Edit okay, so yeah, I might be a fool for not racing home right immediately, as many of you are pointing out. But honestly, not only was I not in the correct mental state to be confronted with my wife and her affair partner, but I had my daughter with me, and I think it wouldn't have been smart for me to take her into such a risky environment. My daughter stopped me from doing anything stupid at the time, and I'm still grateful for that, since she could have been hurt if things had gotten out of hand. Edit to so. The overall consensus appears to be that I should address her immediately and quit wasting time. So yeah, that is what I will do. I am going to do it tomorrow morning. I can't hold this inside of me any longer. I also observed some folks suggesting that I check her phone, but that will be difficult. Her smartphone is almost always with her. I believe it is best for me to confront her directly, so that is what I will do. Just when you thought parenting was all about diapers and midnight feedings, bam, isn't it weird that a device designed to keep your infant safe ended up presenting a plot twist worthy of a suspense thriller? Parenthood throws curveballs, but I bet seeing your wife and another man in your daughter's room with a baby monitor was not in the parenting guidebook, and of all places she selects the baby's room. Really, I believe a baby room produces more fatigue, covered in baby bath and hasn't showered in a week. Vibes are not getting nasty with a stranger. Different strokes for different people, I suppose. Update. So I'm here with an update on the incident in which I discovered my wife cheating on the baby monitor. I confronted her about it, and while it feels nice to have let go of all that emotional baggage, I'm also very saddened by the whole situation. Let me do my best to summarize what happened that morning when Isabella awoke. I waited about an hour before asking her to sit down so we could talk. She was concerned and continued asking if something was wrong, but I said nothing in return. I began by telling her when I purchased the baby monitor, but she simply glanced at me in confusion. I said nothing and she responded with a drawl, "Okay." I then informed her that the baby monitor was already active. On the day I conducted errands. She still stared at me, puzzled, and I didn't want to say anything. I was merely looking at her, and I could see the precise instant when she mentally recalled what had transpired that day. She jerked up slightly in her seat in horror and covered her mouth. We sat there with her mouth covered for almost a minute. I could see she was struggling to find out what to say, but I didn't want her to rehearse anything, so I questioned her. Why did you cheat on me with that guy? She began to cry and tried to speak through it, making her completely incoherent. I asked the question again, and the same thing occurred. She didn't have a real answer for that inquiry. Clearly she couldn't use the female favorite. You were never around because I was always present. I continued my question by asking her who the man was. At that point she began to sob even louder, which irritated me. This continued for over 5 minutes until she began to settle down. I repeated the question, and it took her 2 minutes of shivering and burying her face in her palms before she spoke. He's not important. He was essential enough to go inside your underwear. He's just some man that stopped by the store. He wanted to get flowers for him. I already knew what the next word would be, but I waited for her to finish before telling his wife. I laughed, because she was not only cheating on me with no one in my daughter's room, but she was also playing about with a married man while married herself. It actually disgusted me. I can't think of another word to describe it. I asked her his name. She first said you didn't know, but I informed her that it was a lie. I knew she knew his first name, if not both. She eventually told me his name, and I took mental note of it. Let's call him Alexander Blake. For fun. However, the name was more unique than that. The final question I had was, why did you have to do something so horrible in our daughter's room? Have you no morals? I mean. Clearly not, but I had to ask her. It irritated me every time I thought about it. She didn't say anything, and what she said next took me by surprise, and it remains as perplexingly stupid today as it was then. You did not even wait for me to agree to a baby monitor. I blew up at her. So now it is my fault because if I didn't buy the baby monitor, you could still have sex with a man in our daughter's room, right next to her crib. I'm the villain, because you were cheating on someone who happened to purchase flowers from your store. A man has a wife and you are boiling this down for me. Purchasing a baby monitor without consulting you are pathetic, yeah. After that she began to cry again and I felt much better. I didn't feel normal, because it's difficult to feel normal so rapidly after something as traumatic as what I'd experienced, but yes, it felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. I've kicked Isabella out of the house for the time being and I'm not sure what to do next. I know divorce is necessary, but it isn't enough for me. I need to hurt her more than that. I just need help figuring out the best approach to do it. So I'm open to any recommendations. It's completely not your fault. I hope I'm attempting to blame you for her decisions. It's like blaming the weatherman for the hurricane. We're dealing with our own hurricane right now. Concentrate on ensuring your own peace of mind and legally safeguarding your assets. And hey, try upgrading your baby monitor to one that detects lying. You might enjoy it. In all seriousness, care for yourself and your child. Surround yourself with sympathetic people and remember that time and a skilled lawyer are your most powerful allies right now. Keep your chin up. You will get through this update too. I am back months later and I am happier than I have been in a long time. I was the one who wrote the post about my wife, Isabella, who I discovered cheating on me owing to a baby monitor I purchased. I'm pleased to bring you all one new update, which should be the final one in this entire saga. I knew I wanted to hurt Isabella badly, so I read all of the comments on my previous post and took my sweet time devising a strategy. The first thing I did was file for divorce. I was easy. My close friend's wife is a divorce attorney who is really skilled at her job, so I listed her services on the same day. I confronted Isabella. I had video evidence of her cheating and I was assured it would be relevant at the trial. The fact that she had to ask me to take the baby that day indicated that she had planned to cheat, and it was most likely not the first time. Given that the divorce paperwork were ready, I specifically specified Isabella's work address, which is the same corner shop that I lent her to use for business. I wanted her to be embarrassed, and while I wasn't there to see her being served, I hoped it was a terrible look for her and the other customers who must have been around at the time. She phoned me the same day she was served, urging us to talk about it. I told her there was nothing else we could talk about, because she wouldn't have anything else to say to me except apologies, which I didn't want to hear. When it was time to initiate divorce proceedings, her lawyer wanted to go to the store first. Its ownership passed to me once my uncle died, and it was the item she fought tooth and nail for. We had a car, albeit not a great one, and we rented an apartment, which was clearly the most precious thing we had between the two of us, and I believe the judge understood it as well. In fact, that was the only thing I knew I needed. My lawyer, bless her heart, really drove home. Not only was it difficult to disclose my wife's adultery so soon after having our first kid, but there were additional factors that exacerbated the situation, like the location, the premeditation, and the fact that this wasn't the first time. She stated that giving her that corner business would be like rewarding her poor behavior, which would not set a good example. This is the end of the day. I got it all, though. I gave up my car since I was keeping the apartment. The judge stated that it would assist in coming to pick up or drop off the youngster. The custody arrangement did not go as well as I would have liked, because we ended up with shared custody, but that is fine. I also don't have to pay her anything, because fortunately in my state, her infidelity was allowed to play a significant role in the decision. This is the section that eventually helped to heal my scars. I recall Alexander Blake, the man my ex-wife cheated on me with. I found him on Facebook. It took me 2 minutes to discover his wife and message her. I detailed the circumstances, including the fact that I had explicit footage of her husband and my wife, and she expressed a desire in watching it, because she initially did not believe me. She obviously believed me after I had to do a lot of consoling, but it appears that things are about to hit the rocks on that side of the sea, which makes me pleased for her, though she'll end up better off eventually, as I have. The next step was informing my ex-wife that she had 30 days to quit the store. I strolled into the business over a month after our divorce and told her this face to face because I wanted her to relax, and it worked perfectly. She screamed and cried and even offered to begin paying rent for her spot, but I said no. I eventually planned to rent the apartment out, but I refused to make her my tenant now. I had to ensure that her magnificent shop was no more sure. She could expand her brand elsewhere, but she'd have to pay a lot to make it work, and that is great with me as I type this. The store is unoccupied and I'm seeking for a reliable paying renter. Her Instagram page still claims that the business is closed indefinitely for renovations, but I'm delighted to know it's a lie. She's attempting to preserve face, but it's not working, because it's clear that the physical location no longer exists. She's contacted me 3 times in the last month to plead for forgiveness and permission to use the store again, but I'm not giving in, not at all, and it makes me happy. This is the happiest I've felt in a long time, and it sucks. It must come via vengeance, but it is what it is. I'm glad I got to lash back at her in the end, and I'm glad it only hurts her a fraction of the way it wounded me. Wow, you've turned the tables on Isabella with surgical precision by serving divorce papers at her own workplace. That's what we like to see at the store. Refusing her offer to pay rent was a power maneuver. I can practically hear the nasty landlord's cackle ringing through the vacant storefront. Her Instagram renovation. Excuses are classic, such as claiming that a sinking ship is only submerged for repair. It's encouraging to hear that you're finding closure, even if it's through unconventional methods. Remember that the best revenge is to live a good life, and if you need help finding a suitable paying tenant, consider someone who places a high importance on privacy in their business operations. Here is the next story. It all began with a minor incident on a Friday afternoon. My 6-year-old daughter, Lily, is in 1st grade and is generally dropped off after school by a friend's mother who lives nearby. That day, instead of driving into our driveway, the mother pulled over to the edge of the road and let Lily out. Thrilled to see me, Lily ran across the street without looking both ways, as she had been taught. I immediately phoned emergency services. Within minutes, an ambulance and police came. My wife, whom I have been married to for 7 years, was working her regular shift at the nursing home during work hours. Nursing home employees were forced to keep their cell phones locked in allotted lockers. I called the nursing home on my way to the hospital to notify my wife of the accident. That's when I learned that due to unanticipated slowdowns at the nursing home all full-time, employees had to use some of their ACAD time-off hours to avert layoffs. My wife had chosen to use hers that day. The problem was that she left for work in her nurse's attire, not expecting to be off. I had no idea she had a day off. Normally, if she intended to use her time off, she would consult with me first. I began to wonder if she took on private jobs somewhere else to help someone out. I just knew for definite that the nursing home receptionist had lied to me. It was a minor issue, but it upset me a lot. I called my wife's cell phone, but it went to voicemail. That was unusual, because she generally answered when she wasn't at work. Something seemed odd, but I couldn't place my finger on. It was a minor issue, but it troubled me. I left a lengthy message describing what was happening. I had completed all of our daughter Emma's papers, but I still had not heard from my wife. Emma's emergency doctor had ordered X-rays and an MRI, since she was not waking up and they were scared. She was in a coma. I was starting to get worried. My wife finally arrived home, approximately an hour after her usual job and time. I noticed the aroma of fresh soap on her, the type she typically used after a morning shower. I knew right away that something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. It was a minor detail, but too many of them added up. I realized something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. When I asked Emma if the receptionist had relayed my message, she stated she received it later. She stated that she was occupied with a patient who needed to be transferred, and I was in the southeast while she was at St. Francis. I believed she was lying, but I did not pursue it. This was not the time or place. Two ladies had lied to me that day, and I knew I had to figure out why what had begun as a routine day had devolved into a succession of lies and discrepancies among us. The only thing I knew for certain was that my wife was not acting like herself. Emma began to wake up after the tests and the doctors decided to keep her overnight for observation because she had been out for so long. We left at 10 p.m. after she had fallen asleep and stopped at Taco Bell's drive-thru for dinner after eating and drinking a refreshing beer. We retired to bed that Saturday. Our little child was given permission to return home. We were fortunate that there were no significant injuries. When we arrived to the hospital, a family doctor, Dr. Ronald Foster, was there to examine her. I was amazed with how seriously he treated his profession. Before we departed, he instructed us to phone his office and make a follow-up appointment in 3 weeks. He emphasized that there may be complications that occur later as a result of the event and that without more investigation, we may never know. He underlined the significance of exercising caution, particularly with small children. Once we were back home and situated, I asked Emma about her Friday. Her response did not please me. Normally she'd discuss if something unusual happened at work or if a new patient was transferred. In these, small details of ordinary conversation were lacking. It was a minor detail, but it was beginning to build up, forming a pattern. Whatever my wife had been up to. On Friday, it was obvious she did not want me to know. I started to wonder why. I began reflecting over the previous several weeks to see whether I had done anything to offend her. Emma has a habit of holding grudges. For weeks after feeling unfairly treated. Emma and I were high school sweethearts. From the minute I met her in junior high, I never glanced at anyone else. However, we broke up 3 or 4 times. We always found our way back to one another. Emma had a history of being drawn to new things and delving into what piqued her interest. This often resulted in our breakups. I assumed it was just part of growing up and that she will grow out of it. Each breakup resulted from her acquiring an interest in someone or something different. I was on the Jackson High School football team and she was a cheerleader. We were both popular kids and everyone assumed we were destined to be together, but we broke up senior year because I didn't envision our future together. After high school, I joined the fire department and worked my way up while she worked for her LPN certification to become a registered nurse. I reconnected with Emma after getting hurt while fighting a fire on the job. 6 months later we were married. Emma's daughter was 2 years old when she became a register nurse. Emma had dark shoulder length, black hair, blue eyes and an excellent physique. Most individuals who knew her admired her for her kind nature. What amazed me was that we had no big fights or problems during our entire marriage. We had recently discussed increasing our family. On Sunday, we were invited to an afternoon cookout with our daughter at a co-worker's pool. We prepared by wearing our swimsuits underneath our clothes. Each of us was assigned something to bring. On the journey, I went to the grocery shop to get the products we decided on, which included enough quality franks and buns for around 16 people. These franks were exceptional. Always boil before grilling. They retained moisture and had a rich, pleasing flavor. I discovered these by chance and they are now the only ones I enjoy. I named them Smokies because of their distinct flavor. My method of preparation proved to be a success and we always had more meat than bread on hand. That Sunday, no one noticed me in the kitchen carefully boiling the franks until plump and then drying them before grilling. Meanwhile, Emma was outside talking with our host, Ava, the head of the HR department where they both worked. They were watching our daughter and Ava's son play by the pool with a group of other children. I wasn't paying much attention to their conversation until the end when I overheard something that deeply saddened me. It shook me to the core, revealing exactly what was going on. Dr. Ronald Foster, a well-known doctor, used to pay visits to his nursing home patients every Friday afternoon. Ava explained he no longer visits you unless you are on duty. Some of us are starting to wonder if you two are more than friends. Is there anything I should know? No, not really. My wife said, flushed and clearly avoiding the subject. Her expression usually indicated that she had been caught doing something she didn't want to admit. Now I knew two people whose Friday routines had unexpectedly changed. Emma had a legitimate reason to maintain her secret, which was unusual for her. We're just professional friends. Emma attempted to clarify with Ava, but was unsuccessful. He enjoys the detailed reports I send him on his Alzheimer's patients' actions. It enables him to manage their medical demands. Ava responded. That is not what people are saying in the halls. Whatever is going on, it must remain very professional at work. Otherwise the rumors would simply worsen. I'll talk to him about it the next time I see him. I have another appointment with him next week. Emma said I should check on Lily. Emma walked away to check on our daughter in the water. I mumbled beneath my breath. She is lying. She does not have a doctor's appointment next week. Ava heard me and turned to see the astonishment on my face. Her attitude became serious as she understood, like I did, that something was clearly going on that I had no idea about until today. Did you hear us? Ethan. Ava said. I just nodded. Do you believe there is something going on between them? Over the last 2 days I've noticed a few minor contradictions between what I saw and heard. It paints a totally different picture. Her facial expressions clearly indicated that she is hiding something she does not want others to know about. It has made me reconsider everything. Please tell me how long Emma has been taking every other Friday off. I asked. She proposed the revised schedule during the last 3 months. She claims that because she works many extra hours, the majority of her overtime earnings is used to pay additional taxes. Taking the day off helps her cut her extra hours and saves her accrued time off for family obligations. Ava added that we in human resources enjoy it because it saves the organization money in the long term while also providing part-time staff with extra hours. Another question: how close is Emma to the receptionist who answers the phone? I inquired who are their best friends. Why Ava responded that when I called regarding Eve's accident on Friday, the receptionist informed me that Emma was taking accrued permanent time off because things were slow and that management had advised all full-time employees to do the same, to avoid laying off part-time employees. You were lied to. We are functioning at full capacity. There is no necessity for cuts. What are you planning to do? Ava spoke as she poured me a strong drink. Emma is certainly hiding something and her best buddy appears to be assisting her at least for a while. I hope what I suspect is not true. I said that Dr. Foster is our family doctor. If my gut hunch is correct, I will damage his career. I divorced my wife and desire exclusive custody of our daughter, according to the stories. You are not alone in your suspicions. Ava stated that the nurses she works with believe they are too friendly with one another to be completely professional. They spend a significant amount of time in a patient room with the unit door closed. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know, please do. As firefighters, we often say where there is smoke, there is fire. It could simply be an overly strong mutual attraction. Whatever happens, I'm going to find out. I said this while drying off the smokies. Nice try, but I don't believe that's going to work. Ava remarked, I've been in similar circumstances, and when our instincts tell us something, they're typically right. At that time, I started to believe I was experiencing the same behavior from Emma that I had seen in school. If that were accurate, it could only mean one thing: Emma had discovered someone new. Dr. Ronald Foster joined the partnership group 3 years ago to take over our prior family doctor's practice. The local hospital, due to his age, had been making things tough for him, and his partners practically forced him into retirement. Emma, a licensed nurse, had received her license while working at Southeast Hospital before relocating to the nursing home Southeast Hospital, a teacher hospital favoring a youthful appearance. If our prior doctor wasn't willing to change his appearance, it was time for him to leave. It's sad when medical institutions put appearance over experience for the following 6 weeks. I would be on the evening shift, working from 6:00 to 6 for days on and 4 days off. It was the perfect moment for them to do anything they wanted without getting detected. Given my work schedule, my wife's recent behavior had produced enough doubt that I took a move I never thought I would. Before putting the sausages on the grill, I emailed one of my usual crew members, asking him to call me in 5 minutes. I was close to my wife. When he called before answering, I informed her I needed privacy for a work-related call and moved to the front yard. Truthfully, I did it because I didn't want Emma to overhear the talk. Bob, remember the squad we established when Glenn needed help with his ex-wife a couple of years ago? I asked, of course, Tom, and it worked beautifully and didn't take long. Bob said, who needs our help this time? I do. Based on what I found out, I think it's been happening for at least the past 3 months. Emma, and the man I assume she's engaged with, is Dr. Ronald Foster. I explained even her colleagues at the nursing home suspect something I overheard management discussing it with her, which says it's serious. The head of human resources even admonished Emma to be more discreet at work. Ouch, if they're claiming that it's been going for a while, I'll start making calls to arrange for us to meet at the fire hall tomorrow when we're on duty. Bob said our sheriff department pals will be pleased for something else to do. Remember, Ethan, we need to put the same rules on you as we did with Glenn. When we assisted Glenn before, our rule was he had to remain out of it until our team finished its inquiry. We feared any changes in his behavior may tip off his spouse. It took less than a month to get everything done. We created a detailed daily report of his ex-wife's activities with her lover. His lawyer stated it was so thorough that nothing could sneak through. Glenn easily secured custody of their 3 children during the divorce. Monday evening after dinner, we gathered in the fire hall conference room. 6 sheriff's deputies, 5 firefighters and 2 police officers were there. I told them what happened on Friday and everything I've learned since then. Everybody agreed. It seems that something was certainly happening. Emma's car description, like license plate number and typical work hours from 7:00 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., were provided. They asked me to obtain copies of our medical records from our home files during the last 2 years. They wanted to see if Dr. Ronald Foster was still our family doctor by reviewing the medical billing information. If he and Emma were romantically linked, he should have sent us to another doctor at their clinic. After that, they asked me to leave so they could decide who would do what and when. On Tuesday morning after seeing my daughter off to the bus, I spotted my retired neighbor getting his morning newspaper. I strolled up to say hello and we started talking. He inquired as to the reason for the doctor's visit. The night before, I questioned if he was certain it was a doctor. He stated the person was wearing a white coat. When he arrived and he observed him remove it and leave it in the car before approaching our door. He added that the doctor was still at our place when he went to bed around 10. I expressed my hope that it was nothing serious. He advised. I asked my wife about it when she arrived home. Walking back home, I realized that my suspicions were right. I grabbed my phone and returned to my neighbor, showing him a photo of Dr. Ronald Foster from the medical group's Facebook page. He confirmed that this was the doctor he had seen. Emma called to say she'd be late. I drove Eve to my mother's so I could get to work on time. I told Bob what the neighbor had seen and gave him copies of our medical records and health insurance reports. They proved that Dr. Ronald Foster was still our family doctor, despite my wife's last appointment being 2 weeks ago. The following Tuesday, when Emma was at work, a few friends came over and helped with some housework. I wasn't allowed inside until they finished, so I sat and chatted with my next-door neighbor. He mentioned the doctor's visit from the previous week. It wasn't medical. I consented, explaining that my buddies were wiring the house, but I wasn't involved. They arranged it this way so that I wouldn't know where things were. If I'd known about their plans, like everyone else, I'd have been watching attentively to see if they were succeeding, and my behavior might have shown it. I wish I had friends like yours when I divorced years ago. My neighbor stated it may have saved me thousands of dollars in legal bills alone. Nowadays, you must defend yourself from everyone, including those you trust. It's unfortunate that the new computer age has helped undermine what few family values we had. They arrived at the firehouse on the first day of my final 4-day shift after 6 weeks of night shifts, to deliver the terrible news. They even brought one of our town's best divorce lawyers with them. I realized my predicament was more serious than my wife's infidelity. Their choice of lawyer indicated that the team believed we needed to act immediately. Emma and Ronald Foster had been having an affair for nearly 6 months, and it was nearing the end. They believed it was time for me to take significant action. Emma planned to file for divorce after the school year ended, which was only 2 months away. On the nights I worked, they were either at my house after Lily went to bed, or Emma would take our daughter to her sister's house for babysitting. Emma would pick Eve up from Ronald's residence in the morning and drive her home before I finished work. Then they'd go about their daily routine. The lawyer was present because they were planning something behind my back. With Dr. Ronald Foster's help, Emma planned to exploit charges of mental abuse against me. They wanted to prove that I was an unfit father who posed threat to our daughter's safety. Emma, depending on her professional experience, believed that the falsified claims supported by a detailed medical record they were compiling would persuade the court to grant her complete custody of our baby. She wanted to limit my interactions with Eve to supervised visits only. Her ultimate goal was to incite such rage in me and my parents that we would choose to permanently cut connections with them. As I sat there listening to their preparations, I couldn't help but consider what I had done to my soon-to be ex-wife to make her spiteful and vengeful. The lengthy report stretched 60 pages and featured dates. Explicit images of the two involved intimately many notarized declarations confirming their 6-month relationship and transcripts of their talks plotting how to hurt me. A ace in the hole looked to be a graphic image of our 6-year-old daughter standing at the foot of our master bed observing the two of them doing so. Both of them were entirely unaware that Eve was present. I decided to serve her after my final night shift later this week. We will then submit a complaint against Dr. Ronald Foster with the State Medical Board on the same day. We will offer billing documents to verify that he was still our family doctor at the time. We'll investigate whether he faked medical documents to bolster my soon-to-be ex-wife's claims of mental cruelty, especially given that they considered setting me up a photograph proved that he was having an affair with my wife in front of our 6-year-old daughter. Dr. Ronald Foster, a respected doctor, violated medical ethics and the law by fabricating medical records. A copy of the divorce petition will be provided to our local child services, along with an explanation that I am taking my daughter out of town so that they can investigate my wife and me without my involvement. A letter will clarify that this is a preventive measure. The state's Child Services Department takes crimes against children committed by family members very seriously. All 3 agencies will receive an 8x10 photograph of my daughter seeing the encounter. I'm taking a 3-week vacation, beginning immediately after this week's shift ends. It is already approved. One of the fire department chiefs, a colleague, was present. when I called my retired parents and recommended we borrow Dad's RV for a 3-week vacation beginning the day after my last shift. I told them I needed their assistance and would cover the fees. They agreed, but questioned why it needed to be expedited. I promised to explain along the way. My new lawyer was taken aback when I recommended turning up my parenting rights to my parents until the divorce was finalized. He agreed. Given the circumstances, this is a wise decision. If Emma has already reported to child services, it demonstrates that my first concern is my daughter's well-being. Until my identity is cleared. It communicates to everyone, including legal authorities, that I prioritize my daughter's safety. I'll prepare the paperwork, he said. However, make sure to get it notarized within 24 hours of serving your wife. I just finished my final evening shift and arrived home in time to send my wife off to work. As usual. She kissed me on the cheek before leaving when she drove away. I made a short phone call. Lily and I began packing for a surprise trip. I asked a sheriff's department representative to notify the school principal of our predicament and explain why I had to remove our 6-year-old daughter out of school at 8:00 a.m. My parents came by 9:00. We had put our possessions into their RV and were on our way out of courtesy. I called Ava to provide an update. She stated that since her conversation with Emma in the nursing home, everything had been entirely professional and the rumors were fading. I indicated that I now had proof that their affair lasted at least 6 months. As a result, I intended to serve Emma with legal papers at her employment. Later that day, Ava volunteered to observe it and keep me updated. Afterward, I joined my daughter and my parents' enormous RV as we left town. I handed my mother a legal envelope containing all the information and asked her to read it. My father inquired what is going on. I recently discovered Emma was preparing to divorce me at the conclusion of the school year. I added what Mom is reading summarizes what we've discovered and proven. Her lover is our family doctor and they were conspiring against me. If they hadn't been caught, they may have planned to never see Eve again following the legal challenges. So we're leaving town because things are about to get really bad for a few people. My father believes that you and our granddaughter would benefit from being away from everything. Essentially, Emma will be served at work today. This morning, the state medical board will receive an official complaint on Dr. Ronald's relationship with his patient, my wife. I'm alleging ethical infractions and have compelling evidence. Child services will also be notified of anything Mom is reading. If convicted, he might lose his license to practice for at least a year, if not longer. Dad indicated that your claim may result in a thorough investigation of every doctor in his group. Oh my God, Mom gasped. They let my granddaughter watch what they were doing. I will take care of that woman myself. That doctor can end his career. He'll lose his license permanently. Every government agency will look at the entire partnership he is involved in. Dad said they've made a mess of things. Emma will be lucky to have supervised visits. Mom insisted that Ethan Lee and Eve come live with us when they returned. If Emma comes to my door when your father isn't home, I'll respond with a loaded Magnum. I'll be driving Lily to and from school every day. I cherished my mother. She adored her granddaughter and was fiercely protective of her family. Over the years, she had taken down a number of people who threatened her family. Dad drove until we needed gas when the tank was about half full. I used my credit card to fill up and took over the driving. It gave Dad the opportunity to read through everything himself. He was astounded by the level of detail I provided about the group we had formed within City Services, a second time assisting in a divorce case to protect one of our own. Around 3:00 we arrived at a trailer park that Mom had reserved for the night. The 3 weeks were intended to spoil her granddaughter. After parking and hooking up the RV, I took Eve swimming in their pond. As we returned, my cell phone rang. It was Ava. Hello, Ava, I greeted her. I hope your day went well, Ethan. We have not had such an amazing day in months. Ava responded. Thank you. This afternoon we learned that Dr. Ronald Foster has been temporarily suspended from practice while the state medical board completes its investigation. They reacted fast. I admitted that I needed to give them credit. I expected them to at least call him in for an interview first. Ava stressed that they only suspend that fast if there is a serious complaint and some evidence is supplied. It shows that they are taking this extremely seriously. We probably won't know the conclusion for another 3 months. Well, I did email them all of the material contained in my divorce petition. I explained at 3:00 p.m. your soon-to-be ex was served right as the shift changed. I informed security to expect him and notify me before allowing him in. When he arrived, I led to Emma's section. The young man inquired, "Are you Emily?" When she replied, "Yes," he added, "Congratulations, you have been served." Ava explained that when she opened the legal envelope, the first thing we all saw was an image of Ronald and her having sex while Eve watched. "Oh no," she wailed, then fainted. My lawyer let her see it first. "That is priceless." I chuckled. She received what was coming to her. Did the state receive a copy of that photo? Ava inquired. Presumably knowing my lawyer, I responded honestly. The state had no choice. Dr. Ronald Foster was having an affair with a patient and allowing the patient's small child to see it. Ava concluded I doubted you could pull it off. We're now all betting on how long he'll be without his license. My father believes he has permanently lost it in our state. I claimed Emma and Ronald were making up a phony medical history, alleging I was emotionally abusive to her and our daughter in order to gain exclusive custody. If they can prove their case, criminal charges may be brought. It's a mess. However, her issues are piling up because everyone now knows she let her daughter watch what she was doing with Ronald. Ava remarked that rumors are swirling around here. Some of the employees refuse to work with her. I'm revising the schedule as we speak. They claim they cannot trust her anymore. When she regained her composure, I informed her that the state had notified us that Dr. Ronald Foster had been suspended by the medical board pending an inquiry. She was not pleased when she left at 3:30. Wait till she knows Eve and I have left town. I mentioned that we left this morning with my parents based on my lawyer's recommendation. Given Ronald and Emma's charges, my lawyer advised me not to be alone with my daughter right now. That's a wise decision. Given her occupation, she has many friends all over the place, which lends credibility to her statements. Ava speculated that those reports might have already circulated. Finally, the quality of our reports has rescued our organization's legal standing. Several times we promised to stay in touch and said our goodbyes. Mom and Dad were taken aback by my reaction. It was as if they were only now recognizing what Emma and Dr. Foster were trying to do. "Mom, could you look in your notebook for the address of the nearest notary for us tomorrow morning?" I asked why she asked. "The lawyer has created legal documents that award you both my parental rights until the divorce is finalized or my name is cleaned. We need these signed and notarized by 3:00 p.m. tomorrow." I explained I refused to let them take my kid away, no matter what my mother, with tears in her eyes, spoke. "Are you certain about this? It appears overly excessive." "Yes, Mother, I am. Even the lawyer believes it's best. We don't know what's in those fraudulent medical records. As a result, this is required for EV safety until shown. Otherwise, I am not a menace to her." I comforted her. My mother started crying. Emily got home and discovered her husband's car in the driveway. She shut off her car and prepared herself for the showdown she expected walking up. She rang the doorbell expecting him to answer. When he didn't answer, she called it again. She finally used her house key to unlock the door. Emma stepped into the house and found it was vacant because her daughter had not come to meet her. She removed the legal envelope from her huge backpack and read it thoroughly. Ethan had clearly recruited someone who had discovered everything. The plot, as revealed by transcripts of Ronald's and her own statements, had been uncovered. Ronald acted first and violently. Their difficulty was that none of the doctored medical records had been made public yet. Because they hadn't reached that step of their plan and now they never would. Ronald couldn't access his files until the probe completed. He still hadn't been notified of the specifics of the allegation against him. He was merely told that precautionary measures were being taken. Owing to the nature of the allegations, Ethan had established the affair and their foolishness. No one with any morality or beliefs would tolerate the fact that a 6-year kid had to witness these. Until this moment she hadn't recognized that it had transpired. Eve presumably woke briefly and then returned to bed. Obtaining exclusive custody was now unattainable, but joint custody with primary care remained a possibility. The essential step was reaching Ethan and communicating with him. Ethan was always willing to hear her side. She dialed him, but his phone redirected to voicemail. She sent a text, got no reply, tried his parents' home phone. She found they weren't answering calls to their cell phones, also went unanswered, confirming they had blocked her. She then called her sister, who picked up the phone. "Hi, Emma." Ethan was clever. He sent our entire family a copy of his divorce filing. Evelyn said, "Mom and Dad are upset. They've read it all and are completely repulsed by your behavior with your sweetheart. In our parents' view, you've gone too far trying to tarnish Ethan's reputation." Her sister continued. "He called them this morning immediately after you left for work to let them know he's bringing their granddaughter out of town with his parents. When they inquired why, he responded, 'Your daughter and her lover have left me no choice. You'll receive a document detailing everything, Dad.' Ethan told them, 'I'm an illegal bindu of Emma and I have to sign over my parental rights for Lily until I clear my reputation.' Mom and Dad were hysterical when they read it. 'Why would you try to wreck Ethan's life like this, goddammit?' Emma said. 'Does this imply I'll have to fight my in-laws for custody?' 'Looks that way.' Evelyn said, 'The divorce court can't decide on what Ethan doesn't have. It seems he's outsmarted you. I always felt he was the kindest, most kind man I knew, until he was pushed too far. Then he goes all out. You know how Mom thinks about her reputation. This is going to be a long, tough war. I was expecting a battle, but not like this,' Emma said. 'I felt I had a winning strategy.' We all received what she received, a certified copy of the divorce petition, along with a notation noting the same was sent to the state medical board. Evelyn clarified you and Ronald were trying to damage him so you could remove Eve out of his life if you were in his place. What would you do?" "Crap," Emma exclaimed. "He's going after Ronald's career and our future. If the board sides with Ethan, Ronald may never practice medicine in this state again. Bingo says you've got to sort things out. Evelyn said he's turning the tables, using your own ideas against you to establish his point. But let's face it, Ronald may be your finest lay, but the family and I agree we're staying out of this. We won't encourage your attempt to damage your husband's life. Stay away from us till this problem is settled." Emma was astonished to learn her spouse had outsmarted her entirely. Even her own family had nothing to do with the catastrophe she had made. She and Ronald had assumed they were cautious, so getting served had come as a great surprise. She spent the entire night attempting to untangle how they had been caught. Ronald Foster had just exited a difficult 4-hour meeting with his partners. They had agreed to buy him out promptly to minimize the impact of the probe on their limited partnership. Until they determined who made the severe charges. Everyone was operating blindly. Ronald made enough from the deal to start his own practice. Once things cooled down, Emma's phone buzzed with a text message. She opened it to discover a reply from Ethan. He said he was too angry to converse and any communication must go through their lawyers. Emma fell down in tears, thinking she had lost her chance to persuade him to retract his complaint against their doctor. "My parents and I had just left the notary after finalizing the transfer of my parental rights to them. It cost me an extra $5 for them to scan and send a copy to my lawyer. Unexpectedly, I received a call from the family doctor's office. The state was there and they had a court order to get medical data, but my name wasn't mentioned. The nurse asked for my authorization to release the documents linked to my family, including my wife's and my billing records. Mom had planned our trip thoroughly, ensuring there was something fun for Eve to do every day. It brought back memories of our childhood trips, We parked early again and with the humidity manageable. Dad and I were outside grilling supper. Mom called out that Ava was on my cell. I snatched the phone from her and responded. "Hi, Ava," I greeted her. "I'm surprised to hear from you so fast. It's been quite a day here." "Thanks to you." Ava chuckled lightly. "Emma was interviewed by state officials this afternoon for nearly an hour. We used our on-staff notary to record witness and verify her statement." "I find that incredibly interesting," I said. "Is there anything else vital I should know?" After the discussion, she indicated she'd have to face a complete review by the nursing board for her behavior. Ava indicated she's likely looking at a 6-month probation. "How will this influence her job?" I inquired, since what happened didn't occur here. "It won't influence her career much." Ava said, "I'll just have to keep an eye on her and report anything strange. For the next 6 months, Emma will probably submit the greatest daily reports on our patients and the full organization, but if she does get prob, we'll put her to the night shift during that period." I grinned because Emma loathed night shifts due to their impact on social life. I said that my dad and I were attempting to make this time unique for EIE. After a quick talk, I promised Ava dinner. Once I returned during supper, my mother questioned what I knew about Ava. I admitted I didn't know much. She's a single mother around my age, with a boy little older than Lily. I wasn't even sure if she was married. Ava and I stayed in touch for the remainder of our trip. The day before we returned, I called my lawyer to get access to my home so I could collect my possessions. That's when I discovered Emma had moved out, took what she wanted, and was now living with Ronald. We curtailed our trip short by a couple of days to get things sorted properly, slipping back into Cape on Friday morning. My folks found it hilarious and dropped me off at the house early that morning, bringing Lily to our new home. First I mowed the grass and a neighbor handed over a nice beer before I finished. He marked. It was a clever move, as news of our marriage breakup had entered the local media. I phoned a locksmith to Ricky all the locks. I spent the day cleaning up the mess Emma had left at home. I called my mom to check if there was anything she needed from the house. She responded no, only ours and Eve's close. The rest would be sold with the house. I collected up any canned items and frozen food we had left and dropped it off at the food bank. Then I returned to clear out the fridge. I got the goods home and Mom and insisted on washing all the garments in case something had been done to them by around 4 p.m. I picked up my phone. Ava answered right away. "Hey Ethan, you back?" Ava greeted. "When did you get back this morning?" "Spent the day cleaning up the house to get it ready for sale." I responded, "I was wondering if you and your kid wanted to join me and Emma for supper. If he was home." "We'd love to, but he's with my mom for the weekend." "I'm free though." Ava said, "Great, I'll leave with my mom and pick you up at 7. "How about Red Lobster or Outback?" I asked. "Red Lobster sounds great." She replied, "I dressed up a bit for dinner, nice shirt, dress, pants and slip-on leather shoes." With our reservation, we were seated promptly. We had a good meal and I learned more about Ava. She had never married and was raising her 7-year-old son on her own. Her father had been a firefighter in his time. My first day of work was scheduled for Sunday. No decisions have been made yet by the state about Emma and Ronald. The feeling was the longer it took, the worse it would be. I shared what we did as a family with Lily over the 3 weeks afterward. We strolled through downtown Cape to see the NTI. Around 11:00 I arrived back at my parents' place where my mom, being mom, was still up at work. On Sunday afternoon I was called to the office. There was a visitor waiting to see me. I figured it was who I expected. I was right. It was my soon-to-be ex-Emily. "Mrs. Foster, what can I do for you?" I greeted, turning on the voice recorder app on my cell phone as I walked into the office. "My name is still Lee Ethan," Emma replied. "Well, if that's true, then I'm still nothing but garbage to you," I responded. "So what do you want, Ethan?" "That's not true," Emma said, trying to calm things down. "Sorry, But your actions speak louder than words, don't they? I replied, the first thing you did was move in with someone else as soon as Lily and I went on vacation. Witnesses say you moved in the next day. So much for feeling guilty or remorseful. I want to see Eve. Emma said, check with your lawyer. I legally have no say in that anymore. Looks like you're knocking on the wrong door. I replied, after all, you publicly accused me of offending our child. I know that, but you can help facilitate it. Emma said, sorry, I don't think Eve should be around someone who is nothing but a. I said, photos show how much you care about our daughter when you're in another person's arms. Deal with my parents directly. Please leave Mrs. Foster and don't come back, or I'll seek a restraining order with that. I turned away and walked out. I instructed the staff member on duty to escort her out. I turned off the recording app and saved it. Later, he told me her face turned pale and she broke down as he escorted her to her car. I informed her that, based on what I had heard, Ethan had no choice but to react this way. If she had felt any responsibility over the past 4 weeks, she would have done something to clear his name. Most of us who assisted in the investigation find your behavior unforgivable. You are nothing but a scheming, greedy woman who planned to take everything that mattered to him. I was assisting first responders on a medical call late Monday afternoon. When my mother called, I let the call go to voicemail. We were preparing an elderly woman for transport to the hospital. When I returned to the station, I called her back. Sorry, Mom, I was on a call and couldn't answer. I explained I figured I wanted you to know. The state was here shortly after I brought Eve home. They spoke to her directly at school today. She said they toured the house, inspected her room. I showed them the transfer of parental rights and we discussed it for a while. I assured them I have never seen my son be offensive to anyone. Thanks, Mom, that's good to know. I said I hope you're not upset, but Emma's parents are here and staying for dinner. She said, should we wait for you? That's okay, Mom. Please give them my love and let them know. I'll be there as soon as I can. I replied, tell them they can have Eve whenever they want, as long as Emma isn't around. It has to stay that way until everything is resolved in court. I ended up working late, since one of the guys on the evening shift was unable to arrive until 8, so I stayed to cover. I informed him that he could make up the hours later. I texted my mother not to wait and stated that I was on my way home in my Ford Escape when Emma's father contacted me. Hello, Dad, how was dinner? I asked. It was great. Both my wife and I enjoyed it. Dad said, Ethan, my wife and I would like to thank you. Gracie told us what you had said. We are deeply sorry for what our daughter has done. We promise to keep your terms. Have you spoken with her at all? We haven't since receiving a copy of the divorce petition. She came to the station on Sunday demanding to see Eve. I told her it was out of my control. She'll have to deal with my mother about that. I just recalled that I recorded our talk. How about I SMS it to you? I said please do. Dad answered. I would like to hear it, so I mailed it to him. I suppose everything went well because he forwarded it to my parents. All of his children, including Emma, responded with a text stating that the reality had been effectively explained. It's a good thing I live in a small town because I found out the next day that my wife and I were set to meet with Judge Donald McDonald on Friday afternoon at 1:00. He's the toughest and most principled judge in the area. In his courtroom, you could say whatever you wanted, but if you over the line, he would correct you. It was reported, but not confirmed, that some men never recovered after confronting him. He was a legend around here. People frequently thought he made Judge Roy look like a pushover. My lawyer warned me that when the judge hears our case, it will be more severe than a Friday the 13th film. You had to be careful and prepared to answer his inquiries quickly or face the repercussions. The judge does not tolerate slander or suggestion. He wants the facts. With this understanding, we planned our defense. We were all present as the judge took his seat. Emma's lawyer requested visiting privileges to see Eve, which necessitated the termination of my parental rights surrender. My lawyer maintained that I had willingly relinquished parental rights in response to accusations made by my wife and her boyfriend, while the State Medical Board and Child Services were still investigating these claims. The question of whether I was offensive to my daughter will remain unsettled until the legal system clarifies the situation. Ethan Lee's time alone with his daughter could be interpreted as potential endangerment. Ethan Lee set aside his pride and focused on his daughter Eve's well-being. He hasn't been alone with her since the charges surfaced as a result of his wife's situation. We offered a taped conversation, as evidence observed by others, in which Ethan emphasized that Emma would need to settle problems with people who had parental rights. His parents, as well as the judge, demanded Ed to hear the exchange, so my lawyer played it over the courtroom sound system. Emma was displeased to hear it again. My lawyer then presented a notarized statement from a witness who added additional information. After I left, the judge requested to see the transfer of parental rights, and my lawyer provided him a copy. He smiled slightly as he read it. Turning to Emma's counsel, the court inquired whether he took the actions he considered were necessary after his soon-to-be ex-wife accused him of mental cruelty and emotional offense. My wife's attorney replied that sure, but she was under a lot of emotional stress at the time. She has restored her stability since leaving the relationship. Is this being investigated as described? I asked. Yes, it is. There hasn't been a ruling or resolution yet. Her lawyer responded. I will read what the relinquishing of parental rights means. The judge stated that I willingly give up my parental rights until government authorities examining claims against my parenting decide or until the court rules based on proof that I am not an offender of any type. Currently, 3 agencies are involved, correct? There are 3: the State Medical Board, the Child Welfare Agency and the State Nursing Board. My lawyer clarified. Interesting. This is a somewhat tough scenario. How long have these investigations been ongoing? Judge McDonald inquired. Approximately a month. My lawyer responded. For the duration. This appears to be more than just a standard debate over competing claims, correct? On page 32, the judge asked about the second and third paragraphs of Ethan Lee's divorce petition. We'll explain why the 3 boards are still investigating. My lawyer indicated that we all watched as the judge retrieved and reviewed the document. His expression became serious as he set the paperwork down and looked at my wife's lawyer. Let's be clear. The divorce cannot proceed until all 3 investigations are complete. I will not meddle with any inquiries that could lead to criminal prosecution. Based on what I have read, it appears that one party is here as a result of potential illegal activity by others. I must think about this possibility. It is possible that one party's accusations against the other are unfounded. Judge Donald McDonald confirmed that Mr. Ethan Lee's parental rights have been surrendered. Applaud the wisdom he demonstrated in court through his actions. It takes a special type of parent to prioritize their child's needs. Mr. Lee did this to protect both the child and himself. Given the questionable behavior of both biological parents toward their child, as well as his own actions, he decided to leave the situation. As a result, we cannot make any final decisions until we have reviewed the state reports. Mrs. Emily's request for visitation must be filed against the child's other legal guardian who is not him. The court is adjourned. The judge concluded Emma's expression spoke volumes. She clearly did not believe that my actions had been legally justified. She was furious about losing. As we left the courtroom, she confronted me. Ethan, how did you figure this out? Emma demanded from Eve's accident to Ava's barbecue. There were a number of small details that did not add up. I explained. Remember that Sunday phone call? Yes, why? Emma inquired, clearly intrigued. Just before that call, I noticed your behavior mirrored how you were in high school when you started liking someone else. I recounted that call I received was in response to a text I sent minutes earlier. By the time it ended, you were already under investigation. Her face turned pale. She hadn't realized she had inadvertently exposed herself. Until then she had believed someone had betrayed her secret. Pay attention to the little things. They reveal the whole story," I said with a grin. "Given your meticulous, patient reporting, you should have known that I didn't need to rub it in, but I couldn't resist seeing her even angrier only widen my smile." After court, I slipped into the men's room and ran into Judge MacDonald. I thanked him for his ruling. "It was my pleasure," Judge MacDonald replied once I reviewed the facts. "It became crystal clear." "Did your lawyer suggest you take that step?" "No, it was my decision," I replied. Knowing Emma as well as I do, I realized she would stop at nothing to worsen my situation. I felt cornered, knowing she had connections that could sway the outcome. This was the only way I could protect myself. If you hadn't acted preemptively, she might have gained visitation and even custody. Due to the severity of her accusations, the judge acknowledged your preemptive move. Put a stop to all that. I hope your name is cleared soon. So did I. Saturday night at the fairgrounds there was a Back to the 60s dance in one of the exhibition buildings. I got a couple of tickets and called Ava to see if she wanted to join. She said yes, but she had to have dinner with her parents first. She invited me and Eve to join them and I agreed. It was interesting. It had been a while since I faced an overprotective father. Eve and Ava's son, Terry, were getting along well. Ava's father seemed a bit harsh. I think Ava noticed because I overheard her telling her father to ease off. "I know Damon is a good, honest man." She said, "How do you know what kind of man he is?" He retorted. "His ex-wife has accused him of all sorts of things and everyone's whispering about it behind his back." Dad, Ava replied, "He works out of station number 3. He paused, then smiled and said, "Well, why didn't you tell me that it takes a special kind of man to be a fireman? I now know those stories about you are all nonsense. You always welcome here." They offered to keep Eve overnight, but I explained she was due at her grandparents' for the weekend, which led to me having to explain the whole situation. The dance was a blast. There's nothing quite like dancing to oldies like Twist and Shout, all the Beach Boy songs and early rock and roll. Some of the Do songs were her favorites because her mother used to play them when she was growing up. I walked Ava to her door as we said goodnight. She leaned in and kissed me. "Ethan, I know it's early, but I'm interested when you're ready," she said before saying goodnight. I got back to my parents' home just after 2 in the morning. Once again, Mom was waiting up. We talked about the night and how much I enjoyed it before I headed off to bed. The lawyers finalized the division of assets and we put the house up for sale. Things were slowly moving forward. 3 months after the separation, things started to fall into place. The state medical board found Dr. Ronald Foster guilty of multiple violations of their ethics code, primarily altering medical records for personal gain. His attempt to ruin a man's life to steal his wife was taken very seriously. His medical license in the state was permanently revoked. Ava called me when she heard the news, waking me from my sleep. I had just started back on night shifts and had only gotten about 2 hours of sleep. I was wide awake and too excited to go back to sleep. When I told my mom and dad the news, my mom was overjoyed. As I came out dressed up, my mom asked what's up. I told her I was going to ask the woman who stood by me these last few months if she'd like to go to lunch. Mom smiled and said, "Don't you think it's time we met, Ava?" I arrived at Chateau Nursing Home in Cape around noon, dressed semi-formally. The first person I saw was the receptionist who had lied to me months ago. Her face turned pale as I approached her counter inside the main entrance. "Could you please contact Ava Jones and let her know there's a gentleman here asking if she's available for lunch?" I asked. I watched as she called Ava's extension. A few minutes later, Ava arrived wearing a big smile. After greeting her, I pulled her into my arms and kissed her hand in hand. We left and went to Logan's Roadhouse for lunch. "You know, we're now the talk of the town." Ava said Emma already found out from the receptionist who's the queen of gossip. That's her problem. Now that I've been cleared, I'm moving forward, I replied. Besides, my new girlfriend might be getting tired of waiting for me to get moving. I must have said something right, because Ava's eyes welled up with tears. What was meant to be an hour lunch turned into 2.5 later. I found out that after I dropped Ava off, the receptionist told Emma how happy and in love we looked. Emma was about to discover trouble in her own paradise. The local CBS station reported the news during their early evening broadcast at 4:00. It exposed how Dr. Ronald Foster and Emily had conspired against me by falsifying medical records. Later that same week, the nursing board put Emma on probation for a year. Ava followed policy and transferred Emma to the graveyard shift. Emma's relationship with Ronald became strained, especially when she found out she was pregnant. Ronald began looking for other job opportunities, but found none. He eventually took a position as an orderly at the Lutheran Home for Veterans working the graveyard shift. It was the final night shift of a 4-day stretch when I walked into the station and saw a congratulatory banner hanging up. They had brought someone in to cover my shift. Ava, her son and her parents were there, along with our captain. My parents and daughter were also present. I had just been promoted. The process had been delayed because of everything I had been through. This promotion meant no more swing shifts for me. I was now in a junior management position, working 5 days a week for 8 hours each day, with weekends off during the party. I overheard Bill Jones telling the captain that if things went well, he might soon be my father-in-law. It took about 2 more weeks before we returned to see Judge MacDonald. The terms of the settlement were approved and my divorce was granted on grounds of adultery. Ronald Foster departed one night, leaving Emma alone and pregnant on Labor Day weekend. About an hour before sundown, I took Ava on a walk around a local state park. I had a little something planned that involved me getting down on one knee. She said yes. Of course, our families had organized a barbecue party on Monday afternoon at Ava's house and I had just finished grilling the hot dogs I liked while serving them. Ava's mother Teresa spotted the engagement ring and hugged her daughter. "When were you going to tell me?" Teresa asked after we finished eating. Ava replied with a wide grin. Bill noticed his wife's reaction and loudly asked her what's wrong. Everyone stopped to listen. Nothing. Bill, Ava and Ethan got engaged. They're getting married. Teresa said we got married a week before Halloween. Emma is now allowed to see Eve when she's with her parents. What no one knows is that legally, my parents and I have restored my parenting rights. Emma has to live with the reality that one of her boss is now her ex-husband's wife. She's not a joyful person. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My darlings, are you ready? The story I'm about to tell might be too dramatic for even the boldest TV series. It's a tale of betrayal, revenge, and rebirth. A successful professional after 25 years of hard work, discovered my wife's infidelity just as I was about to retire. And that's not all, the secret lives of my 3 daughters were also a shock to me. But that's just the beginning of the brilliance of this story. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I ran a final check around the house to make sure I hadn't overlooked anything crucial. Everything I needed for the work trip was packed. I assured my 25-year-old wife that I had parked my corporate car at the airport, but it remained at the office with other company belongings at 45. After 25 years in management, I left early, electing to invest 3/4 of my stock options in my company's retirement account each year. I avoided taxes and received a hefty retirement payment that exceeded my current salary. My focus on technology investments paid off and retirement checks are now deposited into my new Bank of America account. Last Friday I deposited my final salary, which included vacation pay and a $85,000 check from sold stocks, a nice nest fund, to avoid being considered marital assets. The corporation agreed to replace me at half the cost. I didn't deposit the stock check until today. I gave my pricey outfits to Goodwill, keeping only one, and decreased my goods in my new city, which has a lower tax rate and cost of living than California. I'd be better off financially. I rented a U-Haul for a one-way journey, using my family trust and Uncle John's name. It was laden with all I was carrying. He arranged it and I paid cash to avoid any links to me. I left the West Coast to return to my small hometown, avoiding the job I despised and my wife's recent actions. I was looking forward to a simpler life with distant neighbors. My wife forgot that I still owned my parents' farm, which she detested. Her disdain convinced me that I was correct to leave. I realized I had married a snob who had not changed, and I wondered whether I ever knew her true self. Her acts revealed our relationship's reality, allowing me to plan my new future with an unexpected sense of satisfaction. My flight from the past would have far-reaching consequences. I never closed my parents' trust, leaving the farm outside of marital assets, renting the land to local farmers, building a nice emergency fund with my abilities and repairing tractors and heavy equipment, rather than supervising its design and construction. A cousin prepared my parents' ancient homestead, offering a place to stay until it was habitable, so I wasn't concerned. I contacted my wife Lisa to remind her that I would be leaving on a business trip before she returned home from hers. I also checked to see if her flight schedule was still the same. She expressed her eagerness to return home after 2 weeks of living out of a suitcase case. I had everything prepared down to the minute. My 3 children and their husbands would come 2 hours before her to plan a surprise birthday celebration. We planned everything together. One of my daughters even invited her mother's boss and wife. I hinted and his wife said they'd come because he was always bragging about Lisa's work. She wanted to meet the woman she had heard so much about. My daughters had no idea how big the surprise really was. Over 50 family members and friends gathered for a potluck dinner to celebrate her late birthday. We were celebrating late because she was away with the management team for her birthday. She explained that it was something important she couldn't miss. I knew better but didn't say anything. I told my daughters that I had recorded my birthday wishes for my wife on a disc, even though I needed to fly out. I wanted to be present in spirit. I asked them to play my recording at the end, just as the party was winding down. That way everyone would understand my feelings about their mother. They simply had to turn on the large patio TV and press play. I left the timing up to them. It was time to text my oldest daughter's husband and let him know I'd give him my new phone number when I arrived. I also gave him my new email address. We had been working together for several years. Daniel was one of the rising stars at my previous job, and I met my eldest daughter through my work as an accountant. He knew about my retirement plans. He thought I was doing this because I found out about my wife's affair. He doubted it until I showed him the investigator's report. He's the type who needs to see to believe. I felt some regret about tonight, mostly because Daniel would learn a hard truth in an unpleasant way. But the truth had to come out. He suggested I remove all my contact information online, even closing my Facebook page, which I did once Lisa was on the plane home. He said to let her worry about the unknown. She may be my mother-in-law, but she deserves it. After what she did. I agreed, because in our state she gets half anyway. The last thing I did was send copies of our bank balances and a list of our small debts to my lawyer. According to the latest property tax assessment, our house was worth about $90,000. With my half, I could buy a new home and still have money left to furnish it. I tossed my cell phone into the garbage under the kitchen sink as I left our home for the last time. I knew nothing I did would be noticed until after the party. Leaving Loy, California after 25 years was sad. I was heading back to the Badlands of South Dakota as a nobody, just like when I left. Fewer than 10 people outside the family would miss me. Knowing my video would change many lives made me smile. I stopped at a cell phone store and bought a new phone, getting a local number for my new area. Back in the truck I made one call. When a woman answered. I said, "This is the new number, I'm headed out." She replied, "Got it." I then shut it off to save the charge for emergencies. I looked for to the drive east in mid-March before it got too hot. The countryside would be beautiful with the rebirth of spring. Lisa and I met at an Aerosmith concert years ago. She was a local California girl and I was from out of state. We married a year later. On the same day my parents flew out for the wedding. I worked in research and development and Lisa worked in importing and marketing. We had been with the same companies for years. Even now, Lisa turned heads when she walked into a room. She still had the same figure as when we married and dressed stylishly, showing off her best features. I couldn't say the same for myself. I had the typical dad bod with a pot belly and all. Lisa was eager to get home after spending 2 weeks with her boss and lover, Eric Davis. She was sorry her husband, Colin, had to leave suddenly, but that happened often with two busy careers. Being with Eric was a nice break, but she looked forward to her normal routine. 2 weeks of sex every night was fun for a while, keeping her feeling young and appreciated. Still, she preferred making love with her husband twice a week regularly. After their private jet landed, she cleared the airport and got into her company car to drive home. When Lisa arrived, she was surprised to see her family there. All 3 of her daughters and their husbands had made it. Her eldest was 23 and the twins were 22. The big celebration was in full swing over the next few hours. Lisa loved the attention from family, close friends and some co-workers. Lisa was surprised when her boss and his wife showed up. She had just spent 2 weeks with him. When she asked who invited them, her oldest daughter admitted it was her. She said, "Your boss always brags about you and his wife wanted to meet you." This made Lisa feel special and proud. Finally, around 8 p.m., her 3 daughters congratulated their mother on reaching another milestone. Mom. The twins said Dad didn't want to be left out, so he recorded a special message for you. They turned on the ADN TV and played the DVD. The crowd on the patio got quiet. Everyone heard my voice saying, "Happy birthday, dear." I talked about some highlights from the past year. I mentioned a few funny things before getting serious, like the birth of our first grandson, the marriage of our last single daughter, our last anniversary and our plans for a second honeymoon. "It's been a busy year," I said. "I believe we as a couple are finally heading in the same direction. I was looking forward to romantic weekends like we had before the kids came along. Then I came home from a trip overseas and found this on our security system. It changed my whole world. I found out that my wife and I lived with 2 different realities." The video clip started playing, showing my wife and daughters talking about having lovers on the side without their spouses knowing. It got very quiet as the clip revealed their comments about their lovers, who they were, what it was like, what they did, and when they even talked about covering for each other when needed. The first time I saw, I was shocked. It seemed unreal to hear women talk about their affairs so openly. I had to watch it more than once to accept this new reality. It was interesting to hear how easy they thought it was to deceive their spouses. Lisa bragged that she had her 3rd lover in the last 10 years. She said each lover brought her different and exciting experiences until she got bored. She proudly said she was already looking for her 4th. It was clear that their husbands had no idea how these women really viewed them. Keeping their spouses fooled was easy. They just had to make them believe they were the most important thing in their lives. The details they shared were quite revealing to some of the spouses who were also at the party. For many, this would be a night to remember. I came back on the screen to say I wondered if they knew they were being recorded by our security system. If they did, they must have set me up. It was the sickest joke on me. If not, it showed their true feelings towards their spouses. Just their words weren't enough for me to believe what I heard I said, but it did make me doubt. The next clip will show what I found, thanks to the investigators I hired. The second clip showed my wife and her boss on their last business trip. It was filmed during the first week of their 2-week stay. It captured everything: the long hours lying naked on Vancouver's only nude beach, the hotel suite they shared at the Western Bay Shore Hotel, the hotel registry listing them as Mr. and Miss, their romantic horse and carriage journey around Stanley Park whispering sweet nothings. There were romantic dinners, a night boat ride around the cove and a day of whale watching. To anyone unaware, it looked like a honeymoon. By the time the video concluded, everyone knew I had been duped more than once. The last words I recorded spoke it all. I imagine this was your birthday present to yourself. My darling. Celebrating your 43rd birthday with your newest love must have been fantastic. Lisa, I can't verify you made love with your boss, Eric Davis, every night throughout your trip, but I also can't say you didn't. I said in the video. I do know for a fact your room had only one double bed. To my 3 sons-in-law, I have to ask, do you really know what your spouses are doing behind your back? It seems I didn't. Are you certain your children are yours? Are my children really mine? I continued, how many special business trips are there? Lisa was simply personal playing with your new lover. Was I such a horrible lover and husband all these years? Given how long your affairs in this new reality have lasted. It appears that you believed so. I realized how little I mattered to you if you were so unhappy. Why didn't you simply ask for a divorce? One last question, Lisa, are you such an important employee to Mr. Davis that you are willing to sleep with him? I had to ask, given what we now know, what is he actually paying you for? Does he pay you more for kinky stuff? What is the going fee for a married woman to work as his personal hooker? I wish I could be there. I would love to hear Eric Davis's responses to these questions. I suppose his wife, if she is around, would want to hear them too. I finished as the screen turned black. The silence on the patio was overwhelming. Nobody knew what to say or do. My statement sparked numerous questions and tarnished several reputations. Even in California, where social conventions are relaxed, everyone felt uneasy being a part of it. The police here don't bother investigating thefts under 1,000. That was part of what we paid to reside in California. Many people would have furious discussions with their husbands when they arrived home that night. One thing was certain, this was a party that everyone will cherish for the rest of their lives. Later I learned that my wife Lisa and our 3 girls were crying. I wondered if it was because they realized the repercussions of their behavior or because they were apprehended. I doubt that any of them cared about me at that time. The icing on the cake came when Eric Davis's wife, Rebecca Davis, a stunning 37-year-old, took out 2 legal envelopes and served both. I heard Rebecca enjoyed slapping my soon-to-be ex-wife and calling her ugly names. Lisa and her lover were now being divorced by their respective wives. Faced with the public fallout from their acts, one wonders what they thought of their new reality. Eric was stunned to be caught and exposed in front of his wife. He couldn't change what had happened. Both had witnessed and heard my proof. He assumed his wife had no idea because she never questioned him. He then understood she was my lawyer. All of this had been triggered by Lisa. He would have to fire her if he hoped to save his marriage. Disclosing the truth about my wife and my life has shattered 5 marriages. My 3 sons-in-law instructed their wives not to return home until they were prepared to disclose the complete truth, even though the younger generation held differing moral and ethical beliefs. Some things were simply too much, but this is California and everything is different here. Unfortunately, they had to go through this to learn it. I drove until I was exhausted. I stopped at a Hotel 6 and parked where the office could see my truck. After checking in, I took one of my suitcases and the new cell phone to my room. After a shower, I prepared for bed and charged my phone Curie. It compelled me to turn it on to see if I had received a message from the lady who had my number. I did. The text says home from the party. Call me Rebecca. My divorce lawyer answered before the 3rd ring. Hello, darling, I said, how did your day go? Better than expected. Eric and I arrived at the residence about 3. There were approximately 60 persons there. Everyone was in a good mood for 5 hours. The party was ideal. You were correct. They had no idea. Rebecca said Lisa was overjoyed, feeling like a queen bee. Then, as things were winding down, your daughters played your recorded video in response to what you had shared. Rebecca paused to collect her breath as she announced that the firm had acquired 3 new clients. When they saw the video of your wife and daughters, they realized they hadn't turned off the security cameras that day. It was amusing to hear all 4 women say we're screwed. Rebecca also laughed. Rebecca remarked that everyone was taken aback by how nonchalantly they discussed their affairs. Then the video of our spouse's romantic trip cemented the deal. Everyone knew the first chat was authentic. When I served our spouses, everyone fled for cover. It felt as if someone had yelled fire at your house. Your 3 sons-in-law inquired whether I was a divorce lawyer. I answered yes, which is why I served them. I received 3 retainer checks on the spot. It appears that your daughter's romances may end in divorce too, Rebecca exclaimed. Happily I drove Eric's car home and left him there. Did they attempt calling me? I asked after most people had left. Your wife attempted to contact you. We watched as she discovered your ringing cell phone in the trash. Throwing away your phone communicated volumes without uttering a word. Rebecca described it as if you were saying goodbye to your family. My husband stood motionless, believing he had been so cautious. I remarked, smiling. The countdown is underway. Divorces can be granted 6 months after they are filed. I don't regret discovering that chat on the security system. Without it, I would not have met you. Perhaps they will settle swiftly and without a fight. Do you still want everything sold and converted to cash? Rebecca inquired. Yes, unless she buys me out. With so many people leaving California, I suggested that it could be better for me. If that's what she wanted tomorrow, she will begin to panic. Rebecca added. I would love to see her face when she finds out you are no longer with your former employer. I'll put my legal firm up for sale tomorrow. I notified my sister and her husband that you were on your way. He is looking forward to meeting you. He still believes you helped him acquire his tractor dealership a few years ago. The ramifications of creating this new reality have only barely begun. I wonder if they'll still be laughing when we're finished. I responded before saying goodbye. Lisa stood there holding her husband's cell phone. She wanted to tell him that Eric Harper didn't mean anything to her and that their 3 girls were his. Then it struck her. He was no longer concerned about the truth. This was his method of letting everyone know he was done with them. Her lies were to blame. She had been too selfish to consider the consequences of getting caught. She realized that the fun, excitement and sex on the side were not worth the money. There was no going back. Loy remained a small town. In many ways people may forgive, but they will not forget. There were always whispers behind her back. Colin's actions conveyed a clear message. He had written them all out of his life, at least until his anger subsided. It might take him a while. He had always forgiven her for her bad behavior in the past. Perhaps he will again. Lisa began to believe that with time, she might be able to win him back. Lisa admitted to herself that she had not planned her life. It had evolved over time. She had a progressive mindset and preferred to blame others rather than accept responsibility. She saw nothing wrong with what she was doing. After all, no one was being hurt after getting away with it. Once she found herself involved in a second affair. Eric Davis was her 3rd lover until today. She never imagined she would be caught. Colin and she had been so preoccupied with their careers that when they returned home, they focused solely on each other and shut out the rest of the world. Her own stupidity had set him off because of her actions. Even her daughters were considering divorce. Rebecca and I grew up less than 20 years apart, but we never met because of our age gap. I graduated high school before she did. I booked an appointment with her firm to explore divorce options. By chance, she was assigned to me. After hiring her, I showed her the video clip. She was shocked to realize the man my wife was talking about might be her husband. We confirmed it through her personal Facebook page. That day we both knew our marriages were over. We bonded over our spouse's actions. After a long talk about her ethics, we decided to work together. As we investigated, our relationship grew. Initially we kept it professional, but we helped each other heal. In a few weeks we became friends. Unless you've experienced it, you can't understand the betrayal, anger, hurt and hate. We had many phone calls to work through those emotions, and that's how our relationship started. We supported each other out of mutual need. Talking about our roots brought us closer. We were kindred spirits with shared experiences. We laughed about places we both knew and things we did when we were young. These talks lightened our mood. Neither of us was looking for love, but it happened. Last week, after dealing with her daughters, we admitted we had fallen in love. So far, our relationship has been platonic. We plan to keep it that way until our divorces are finalized. To keep things simple, 12 days ago, right after I said goodbye to Lisa, Rebecca called. She had just told her daughters about their father and they didn't believe her. I asked if her oldest daughter was still there. She said yes, so I asked to speak to her. I told her daughter that their mother was my lawyer and that I had evidence to show them. I explained that I didn't know who Rebecca was when I hired her for my divorce. It wasn't until she saw my evidence that we realized we had the same problem. I suggested they view the evidence before passing judgment. Rebecca's daughters came to my place about half an hour later. I showed them the house's security system and how it worked. You could turn off the outside cameras before entering the house, but if you forgot to turn off the internal ones, they would record any sound or movement. I thought they needed to understand this before seeing the video. Then I had Amber and Meadow watch the discussion between my wife and our daughters. They were shocked hearing their father discuss intimate details about his bed life with my wife was disturbing. This is what your mother saw after I hired her. Because of her ethics, she couldn't tell you how she knew. I explained. Right now your father and my wife are in Vancouver on their fake business trip. I have investigators getting more proof. When my wife Lisa returns, she will be served with divorce papers. I had a long conversation with the two girls about the meaning of vows, emphasizing that while forgiveness is easy, rebuilding trust is the real challenge. I expressed concern that my daughters are learning from their mother's behavior, which Lisa admitted has been ongoing for years. This situation has made us question the sincerity of our marriage vows and view our marriage in a different light. I pointed out that our lives have been torn apart by these actions and without our children, everything we knew would feel like a lie. Meadow, Rebecca's youngest, surprised me with her insight, noting that if our spouses respected us, they would have never betrayed us. After the conversation, I called Rebecca to share how it went. She later told me her daughters found her easy to talk to. Amber, Rebecca's daughter, mentioned that I remind her of her grandfather, making complex issues simple and understandable, a trait she associates with our shared rural background. Both Rebecca and I are realizing the value of the simpler life we left behind and are seeking to return to it, moving away from the constant rush and competition of our current lives. At 6:00 the next morning I was on my way. I got back on Interstate 80 East by tonight. I hope to be out of Nevada and into northern Utah near the Wyoming border. I was taking my time to see some sights I had always wanted to see. Surprisingly, I was at peace. That night, after checking into a nice inn, I checked my new email account. I had a message to call my oldest son-in-law. Thankfully, he gave his phone number. "Hi, Daniel," I said. "Hi, Dad, glad you called." He said, "I've got a lot to tell you, but first, where are you?" "I'm on the road nursing my wounds," I said with a serious chuckle. "I'll mention it to the individual who asked if I heard from you." Daniel said, "It's been a wild day. Lisa showed up at the office this morning demanding to know where you were sent. She decided to catch a plane to sort things out with you. She still felt she could save the relationship," he said when she was told you had retired. "She asked for proof, so I was called to talk to her. I told her you would take an early retirement and we're moving. She asked where. I said I didn't know. She declared me a liar, stating you know where the retirement checks are routed or confined. Find out." He informed me it went downhill from there. I had to ask security to escort her away. He claimed I should not have laughed, but I did. "Oh, it gets better. Dad." Carrie contacted to say her mother was dismissed shortly after Eric Davis was served with your $5 million alienation of love action via a lawyer in Vancouver. She needed to call a taxi to get home. Lisa went to a labor lawyer and gave him another issue to handle. Daniel explained that they served him around for the day. "Carl wants to come home and see our son." I told her we were not going to do anything until I confirmed that my boy was mine. If she does not like it, she can take me to court. Carrie claims she has not slept with anyone since our wedding. He went on and I said that is not what your own words claim in the recorded chat. Well, at least they are not bothering me about it. I responded with a laugh. I'm using the opportunity to see some sights that I've always wanted to see. This spontaneous vacation is turning out to be the best thing I've done in a long. The question is, would you truly divorce her, Daniel? The twins got their clothes and moved in with Lisa, Daniel added. My wife is also staying there. Nobody wants anything to do with them right now. Everyone is too agitated to think. Clearly. Divorce hinges on what the DNA proves. If he is not my son, we have no reason to continue together right now. It appears that I was given a bogus story. She only showed me the things she wanted me to see, like bait on a hook. I've had around 6 months to cope with my emotions. Believe me, it takes that long to decide what you can live with. So take your time and don't rush through anything. I say time has enabled me to go forward and rebuild my life. It's moving in a new direction and I'm excited about it. So you aren't coming back? Daniel stated only if one of my lawyers requires me in court. I stated that the location I am moving to has lower taxes and a lower cost of living. Thus I will be financially better off. In addition, the CEO has requested that I serve as an advisor on occasion. I can do it for my future home using a secure line and my PC, so I'll never get entirely out of it. I told him I'd do it as long as I wasn't required to wear a suit or tie. Well, Dad, they already miss you here. Daniel explained. I heard that people would present you with their ideas and you would point out what was excellent and what may go wrong. Is this your new cell phone number? Yes, but for now keep it to yourself. I spoke. One final thing, tell Lisa the next time you speak with her that she can return to one of her other friends with benefits. After all, they had already accepted her. If she argues, simply say so. For the past 10 years, you've demonstrated that he was just your backup plan. Daniel had filmed our talk and emailed it to my wife and daughters, something I was unaware of at the time. I later learned that Lisa was unimpressed. She believed I had no right to advise my son-in-law on anything. After all, I was only a man. My daughters were beginning to realize the expense of adopting their mother's lifestyle. Each of their husbands preferred as little interaction with them as possible. They were beginning to turn against their mother. The following phone went to Rebecca, who was thrilled to hear from me. She and her team were besieged with 5 new divorce cases as a result of my wife's surprise birthday celebration. It appears that 1 or 2 of Lisa's prior companions have been identified. She was aware of Lisa was firing and explained that it was Eric's attempt to reconnect, but she was uninterested. He didn't realize the board of directors had previously spoken with her and explained everything. Lisa would be rehired and promoted, while he would be demoted for utilizing company resources for personal gain. She was simply that skilled at her work. Rebecca told her daughter that she was returning to South Dakota following her divorce. If they wanted to stay in California, they'd have to find their own apartment or live with their father. She explained, I've reached an age where I prefer a simpler life. Meadow asked, is it because you are in love with Colin Waite? Rebecca responded, I have, but we have not acted on it. We haven't taken any action yet, but I felt compelled to convey our situation. Meadows said, I hope it makes you feel younger again. Rebecca said it does. She offered them to join her when she moved, saying, you are old enough to choose the type of life you want. Learn from what I'm going through. I thought Lisa would have a hard time finding another man like me. Her actions had harmed her chances of finding an honest, loving relationship as a result of the publicity surrounding our breakup. I wondered how long it would take her to discover this. Around lunchtime I drove into my hometown. It had taken more than 3 days to arrive here. I located a little diner and ate there before traveling to the property. During my last week at work, I had scheduled the installation of electricity. I was waiting for my hamburger and fries. I'm drinking coffee right now, son of a witch, Colin Waite. An old-timer, who stepped in and sat down at my booth, asked if that was you. "It's nice to see you, son. You're looking great." "Thank you, Uncle John. Where is your wife?" I replied with a smile. "She and our girls are at the house, getting everything ready." I needed to solve a few small plumbing problems. The house is almost ready to move in ready. They cleaned everything, repaired the fridge and replaced the fuses on the old stove. You'll probably wish to update and modernize. We now reside in town because Robert and his wife have taken over the property. "Good," I said. "Order some food on me and we'll catch up." It felt good to be back with my family before heading to my childhood home. I stopped to the local grocery store to get some supplies. It was astonished how much lower the food prices were here. I had 2 carts by the time I arrived to the cashier. The cashier and I had gone to school together, so we caught up. While she called me through. When I arrived at my family home, I was surprised by how nice it looked from the outside. My aunt and cousins came out to greet me and assisted with the groceries. After we put them away, we made coffee. After they left, I got a better look at the house. Uncle John was correct. I'd need major updates. I asked him for the names of good construction crews. 2 hours later he brought them home. This gave me time to unpack. After inspecting the house, we decided it would be less expensive to build a new one. The old house required completely new electrical wiring and plumbing. The barn was in good condition with a new roof, some replacement boards and a fresh coat of paint. It would be like new. The stalls would be removed, allowing me to use the barn as a shop for tractor and heavy equipment repairs. That night I called Rebecca to tell her what I had learned. We decided on a 1-story house with a small cold cellar for storage built on a 4T crawl space with double insulation for the chill winters. I promised to stop by her brother-in-law's dealership the next day. I called the contractor and explained what I wanted. He stated that he had some plans to bring over. After work I returned the rental truck and headed to the nearest car store. I purchased a good, slightly used Ford pickup with low miles. I had everything moved and insured. Before returning the rental I visited the bank, made a deposit. I picked up a few blank checks and ordered some. The disparity in petrol costs surprised me here. It was considerably cheaper. Then I proceeded to present myself to Rebecca's older brother. It came out we had attended high school together. He made me an immediate job offer. I could start whenever I was ready. I informed him of my plans and my continuous contact with the corporation. He mocked me about his sister and our connection. He claimed he never truly comprehended his sister's first marriage. I agree with him. The contractor and I agreed on a budget for constructing a 4-bedroom home with a spacious 2-car garage behind the existing house. We chose to install a new septic system and use gas for heat water and cooking, with a large gas generator for backup power. The house would have an open floor layout, a laundry mudroom with garage access and a double insulated crawl space. The expenses would be reimbursed by my divorce settlement. After briefing Rebecca on the new house contract and visiting her brother, Daniel called to let me know that Lisa had hired a private firm to find me, thinking we might work things out. I told Daniel there was nothing to work on and that if we got back together, Lisa would simply repeat her actions. Daniel meditated on my statements, recognizing that many intelligent individuals fail to recognize basic truths, which is why our country has so many difficulties. I mentioned that Lisa does not perceive her acts as the problem and believes I should be retrained to tolerate her conduct. She is not remorseful for what she did, only for being caught. Daniel recognized the validity in my perspective and felt he needed to talk to Carrie about marriage equality. He recalled his father's adage, "What's good for the goose is good for the gander," and realized that his mother saw him as a means to an end. I suggested that Daniel seek marriage counseling, ideally with a conservative counselor, in order to expose Carrie to a different perspective. Daniel acknowledged that until Carrie found a balance, their relationship might not last and he might have to leave for his own sanity. I began working on the barn, tearing down the stalls. It kept me busy. The physical effort was strenuous, but it felt nice to exercise my muscles again. I found myself enjoying it. On Thursday night, I received an unexpected call. It came from Rebecca. My daughters thought I needed some cheering up. She claimed they had called my brother to inform him of our divorces. They did not know he had known for nearly 4 months. Meadow described how I learned about their father's adultery and how they met you. Joseph told them he went to school with you and that you helped him obtain the dealership years ago. I owe that man a lot. It turned out that you had returned to take over your family's property. They chatted about us for nearly an hour. Everything slowly came out. They were startled that their favorite uncle approved of our relationship as it stands. Please ensure that they do not disclose that information. Lisa hired a firm to find me. I explained she believes that by simply talking to me, she will be able to persuade me to forgive and return. How did you figure that out? Rebecca inquired. I contacted my oldest son-in-law in the office. I answered Hugh's keeping me informed. Talking to me also helps him figure out how to move forward. Rebecca stated there was no problem with that. My daughters won't tell anyone about what they did. I was curious, so I inquired. What did they do? They used my credit card to buy my flight. I arrive at the regional airport at 8:00 p.m. Rebecca revealed what happened on Friday night. Start living the dream, Mom, they added. You both deserve it. I waited for her with a dozen crimson roses full of excitement and optimism. This weekend was our first official time together, and it made me laugh to realize that the last time I felt this young and goofy was as an adolescent. As she approached, her brunette hair was arranged to highlight her natural features. I couldn't help smiling. It was wonderful to see her dressed simply in blue jeans, a yellow blouse and a soft denim jacket, appearing both comfortable and genuine. Knowing she hadn't eaten, we grabbed her suitcase and went to Ruby Tuesdays, where I had a surprise planned. After parking and securing her suitcase, we went inside. Her brother and sister-in-law were already present, and by the conclusion of supper, Rebecca had promised to be her brother's lawyer. When she returned home driving down the driveway of my childhood house, I had no idea what to expect. It was a classic 1960s style home, tight and strong. Rebecca's face brightened up as she walked inside. After taking a seat, I poured her a beer and played some of my parents' old music. It was lovely to listen to Dean Martin, Sammy Davis and Old Blue Eyes while snuggling on the couch. Like teens when we were growing up, our parents would listen to these tunes. We were taking it slowly, wanting to be sure we were on the correct path. Lisa wasn't pleased. She was used to having her way. She was having trouble communicating with her spouse, Colin. There was no record of him taking a flight or renting a car. Even private investigators were unable to find anything. His Facebook page was closed. At his request, Bank of America revoked his credit card. Everything she looked into led to a dead end. Every day this week, his lawyer contacted and asked for the name of her lawyer. She had not hired one because she believed her marriage could be saved. He had deleted all of his contacts from the previous telephone log. She knew he had relatives, but couldn't recall their names. His family had never been significant to her, so she paid little heed. He had been so careful to remove all signs of himself that she couldn't even obtain his social security number. Even her daughters began to worry. He had usually communicated with them on a daily basis, but after his departure no one had heard from him save Daniel, and Daniel was not telling. He had informed her eldest, Carrie, no communication until he could verify. Tiny Colin was his son. However, he didn't appear to be in a hurry to do so. Carrie challenged him and he laughed at her. That was not how a husband was expected to behave. Colin wasn't behaving like Colin, which was frustrating her. Colin has always carried out his responsibilities. It was the only consistency she could count on. She now needed to pay someone to perform what he had always done. The trouble was that hired help did not treat it with the same care and devotion as Colin did. The entire scenario was putting a strain on everyone. If Colin had only done what he always did, her relationship with her daughters would not be deteriorating. They were partially blaming her for their relationship issues, which was not proper. Colin was not carrying out his responsibilities. It is each woman's obligation to maintain her life in order. Every male in a relationship must realize that the woman is the ruler. When she discovered Colin, she would punish him severely for his misbehavior against her and their children. Nothing is more simple or beautiful than sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee watching the sunrise. I know, because that is what Rebecca and I have been doing up until now. I've never understood why my parents would start their days like this whenever possible. Rebecca said that being here feeling loved and appreciated by the universe and yourself gives you the confidence to face anything. They could sit and observe without saying anything, because they saw their world in the same way. I took her hand, just as my father would with my mother, without saying anything. I realized I was saying a lot. Driving back home, I realized I was returning to my true self and leaving behind who I had become. I can see changes in myself already. I've never felt more secure and at peace. I replied softly. I saw that same cloud lift from you last night as you walked towards me. It is a feeling that cannot be described until you have experienced it. Your statements suggest that it is also impacting you. It's a cultural shock to me. Nothing appears to be bogus here. It's all real here. You may hear yourself think. The morning silence permits it. I'd forgotten how lovely and relaxing it is. Rebecca stated that times like this highlight the quality of life that can only be found when two hearts are ready. This weekend presented an opportunity for both of us. We started to learn about ourselves. Although we came close, we did not engage in sexual activity. We both desired more from our relationship than just sex. I met her parents for the first time. It was a pleasant visit and I was put to work adjusting the timing on his tractor and other small issues. It took around 4 hours, but once I finished it went smoothly and straight. Rebecca saw me covered in oil, grease and grime for the first time. She watched me clean up in her parents' mud room, smiling the entire time. Muddy rooms. My mother would say we were created so husbands wouldn't track the mess into the house. Her father claimed the tractor would have been in the shop for a week if I hadn't been there. Her mother was overjoyed about the prospect of her only daughter returning home. It was heartbreaking to see her off at the airport on Sunday evening. It had been 2 months since I left California and things were progressing. Lisa finally hired a lawyer. The court approved a $5,050 split. Rebecca's husband was still an idiot trying to save every penny he could. Daniel and Carrie were seeing a marriage counselor because the baby was his. They saw him weekly and made slow progress. Carrie was forced to see the other side of the situation, which changed her perspective. Little Colin was growing like a weed. I was looking forward to seeing the little guy. Lisa and my daughters, Faith and Hope, were both deeply affected by their divorces. Their ex-husband said they couldn't trust them anymore. Unfortunately, I understood why my ex-wife's relationship with her daughters had changed forever. I was back in Loy, flown in by private jet to spend a week or two testing the company's most recent model. It needed to pass the final inspection before going into mass production in 2022. I'd spend the next 2 weeks making sure it was durable, strong, easy to move and repairable. The firm reserved a room for me at the Hampton Inn and Suites in one of the towns. Amber Harper chose to take her mother to dinner at the hotel restaurant. They were already seated when I entered. Amber saw me and smiled as I approached her. We had met earlier in the day for coffee to ensure that everything was going as planned. "Mama, I hope you don't mind, but I invited a friend to join us, so you might want to move a little further into the booth." Amber stated, "I think you'll be delighted to see them." Rebecca said, "What are you up to?" She asked, sliding over to make space. "It's just someone I've gotten to know over the last 5 weeks in Meadow, and I agree that we're excited to spend more time with him." Amber spoke as I sat down. Rebecca turned to face me, breaking into a huge smile as she recognized who I was. I had developed a mustache and goatee in the previous 2 months and appeared to have lost weight, but I had not. My body fat had turned into muscle. "Wow, what a surprise." Rebecca said, "I love your new look, but what are you doing here?" First of all, I'm going to have a nice dinner with my girlfriend, friend and her daughter during the meal. I'll explain. I said, Amber, thank you for helping me pull off this little surprise. Just as we were starting to order, Meadow showed up. I hope I'm not too late. Meadow said as she sat down. I had to work a bit longer than I planned. During the meal I explained that I was in town to test a new model planned for release in 3 years. The biggest change was that the huge tractor would run on natural gas. If it met our expectations, farmers could build a refill station on the farm at the cost of labor. The equipment cost would include the fixtures for the refill pump. Since natural gas is cheaper and cleaner than gasoline, we thought we had a very marketable product. If the test model succeeded, the company would offer it as part of a new line. Just before we ordered dessert, Rebecca's daughters asked a question: do you two hope to be settled in South Dakota before school starts in September? Rebecca said yes. Why? How far is Vermilion from your new home? Mom, Amber asked. About 40 miles from the farm. Why? I start working on my MBA at the University of South Dakota this fall. Can I live with you guys? If not, I can stay at Uncle Joseph's. I chose that school because it's one of the cheapest in the country and I can cut down my living costs. Rebecca was smiling while holding back tears. I took her hand and held it tightly. Rebecca said quietly, "You were right. We are building a new 4-bedroom house. It'll be finished next month." I added we wanted to be ready in case you both decided to come, so let your mother know what colors you want for your rooms. You were planning on us coming. Meadow said, more hoping. Rebecca said we wanted you to make the decision on your own. If I forced you would blame Colin. He would end up paying for it because of the resentment. How did you figure that out? Mom, Amber asked. Colin asked if I trusted you two to make the right decision for yourselves. I said yes. She explained. He said then let them, because your relationship with me is stronger than with your dad. Amber and Meadow looked at me puzzled. Then Amber spoke. That first night you sized us up by the time we left. You knew what we would do, didn't you, Colin? I knew you were going for further education, Amber, and that it could be anywhere. Meadow was my focus. When she mentioned respect, I knew how it would turn out. I explained the hardest part was reminding your mother that it would all turn out right. The unknown is always tough, but time reveals the needed answers. We had just finished dinner and were leaving. Rebecca and I were going to see a movie. Amber and Meadow were heading home. That was when Lisa spotted me. She was driving in as I was opening the car door for Rebecca. It took her a few minutes to recognize me because of my new look. My lifestyle had changed. I no longer sat behind a desk by the time she realized it was me. We were gone. I had gotten slimmer, working on the barn, installing a wood stove for heat in it while doing a general cleanup. I had formed firmness in my muscles that I hadn't had in years. The old pot belly I had carried for years was long gone. I now had a slender build and looked younger than I had in years. As the stress I carried was gone in a lot of ways, I had been reborn. Parts of my soul that had been hidden by my relationships over time were coming out as if they had been set free. I dropped Rebecca off after the movie and returned to my suite after leaving a request for a wake-up call in the morning. Security recognized me and signed me in so I could get my first look at the finished new design. It was this that I had enjoyed the most. Seeing the finished product ready for final approval before mass production. Research and development can be quite boring, but seeing the finished product in its glory made it worth it. I got at it and was already into testing it before the rest of the team showed up. I had already discovered a couple of minor things that needed changing and had rerouted the feeding line so it wouldn't be affected by the direct heat. I had even written them up for the final report. Everybody was surprised and pleased with how good I looked. The president came in when I was using the test tractor to haul and push back 2,000 pounds. It handled and maneuvered with ease, especially through the mud bed we had formed for this test. He had to laugh seeing me in a pair of blue jeans wearing a white t-shirt and a blue baseball hat backward working that huge tractor like I owned it. The gears changed smoothly. The tractor's arms could hold the weight we required it to. I tried to tip it numerous times, but failed in every attempt. I even drove it on 2 wheels off a ramp and it came back down on all 4s, just like it should. The balance in this piece of equipment was excellent. Colin, you're still the man the president said if you could turn this tractor on your head, you would. What's your first impression of this beast? If it can take what I will put it through, it's going to be in the top 5 that we have ever designed so far. Besides a couple of minor adjustments, it's passing with flying colors, and added plus is that it uses less fuel than a normal diesel engine. I said as I offered my hand, "Good to see you again, Pete." He said with a smile, "We would give you your old position back if you want it. But by the way you look, I understand why you moved on. Where did you find the fountain of youth?" Little did he understand that he had discovered the secret to my evaluate a new product. I treated it the same way I did my first truck, like the piece of junk. It was by the end of the day. I said it had held up good, 1 down 9 to go. It was almost 7 before I got back to my hotel. As I entered the lobby, I spotted my daughter Carrie and her husband, Daniel, waiting. Carrie was holding little Colin. I walked in, looking like I needed a shower, as I was covered in dry mud from head to toe. Carrie spotted me and walked towards me. "Hi, Dad," she said, "you're looking really good. Do you have time to talk to us or not?" I looked over at Daniel and caught his signal, so I said, "But let me go have a shower first." Then Daniel joined us. "Look, you two can wait here or come up and wait in the suite that has a kitchen." I said, "We can have food to be brought up or we can dine down here. Either way is okay with me. Let's head to your suite and order the dinner while you're showering. Then we can have a private conversation. That's long needed." Carrie stated, so that's what we did. We ordered what we wanted through room service. Then I went for a brief shower as I was getting dressed. Rebecca called, so I informed her what was going on and promised to call her back. After I was done, I broke open a bottle of Crown Royal and poured us everyone a drink. The youngsters requested Coke in theirs. I added just a bit of water and gave it a stir. "Dad, Daniel and I have been going through a lot of troubles these last 2 months. It took the chat you found to bring it to the forefront." Carrie spoke earnestly. "I only moved home last week. Mom had been discussing her outside relationships for years. We all assumed you knew and had consented. Mom defended her actions by claiming that the two of you had completely different sexual desires. Daniel and I weren't getting anywhere, so I got a polygraph done to help both of us understand what I had or had not done until I accomplished that. We were going to divorce." "I see," I added. "I hope you both understand that because of the damage done to both of you, it will take time and complete honesty to rebuild a new relationship going forward." I took my grandson into my arms and held him close to my breast, his little head resting on my shoulder. I asked Daniel to take a photo of me holding him. I realized that in many respects I was behaving like my mother, who justified everything she did with her point of view. She can't see. It still does not justify her actions. Carrie went on to remark. I was doing it without thinking because it was so natural. I now find myself pausing to consider a lot before doing anything. To be honest, that was quite a shock. Daniel replied, "Dad, I'm seeing a side of her that I didn't realize was there. It has led me to believe that we have a better than 50-50 probability of making it. Just remember that it takes time, honest communication, with a heart and mind that truly listens. I mentioned that you are both young. Therefore it is not ridiculous to seek independent counsel or guidance. Lisa let societal ideals to interfere with our marriage. Until she justified her decision to abandon her marriage vows. I bet she's still blaming me for the ending." "You're right, Dad," Carrie said. I informed my sisters that I'd had enough of her justifying herself. I wanted to save my marriage. We had a disagreement and I told them to get their heads out of there, but we'd talk until then. Do not waste my time with that. A meal arrived. It was lovely to have dinner with them. Carrie inquired if I had been following a diet plan. I chuckled and stated that I had only been working physically rather than cognitively and my body was reacting well. I no longer spend my days sitting at a desk or on the sofa. It was 10:00 before they went. As they left, Carrie grabbed me and said, "I like this new dad I'm seeing." I laughed and stated that since the divorce, pieces of myself that I had kept concealed were revealing themselves. "Since your mother's long-term relationship had affected me in ways I had not realized, I texted Rebecca to see whether she was still awake. She was so. I called her and told her how the evening had gone. Time heals all wounds is a popular phrase, but it is not true. It just indicates that acceptance of what transpired has arrived. Nothing more, nothing less. You've educated yourself to accommodate and accept what you can't change. Still, it does not make it right." Despite Progressive's claims, Faith and Hope learned the hard way. On Tuesday night, I came into the Hampton Inn lobby around 7:00. My two younger girls were waiting for me. My first idea was that Lisa had delivered a double-barrel shock to me. Boy, was I ever correct. My twin girls decided to lecture me on how I treated their mother. In their view, my behavior toward their mother was nothing but cowardice. I had taken the young women back to my suite for privacy before they confronted me for leaving my marriage with their mother. They acknowledged that both of their marriages had ended because their husbands, like myself, couldn't manage them. As a completely modern, emancipated woman, I'd had enough of their nonsense. I called security. When security arrived, I asked him to remove the young female, since I wasn't interested in what they were offering me. My daughters were let out the back door and instructed to never return. The Hampton Inn security team informed them both that they did not appreciate high-class hookers attempting to spread a social disease to their unwary customers. Rebecca thought what I did was hilarious. IOUs. She stated that those young females will be thinking a lot tonight, because without love, someone is always paying for the sex in some kind. "Can I tell Amber and Meadow about this?" she asked. I said yes, if you wanted to fire a stick of dynamite without a match. I could not have done it better. Carrie called my room almost 2 hours later. "Congratulations, Dad." Carrie said, "Well done. My two sisters have recently discovered that their excrement stinks exactly like everyone else's. They just left here still in tears. I couldn't turn down the opportunity," I said, laughing because neither of them would allow me to explain anything. Their actions made it plain that they did not want to hear my explanation of everything. I finally made the only call I could. Security performed a background check on both of them. They came out clean. Faith and Hope attempted to explain that you all have distinct last names. They did not buy it. I told them that when their buddies with benefits were dining with them, the look on their faces indicated that they were being paid for it in advance. I believe they finally got it. I'm glad I didn't go down that route. Now that I've mentioned it, I feel humiliated. Was Daniel in on the conversation? I asked. He heard everything and was very surprised with how I described things. Carrie added that it helped us a lot, because we can now understand what happened clearly. How could our mother have convinced us that what she was doing was fine? Faith and Hope are in severe pain. It'll take a while before they figure anything out. They didn't realize until that moment that their actions made them no better than the street folks they'd looked down on for years. Carrie explained, "I suggested you think about it. You criticized our father for what he did. Did you ever consider our actions and what our mother did to him, or did you only care about yourself?" That, my dear, is a question I'm still trying to answer for myself. I stated Mom viewed our world through rose-tinted glasses, using her progressive ideas to justify everything. It took Mom being apprehended for your daughters to recognize the reality of their world for what it was. Carrie stated that it is unfortunate that the majority of our society is still wearing theirs and are so oblivious to the truth that when you look them in the face, Carrie, you learn something that many adults will never grasp in their lives. I asked, "What is that, Dad?" My eldest daughter requested the capacity and expertise to think clearly about even the most basic topics. That is what distinguishes your mother's life from mine. Welcome to my universe. Too bad. You had to learn the hard way. Wednesday night, I went to Rebecca's for a family supper. The girls wanted to start planning the relocation and how we were going to execute it. I told them what I'd learned from Carrie. The night before following supper, we did the dishes. I washed and dried the girls before putting them away. The girls eventually caught us kissing seriously. They kept taunting us about it throughout the evening. Rebecca and I were out getting ready for a private supper at a restaurant near the pier on Friday evening. We were sitting across from one another, looking into each other's eyes and enjoying a drink before ordering. When the twins entered, the host approached us. Your girls realized you were missing her weight and asked if they might join your table. The host spoke. I hesitated, but Rebecca said yes, we'd like them to. I stood up and sat down beside her. Whatever happened, you can't leave things as they are. Rebecca said. I understand you don't like them right now, but you still love them, so you have to listen to them, whether I enjoyed it or not. Rebecca was correct. We watched the hostess bring my daughters to our table. We could tell they were thinking a lot because of their expressions. I waited for them to sit down. Faith and Hope, let me introduce you to Rebecca, who is not only my lawyer but also my girlfriend. I replied strongly, if you're here to berate me some more, please leave Dad. We deserve it. Faith mentioned that we had a long conversation with Carrie on Tuesday night. She was nasty, with us pulling no punches. We went there anticipating some help. We got the truth pushed down our throats by the time she was finished with us. We knew exactly what our own actions had revealed about ourselves. It does not paint us in a positive light. Faith added Carrie demonstrated that we were compensated for our services in a similar manner to a hooker, but in a different way. We discussed our behavior between ourselves and realized that many street people do it for money, not because they want to. Hope explained we did it because we thought it was enjoyable and believed we were not doing anything illegal. It makes our act significantly worse. When we arrived home, we questioned Mom about it. We ended up having a massive disagreement. Mother eventually told us that we had been listening to too much of your conservative propaganda. Faith's mother exclaimed in one of her outbursts. So what if others are hurt? They must learn to grow up in our culture. The only thing wrong is being caught. There are no penalties for social crimes. Look at the federal government. We have some of the most powerful politicians making money illegally and nothing happens to them. It demonstrates that the laws only apply to some. As the saying goes, nothing is black and white. Faith stated that every one of us has the right to live our life as we see fit. Mom still feels no regret or guilt. That's when it struck us. We educate our pupils what is good and wrong, but our own actions have obscured this distinction. We're down here today because we found a 2-bedroom furnished apartment nearby which we've been renting for 6 months. It's reasonable and convenient to the school where we both teach. We both believe it's the first step towards reconstructing our lives. It is time for us to stop living our mother's life and discover who we are without their influence. Hope and I will be moving in tomorrow because Mom will be occupied with a political party event. Faith said when we saw you, we both realized we needed to apologize to you because we were so wrong. Dad, you truly had no choice but to do what you did. We can see that now. If you had confronted us directly, it would have been furon one. Hope said you knew we had to deal with it our own way. Sometimes you just have to let things play out on their own. I said you were already forgiven because I saw your mother's influence on your behavior. I forgive Lisa, but we will never give her another chance. Her actions have consistently been self-centered and deliberate. With that said, I handed them my cell phone and asked them to enter their contact information. They did and added my new phone number to theirs. What area does the phone number cover? Hope inquired with South Dakota. I said OMG, you went back to Grandpa's farm. Faith replied with a big smile. He would be very proud. You're familiar with the farm? Rebecca asked. Yes, Dad made sure. The 3 of us spent every summer there, as kids, Hope said, until we started high school and developed the typical adolescent attitude. We all learned to drive on Grandfather's tractor. Dad would always drive us out and bring us back. He spoke with us every night while we were there. We never heard from Mom. While we were gone, we discovered that with her. It was out of sight, out of mind. Grandma used to say that Mom was the shallowest person she had ever known. So Father, why are you in town, Rebecca? Could you give us your cell phone number? Dinner transformed into AC celebration. The twins found out about the new house we were building and why I was in town. They discovered Rebecca had 2 daughters several years younger, while we were dining. Hope received a text from her older sister asking whether they were all right. Hope wrote back that he was eating supper with his father and girlfriend. Rebecca, Faith and I will stop by later to explain everything. We were walking the pier taking a leisurely stroll. I was amazed at how things were slowly coming together. I'm astonished. Rebecca replied, you are moving away from them, pushing them to figure out the majority of it on their own. My father once told me that if you give someone enough rope, they will hang themselves. I said it was true. Their own behavior, as highlighted by their own gender, revealed who they truly were. If I had been here, it would have been 4-1. This manner. They were working against themselves. Their own sense of honesty and integrity had brought them down. Evil cannot exist unless it is supported by someone carrying out the desires of others. Rebecca stated that in our society too many people blame others rather than themselves. In many respects, I was the scapegoat. I couldn't go along with what they did, since it was never right in my opinion. I told Lisa that was a weakness that could be used against you. Rebecca stated, I consider it one of your strengths, because your actions reflect who you are. You could never be a follower swayed by the whims of those who lack principles. You are firm and stand your ground. Lisa arrived home expecting to see her twin daughters. The political event on Saturday took longer than she had anticipated. She wanted to suggest that they go out in the evening. She reflected on their last quarrel and felt she had gone too far. It had grown heat, because she recognized some of their father's characteristics in them, which she couldn't tolerate. She'd just thrown her handbag on the counter to retrieve a Coke from the fridge. We moved out when she noticed the 2 house keys resting on the counter on top of a small message. We don't like what you've helped us become. Good luck with your life. We've blocked your number. It was signed by both Faith and Hope. I haven't heard from them since Tuesday night, when Dad had security eject them from the Hampton Inn. Carrie said, curious how her mother would react. Why did he get them thrown out? Lisa asked. They wanted to tell him how poorly he treated you. They pursued him as if they were attempting to take him down. Dad told himself, I've had enough of this, and contacted security when they showed up. He refused to buy what they were attempting to sell. Carrie claimed security took them out the back door because they assumed they were high-class hookers. But they aren't, and you are aware of this. Lisa said, looking concerned when they arrived here in tears. They told me the story. Do you want to know what I told them, Mother? Carrie out seriously. Yes, perhaps I do. Can said. I told them that while their buddies with benefits were dining with them, they weren't. Carrie revealed that they were paid in advance. Carrie chuckled as her mother's face turned blank. Lisa began crying. Carr's words struck her hard. She felt she would never be able to speak directly to her husband Colin again, let alone be alone with him. Carrie stated her father's truth. Lisa knew it immediately, without saying anything to either of them. It destroyed them all. Nobody who was Hun could quarrel with such basic statement. Everyone who heard it would recognize it as a simple, straightforward fact. All those weekends away with her friends with benefits which she mistook for romantic escapades were actually compensation for her services. Colin refused to put any twist on the plain reality. It took her 12 weeks to figure out what he said on the tape the night she returned home from Vancouver. For more than 10 years, her activities had transformed her twins into what he viewed as a high-class hook. No one could tolerate that. No surprise. He abandoned them. She'd given him no option. She'd never seen it from his perspective until now. If the truth came out, she was doomed. He recognized it by walking away. He left her something she had not left him. her dignity. She'd wrecked herself and her entire family. She went too far with her progressive lifestyle. She no longer had a relationship with her husband or daughters because she refused to admit the truth about her behavior. Admitting response possibility was not the progressive approach. For the first time, she did not have a scapegoat. This one was about her. She'd ruined herself. Lisa looked around the house and realized she needed to sell it to move on. There were too many memories that reminded her of what she had lost. Facing the truth was difficult. She'd declare the house was too huge for her and everyone believed her. Eric Davis would be relieved to learn what had transpired because he thought she had gotten off lightly. She would be like him, completely alone. Rebecca and I returned to her place after a night out drinking and dancing. We fell asleep on the couch together. Meadow and Amber took advantage of it. They used Rebecca's phone to send images to my two youngest daughters, who called back. The four of them began strategizing. One of her daughters grabbed a blanket and draped it over us. I awoke with a vision of a sleeping angel in my arms. My phone shone. It was after 7:00 a.m. We went to bed around 1:00 a.m. Meadow was already awake, sitting in a chair observing us. Meadow smiled and remarked, "I guess I'll have to get used to seeing this." Mom seemed to be really pleased and content. "I will go make coffee for all of us." About an hour later, the four of us were relaxing and conversing around the kitchen table when the girls unexpectedly ambushed us. "My family will arrive for a get-together around 3:00 this afternoon." Rebecca and I hurried. I checked the gasoline for the barbecue and it was fine. While she was redressed after making the grocery list, we walked to my suite, where I could quickly shower and shave. Then we went to the neighborhood grocery store right as we were about to enter. We ran into Lisa. As she came out, she paused in front of me. "Colin, please inform the girls that I'm selling the house." Lisa asked if they wanted anything. "Carrie still holds a key. Since they aren't speaking to me, they can take everything they want while I'm at work. The same goes for you. I'll pass on the message and grant Rebecca power of attorney to act on my behalf." I said that I took what I wanted when I left. "I'll only be in town for another 6 days." She nodded and walked away. We continued to fill the truck with groceries while discussing our awkward interaction with Lisa. Something serious has happened in Lisa's life that we are not aware of. She seemed out of sorts today. I asked, "Do you think the twins moving out was the cause of that?" Rebecca inquired. "No, she was accustomed to it being just us." I said something else must have happened and she is attempting to figure it out. She adores that house. So whatever happened was unexpected and had a significant impact on her. During the barbecue, Rebecca and I leered what the twins had written to their mother and what Carrie responded in response. All 5 of our daughters got along well. Daniel and I generally remained on the sidelines as the 5 women interacted. Amber and Meadow adored little Colin. I told my daughters what their mother said at the supermarket store. Daniel expressed his desire for the large plasma television. Carrie simply rolled her eyes. I chuckled to myself. Our first 2 family gatherings could not have turned out better. After my girls had left and the cleanup was completed, we relaxed with a refreshing drink. So Faith and Hope have temporarily abandoned their ties with their mother in order to discover who they are. Without her influence. Amber stated, "Why would they do this?" Rebecca inquired. They followed in their mother's footsteps and became friends with benefit. It ended their first marriages. It took me leaving Lisa for them to see their position in a different way. I explained last Tuesday they confronted me about my behavior of their mother. I ended up tossing them out later that night after a furious argument with their older sister. Carrie explained when their buddies with benefits entertained them. They were actually compensated in advance for their services. Amber was really shocked. Amber and Meadow, your mother and I were taught as children that how we see ourselves is irrelevant. What counts is how the rest of the world sees us. Daniel stated, people perceive your actions and words differently. Our actions reveal more about us than words ever could. Rebecca leaned into me and said, "Daniel's right. I couldn't have explained it any better. That is why your father's activities have created concerns. They contradicted everything he had claimed. So the twins decided to erase their mother's influence till they figured out who they were. They accepted responsibility for their acts. I explained I'm quite proud of them. They have begun to recover, since they were open about their actions." I guess our statement struck a chord because there was deafening silence for a few minutes. I said, "And Amber remarked you're going to be a great father, Dad." Rebecca lost it. The remainder of the week was calm. Rebecca and I spent as much time together as possible. The new tractor passed every test. The president was thrilled. I named it Betsy. The family had a party before I departed. The twins became closer to Rebecca's daughters. We couldn't get young Colin out of Rebecca's hands. Her maternal instinct was strong. Eric and Rebecca eventually reached an agreement on the asset divide when she offered him the house. He took it thinking it was his chance to reclaim his girls. Rebecca saw me board my flight home. It was the final week of August. The homestead was ready. The old home was demolished and a new one built. The barn was improved as needed. Even the yard had been tidied up. The last thing I did was rebuild the driveway connecting the house and barn. Uncle John drove me to the airport because I was going to drive a U-Haul back. Rebecca sold her practice and an associate would complete the divorce early in September. The farm has received several deliveries in the last month. Uncle John helped us set up the new furniture and donated what we didn't need from Mom and Dad's belongings to Goodwill or located someone who could use. It was good to see neighbors assisting neighbors again. Rebecca greeted me at the airport that Friday about 6:00 with the largest smile I'd ever seen. Amber and Meadow were with her. After giving Rebecca a long-awaited kiss, I got down on one knee and proposed much to her children's pleasure. They caught everything on camera, including me slipping the ring onto her finger. Amber and Meadow, who knew about my surprise, had planned a lavish celebration evening at a restaurant that included food and dance. All of our daughters and Daniel were present. Between Daniel and me, the ladies kept us on the dance floor for most of the evening. Meadow instructed us to wait in the car. When we arrived at Rebecca's house, she and Amber dashed in and emerged with a large overnight suitcase for their mother, Mom and Dad. "We reserved you a suite at the Hampton Inn for the weekend. We don't want to meet you until Monday," Amber explained. In our suite we discovered a large basket including 2 bottles of champagne, chocolates, strawberries, 2 glasses, balloons and roses. The card read, "Congratulations from your 5 daughters." I do not think we left the suite all weekend after a delicious brunch. On Monday morning we went to pick up the U-Haul. The one we received was larger than I imagined. I inquired about it, but Rebecca informed me that the reveal will take place in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Faith and Hope. Hope walked up and announced that they were also traveling east. They had applied for positions close to where I would be residing and were hired by the Vermilion School Board. Rebecca had given them some furniture and we would transport everything they removed from their mother's house to a rental storage unit. They rented a 3-bedroom property from a real estate agent, so Amber could remain with them when the weather turned severe. I abandoned the lawsuit against Eric Davis after he promised to pay all of my Vancouver court fees. We received our divorce certificates on the last Saturday of October. Around the end of September, Rebecca and I exchanged vows in front of our blended family. Carrie and Daniel flew out with little Colin to attend. Rebecca surprised my beloved husband Colin and our entire family. I'd like to inform you that a new weight will be introduced into the planet sometime in May. A doctor has not informed me if it is a boy. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My wife began having affairs with her subordinates after being promoted to a high position in her company. It's not just a personal betrayal but also an irony to our shared struggle and professional success. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I'm 45 and male. I have been married. I've been with my 42-year-old female wife for about 18 years. She works in marketing for a well-known corporation's regional branch, and I am a senior at a software company. We've both been relatively career-focused go-getters, which I believe is part of what pulled us together. You're probably not surprised to learn that we don't have any children, but we've never felt like we belonged, and I don't believe anyone should take the decision to have children lightly in a marriage as long as ours. We've never had an issue with unfaithfulness, which I've always appreciated. I've always felt that we were too busy climbing the ladder to play around. That is most certainly an incorrect assumption, because I know that anyone who wants to cheat can make time for it if they truly want to, but there was absolutely no cause for me to suspect her of cheating, and I utilized that idea to support it. The saddest aspect is that I had no idea anything was wrong until it happened. There were no indications as far as I know. Maybe if I had paid more attention I might have noticed it, but I am getting ahead of myself. The whole issue started when my wife was promoted at work around a year ago. She works incredibly hard and has been with her current company for almost a decade. She returned one day to inform me that she had received a significant promotion and was now in an executive position with the company. That was huge because, as I've previously stated, we've always been very career-focused and there were indications that she would be chosen for the promotion, but we weren't certain, so it was enormous when the post was confirmed. It came with new responsibilities, but it also came with a significant pay raise, which was, of course, one of the finest elements of the deal. Almost little has changed. She was maintaining slightly later evenings, however, nothing too weird, and if you're a top marketing executive at a company, it's not uncommon that your hours will be longer, at least in the beginning, while you adjust to your new work. She'd get back early on occasion, which was lovely, but for the most part she'd arrive about 6:00 p.m., like she used to. It would be around 7:30 or 8. I advised her to take it easy every now and then, but we were both workaholics, so my words were unlikely to change. Much things changed dramatically. Around 2 weeks ago. It started with a message sent to me on LinkedIn, and I'm always ready to respond, because it's all about business. For me, the message was only a greeting, so I viewed the person's profile before responding. They worked for the same company as my wife did. The job was plainly junior, yet it was a lady, so let me simply mention that her name was Elena. I returned with a similar salutation, knowing she'd soon reveal what she wanted, but she didn't respond until the next day after work. Several hours later she asked if I was my wife's husband, and I replied that I was. At that moment I realized it had nothing to do with business, and my first assumption was that she was some pitiful chick attempting to poach a married man or something. I mean, I couldn't think of another reason why someone like her would message me and leave with that query. However, I answered in the positive. I really want to chat to you about something confidential, but I'm not sure if you're available. It is concerning your wife and was placed in a separate mail at this moment. I began to feel really apprehensive. I suspected that something was amiss with my wife or that she had been in an accident, but this communication had been sent since yesterday. Thus it was clearly something else. I began to question if my wife was too confrontational and dictatorial at work and so a bully to some extent. That was eventually what I decided on. She must want to report my wife to me, possibly before reporting to HR. So I told her I was willing to hear what she had to say. She suggested we meet in person at a neutral location, but I didn't feel comfortable with that, so I encouraged her to say whatever she wanted right here. I needed documented proof of everything she wanted to say. She appeared apprehensive, but eventually consented. She sent me a paragraph that was quite startling to read. Quote, "I'm not sure if you prefer ignorance or want to know, but I am positive that your wife is sleeping with some of the junior JAW staff. Maybe you have an arrangement, and if so, please excuse me for intruding, but I don't think it's right to keep you in the dark about this. I request that you do not mention my name if you decide to approach her. I understand that this could cost me my career, but I'm simply trying to do the right thing and I hope you appreciate it." End of quote. I have read that message around 5 times previously. What it was saying began to sink into my mind. She said that my wife was sleeping with junior co-workers. Was that something I could actually believe? I hadn't seen any evidence of that. She never seemed to smell like someone else's perfume. She never acted differently after returning from work. To be honest, the only thing I could point to was that she arrived later than usual, and that may certainly fit with this new notion. It took me quite some time to respond to her. I told her how pleased I was that she informed me and that her admission would be safe with me. About 10 minutes later, a slew of questions popped into my thoughts. What is the number of employees? When did this start? Did they do anything at work? How did she even learn about it? I asked her all of these questions in a single message. I don't know for sure, but I overheard at least 2 people talking about it. That is how I found out. Perhaps that was an inside joke, but they sounded serious and they worked late. I figured they were doing something inside the building, but I don't know what. I overheard their chat approximately 2 months ago, and it's been bothering me. I noticed her whispering to one of these guys somewhere private, which brought it back to the forefront of my thoughts. I really had to say something, and I apologize for taking so long to report it to her directly. So I feel like a traitor. I don't hate or detest her, but it simply didn't feel right. End of quote. To be honest, I believe this lady, although I'm not sure why. Maybe because it seemed so unlikely that someone would go to such pains to deceive me. Could this be a workplace competitor attempting to harm her family life? I couldn't know, and I hadn't had the slightest question about my wife. Part of me didn't believe it, but for some reason it's amazing. I expressed my gratitude to the lady and informed her that I would act on the information as I saw fit, but she would be excluded. I wanted to tell my wife about it and see how she reacted or just confront her, but it would be so easy for her to deny. It seemed obvious that my best option was to see what I could dig up. That way I'd be able to either believe there was no evidence and dismiss what the lady told me, or I'd find something to back it up and then I'd proceed from there. So I decided to stay patient till I had a good opportunity to spy. When my wife returned home that night, everything was usual and I tried to be as natural as possible with her. It wasn't very difficult because I wasn't completely convinced. My opportunity to snoop around came about 4 days later when my wife went to the salon to have her hair done. She usually carried her laptop with her, but not this time. Her password is not a secret to me, so I was able to log in right away, and because she uses a MacBook, I was able to review her communications based on what this person had informed me. I was seeking for talks with young men who appeared to be her employees. I couldn't recognize any of the names, so I decided to read through as many of the notes as possible. I saw a mail preview that included text. I will call you when I come back, so you do, and send a DoorDash. I could have laughed despite myself, so I opened it and began to browse through it all. Apparently she saved the contact, which belonged to a guy named JN, as DoorDash. To make things less suspect, if I just happened to see a message from him appear at that time, I was completely furious, and by the time they started exchanging hot texts, I had nearly lost my mind. He'd sent her photos. She hadn't sent him any, but she responded positively to his. I realized I had been staring blankly at the screen for a few minutes. To be honest, I can't convey how devastating it was to learn that I had opted to leave the chat, but I made sure to record as much proof as possible. After that I returned to the chat to keep browsing and seeking for more guys she was having relationships with. I won't bore you, but there were 2 other employees. I could tell they were employees, because work was referenced in about 5 of the messages, with the rest being explicit and based on their pictures. None of these men appeared to be older than 30. That was making things much worse in my brain. I gathered all of the proof I could find, and I'm honestly at a loss for what to do next. Is it as simple as addressing her and then filing for divorce? Is that all I am going to do? This is a woman who comes home every day, kisses and hugs me, and acts as if nothing is wrong. We've slept together several times since her affair began, and I know it's critical that I be tested. I intend to do so, but first I need to decide out what I want to do and get some feedback. Should I simply leave it at divorce, or should I beat her harder? Should I find a method to truly harm her, because this is the worst kind of treachery and I honestly can't stand her anymore. Edit. I just finished a tough day at work and I appreciate all of the advice and comments about my situation. someone recently told me that I only have one chance to get revenge at her, because after I divorce her and put those years behind me, I won't be able to act on my pain. I know I won't be able to avoid feeling this way for long, so I'm ready to seize this opportunity. I'm not going to cheat back. I don't even have the desire to do that. I'll work something out and I'll keep you all updated. When your wife mentioned ascending the corporate ladder, it seemed that she took her job seriously. Who knew she was so dedicated to networking in more ways than one? On a serious note, however, discovering something like this must be like receiving a software update that wrecks your entire system. I suppose she wasn't simply debugging code at work. At the very least, you now have clear evidence that she has been multitasking, juggling spreadsheets and hot texts whether you had to address her. Perhaps you might ask whether this was her version of work-life balance gone horribly wrong, and hey, at least you found out now rather than being surprised later. Who knows, you might get a CEO vengeance promotion out of this. After all, Mom taught you the value of seizing opportunities, even if they are in the wrong department. Update: Hello everyone, I previously posted about my wife who was promoted and began cheating on me with her subordinate employees. I know of 3 of them. It's been several months since then and I forgot to keep you all updated amidst all of the drama in my life. But now that everything is over, trust me. It came to mind and I'm here to tell you how things turned out. It is all excellent news. So when I eventually decided to confront my wife about the situation, I made sure to get an STD test first. They discovered gonorrhea. Fortunately, I was asymptomatic and was given a medication to treat it. I was furious, though, because she's the only lady I've been with since we married, so I didn't acquire it from anybody else, and she probably got it from one of her new sexual partners. At that point I knew I was going to face her. When she returned home that night, I was in the living room and requested her to sit down before she could remove her outerwear. She appeared concerned, but I don't think she understood what was going on at the time. I know you have been cheating on me. That is exactly how I expressed it to her, and I watched her deflate and bury her face in her hands. I mentioned the names of the individuals she was cheating on me, at least with the ones I confirmed. I basically told her everything I knew, but I didn't explain how I found out one of your boyfriends infected you with gonorrhea, which you then spread to me. I recall putting up the test in front of her face and she took a quick glance before burying her face again. It was really getting on my nerves. I sat there waiting for her to say anything. She wasn't weeping and I knew she understood everything I said. It took almost 3 minutes for her to glance up, shake her head and say, I apologize, I'm truly sorry. She claimed it would have worked if she had dented my dream car, but not for cheating on me. With many men. I do not. I do not even have an excuse. I cannot defend myself. I assumed you'd never find out. I'm not even sure how you found out right now. I despise myself for doing this to you. I'm so sorry. We began to shiver near the finish, but it meant little to me. I could see she was crying, but she wasn't wailing. It did not move me. You will not sleep here tonight. Find another location. I am going to look for a divorce lawyer first thing in the morning. I urge you do the same, so that we can get this done quickly. Only at that time did she say something that came near to begging, baby. We've been together almost 20 years, can't we? Then she faded off. I believe she wanted to ask if we could work things out, but I believe she realized it wasn't conceivable, given how serious her crimes were. In response, I merely informed her that I'd wait in the living room while she packed anything she needed for the coming week. We had planned for her to retrieve some of her belongings. Later she stood up and walked to her bedroom after that, and that was all that came out of our chat, probably the most adult way to react to such a massive up. She eventually left the house and the next stage was the divorce. We both hired lawyers, the documents were served and signed quickly and we eventually began the proceedings. Fortunately for me, I had all of the evidence of her infidelity, including my acid test, and it was presented in a really effective manner by my divorce lawyer, who was an absolute rock star. Things took a long time, but they eventually worked out in my favor, because my ex-wife's elevation meant she began earning substantially more than I did and I received a fairly generous alimony award. Even though I don't really need money, I'll use it to pay for 1 or 2 hobbies when the time comes. The house was difficult because we co-owned it, but her larger income meant she'd be in a better position to choose a new home. I also received that one. We both had automobiles and she obviously kept hers, but there was no easy way for me to acquire it from her. As things progressed, we eventually split for good, and I was quite pleased with what I received. I wasn't done, though I truly wanted to pursue her affair partners, but after careful consideration, I opted against it. These were employees and it was difficult to believe that they weren't coerced into it at first, no matter how much they appeared to like it. Later, she took advantage of them as their employer and I concluded it was too messy and not worth the effort to confront them. Regarding her, it was simple for me to file a report with HR at her company using an anonymous address. I had to inform them that one of their top executives was coercing junior colleagues into sleeping with her, and I urged that they conduct an investigation into what had occurred. Long story short, she was found guilty of the allegations, several junior employees right behind her were questioned, and there appeared to be a fourth individual whom I never learned about. The person who had initially revealed the affairs to me was providing insider updates, because all I had officially received was an email informing me that an investigation was underway and had been concluded her punishment. She lost her job. I know it won't be difficult for her to get a new job based on merit, but with sexual misconduct claims following her about she won't have it easy. As far as I know she is still searching up till now, and yeah, I understand that it jeopardizes my alimony, but I didn't need it to survive. Plus she has more than enough money in the bank to make her payments. Even if she doesn't, I don't mind going to court so she can figure it out. That is not my concern. We've probably spoken twice since the divorce and it was all about the formalities of permanently separating our lives. Personally, I don't want to talk to her ever again and the way things are going. I probably won't have to be honest. Life is quite fantastic right now, and while revenge does not totally alleviate the anguish of being cheated on by your longtime wife, it does an excellent job of. It feels fantastic and I'm glad I followed through on it. Not only did you catch someone red-handed with the junior squad, but you also received a surprise carrier delivery from her DoorDash service. I imagine in her new executive position she perfected the art of employee relations regarding her post-delivery job search. I assume her new skill set includes executive-level networking, though I doubt her LinkedIn endorsements will include expertise and workplace fraternization. Congrats for the HR report move. She may have lost her work, but at least she now has a fantastic recommendation for her future position. Excellent at climbing corporate ladders, not very good at keeping them straight seriously. It sounds like you've handled this with a combination of clarity and just the perfect amount of payback. Here's the hobby alimony and a life free of gonorrhea provide financial stability. Here is the next story. Nestled on historic Route 7, where 3 counties meet just outside of the city. The Falcon's Rest serves as a pub and grill known as The Rest. It is often frequented by police enforcement, making it an unusual location for a clandestine meeting, a suitable option for my needs. I parked in the busy lot and went inside. Compared to other cop bars, The Rest was well appointed, with a large bar area and plenty of tables. Despite the fact that it was a Friday and there were many customers, it wasn't too packed. Perfect for meeting Sergeant Devon Cross discreetly upon entering. The majority of the customers gave me angry looks as a lawyer suspected in the abduction of my cheating wife and her police lover. I was prepared for suspicion. There was no proof, no bodies, and the lover's automobile went away with them. However, I was already found guilty owing to my motive and career. Devon came clearly dissatisfied with my choice of site. He was a tall, strong black man who exemplified honor. He was here to pay a debt and rid himself of the shame of interacting with someone of my standing. I'll confess it, dear reader. I'm what they call bent a lawyer without a moral compass. I've been tied to multiple organized crime cases as an unindicted co-conspirator. Devon's financial situation deteriorated when he presented me with foreclosure documents. Devon, then a Metropolitan Police officer, fell victim to predatory lenders during the 2008 mortgage fraud crisis, along with his wife and 4 children. They were homeless. Despite seeking assistance from honest and partly honest lawyers, he found none until desperation drove him to me. I'm not sure why I assisted him. There was nothing in it for me. He was a decent, loyal cop, but not someone I could work with. He couldn't pay and was open about it. His remaining bucks were stolen by internet crooks. The foreclosure was scheduled for the next day. He sat in my office. A huge, powerful man broke down in tears as he spoke about his cancer-stricken daughter. He didn't know how to inform her or his sons. They were about to lose their house. I declared bankruptcy to block the transaction. Then I said some of my less reputable clients to approach the mortgage broker and extract a confession that the foreclosure filings were fraudulent. Surprisingly, the corrupt broker confessed when my associates offered him a greater bribe to the court. In short, justice which even Deutsche Bank will not pay for. Why had I gone to such lengths? I still can't say Devon Cross agonized, knowing that someone like me had saved his family's house. You chose an unusual location to meet. He REM marked. Even I own a conscience. I couldn't let you get into trouble for assisting me. I said so you choose this location. He inquired is Ludi. The Barried approached. She donned her regular outfit, a tight blouse that barely covered her stomach and slacks that appeared to be painted on despite her revealing dress. She was a beautiful girl who wasn't hesitant to show off her endowments. What can I buy for you, Bruce? She asked me. She and I had a history of flirty banter and substantial gratuities from me. She had a little son and no man at home. I could sense the stress in L's demeanor after she chose closeness, appeal over reliability. Everyone thought I was guilty. Therefore it must be true, and everybody connected to me would suffer. Nonetheless, Ludi chose to serve me herself rather than hand me off to another waitress. LTI was a fantastic buddy and it turned out I had more friends like her than I anticipated. I did not want them to suffer for their loyalty to me. I needed to take action to regain my life and ensure people they could rely on me. Devon Cross was extending a lifeline in his own way and I needed to take advantage of it. Bring us to the Boston Loggers, Ludi. I said you have guts, counselor. Walking into a room full of Daniel Cruz's friends and co-workers. Devon declared Daniel Cruz was the man who seduced my wife, putting me in a difficult situation. He, his Ford GT and my wife fled. On the night of March 7, St. Patrick's Day, thunderstorms inundated the 3 counties surrounding the program Harry Creek just before it aired. This body of water would be termed a river in the western states, but it was referred to here as a creek, a deceptive moniker that caused great pain. People misjudged the Shari, erecting bridges and communities around it, paying a high price in lives and property. On March 18, rescue crews were busy rescuing flood victims. Nobody realized. My wife and her lover were absent until a few days later when suspicion landed on me. As the adage goes, victory belongs to the brave. I told Devon and we had a light conversation while he built up to the cause for his visit. I waited for 2 rounds of beers before saying just tell me what you came here to say and I'll handle the rest. Believe me, no one will ever know. The tip came from you, so he leaned over and whispered they have a warrant and we're going to raid your home and offices. Sunday 6:00 a.m. I pulled back my chair, stood up and let it fall before shouting. Listen, if I need guidance, I will not seek it from a city cop and he is a better friend than you. I'm not sure what happened to my wife for the last time I stormed out leaving Devon perplexed behind me. He was astute enough to understand that everyone would assume the worst about him. They'd assume he was an ambitious cop looking to advance himself through our connection. A confession from me would be in the cop's crown. Trying to get a confession from me would not harm him, but being spotted with me in a private rendezvous would destroy him. Doing it in public ensured that no one would think he had warned me. As I stepped out of the Falcon Rest, I sighed profoundly. I could only blame myself for allowing things to get to this awful state. I let my emotions take precedence over my rational thinking. Now I had to fight hard to get out from behind the 8-ball of justice in this country. Nonetheless, my late wife's diaries plagued me. Her words were like wasps stinging my heart until it bled. Elaine Gray's diary from October 1st, Mrs. Bruce Gray. I saw him again today. He's tall and attractive, with his wavy black hair. Jenny claims she knows him. In truth, she did sleep with him. He's a cop. Therefore he must be following me because of anything concerning Bruce. It's difficult to think that a seemingly uninteresting man like Bruce could generate such distrust in others, but I assume that comes with representing high-profile criminals. The individuals he deals with are far more interesting than poor Bruce. Don't get me wrong. I adore him. He resembles a cuddly teddy bear, the kind of man you can feel safe with. Why many believe he is dangerous. Jenny claims the police officer that is following me is a stud, which I will never understand. Very nicely endowed. His name is Daniel Cruz. Jenny has been seeing him off and on for the past 6 months. Her spouse, Bob, is almost identical to my Bruce, except he has a boring real estate practice and is not a black hat criminal defense attorney. You can't really blame Jenny for falling for the edgy cop. I mean, the temptation must be intense. After 7 years of marriage and 2 children, she says she's searching for some excitement. As for myself, after 15 years with a 14-year-old daughter, I'm ready for the rocking rocker on the back porch. Women like me just do not catch the attention of young men. It makes me feel so ancient. And October 15th, Bruce has gone on another trip. He appears to make more out-of-town excursions than anyone. I know. If it were anyone else, I'd suspect cheating. But he's as dependable as a devoted puppy, although not the most exciting. I started at the gym today. Jenny persuaded me to join. She's a big fitness fan and needed a workout buddy. I am not in poor shape, not like Bruce with his middle-age spread, but Jenny wanted company and I could use some toning as well. I increased my morning run from 1 to 2 miles, but I need to concentrate on my stomach and buttocks, feeling anxious about the empty nest. Perhaps becoming fit can help. Why did I let my 14-year-old convince me to send her to boarding school? Rachel is, just like my mother, all ambition, without much regard for others. My mother is still mocking my work decision, but I believe that assisting others is the most honorable pursuit. Social work can be unpleasant at times, but there is no greater pleasure than knowing you have made a difference in someone's life. However, Rachel may be attempting to remove herself from the stigma associated with Bruce's work. People say nasty things. Teenage girls are sensitive. Rachel's absence may be beneficial in the long run, but as a mother I can't stop missing her. I saw him again today. God. He is very attractive. He was in my gym. What a hunk. He wore a tight suit. You could see his carved abs, but I tried not to look at the bulge in his shorts. I can't believe this is all real. Why, I have no idea why he continues showing up around me, but Daniel Moreno is undoubtedly attractive. Daniel Moreno returned to the gym on October 17th today. He noticed me looking at him, but all he did was keep eye contact until I had to turn away. Jenny thinks he is interested in me, but I don't see why, unless it involves Bruce. When I arrived home, I did something I hadn't done in a while. I poured a glass of wine, pulled out my silver bullet and rested against the headboard. I let my mind roam, but it kept returning to Daniel, his powerful body and ample size. I tried not to think about him. It felt dishonest to Bruce. It was simply a harmless fantasy. I arrived quickly. There's nothing wrong with having an imagination, right? Today is November 2nd and I voted, not that it changes anything. As I was leaving the polling station, I met Daniel again. He did not try to hide. He hadn't followed me in a while, but he came back in the last few days. He truly greeted me, so I stopped and spoke with him. Are you following me again? I asked. Well, it's my job and my justification. He explained. Excuse, what would you say if I just followed you around? Why would you do that? Have you glanced in the mirror recently? Oh stop, I am a mother of a teenager. Have you heard of the term mill? No, what is that? It's what they call a lovely mom like you who seduces all the young men. Stop, I am not old. Unfortunately, I am a lady, not old, simply mature and sexy. Just then I recognized someone I knew and ended the chat. I couldn't believe he was flirting with me like that. Sure, I've dropped 5 pounds and toned up since joining the gym, but when a young guy shows interest in me, it pays to stick with it. Initially I was scared by seeing the fit young women, but getting a personal trainer and sticking to it is paid off. Bruce was obviously aware. He mailed me 24 roses when I questioned why. He just replied he felt like sending them to his lovely wife. What else can you say about a man like that? He means everything to me. I might flirt with a younger man, but I will never betray my devoted spouse, Jake, I said as soon as he answered the phone. Jesus, do you know what time it is? Counselor, I've been attempting to contact you since I was around 9 years old. I was on the job. Jake Trumbull responded. So I have a new job for you. Couldn't it wait? No, it is urgent. What is it? I require full blackout coverage at my home. I'll be in the office by sunrise on Sunday. What about this Sunday? Yes, this is Sunday. That is often a 72-hour work. You're giving me less than 24. Sorry, I just got word that I require it immediately. It will cost you how much? 35. Jake said, after all the business I'd sent your way. That is my special price. For anyone else it would be 50. Jake made no mention of how unlikely it was that I'd survive long enough to send him additional business. At this point, whether I was a business associate or not, I couldn't help but agree. He could have charged me any amount and I would have had to pay. Okay, get it done. I said November 9th. I've seen Daniel 3 times in the previous week. Now he always smiles and waves. Jenny had a full-blown affair with him. She swears he is the greatest she has ever had in bed. He's 29, 8 years younger than me. Jenny said he makes her feel as if it's her first time. There's nothing quite like the feeling Big Johnson gives you. When I asked her if he was worth losing her marriage for, she told me to wait until I had my first 9 inches Johnson. Can he really be that well endowed? Just thinking about him has made me all hot. Last night, when Bruce returned home, I jumped him. I suppose there are some benefits to having our daughter out of the house. Bruce performed admirably. He made love to me and gave me 3, but I'm embarrassed to say that I spent the entire time thinking about Daniel. Am I so twisted that I need to think about another man, as my spouse is making love to me? Today, as I sipped my mocha latte at Starbucks, Daniel approached and took my seat. He stared at me for a long time and I pretended not to notice, but eventually he broke the stillness. I've been reassigned. He explained what I'm no longer officially following you. What does this mean? Among other things, it implies my supervisors have decided that whatever crimes your husband is involved in, you are not a part of them, he said. Then he reached across the table, covered my hand with his and said, however, it also means that I can express my current feelings for you. I wish we could know each other better. You know I'm married. What is it? What does getting to know me better mean? He took my other hand in his and held them both lovingly. It suggests you are a gorgeous lady married to a man who is incapable of satisfying. You deserve to experience genuine love between a man and a woman. How about Jenny? I hear you and she are together. Jenny and I had a physical relationship. She is unsatisfied with her marriage, but I want something deeper plus. You can't believe any man would prefer Jenny over you. He replied with a smile. As I have stated, I am married. I have never cheated on my hubby. Can he say the same? You have seen my hubby. What are your thoughts? I believe we both realize you deserve better. With that I stood up, leaving the most of my latte untouched. I needed to leave. That man made me feel nervous. December 1st. I hadn't seen Daniel since our encounter at the coffee shop and I was starting to worry, or maybe I'll be relieved that I might not see him again. Part of me regretted it. His attention boosted my ego and I had to admit that my attraction for him was solely physical. I'd never been with anyone besides my hubby. I was curious to see what another man would be like, especially one so well endowed and competent. I was walking to my car at the DSS parking lot after work. I was running late because of papers. The lot was bright but vacant. As I approached my automobile, I felt like someone was watching me. I bent down to open the door and he was right alongside me. I jumped back in fear. "Daniel, you terrify me half to death. Are you stalking me right now?" "Sorry." He muttered, his hand finding my waist beneath my coat, which had pulled open. "I just needed to see you. I think of you all the time." I should have been afraid, but the reality was he was constantly on my mind. I wanted to see him again. "Please," I pleaded, "leave me alone. I cannot do this to my hubby." Instead of listening, he leaned in and kissed me. He was tall, muscular, and masculine. He overpowered me, and in a cliché romantic moment I felt a spark in his kiss, some sort of bond formed between us. He said, "I need you more than any woman I've ever known. If it was up to me, I would leave you alone, but I can feel your body calling to me." I couldn't resist. I kissed him back, but then I shoved him away and jumped into my car, telling him I couldn't. I wish I could, but I cannot. They did not bother knocking for officers in assault gear. Instead, they picked the lock and barged into my residence at daybreak on Sunday morning. I believe they expected to find me sleeping, but I was in the kitchen preparing what tourist brochures call a full English breakfast. I had swapped kippers for lox and discovered kidney pie in a specialist shop. I was scrambling eggs in a large pan when the first police burst into the kitchen. "I hope you enjoy scrambled eggs," I said as he grabbed and dragged me out of the house. They detained me in a police van while they demolished my home. They did the obvious things like rip up the carpet and dig in the flower beds. I was fortunate. I had largely wooden floors. They pried up a few boards but left the most of the upper levels intact. They utterly wrecked the basement. My main problem was that they broke into my car trunk. It seemed superfluous, given I had left the keys in the ignition, but it appeared that devastation was their goal. Despite everything, they were not all horrible. After they finished trashing my house, a couple of officers I knew took me out to Denny's for lunch. "Where did you hide the bodies, Bruce?" They joked as I ate a disappointing huge breakfast off the menu. "So far as I know, there are no bodies. Come on. They disappeared in March. It is October now. Do you think it'll rain today? It's been extremely dry since the spring and summer storms. With my flower beds gone, I'll need to transplant my bulbs if I want to see flowers this spring. I feel for the people who are watching the show Harry Creek." I commented, recalling the deluge there. My Denny's buddies showed little care for flood victims or flowers. They were thinking about one thing: getting my confession despite the absence of evidence. The problem was that I knew things may change as rapidly as a flood. I wouldn't expect to see spring flowers if I were you, but helping us out might make things simpler for you. We know there had to be a legitimate cause for what transpired. Perhaps you just lost control. Stop being a lawyer for a moment and accept responsibility. We can help you." They pressed. "I do not think it will rain. After all of the rain, it appears that we will be experiencing a dry spell. I'll stop by Lois for some bulbs." "Okay, have it your way, lawyer," but a cop enters. "Get the chair to this date. Think about it carefully." December 9th. I had a rough day. The call arrived early. 5 children require protection is not my regular field, but this is our busiest time of year and we're short-staffed due to a severe flu season and holiday demands. It was difficult to manage 5 youngsters under the age of 7 in an emergency setting. They were all traumatized. They had just witnessed their mother being severely abused by the man they believed was their father. He was only biologically connected to 2 of them, but they still considered him their protector, and he had deceived them. I didn't want to split them apart or put them to a county facility for Christmas, but were there any other options? Around lunchtime I met a couple in their early 60s who had raised their own children and were still in outstanding physical condition. They had recently retired from state positions and were experiencing a sense of purposelessness. She had been a nurse and he was a highway engineer. By 400 we had temporarily placed the children and established assistance for the new foster parents. Feeling accomplished, I received a call from the State Department of Social Services expressing concern with the placement. It was usual bureaucratic folly to prioritize regulations over children's well-being. They were concerned that providing foster care to retirees would be perceived as double-dipping. We debated for an hour before raising the situation to the county executive and the state DSS commissioner, just when I thought the placement would fall through. Prospective foster parents contacted me. "When can we expect the children?" the woman inquired enthusiastically. "We're all set up here and my daughters are eager to help. The state is concerned about the foster care payments owing to your state pension." I mentioned that her response was loaded with frustration. "Tell the governor to keep his money. Please send us the youngsters." The county executive chuckled when he heard this. "Send the children over. We can deal with the state later." It took an additional 3 hours to settle the children into their new foster home. It was about 8:00 in the morning when I was able to leave and I didn't get home until around 9. I took a long hot shower and considered calling Bruce. Our calls can linger for hours, but he's usually preoccupied with demanding clientele. Tonight, however, I felt the urge to discuss my day with someone. I had just slipped on my robe and was ready to call Bruce. When the doorbell rang, I tightened my robe and responded, slowly keeping the chain fastened. There was Daniel looking as good as ever, but with a trace of remorse on his face. "Can I come inside?" he asked. "I do not think that is a good idea." I said, "I know your husband is out of town again. You are alone. I just want to come in and talk. Perhaps coffee and discussion." He insisted. "I cannot." I gave a forceful reply. "You can trust me." He said, "It is not about trusting you. It's about me." I said, "Please, just a few minutes." He insisted. I am not sure why I allowed him in, but I did. I made coffee and we sat on opposite ends of our enormous sectional couch. I adjusted my robe, attempting to feel more comfortable in its insufficient length for the situation. "Relax," he whispered reassuringly. "I am here as a buddy. I heard you had a tough day." "Yeah," I sighed and we began talking. It did relieve my stress. I convinced myself that there was nothing wrong with two acquaintances having a drink. We switched to wine and ate frozen pizza for dinner. It must have been close to midnight when he mentioned what he had truly come for. "Elaine, I will always be your friend, but I have strong sentiments for you, which I can only describe as love." I shifted uncomfortably. "Please allow me to clarify." He proceeded. "Your husband is currently in New York, meeting with organized criminal figures and an expert on avoiding surveillance. They intend to dodge federal wiretapping. These are bad guys and he's helping them stop. I will not hear this. It is not fair. Bruce is not here to defend himself. You loyal, but is it fair to you to stay with a man like me who got to know you and fell for you? I witnessed what a kind woman you are. Your life revolves around helping others. You are an angel with a devil as a husband, but I want you to know that no matter what happens, I am here for you." As we talked throughout the evening, we drew closer to the couch before I noticed it. His hands were below my robe and we were kissing. I knew it was wrong, but his touch felt warm on my skin and his lips met mine and I couldn't resist. His fingers slid beneath my skirt and swiftly detected my urgent erection. His touch felt quite pleasant as his fingers went inside of me. I let out a quiet groan. We both knew where this was going. It's like a runaway train without brakes. I felt powerless until the ringing phone jolted me back. It had been ringing for a while. Suddenly I recognized who it was, Bruce. I exclaimed, pushing back from Daniel. Bruce was on the telephone just checking in. He remarked casually, "I apologize if I woke you up. I lost count of time." I gathered myself to respond and attempted to have a normal discussion. Bruce was chatty and went on and on. I could see Daniel on the couch growing increasingly irritated as Bruce spoke. Finally, Daniel offered me a rude smile before softly leaving. Bruce's call had prevented me from making an irreversible error in my marriage, but did I truly want to be saved? Daniel's touch lingered on my flesh, creating a fire I had never experienced before. The district attorney's conference room had a vintage appearance that had not updated in decades. Tawna Marshall, the daughter of a former state senator, owes her job to family connections, as does everyone else in this room. Like other assistant district attorneys, she was part of a system that persecuted the poor and vulnerable while criticizing the wealthy for paying great defense counsel. "Where are your tools, Mr. Gray?" she asked. "We couldn't find it during our search of your home, my tool," I answered, puzzled. "The Smith & Wesson 0.44 Magnum is registered to you. Is it missing?" "You know it is. Sorry, this is new to me. It was located in the top drawer of my nightstand." "Are you claiming it's gone?" "This would be easier if we could be open with each other." She pressed, "Fine, but first could you tell me what evidence your officers allegedly found at my house? Then I'll respond to your queries when the moment is appropriate." I responded, rising from my seat in that situation. She responded by handing me a notification of my right to appear before the grand jury. This message was the actual purpose for our gathering. I had no intentions of going. The outcome was inevitable. I would be charged with 2 counts of murder. To be fair, the DA didn't have any other options. They'd broken into my wife's desk and taken her diary. They were well aware of her affairs. Tragic details, of course. Individuals like Tanya saw it as a tragic love story. My perspective was really different. It was a shame about the desk. It was a narrow drop front, an antique from the late colonial period. It had been in the dealer's window for almost a year. We were newly married and our daughter Rachel was just starting to walk. Elaine was pursuing her MSW in social work part-time. I was a newly graduated lawyer, not wealthy but madly in love with my wife, and I knew how much she wanted that desk. Every time we passed by the shop, she would pause to admire it. I saved every cash I could, but when I went to buy it for our anniversary, it was disappeared from the window. My heart sunk as I approached the store and inquired about the small desk in the display. The girl behind the desk was perplexed, but when she asked the manager, he claimed it had been relocated to the back of the store. Elaine was ecstatic when it arrived at our modest flat. Over the years I saw her at that desk and considered myself fortunate to have her as my wife. Love, I've realized, is about the small moments, the excitement over a modest antique desk, witnessing our daughter's first steps moving into our first home and seeing Elaine achieve her MSW. Love is made up of all of these moments combined. They aggressively opened the desk drawers and discovered the diary. Perhaps I could have left the drawers unlocked, but then they would have missed the diary's significance. Locking the drawers brought attention to them, making it easier to find the diary. Nonetheless, the desk's demolition caused me much pain. It pushed home the fact that Elaine was genuinely lost to me. The diary fulfilled its goal. Its contents quickly became public. Pressure rose on the DA, and with the proof in hand and the narrative of illicit love made public, the unfaithful spouse and her lover were transformed into a contemporary Romeo and Juliet. January 2nd. I don't know if I can accomplish it, can I? Jenny merely laughs at my hesitation. What is wrong with you? Your hubby is out of town. You can go to his flat and no one will know. It is that simple. How will I confront Bruce again? Regardless of what others say about him, he has always been good to me. What will I tell him if he finds out? Blame him for leaving you alone so frequently. He hasn't traveled much, and when we are together, so it's a good marriage. It's just that Daniel makes me feel things I never had before. As I previously stated, Bruce will remain unaware, and if he does simp, handle it as I did with Bob. What have you done? Remember when they came over here and he appeared upset? Yes, I remember him asking to lie down in the bedroom. He seemed almost ill. Well, when he found out I was seeing Daniel, I told him everything. I assured him that I still loved him and that he had no control over the situation, because Daniel had a way with women. I believe he wanted to confront Daniel physically, but he wouldn't have a chance. You're lucky he doesn't own a Magnum. I said I can't imagine Bruce handling it the way Bob did. I believe Bruce would respond differently, but Jenny claimed I was wrong. We discussed how much Bruce loved me and would understand just like Bob did. I have met Daniel around 6 times in the last 3 weeks. We were never alone, but I caught glimpses of him here and there. He might have been following me or Bruce. My hubby has been home and is quite attentive. We've made love almost every night since I'm so stimulated, but I can't lie to myself about it, even when I'm in bed with my hubby. I'm thinking of Daniel. Today. Daniel slipped me a note with an address, date and time. I'm quite sure this is his apartment address and it is for a date when Bruce will be in New York. I do not want to go yet. I know I will. I tell myself. I'm going to go ask him to quit harassing me. January 15th, oh God, what did I do? I spent the afternoon in Daniel's apartment. It started out fine. I stated that we could never be together. How I could not betray my hubby, but then he kissed me and my determination gone. He took me into his bedroom and gradually undressed me. My blouse came off first, then my skirt. He kissed me passionately, his hands caressing every inch of my skin. He unhooked my bra and allowed it to fall, exposing my vulnerability. While still kissing me, he knelt and kissed me through my exquisite lace panties. I believe wearing those costly panties signaled that I wasn't serious about not being close to him. He lifted me onto his bed and removed the remainder of my clothing. He kissed me all over his touch, sparking my flesh. This man wielded tremendous control over me. He undressed in a second, exposing his magnificent body. His powerful abs and big manhood stood out far more than anything my spouse had to give. I drew him closer, guiding him within where he filled me like never before. It just took a couple thrusts before I climaxed magnificently. He made intense love to me. His stamina was incredible and he recovered fast every time we spent the entire afternoon and evening together. Buried in passion, I peered several times and he did it inside of me at least 4 times. As I departed, tears flowed down my cheeks, knowing that it would never happen again. But deep down neither of us thought it was really over. As I went out his door, I knew I would return. Tanya's opening speech to the jury was a cut above her usual delivery, implying it was written by a talented writer. Her boss, D. Marks, sat behind her, making sure he shared the credit while avoiding the hard job. I represented myself in court. Judge Bascom, who presided over the proceedings, warned me that a lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a client. I argued that it was preferable than having a fool for a lawyer. Bascom seems motivated to ensure my conviction, bending over backwards to aid the prosecution and educating the jury in a way that bent the concept of reasonable doubt in favor of guilty until proven innocent. My major concern was that someone would realize I had a hidden advantage ready to be exploited, despite having the facts on my side. The prosecution built a convincing picture of a sad love story between a police officer and my social worker wife, with me positioned as the villain, despite my innocence. Life isn't fair and courtroom justice is frequently elusive. Sergeant McVeigh, did you open the trunk of the defendant's car? Tanya questioned the first witness. Yes, I was immediately wary of the automobile. It was an older brown Toyota Camry, not the type of car you'd expect a high-profile lawyer to drive, but it's discreet and has a large trunk. Sergeant McVeigh responded. Tanya said, turning to the jurors with a knowing smile. What did you find inside the trunk? Tanya inquired more. It appeared to have been recently cleaned, but we found hair and fibers that matched both Officer Daniel Moreno and Elaine Gray. Sergeant McVeigh responded. Could their bodies have been placed in the trunk? Tanya pressed objection. I added, Your Honor. This calls for speculation. The witness is qualified to provide an opinion. Overruled. Please proceed. Sergeant. Judge Bascom ruled, and so it went. Sergeant McVeigh eagerly told the jurors that he believed I had transported and disposed of the bodies of my wife and her lover. During cross-examination, I asked Sergeant whether the bodies were transferred in the Camry. What happened to Daniel Moreno's bright blue Ford Mustang Shelby 500 GT? I'm not sure what you're referring to. McVeigh said Daniel Moreno's vehicle. He has a snazzy sports vehicle. It is missing. I clarified yes, Daniel's automobile is missing. McVeigh admitted return to the Camry. You broke into it, but why didn't you turn the key in the ignition? I questioned we might not have seen them. McVeigh said but you already used those keys to unlock the trunk, didn't you? I pressed. McVeigh hesitated briefly caught off guard before responding. Tanya objected. The question is contentious and relies on assumptions rather than proof. The objection was sustained. Barring me from continuing with that line of questions, Tanya then called senior crime scene investigator Kim Yuen to the stand. He mentioned finding red traces underneath my basement carpet. Could you tell the blood type or DNA from it? Tanya asked seriously. No, it was overly deteriorated. There was a strong bleach odor in the basement, so I suspected there might be traces. Bleach is commonly used to remove stains. Investigator Yuen explained during my cross-examination. I asked the investigator if the basement featured a laundry facility, correct? Yes, he confirmed that bleach is expected in a washing area, wouldn't you? I inquired. I cannot say for certain. It is dependent on the individual's laundry habits and responses. The 7 female jurors didn't appear convinced by Ang's answers. It was time for the dramatic reading of my wife's diary to begin, the true highlight of the trial, January 16th. I am divided between remorse and joy. Thoughts about Daniel's great physique and how he made me feel consume me. However, I'm overcome with remorse over Bruce. I wish I could believe the negative things others say about him, but I know they are false. Bruce has always expressed his love for me and I have responded with the worst treachery. I have a feeling Bruce will notice my awful sin when he looks at me disclosing what I've done to us. Bruce gave me this desk as a gift when I was struggling financially. It's an authentic antique that I saw in a shop window but knew we couldn't buy. Part of our financial difficulties were my fault. I wished for a kid immediately after our marriage. Despite our dire circumstances, Bruce had just started his work while I was still in graduate school. Despite our hardship, I discontinued using birth control on my own. However, it should have been a shared decision. Bruce never complained. He was overjoyed with my pregnancy, but he was concerned about our finances and would have waited till we were more stable, even if we were struggling. He somehow found the money to purchase me a lavish gift, my beloved husband of 15 years, whom I have so easily betrayed. I'm caught between avoiding Daniel indefinitely and running to him gladly. When Bruce returns from his trip tonight, I'm sure he will notice something and perhaps that will end things in one way or another. I'm not sure what I'll say to him. I can't stand to hurt him. January 17th. Nothing occurred yesterday night. Bruce made no indication that he knew or suspected what I was up to. While he was away, however, our encounters felt strained, as if we had grown apart. I could be imagining the precise thing. I fear Bruce appeared fatigued and behaved differently. For the time being, I'll simply wait and see. I left the house early to avoid seeing Bruce in the glaring morning light. My cell phone rang shortly after I arrived at work. It was Daniel. He wanted to talk and we did until I had to start work. Talking to him improved my spirits and gave me optimism that things would work out. I had to confess that my feelings for Daniel were love, though not the eternal kind I have with Bruce. It is a deep and passionate feeling, unlike anything I have ever felt before January 19th. I took some time off and pretended. I was going for a lengthy lunch, but I ended up seeing Daniel at his flat. He's on the floor till the midnight shift. We had 2 beautiful hours together. I even tried to give him BJ, which I rarely do with Bruce. My husband's attention is generally focused on me, but I couldn't get enough of Daniel. I was so focused that I didn't notice when he ejaculated in my mouth. Bruce appeared distant at home, but I'm not sure if that was all in my thoughts. We haven't been close since he returned from New York, but he'll be home this weekend and I aim to make it up to him February 12th. I have been in turmoil for the past month. My relationship with Daniel appears to be deepening. We meet at his house at least twice a week during the day, and Daniel thinks Bruce is connected with hazardous people in the evenings, which has been happening more frequently lately. The FBI is concerned that their monitoring tactics are not functioning. Bruce is lawfully blocking their warrants and assisting them in obtaining advanced anti-bugging technology, which is ordinarily prohibited but can be obtained with special permits. Daniel didn't state it explicitly, but I know that part of his work still entails monitoring my husband. I suppose I should be grateful that Daniel almost always knows where my husband is, but the strain is increasing. I'm stuck between two lovers, both of whom I adore, but they are enemies. I feel stuck in this no-win situation with no way out. Bruce has been the embodiment of a good spouse, getting me small things for no reason, bringing flowers and making me feel so loved. However, I can't get the sensation that he is aware of what is going on behind him. He exhibits no signs of understanding. Yet after 15 years, I can tell when something bothers him. I'm sorry, Mr. Gray, but I don't see a problem with admitting your wife's journal as evidence. Judge Bascom stated in his chambers that we were debating the prosecution's motion to introduce Elaine's diary as evidence. I understand, so the concept of hearsay does not bother you at all? I asked. Elaine's diary was clearly an out-of-court statement offered for truth. Tanya contended that it is one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. Which one exactly? I pressed a few. She responded loosely, not mentioning anything in specific. I knew I wouldn't win this argument. Tanya thought she needed the diary to assure my conviction, and the judge was willing to admit it. The diary will be allowed. If I'm mistaken, you can take it to the appeals court. The judge said on appeal. The pros. Yushin will most likely argue that admitting the diary was a minor mistake. However, this is not exactly accurate. But what did it matter? Everyone, even the judges on the appeals court, had already judged me guilty. Tanya had a pretty young clerk at her office. I read my wife's journal on the witness stand. The girl appeared to be around 22 years old, with straight dark hair and innocent brown eyes. She flushed delightfully at the more scandalous sections of Elaine's writing, which appeared to lessen any judgment the jury could have had about the affair with the lady I had loved and remained devoted to for 15 years. Rachel returned home for spring break on March 16th. I have not seen or heard from my daughter since Christmas. She appears quite happy. I'm not sure why she wanted to go boarding school, but I believe it had something to do with the stories about Bruce. She adores her father, but it must be difficult for a teenager to cope with what others say about him. With Rachel at home, Daniel and I can no longer meet at my apartment. Daniel believes that certain people at his workplace may have suspicions about our relationship. It could jeopardize his job if word of our romance spreads while he is on the team investigating Bruce. Daniel intends to request a transfer. He wants me to leave Bruce, but when faced with that decision, I know Daniel's idea is incorrect and what I've been doing with Daniel is incorrect. My affair is inappropriate on multiple levels. When I see Rachel, I remember above all that I am her mother and Bruce's wife. Neither of them deserves the grief they would experience if I ran away with Daniel. The sorrow I'd cause my family would far outweigh the pain I'd experienced from losing Daniel. I believe I am starting to see things clearly now. This desire that consumed me blurred my judgment. I need to clear my mind and do whatever is necessary to terminate things with Daniel. I am determined. When I see Daniel tomorrow, I'll call it off. I know he will be wounded, but he will go on. I know he will not be alone. Jenny is waiting in the wings. She's young and gorgeous and her husband has no choice but to allow her affair with Daniel. Bob is powerless against a man like Daniel. Everyone appears to think Bruce is a totally different type of man from the average. Will Bruce attack Daniel if he finds out? I do not believe Bruce would ever hurt me. But what if I am wrong? People say nasty things about Bruce. They cannot be true. I've known and loved him for all these years. Nonetheless, I have misgivings. Daniel believes my husband could be harmful and is concerned for my protection, but I can't get myself to believe Bruce would hurt anyone. When I look at Bruce, I see the kind and gentle man I married, the devoted father of our daughter throughout our marriage. Steve has always put Rachel and me first. When I see Daniel tomorrow, I must put an end to it. Will be difficult, but the correct thing to do. I phoned Jenny and advised she contact Daniel after tomorrow to soothe him. Tanya's lovely and youthful legal assistant completed the last item in my wife's diary. The prosecution intends to depict me as the wicked spouse attempting to break up the star-crossed lovers, but I did not understand Elaine's diary in that manner. Ultimately, my wife preferred her family to the man who sought her, Daniel Cruz. He knowingly sought Elaine, despite the fact that she was happily married. Perhaps he believed the nasty stories told about me by police. Perhaps he believed he could save the woman he had fallen in love with. The truth is that the lovers waited too long and tragedy struck them. In cases like this there are several. What would have happened if Elaine had confessed to me sooner, or if they had terminated it sooner? But it was not my primary concern. My priority was to save myself after the journal was read in court. Everyone knew the jury was about to convict. I had a huge list of witnesses, but just one was truly important. Jake Trumbull took the step stand on paper. My other witnesses appeared unremarkable. Jake's expert report was riddled with technical language and buried data, including a video referenced on page 439. We started with his credentials: an electrical engineering degree from RIT, a stint in Army intelligence and 20 years with the FBI. Not a horrible resume. I admitted that he worked for criminal organizations after leaving the government. His skill was critical in assisting myself and others to avoid government surveillance. Mr. Trumbull, have you ever worked for me before? Yes, multiple times. What is your most recent project for me? I installed a thorough surveillance system that monitored both your home and office inside and out. We call it a black cover, since it is intended to expose any illegal actions. What do you mean by dirty deeds? Typically, these include unauthorized entrances to plant bugs or evidence. Have you witnessed any similar activities? Yes, my team and I saw Sergeant McVeigh remove keys from a brown Camry and use them to open the trunk. He then placed things from a bag in the trunk. Later he returned with several officers and broke into the trunk with a crowbar. They continued to gather trace samples from inside the courtroom, eliciting shock and murmuring. Trumbull continued to exhibit the video footage he had obtained. We submitted this as evidence over the prosecution's objections. Trumbull revealed additional details about the blood planting discovered by Investigator 2. As a result, the prosecution's case came apart. They couldn't even prove the existence of a crime without forensic proof. All they had were missing people, a lost Magnum and a car that could not be found. My daughter Rachel hugged me firmly upon the decision of innocence. Her notion that I hadn't killed her mother was the most crucial thing for me. Many others believed I had gotten away with murder. Surprisingly, no action was taken against the police, who attempted to frame me in the end. Their efforts saved me by giving the prosecution a case to put to trial. During the long dry summer, the Harry River shrunk to a muddy trickle, revealing the blue Ford Mustang hidden in its depths. The bodies were still in the automobile. They must have been trapped within the car's frame when the floodwaters swept it away and subsequently submerged it in the swiftly flowing waves. Elaine's pocketbook was discovered alongside the GPS I had planted, as well as the remains of my wife. It turns that she had been correct. I had been more than suspicious. I had gathered evidence of her cheating. I genuinely adored her, and her betrayal tore me to the heart. In my opinion, Daniel Cruz was a scoundrel who had come to destroy a strong marriage. It bothers me immensely, but I was thinking of divorce, not murder. However, I knew that the police would never believe that my wife and her lover had died. Even if I was blameless, they would still hold me accountable. They didn't see me as innocent. Elaine was discovered below her partner, but both half-clad. It was revealed that they had been shot with Daniel Moreno most likely the intended target, as the bullets traveled through him and into Elaine. This sad double murder was the result of Smith & Wesson's ability to overcome the Mustang's defect. My tool had gone missing. If only the cops and prosecutors had waited, they would not have had to plant proof. The diary had forced their hands. It depicted lovers being torn apart by their harsh, deceitful lawyer spouse, causing the DA to act prematurely. The police were forced to resort to their standard tactics due to public pressure. I'd been framed, but skill and luck rescued me. As a lawyer, I was proud of my work. While law enforcement complained about how the system had been abused by a clever lawyer, Lottie smiled as she set down the beers and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder at the chambers, the city's attorney's bar. She didn't have to say she was there for me. Her behavior demonstrated it. Lottie changed jobs out of loyalty. I followed her. Overall, the chambers provided a more comfortable environment for me to have a drink than the Falcon Rest. The cops would never forgive me for outmaneuvering them, but the customers here empathized with the underdog, the lawyer, with a soiled reputation. This perception was mistaken. The clients I needed to impress perceived my acquittal on a charge I appeared guilty of as proof of my legal abilities. Due to the unfavorable able press, I had to increase my hourly fee and hire a young female associate to handle the extra task. Surprisingly, rather than being tarnished, I came out as an unorthodox hero. Tanya, on the other hand, was driven out of the DA's office and blamed for the case's failure. My drinking friend gulped half of his Sam Adams in one gulp. "Relax, Bob, there's no need to haste," I quipped. "I don't have a wife at home and yours isn't worth going back to." Bob grimaced, as if he realized that certain ladies, no matter how attractive, aren't worth the hassle. "Jenny fell into that group and I'm sorry," he began, then trailed off. There was no need for an apology, I assured him, under the conditions. "None are expected, but I never intended to hurt Elaine," he begged. "Of course not. It was an accident." "Are you unfamiliar with tools? You couldn't have known the shots would pass through." Officer Moreno addressed the woman he was with. I argued, urged, and Bob continued exactly how he had the seat set up. They relaxed completely, like if they were in bed. You couldn't even tell who was below. I was very upset after Jenny promised to meet him again. "You were in a trance and not totally conscious of what you were doing. But did you check my Magnum for prints before planting it?" I asked. I might have. I wasn't thinking clearly. I had snatched it earlier, aiming to scare him away. "It was your tool because I knew you had one in your bedroom for safety. Finding it was simple. You did not hide it. A guy like you probably requires that protection. Actually, it was a present from a client. I kept it in the bedroom for Elaine's safety while I was away." He nodded earnestly, and I wondered if he saw the absurdity of our predicament. She simply stated that she would meet him again. "Danielle will require some friendly comfort," she explained. I could not ignore it. I went to his house to inform him that I would not tolerate it. His automobile was gone on. I called home but got no answer. I afraid I jumped to conclusions. Under the circumstances, this was a reasonable mistake. I interjected. I knew where he drove his girlfriends in his nasty automobile. It had begun to rain and it was really dark. When I reached the county road that leads to the creek, I parked up the road and walked down to the creek on a clear night. The moon illuminated the countryside, but the weather was changing. They were on the passenger side, but the driver's window was partially down. I heard them laughing, and then she moaned in a way that struck me deeply. I did not think I just shot. Then the tool seemed to slide from my grasp, or perhaps I dropped it. I hadn't realized it was Elaine in the car till later. "I'm so sorry. Will you inform the cops right now?" he inquired, seeming concerned. I shrugged. Why should I? It is not my place to judge you. I may be many things, but I'm not a hypocrite. "But I killed your wife." He said yes, but this was an accident. I'm not sure how the car ended up in the creek. I assumed it would be found right away. However, when it wasn't, people began accusing you. Naturally, but without corpses or tools, they couldn't prove my culpability. The GPS device I placed in my wife's purse told me where she was. I assumed the increasing water carried the automobile into the flooded creek. Then it sank. It was only a matter of time until the car bodies or both appeared, since my Magnum was stolen. I had a fair idea of how the lovers perished and who was to blame. I apologize for it, and how many people still consider you as guilty? You should turn me in. Bob replied gently. What shall I say? We have no influence over what people think, and I cannot debunk an enticing falsehood with an unpleasant truth. No, you are safe from me. I reassured him, so why did you ask me here? I've got something for you. I responded, withdrawing the document from my jacket pocket. What is this? He asked. My bill. Of course I presented a powerful defense in the murder case, but you were defending yourselves. He emphasized whose fault was that I invested time and money into it, and the responsible party must bear the costs, and let me tell that I did an excellent job. You should feel satisfied. This is quite a large money, he remarked. I answered that was quite a defense. Do you accept American Express? Absolutely. I believe. Bob felt glad that I would not divulge his secret, but, as I already stated, it is not my business to judge. In today's environment, the assumption of innocence has been replaced with the assumption of guilt. In this cruel world, a man must rely on his wits. As Bob departed, he brought me another Boston Lager. Are you okay? She asked. Her voice conveyed genuine worry. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I returned home with the intention of surprising my wife, only to discover her in bed with another man. My world was turned upside down in that moment. I had never imagined my marriage would end in such a way. But what shocked me even more was her attempt to run over my new partner with a car. This was more than betrayal, this was madness. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I, 36, was married to my ex-wife, 35, a female. Her name is Isabella. For 6 years our marriage was satisfactory. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. We met on Facebook and something clicked between us. Things were going well during the dating phase, and I was extremely cautious about searching for red flags, because I grew up with a mother who was violent to my father, and I didn't want to end up in a situation similar to that. I didn't see any warning signs, so we got married and everything was fine. Unfortunately, approximately 2 years into our marriage, we began having major disagreements about once a month. To be honest, it became exhausting, but I was determined to make things work because why not? We had a fantastic start to our relationship, so I was certain that we could figure out what was wrong and work things out. I recommended couples therapy several times, but after one session she refused to return. I believe she was dissatisfied because the therapist did not appear to be on her side. However, it became clear that she possessed a temper which she had not before displayed. It was part of what we intended to investigate, but we never had more than one session. I assumed it was related to her father's death, but I couldn't be certain. She would never break anything or hurt someone. However, it was just extremely noisy. Anyway, we soon settled into a groove of simply coexisting with one another. There were still some wonderful times, but it wasn't the same as our previous strong, thrilling connection. However, there was no doubt that I was still in love with her. I realized that if nothing changed in the next few years, we'd probably end up divorcing. I wanted to give it a shot, though, because I never thought marriage was something you could just walk into and out of, obviously ignoring abuse, infidelity, and other big deal breakers. I believe that is sufficient background. I am not the highest-ranking employee. Where I work, I would describe myself as painfully mid-level. However, I frequently have to travel to other states for work, and what I'm about to discuss was one of those times. I went to an expo, and while it was a 4-day event, the company representatives there were called back after 3 days due to a work emergency that required more hands on deck. As a nice little boy, I rushed back to my job. The only difficulty was that I didn't inform my wife that I was returning. Most of the reason was that I wanted to surprise her. Things had gotten to the point where I felt compelled to rekindle the spark, because we were simply coasting and not attempting to be spontaneous. When I got back, I bought the flowers I knew she liked and went home. Obviously I had my keys, so I locked myself inside. I knew she was scheduled to be home that day, so when I didn't see her in the living room or kitchen, I walked straight to her bedroom and opened the door right there. I noticed a man on top of Isabella doing exactly what he was doing. I could hear her making sounds, and regrettably the entire vision refused to leave my head. The change in lighting as I opened the door made them realize I was there, and they both jerked up in surprise. I stood in the doorway as both of these people hurried to put on their clothes. The man changed into his underpants, grabbed the rest of his things and attempted to push through me in the doorway to the room. I'm not sure if he knew she was married. I'm not sure if he was her normal partner, but in that instant I found myself with one hand on his throat. I wasn't attempting to strangle him, but I was clutching tightly. I slapped him twice. I still don't understand why I chose to beat him that way, but it is what came out of me. He appeared stunned at first, then determined to fight back, but I let grip of his neck and he departed. At that point I returned my attention to Isabella, who was attempting to put her bra back on. I was furious and I stood at my feet for hours, staring at her as she said nothing and dressed back up. She avoided looking at me and I honestly didn't know what to do as she fought to straighten her hair. She said the most ridiculous thing to me. "Why are you even back?" In that moment, I felt like doing what I had just done to her in a fair manner. I really wanted to punch her for some reason. I couldn't move, though, so I just stood there like an idiot. She did not meet my gaze and she whispered, "You weren't meant to return." Beneath her breath, I still didn't say anything and she appeared to lose control at that point. "You were not supposed to be back. It is your fault for not informing me that you were returning, else you would not have noticed this. I asked you for an open relationship and you declined. I have needs. I tried to do things without hurting you, but you had to return unexpectedly. Why?" At that time, I walked across the room, grabbed her by the collar of the shirt she'd just put on and lifted my fist to strike her. I don't know if I would have stopped if she hadn't looked scared, but I did, even when seen away of context. That moment does not make me proud. However, I don't look back on it with pride. A part of me secretly wishes I had struck her just for the satisfaction. I then released go of her and went away. I heard her yapping behind me. "Were you going to hit me? Really, this is why I don't love you anymore. You call yourself a man, but you aren't. You make me sick and so much more." At the time, I couldn't understand why you'd say those things to someone who had almost hit you, but later on it appeared like she was just trying to irritate me and get me to punch her. That way, she could put me in jail or whatever. I simply went out of the house. I couldn't deal with it or think about what I could have done to her, since the circumstances made me feel like I was about to snap. There was a fragrance in the bedroom and throughout the home. I found a friend's home to crash and he was quite empathetic to what I'd been through. He suggested that I divorce her as soon as possible, and while I wasn't ready to do so because lawyers are expensive and I earned significantly more than she did, I was leery of alimony in her favor. He said that if I could provide proof of her infidelity, I might be able to secure a lower alimony payment. I felt divorce was the best option. Therefore, I don't believe my hesitation stemmed from my desire to work things out with her. I'm not that idiotic. I believe Isabella snapped at that point because she began texting me about how I had a small penis, but he had a larger penis was better, and so on. I believe she was really enraged that I had caught her and she had no sensible emotional reaction to it. She blamed me for upsetting her nice relationship with her fair partner, and this was how she opted to deal with her emotions. For some reason, my friend was present and instructed me to screenshot the texts as she sent them, which I did, and about a minute after her rant, he made such a good call. I watched all of the texts be unsent. I'm not sure if she had a little moment of clarity, but she obviously had second thoughts. After that, she just wrote messages cursing me out with no indication of her infidelity. my companion produced many cocktails for me all night till I fell asleep. About 2 weeks later, I finally found a divorce lawyer who was in my price range and who I felt extremely comfortable with. I showed him what I had and he suggested we'd be able to do something significant with it. I felt comfortable about it, though he didn't seem convinced that I'd be let free without paying anything. He told me that he would do his best. She was served with papers and took around a month to respond to them. I believe that was a purposeful decision, since it was obvious at that point that neither of us wanted to be in this marriage with each other. The divorce proceedings began and Isabella was being absolute, but only through them. She was making things more difficult than they needed to be at every opportunity she had at the time. We had been separated for several months, so it made no sense. She was attempting to frustrate me, and it was effective. At this point I was already attempting to get over her. I'll admit that I started with a lot of one-night stands, but I realized they weren't for me, one of the reasons I never agreed to an open relationship with her. I've always been a own you woman sort of man. I used to read a lot before life and job stole that away from me. But I was looking for serenity in things that did not come in a bottle. So somewhere in the middle of the divorce drama, I found myself at a bookstore. I was seeking for some fiction to read, but I had been away from it for so long that I had no idea where to begin. There was a lady in the same section as me, so I inquired what she would recommend if I wanted to read science fiction. She asked me what I liked. I told her, and before you knew it, we were talking for hours about books and her favorite series. I suppose. We stood there for about 30 minutes before I chose a book based on her recommendation and obtained her phone number. I'm smiling as I think about how my interaction with her was like a bomb to everything I'd gone through. We began dating soon after, and I was quite open with her about the fact that I was going through a divorce, but it didn't appear to bother her in any way. She stated she was glad I was open about it and that it didn't bother her. She was distracting me from the misery in my life at the time, but I was relieved that I had not sought her out as a distraction. We met naturally, and she turned out to be a wonderful person. The divorce was dragging on and I really wanted to be done with it, but Isabella clearly didn't. At one point, I had been dating the lady I met at the bookshop, Lily, for 5 months and I was still suffering with the divorce. However, this is when everything began to spiral out of control. Lily and I had a lovely day in town and we were headed to our car in a shopping center parking lot. At this point everything happened so quickly. I heard a car's engine crank suddenly and a vehicle approached us, but more towards Lily. I attempted to move her out of the way by jerking her arm, but she got struck in the outstretched leg. I can't image how it felt to hear her cry in pain and I noticed that her leg was shattered above the ankle. I was going to call 911 on my phone when the car hit another one hard and reversed. I faced Lily and I on the floor and I had to drag her between the automobiles before the vehicle moved forward and collided with another car. People's attention was pulled to the scene and they were getting closer. At that point someone came out of the driver's seat and I recognized Isabella. It probably made the most sense at the time, other from the fact that it was a psychopath. But at the same time I was shocked, since there was no way she hadn't just tried to kill us, or at least Lily. She moved threateningly towards us, but a bystander stopped her. To be completely honest, I thought she had lost her mind. I could not have imagined her level of anger and madness, the extent of attempting to run over Lily. I couldn't explain it away, regardless of how much I despise her. The police arrived shortly after, along with an ambulance and transported Lily to the hospital. Isabella was arrested and she yelled in my way. It hasn't even been a year and you're already strolling around with a. It was terrifying but also perplexing because it appeared like she had gotten the short end of the stick. When I discovered her cheating and divorced her for it, she acted like a victim, as if I hadn't really walked in on her sleeping with a man. It was one of the most traumatic events in my life. Lily could have perished that day. She had a full recovery, spoiler alert, and I am grateful about it. When I told her it was my soon-to-be ex-wife, I knew it was done. Who wants to spend the rest of their life with a mad lady attempting to kill them? But all she stated was that as long as she was in prison, there would be nothing to be concerned about. Of course, authorities opted to pursue the case, especially since the parking lot had multiple cameras that captured the entire incident. Apparently, she had drove past us once and I believe she recognized us. She then circled around and tried to strike Lily. She made a definite decision and never questioned it. At that moment our divorce proceedings were effectively halted due to her criminal situation. Being a prominent player in a serious court case is not enjoyable. In case you thought jury duty was as terrible as it could get, it lasted a long time and interfered with my employment, which I disliked. She was not worth the stress, however, the prosecutors found it to be a piece of cake. There were eyewitness reports and CCTV evidence, and both Lily and I testified about what transpired. There were other accounts, but she was found guilty of all of them, the most serious being attempted murder. There was no doubt that she was attempting to kill someone with a car, especially after her second attempt to crash into US 12 years in prison. Honestly, I was surprised it wasn't longer, but the allegation was that she expressed regret for her acts. I still believe it was an act and that she had no criminal background. She may potentially be released early if she was a good girl in prison and wanted extra time. But 12 years in prison was a long time for someone in their mid-30s, and she still had to attend her divorce proceedings remotely. Despite the fact that her lawyer represented her totally at times, things began to move in the proper direction right away, and with the final piece of the puzzle that she had wonderfully served to us by attempting to murder my girlfriend, she received nothing as an absolute nothing. The judge refused to even consider rewarding such behavior with anything that was not hers. From the start, it brought a tremendous smile to my face, since everything seemed to have suddenly clicked into place at that instant, despite the anguish she had inflicted. Isabella has been absent from my life and it feels as if she has vanished forever, despite the fact that I know she will return. However, being completely honest makes life a lot easier. I moved out of the old flat since it reminded me of her infidelity, but Lily and I acquired a place and have been really happy together. Lily quips that she was glad to make the sacrifice to assist me throw my ex away. I'm not sure what I might have done better. Maybe I could have left her when I learned she had a temper, but other than that I have no idea. All I can say is that you should avoid crazy ladies, even if they weren't crazy to begin with. I'm delighted I'm better off in the end. That's what matters. I'm looking forward to reading your comments and seeing your jokes. That's one of the reasons I adore this community, finding your wife in bed with another person. Ouch, this is the stuff of nightmare maze. Then comes the full open relationship request. After being caught, talk about adding insult to injury, discuss how your marriage is changing either for the better or worse, directly into attempted vehicular homicide territory. Who knew until death? Do us part, you get quite literal. Imagine explaining this to your friends over a pint. Yeah. So my ex-wife attempted to run over my new girlfriend in a mall parking lot. It turns out that the phrase "till death" in our vows may have been taken too seriously, and let us not forget the courtroom drama. Shake my head. Attempted murder wasn't exactly on the divorce agenda, was it? Here is the next story. He awoke to find that his phone had 10 missed calls and an equal amount of voicemail messages. He didn't identify the area code. After receiving multiple spam calls from Chinese robo-marketing, he instructed his phone to forward strange numbers to voicemail, typically Beijing, but he never left messages. His daughters were still sleeping, so he started listening to the messages. It was then that he learned his wife Ava was not in Jacksonville, Florida, visiting her parents and sister for the weekend, but rather in the burn unit of a hospital in Boulder, Colorado. Ethan went silent for a moment. His phone was also sending him notifications of news updates. Normally this was unpleasant, but the effort to disable this function never seemed worthwhile. Something about flames remained in his mind. He remembered seeing a news headline with the words "fire in Boulder." When his phone turned on that morning, he proceeded to the phone's home screen and noticed the news headline: "Devastating forest fire destroys Boulder suburb overnight." Interesting. Ethan would be the first to confess that he wasn't always the sharpest tool in the shed, but he could only think of one reason why his wife, Ava, of 8 years, would lie about her weekend plans. He purposefully slowed his pace. There's no need to haste. He brewed delicious coffee. The girls would not be awake for at least an hour. He delivered coffee to awry's office in the dining room and took her laptop. It turned out that it was now password-locked, a password he didn't recognize, but Ava was disorganized and sluggish, so he looked for a password written on a scrap of paper and discovered it in the bottom of a little writing desk drawer. After obtaining access, he saw that she had not even closed her email browsers. She had simply shut down her computer, relying on a fresh password and clearly her belief that Ethan would not invade privacy. All of the assumptions that existed in this household before to this morning were no longer valid. Ethan reasoned, and it was true. Everything had changed. She had been visiting her college ex-boyfriend, Derek Grant, and his house in Boulder on weekends when Derek's wife was away. This was the gentleman who had destroyed Ava's heart by falling in love with and marrying another lady. It appeared that he felt regret about the abandoned woman over time, or perhaps just lust. The emails contained many specifics, the most of which were simply confirmations of arrival timings. Ethan hypothesized that they poured their hearts out to each other on the phone. One intriguing fact surfaced. Her parents and sister were aware of her affair and agreed to cover it up. This was not in the emails, but rather in an open conversation that was also left unlocked. Everyone thought she should marry Derek, who came from a wealthy family. Ethan was frozen as if watching a car wreck in slow motion and unable to look away. He took a big breath and relaxed a bit. It was necessary, or he could have punched holes in the house's drywall. When they answered, he contacted the Boulder hospital. He intuitively inquired whether Derek Grant was a patient. When they quizzed Ethan about his relationship with Mr. Grant, he claimed he was a friend. The operator then indicated she was unable to provide any information. That response revealed that the following patient was called Derek Grant. Ethan dialed the number left on his voicemail. There was a direct line to the hospital's reception. After identifying himself, the clerk informed him that Ava had been admitted with third-degree burns covering 80% of her body, including lung damage from smoke inhalation. The fire appears to have started abruptly in the drought-stricken area, quickly spreading in strong winds and shutting off the sole escape path. Over 100 homes were torched and damaged. "Sorry," Ethan replied. "This cannot be my wife. She is in Jacksonville, Florida. You must have entered wrong information." He hung up. Of course she was not in Boulder. He felt it, but he was not going to make things easy for anyone. He searched his wife's computer again and discovered Derek's social media page. Ava had actually made him one of her pals. There he discovered Derek's wife. She made a public message from her family home in San Diego asking for prayers after learning that her husband had been hospitalized in Boulder with severe burns. "I need those prayers answered by the God of vengeance." Ethan considered approaching Derek's wife over chat to introduce himself and convey what he had discovered. He left his phone number for lengthy time. Later he finished his coffee, he spotted another missed call. He didn't know the phone number, but there was a voicemail from Derek's wife. "Megan." Ethan called her back. "Missed. Is your real name Megan?" he had to ask. "Yes," she exhaled. "When I got married, I was concerned that this would happen. Derek rejected the woman I'm married for love. Now it's a full meltdown. You must be Reese's husband." "Yes, I knew about her when Derek and I met. He's been acting strange lately, but I did not understand why. Now everything becomes sense. Are you feeling the same way?" "Kind of. I am aware of Derek's situation, but Rainey's behavior was not suspicious. Therefore I did not detect anything." "Ethan, you take it gently. How do you handle that?" Megan responded. "You're talking calmly to me. I take pills. Derek is severely burned. They have already placed him in a medically induced coma. I lost my composure when I heard that. Now I'm just in shock, especially knowing the truth about what actually occurred." "What is your wife's story?" "Severe burns, that is all I know. I informed them that they couldn't beat her since my wife is in Florida." Megan chuckled. "Oh, the hospital's phoning again. Let me respond and remain in touch." She hung up and Ethan saved the number to his contacts. To prevent the spam blocker from routing the call to voicemail, Reese's father, Bob, placed a new call. Wow must have watched the news and become concerned. Ethan. Yes, a pause ensued. Ethan and Bob had never liked each other and Ethan reciprocated. Bob disliked them, although they always appeared to communicate politely. Now courtesy seemed gone. Ethan. Did you hear from Ava? Ethan paused. This question must have cost us Bob dearly in terms of morality. Why should I hear from her? She's upstairs in her old room. Isn't she spending time with you? Your estranged wife and your other daughter. Bob recognized what Ethan knew. He exhaled. Ethan. She genuinely adores you. I understand we've never gotten along. Bob. Ethan interjected, his voice growing louder. This is ridiculous, and before you continue talking irritate me even more. No, this I completely understand that I have never pleased. You were convinced I was worthy of your daughter. Your other daughter also treated me cruelly. I put up with it to maintain the peace. But now everything is over and I want to make this obvious. If you were standing in front of me right now, I'd hit you in the mouth until you spat your teeth. Damn you and your family too. Hang on. There was really nothing else to say. However, you can save time. He banned Bob's, as well as his mother and sister-in-law's phone numbers. Dad, why are you yelling? Nicole. His daughter asked. As she entered the kitchen, her younger sister, Rebecca, followed her. Rebecca announced that Dad had spoken a foul word. Really? Nicole asked. Say it again. Father, I did not hear that. Ethan gave a smile. What was the terrible word, Becky? She frowned. I can't recall. You probably misheard. Now let us eat breakfast. Today is pancake day. They had 3 pancakes and some orange juice. Then the 2 girls watched cartoons. After all, it was Saturday morning. The telephone rang again. It was Megan Grant. The tablets are functioning. What pills? He gasped. I told you about the ones I used to calm down. Well, they're not working. Why are you saying this, Miss Megan Grant? In the hospital they directed me to the location where Derek is receiving intensive treatment. The nurse placed me on speaker. She thought hearing my voice would assist Derek, even though he was in a coma, and I lost it. I yelled at his girlfriend, who was also seriously burned and likely to die, and said it was his fault, and then, after we both receive life insurance benefits, we'll embark on an around-the-world trip and spend all of our time in bed to settle the score. His heart nearly stopped when he heard me, even if he is in a coma. Yes, that's difficult to say whether my screen caused that or whether it was simply a coincidence, but made it through. I apologize. She paused. Sorry, what are you apologizing for? Are you apologizing? His heart nearly stopped. Or are you apologizing? Still alive. Ethan's inclinations leaned toward brutality, but he controlled himself. I'm just sad that things turned out this way. I agree. She paused before asking, tell me about the cruise we are going on. Sorry, I'm not sure where that came from, but I'm still intrigued. That's probably accurate. She paused. Are you actually interested, Ethan? I've noticed on social media that you have a lovely face, but I haven't really followed you on the internet. If I had to spend time gaining revenge by sleeping with someone, you'd be an excellent candidate. Why are you asking? Do I have a chance? I do not know. She responded slowly. I've spent the time since I discovered he was cheating, wondering what was wrong with me. Knowing you are interested helps me feel a little better. In any case, you do not look very horrible. Ethan snorted. Ethans. That's good to hear, even if my wife obviously preferred your husband. Perhaps the problem isn't with us. I have similar thoughts. Megan Grant halted again. Have you ever pondered why they did that? I suppose it was because they believed they could get away with having an affair. That sounds overly straightforward, so what else could it be? Megan spoke decisively. Listen, we both have a lot to process, but please remain in touch. We are the only two people who understand how the other is feeling right now. Okay, I need to buy swim trunks and Bermuda shorts for the cruise. She chuckled. At least you're helping me feel better. Perhaps the medications are working. Reserve a room with a balcony. She chuckled again until then they hung up. Ethan noticed another voicemail. It came from the hospital again. He called back, connected with the nurse and entered the room. She also put him on speakerphone. It must be a different nurse than the Who Cares for Derek. Yet they all appear to follow the same set of medical establishment guidelines. Mr. Henry Becker, yes, I am Nurse Young. We're on speaker now. I am in the intensive care burn unit of the hospital. Your wife is here. She is terribly burned and in a medicated coma. She is next to me. We hope that the sound of your voice can help, even though she is unconscious. Ethan believed that the hospital would need to revise its normal protocols for dealing with the patient relatives after today, but he needed to ask, why do you believe that I wasn't present when she was brought in? One of my pals was present. She claimed your wife gripped her arm like a vice and refused to let go until they comprehended what she was requesting. Call my spouse. I'm terribly sorry. Your wife and the team used all of their strength and refused to let them do anything unless they convinced her they would deliver the message. Okay, too little, too late. Ethan thought, what do I say? He asked, tell her everything on her heart. The nurse spoke foolishly. Okay, thought Ethan. Then he added, listen, pathetic liar. He yelled over the phone to his wife. I pray you experience misery and spend eternity in hell with Derek, who is also departing. Just so you know, I'm planning to spend the entire life insurance money I get to seduce Derek's wife, and I'll never forgive you. The line was shut off. The nurse obviously didn't listen when he started, but she seemed to have snapped out of it, understood that if he continued at this rate, he would not reach his emotional balancing goals and would most likely feel guilty about what he had said. However, it was not the day Dad. What does this mean? Becky inquired, cuddling her teddy bear. Oh my little ones, it means deceiving someone. She contemplated this with a serious gaze. When will Mom be home? That's what truly enraged him. He feels compelled to inform his daughters of the situation. He should have considered it thoroughly, but he wasn't in the mood. Becky returned to the living room. Ethan watched her sit down in front of the television. Under no circumstances would he take the daughters to the hospital in Colorado to see their mother shrouded in bandages like a mummy. He didn't want them to have these memories. He had a week's worth of Disneyland tickets within 30 minutes, reservation at one of Mickey's hotels and airline tickets. They were leaving the next morning. Nicole might have to miss some preschool, but that was fine. We received a call from the hospital. After receiving our tickets, Ava had a heart attack and died. All efforts to save her failed. Ethan inquired as to the particular time he yelled at her. Perhaps you might advise Megan to try shouting Derek again. No, allow her to sort things out herself. Ethan was eventually forced to transmit medical insurance information to the hospital in order for them to furnish him with death certificates. He called the local funeral home and scheduled a cremation for her burns. Ethan expected a reduction, but they informed him that they would still charge the full price. He asked them to mail in the ashes once they returned from Disney. The girls were disappointed that their mothers were not with them, but they were cheered up by enough sweets from the BBD boutique Derek held on until Thursday. Megan stopped shouting at him, which may have helped him stay following his death. Megan returned to Colorado to live with friends when her house burned down. She acted like a noble widow for the sake of her children. She told Ethan that she hadn't told them about Ava Tane. His children were older than Ethan's and they knew their father had been injured in the fire, so it would be more difficult to disregard all of this. Ethan girls had no idea he would keep the same spirit for a while, but it was still difficult not to say anything negative about their mother. Soon after they returned from Florida, a delivery man arrived at the door with two goods that required signatures. The first letter came from a relative. The second was a box containing Reese ashes. The letter requested that Reese's bones be provided so that they may organize a memorial service and burial in his hometown, Florida. If Ethan didn't want to organize something where he resided, they must have contacted someone. He assumed the letter lacked an apology for covering up Ava. This truth made the subsequent decision simpler to accept. He recruited a teenage girl from the area to babysit the girls and left them telling to her about the Disney trip and showing her all of their stuff and images on the tablet. Then Ethan walked to a nearby national park carrying his ashes in a sack over his shoulder. Ethan drove to one of the park remote locations in a deep cinder block toilets instead of bathrooms. He photographed himself flushing the ashes down the toilet. Returning to the car, he wondered if some therapy would be useful, but the problem was he was no longer angry. Well, not angry enough to strike anyone. Ruining someone's reputation was another issue. He released a video on social media of himself flushing the ashes, along with an explanation. Following that, he questioned if the National Park Service would fine him for contaminating a toilet. If so, he would cheerfully pay it. He never contacted her relatives, but he noticed in the media that they held a funeral service in Jacksonville without him or his daughter. He informed the girls that their mother had an accident while she was away and would not be coming back. They took it as expected. Fortunate, they had amazing teachers at the daycare who assisted and encouraged them. The life insurance payout was satisfactory. Ava had more insurance than Ethan. Expected insurance benefits make it easier to restructure his employment life. He believed his daughters needed more fresh air, particularly in playgrounds. With a large number of children and attractive young mothers, many of whom sympathized with his tragic story, he played down awry's infidelity. He sought sympathy. Not pity. The girls began receiving invites to several playdates where moms invited their gorgeous single pals. He began to see the road forward. Ethan never met Megan Grant, though they did talk on the phone from time to time. Story 2. I, a 29-year-old male, was just divorced. My ex-wife, a 27-year-old woman, left me because of infidelity. My wife and I met at a mutual friend's housewarming celebration and instantly liked one another. She was sweet and educated, and as we got to know each other, my feelings for her grew. We went on several dates, as is customary for every love story, dated and married after 2 years of dating. If a clairvoyant had warned me that my wife would cheat on me, I would not have believed him. My wife and I were the kind of pair who wore identical clothing and held hands. Everywhere we went. We were always all over one another, and she loved the ground I walked on. Our marriage was enjoyable and pleasant, and we did a lot of exploring together. My wife was my first and sincere love. I had been in relationships during high school and college, but they were not serious. I was a bashful teenage boy and adult who struggled to maintain relationships, but it was much easier with my wife. We hit it off right away, and everything went smoothly. My wife worked as a hairdresser in a ladies' beauty store while I worked for a construction company. We were both looking forward to a peaceful and happy life and were satisfied with our earnings. For 2 years my wife and I were married. I never suspected my wife was cheating. It was like a dream when I discovered she was cheating on me. My wife enjoyed getting out with her friends at least once a week, and he would frequently go out as a group on Friday evenings, plan a picnic on Saturdays, or even hang out at a bar. I was not a socialist. My wife and I didn't have many friends, but I did have one coworker with whom I was quite close, and he was almost like my best friend. Before I discovered that my wife was cheating on me, I noticed a few red flags. For example, my wife, who used to be chatty and would share the latest gossip with me every time she got home, has suddenly become reticent. She only spoke when I asked her a question, and her talk seemed forced. I despised the way she made me feel like she was doing me a favor. Whenever we chatted in the bedroom, she began whining that I liked being intimate too much and that life did not center around being intimate all the time. If she wasn't whining about that, she'd say she wasn't in the mood. She continuously made one excuse after another. When it first started, I assumed she was acting that way because she was stressed at work and had indirectly expressed her frustration on me. I didn't act right away, because I was hoping she'd change her mind. There was a period when I believed I was the problem and I began to question myself. I observed how I spoke to her, my tone, and even my behavior around her. I was a domineering person by nature, but I always attempted to communicate with her as a wife, and I was cognizant of my tone at all times. I even went so far as to take her out to fancy restaurants. Since she complained that I was becoming boring, so I stopped doing the things we used to do while we were dating. I tried everything I could to rekindle her love and return us to our happy place, but nothing worked. She didn't appreciate whatever I did, so I simply stopped. When I stopped, I became more aware of her body language. For example, if I attempted to hug her from behind, as I used to, she would push me away with her elbow and appeared disgusted. This happened at least 3 times before I realized something was amiss. Meanwhile, I noted that she would dress nicely whenever she indicated she wanted to go out with her friends. It's not that she didn't dress nicely before, but she appeared more eager and took longer to apply her cosmetics. And here's the truth. I thought she was seeing someone owing to her changes, and I intended to confront her once I had confirmation. I wasn't the type of man who would wait 10 days for fraternity to plot his foolish retribution. Before confronting her, I had significant anger issues and wanted to teach her a lesson. One weekend I was at home wondering about how to find out if my wife was having an affair behind my back. Our relationship had deteriorated to the point that we were practically like male and female roommates living together. We only spoke with each other for vital reasons. I watched my wife dress up, do her hair, and apply cosmetics before she left. She stated she was going out with the girls and then left. My intuition told me she was lying. I'm not sure why, but I strongly suspect she was lying. So after she left, I contacted one of her pals and pretended to want to talk to my wife. I stated I continued phoning a number, but she was not returning my calls. When I told everything to her friend, she was perplexed because she lived across the country and had no plans to meet with my wife that weekend. Her buddy also stated that before they all went together, they would announce it on their secret WhatsApp group conversation, but there was no notification and she was certain that my wife was not hanging out with the other girls. They would announce it in their private WhatsApp group chat, but there was no announcement and she was certain my wife was not hanging out with the other girls. I immediately heard this. I knew she had either gone to see her partner or had to be somewhere else. I wasn't even concerned about finding her, because I knew I could follow her using GPS without wasting time. I left the house and followed her GPS, which directed me to a football stadium to confirm this. I noticed my wife's car parked outside and knew she was present. There were numerous people in the stadium, making it simpler to find her. I was surprised to see her with her little sister's high school football coach, and she was in his arms laughing and kissing him frequently. The image alone made me enraged. I wanted her to know I had seen her, so I walked her into the AP, took out my phone and began filming as I proceeded towards them. I even spoke in the video as if I was addressing her parents and showed them what a nasty girl they had raised. When my wife heard my voice, she turned to face me and grew pale when she noticed me. She was completely idiotic to call my name and inquire what I was doing there. I went straight at the football coach. At the time I was not thinking clearly. I was furious and pounded the crap out of him, but happily some people noticed us and separated us. My wife wasn't sure if she should beg or stop me. She stood there in disbelief, unable to speak. I was hurt, but I tried not to express my feelings until I arrived home. When I returned home, I cried a little and spent a lot of time throwing out her belongings on her yard. I also emailed the video I captured to her parents, who were really disappointed and unhappy with. Her sister was the most disappointed, because she couldn't believe my wife was having an affair with her football coach. My wife did not return home that day. She returned home the next day and started hammering on my door, hoping I'd allow her in so could talk. I threatened to contact the police if she didn't leave my property, and when she didn't I did. She even protested and acted aggressively, so they pulled her away. A few days later I received messages from Facebook and it was my wife contacting me with a new Facebook account. I had blocked her old Facebook account and she begged me to accept her back and let her explain everything she claimed. I was always weary when I got home from work and I didn't offer her the care and time I used to, which led her to seek attention elsewhere. She also stated that she loved her AP less than she loved me and that she was only with him because of how he made her feel. I was slightly sorry to hear it, but it did not change the fact that she had betrayed me by cheating. When I told her we were getting divorced, she pleaded with me not to make a decision. I might later regret and to give her another chance. How daring of her. Long story short, we divorced and her parents disinherited her. Their partner's parents reported him to the school and the school was tired of hearing various parents complain about the same thing, so he got fired. Even if this happened a long time ago, I've moved on. It still hurts. For the time being, I've decided to divert my attention away from my misery and into something more useful. I no longer have time for ladies and I doubt I will anytime soon. Did your wife really tell you not to make any decisions you'd regret after she cheated on you? Divorcing her was, in my opinion, one of the best moves you ever made. It's horrible that she had no remorse for cheating on you and even attempted to excuse her behavior. I'm pleased you moved on and used all that misery to become more productive. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Story 3. I'd want to relate my tale because my ex-wife, with whom I expected to spend the rest of our lives, cheated on me. My wife and I were lovers since college. We met as freshmen in college and her love story began 2 years later after she graduated and got excellent paying jobs. My wife and I officially married. We had always looked forward to being married, especially her. She was looking forward to wearing a wedding band and a beautiful gown, so we had a little wedding and began anew back in college. We both took different courses and, as expected, had different jobs. My wife was a businesswoman and I worked as an electrician. She worked as a business consultant and we were both comfortable. We divided the costs equally and shared the duties. I was not the type of man to leave all of the housework to her, so I made an effort to assist whenever possible. I did this because I knew she was often fatigued when she got home from work, so we devised a plan to make things easier, since we still lived in the same state where we went to college. We achieved this by organizing a hangout or get-together for all of us who were close college friends in order to prolong our connection and bond. We didn't do this all the time. We scheduled it every 3 or 4 months. Most of the time we stretch it to the end of the year to give ourselves enough time to prepare properly. It was never anything major. We were merely trying to catch up and help each other in every way we could. We did this starting the following year. We left college and continued to study even after we married. There were always those who couldn't make it to our hangouts because they were either in another state too busy at work or lived in a different nation. While my wife and I were still in college, there was one man that I didn't like. He likes to brag. My wife had a history before we met. I didn't like him because I felt like I was constantly competing with him for my wife's attention whenever he was around. I know it seems insecure, but when I had to ask my wife to choose between him and me in a relationship and she chose me, I asked her to stop talking to him and cut off all communication with him, and she did. We had been married for nearly 3 years. When I observed my wife's behavior changing, she wasn't cold. She simply appeared less concerned about what was going on with me before I recognized her changes. We used to be extremely close and we spoke and gossiped about everything, but she simply changed and I couldn't help but notice it, even when she began acting differently. I never suspected she was cheating on me. I just assumed it was one of her nasty mood swings and that she will return to her normal self over time. One day after returning from work and unwinding, I decided to check into my Facebook account on her home computer. I didn't have the Facebook app on my personal phone or computer since I was a social media addict and the only way I could stay productive was to delete the applications and download them on our home computer, which meant I could only surf social media in my spare time. In truth, this was a small productivity rule. My wife and I followed suit, so we only used our house computer for social media such as Facebook and Instagram. On that fateful day, when I was going to enter into my Facebook account from a computer, I noticed that my wife's account was still active. Initially, I only wanted to log out on her behalf, but my curiosity got the better of me. She had a lot of unread messages, so I decided to take a short look at who she had been talking to and what kind of talks they had. To my amazement, I discovered that my wife had been speaking with the same college acquaintance she had an affair with before we met. I was surprised to read the flirty discussion between my wife and this person she knew I didn't like, so I went down to talk. I discovered that they had been seeing each other on a weekly basis, and she was even planning to travel to his apartment later that week to catch up and finish what they had left unfinished the previous time. Everything seemed funny to me at the time. I was giggling in surprise as I read their chat. I couldn't believe my wife had been cheating on me for months, as I waited for her to be herself again. After a few minutes of considering all the conceivable reasons my wife could have cheated on me, I realized there was no justifiable reason for her to betray my confidence in that way. I got so enraged that I took images of their chat with my phone. I wanted to repay her for the agony she had given me. So I changed her Facebook password, and because her email was already locked in on the computer, it was simple for me to reset her password. After that, I put images of their chat on her Facebook page, posed as my wife, and declared to the world that my wife was a cheap cheat and that I had wrecked my marriage by cheating on my loving husband. After that, I checked out of her account and walked into her room to pack my belongings. Later that evening, when she arrived home, she approached me while I was quiet and drinking, and she began to tell me about receiving calls from some of our mutual Facebook friends about a post she had made on Facebook. She said that someone hacked her account and created that post to damage her marriage. She even attempted to get in, but when she couldn't find the correct password, she assumed her account had been hacked. I said nothing while she spoke. I kept drinking and watched her talk and gripe until I was satisfied. I informed her. I knew she was cheating on me, with the same person she had a relationship with in college, and she denied it. To demonstrate how manipulative she was, she began to cry and stated, "I believe strangers post online, not me." I had no idea when I started laughing, and she was surprised to see how I reacted. I couldn't pretend everything was fine, so I admitted I was the one who created the post and voiced my disgust in her. After talking, I walked into her room, collected my belongings and left her after I departed. She kept calling. She promised to explain, but I was confused and didn't give her a chance. Weeks passed and I did not answer or return her calls. Aside from being sad, I began drinking and took a long time to stop because of her dishonesty. My wife's betrayal will not sit well with me. It wrecked my life. I don't understand how someone can be duped and then move on as if nothing happened. I tried, but the more I tried, the worse my emotional state became. She even said she still loved me and that I shouldn't allow her small mistakes spoil their future together. I still loved her, but I knew I couldn't be with her. We divorced and I moved on with my life. I am still pleased that she was ashamed and all of her pals were the same type of person she was and they judged her. When I recall how she played me for a fool, I wish she had the most terrible life possible. I'm so grateful my buddies were there to support and speak reason into me. If not, I might have taken her back and not told this story. Her ex-partner, on the other hand, dumped her because he preferred their romance while she was still married. I've moved on, yet I am still terrified of women. The only ladies I can continue to love are my mother and sisters. I've learned the hard way that true love and loyalty only exist when it comes from a dog or cat. People deal with heartbreak in different ways, and yours was through booze. The most essential thing is that you quit and get your life back. Women are unpredictable, and having a pet is generally preferable to ending up with a dishonest spouse. It's excellent that you divorced her and moved on, because it's foolish to hold on to angry memories from the past when you have your entire life ahead of you. I'm still worried about my wife. We met in high school and have been together since our junior year. We met in art class and fell in love because of our shared interest in painting. It was both of our goals to attend art school and someday sell our work for a living after high school and college. We worked hard to pursue that dream. However, becoming a successful painter is a highly competitive vocation. Therefore, we were unable to succeed in that regard. We both got other careers and eventually found satisfaction in different fields. I am a twin. I have an identical twin brother and we are practically impossible to tell apart. It's been a funny joke our entire lives, and we've both grown accustomed to being misunderstood by those around us. There have been times in our life when our partners approached the wrong person to say something and we had to correct them. My wife would always make jokes about how she almost kissed my brother or how she was afraid she would go into bed with the wrong twin. Everyone laughed it off because it was a ridiculous concept. My twin would never allow it to happen. At least that's why I felt my brother was my best buddy in the world. We were the most stereotypical twins you could possibly imagine. I was the good twin, while he was the evil twin. He was the one who was constantly getting into trouble while I was around to make up for his mistakes. He married almost a year after I did. I'm not proud of this, but because he was my brother and I wanted the best for him, I ended up covering for him after he cheated on his fiancée. It happened during his bachelor party. He was completely trashed and ended up meeting up with another random woman in the bathroom of a nightclub. He told me about it later, as if it were the funniest thing in the world. He didn't even recall. The following morning I told him about it and he begged me not to tell anyone. I pledged to maintain the secret, rationalizing it as a drunken error that did not need to potentially ruin his marriage. After all these years, I can't stop thinking about. It was quite simple for him to make a mistake at the time, and I can't help but wonder whether that was the only occasion since my brother and I moved away. We've made it a habit to celebrate the 4th of July together. We would always alternate whose house we would visit and we would go all out over the holiday weekend. It was always good to get together and catch up. Everything seemed typical at the start of the weekend. We've all caught up, barbecued on the grill and put off some fireworks. All of the grown-ups had several drinks and it was a good time. Near the conclusion of the evening when I spotted them, my wife was stepping out behind my brother, hugging and kissing him. She had quickly begun kissing the back of his neck. I yelled at her, claiming she had the incorrect twin. They swiftly moved away from each other and laughed it off. My sister-in-law and I were also giggling. My wife and brother both stated that they believed it was their lover. It was a little unsettling, but I believed her. Later that night, after everyone had gone to bed, I heard my wife get up and leave the room. I believed she was going to the restroom or getting water. It wasn't unusual, but she didn't return for quite a while. After approximately 10 minutes, I became inquisitive, so I got up and went to look for her. I did not see her anywhere in the home. I walked back upstairs to contact her and noticed her phone was still on the nightstand. While the screen was lit up, I noticed that there were a few unread messages from my brother. I took up the phone and looked at them, realizing it was only moments before she walked out of the room. I opened her phone to check through the messages and I noticed one that read, "Are you serious about what you stated before? Because I honestly think you are attractive." My wife responded that she was serious and he urged her to meet in the garage. My brother had a detached garage in his rear, which explains why I didn't see her around the home. Their messages were pretty scary. It was only a brief chat in the texts, but it appeared that they were ready to do something in their garage. I dashed to the garage as quickly as I could to catch them and whatever they were doing. As I stepped outside, I noticed that the lights within the garage were on. As I looked through the windows, I didn't see any of them at first, but I did notice one of the cars shaking back and forth. My gut told me they were sleeping in the car together. I unlocked the side door and looked inside to confirm that I was correct. I had the forethought to snap one photo of them before opening the door and dragging my brother off of my wife. They were both surprised to see me, but they quickly covered up and tried to apologize. We got into a full-on yelling match. I yelled at my brother and threatened to hurt him. My wife tried to calm me down, but I was yelling at her and everyone else in the home heard it. So my sister-in-law went out to check what was going on. When I explained everything, she joined in on the debate. We were fighting and one of our neighbors called the cops. No one was charged with anything. The cop that arrived simply did his best to separate us and the situation became peaceful. I ended myself driving out alone that night to attempt to relax without being near my wife or brother. When I returned the next day, my brother and wife had been kicked out of the house. I spoke with my sister-in-law, who informed me that she couldn't be around any of them, so she forced them go. I got numerous missed calls from my wife, but I ignored them all. I spoke with my sister-in-law before everyone else to see how she was feeling. When she asked my wife why she would do that, she said it was something she had always wanted to do. Near the end of our conversation, I told her what had transpired during my brother's bachelor celebration. She was hurt that I hadn't mentioned anything before, but I believe that was the final nail in her coffin. It simply didn't make sense to either of us. My brother and I are identical twins. There was nothing about my brother that I didn't share in terms of appearance, and after a few days I was back at home and ready to talk to my wife. I intend to inform her that we were getting divorced and she would have no voice in the matter. When I pressed her for clarification, she explained that it had always been something she wanted to do because we were twins. She wanted to sleep with us both. She had been fascinated about how similar we were in various aspects. I became increasingly frustrated with her as she tried to explain herself. It definitely seemed like she had a thing for it. I contacted my sister-in-law and asked how things were doing between her and my brother, to which she replied that she was divorcing him. We both went through with our divorces, putting my brother and wife in a difficult situation. My wife was compelled to take on a second job to help cover some of the expenditures she would have to pay on her own. We were only renting, so we didn't have to go through the hassle of separating much of our possessions. We now have joint custody of our children and we're working together to establish some common ground so that they can live a semi-normal existence. I don't speak to my brother-in-law honestly, that hurts more than anything else. Everybody else in my family is furious with him for making such a schism. Op. I can't believe you went through all of this. Having your boyfriend cheat on you was already terrible. However, losing someone you care deeply about, such as your own twin brother, is painful. I can't imagine how it would feel to lose both of them at the same moment. Your wife's justification for cheating on you is completely ludicrous. It's unfathomable that she'd be willing to abandon the life she'd built for a one-time romance simply out of curiosity. I agree she must have had some sort of fetish or fixation. It's terrible that you also lost your brother during this time. It appears like you two were really close, and it must be difficult to create a new balance in your life. I realize your family will need some time to recover before you can even begin to discuss this seriously. I hope you are all doing well today so you can go forward in the future. Story 5. My girlfriend and I had been together for 5 years and I had planned to propose to her before this happened. We met in college and now that we've graduated and have good jobs, it seems like the right time to move forward. She was pretty much everything I wanted in a partner. She was kind and funny and she always prioritized others over herself. I'd wanted to start a family almost my entire life, and she seemed like the ideal partner to do so with. She wasn't the first woman I'd been with, but I was the first man she'd been with. Just a little backstory about myself. I've never felt the desire to have sex that many other men do. I see in popular media that it's almost like a compulsion for many men. Some friends have always made me feel uninterested in it. I've come to the conclusion that I might be asexual. I don't mind sex. I've had it several times, but it's usually something I do solely for the sake of the relationship. When my girlfriend and I first started dating, she told me that she assumed I didn't like her because I never made a move on her. I've never been the one to start anything, because I simply don't think about it. When I told my girlfriend I thought I might be ace, she was a little upset. She wasn't sure what it meant for a relationship if I did not want to have sex. I understood her concerns and told her that if she wanted to find someone else who could be more aggressive sexually, I would be there for her. Of course, I told her we were breaking up but could still be friends. Following a lengthy discussion, we decided to continue our relationship. I still had sex and I had no problem with it, so we agreed that she'd just have to be more upfront about when she wanted it. I understand that this sexuality may be confusing, so let me explain briefly before moving on. I am a sex-neutral asexual, which means I have no aversion to sex. I just don't feel the need to have it. Some asexuals are romantic and have no desire to be in any relationships. Some people like me still want to be in a relationship with a partner. I'm emphasizing this because I was very vocal about it. Following our conversation, we quickly returned to normally a couple of times a week she would initiate sex and we would have it, as we always did. Over the course of 6 months, she gradually stopped initiating it again. I didn't think about it too much with we were watching TV together. When a sex scene came on, suddenly a realization struck me. I asked if everything was fine and she said it was. I was concerned when I realized we hadn't had sex. I could tell it was something important to my girlfriend and she had a great time. I couldn't help but worry that she got it somewhere else. I let the days pass and she had yet to initiate sex with me. Finally, I asked her about it directly. She explained that she simply wasn't in the mood, but that there was nothing wrong. Hearing her say it outright made me feel better. At least that is how I felt until I noticed a mark on my neck. She was obviously trying to hide something. She made up with the collar of her sweater and rubbed it off slightly. It was clearly some kind of hickey. I didn't say anything right away. Instead, I just pretended like I didn't see anything. I knew I needed to try to figure out what was going on before she continued to lie to me. She had lately started taking yoga classes and after some thought I noticed that the dates match with times when we hadn't been sleeping together. I reasoned that if she was taking the time to cheat on me, that might have been it. So I waited for her to inform me she was going to yoga one evening. Then followed her there. I was starting to assume she wasn't doing yoga. After meeting a guy at a pub, it was hard for me to make out who he was at first, because he was facing away from a window, but when they departed together, I recognized him right away. He was a friend of hers that we would occasionally hang out with because he was her friend. Seeing them together wasn't damning in itself. They could have just been grabbing a drink, but I didn't understand why she would lie about going to yoga. I needed to find something more concrete before I went to her with this. I followed them as they went back to what I figured was his apartment. While they were inside, I did a little digging on the guy. Since I didn't really know him too well as I did. I remembered that my girlfriend had even been chatting to me about how thrilled she was for his wedding. He had just been engaged to another woman. I truly hoped that if she was cheating on me with anyone, it wasn't him. Knowingly sleeping with your engaged friend is a bad thing to do. I couldn't obtain any information from observing his place, so I just returned home and waited for her to get back before I could even ask her how her evening was. She started telling me about all of the yoga stuff she's been practicing. She was lying to me entirely. When she went to sleep, I searched through her phone to see if I could get any evidence from there. I went to their text messages and I found a lot of troubling conversations. They had seen each other's nude photos. He told her that if he had known she wanted him, he would never have proposed, and she expressed her confusion about my sexual orientation. Their messages had a very judgmental and invalidating tone towards me. It may not appear so from this post, but coming to terms with this fact has had an impact on me. Hearing someone I cared about talk about it so casually was unsettling. I took a lot of screenshots, especially of the exchanges when you indicated not wanting to marry and sent them to myself. I didn't know who his fiancée was. However, after doing some research, I discovered that she was a recent law school graduate who had recently accepted a position at a nearby company. I contacted her to organize a meeting claiming to have a legal concern. Thankfully, she had one free consultation available, which I took. When I met with her, I was clear about why I was there. I explained how I knew her and presented her the evidence I had. She was heartbroken about it, but she thanked me for informing her before she became legally bound to him for the rest of her life. She was often concerned about his relationship with my girlfriend. She stated that it was evident to her that they had feelings for each other, but because they were both in relationships, she did not believe anything would come of it. As I drove home, I couldn't stop thinking about how they were talking about me, and I didn't think notifying my fiancé was adequate retaliation. I wanted to do something that would really hurt them. As I already stated, I intended to marry her. I had the ring and everything. My partner adored the large romantic displays, so I thought I'd offer her one. I knew the man she cheated on me with was soon to be dumped by his fiancé, and I wanted my girlfriend to endure the same experience. I took her to a fine restaurant, and at the end of the night, I hired the band to perform her song. When it came on, she commented on it, and I informed her I had planned it for the evening. I got down on my knee and pretended to propose. She was ecstatic and smiling while weeping everything about. Her reply suggested that she would have married me. If that were the fact, why would you cheat on me? I stood up before asking her the final question, telling her what would have occurred if I hadn't discovered she was sleeping with another man. Her face collapsed entirely, and everyone who had been smiling at us turned away. I described how I knew everything, making no effort to lower my voice. One of the restaurant employees had to lead us out because we were raising a scene. Following that, I ended things with my girlfriend and kicked her out of our apartment. She has messaged me several times, imploring me to give her another chance. She attempted to justify her behavior by claiming it was my responsibility. I'll admit that a large part of it was that I didn't realize we hadn't had sex for weeks. When I told her from the start that she should notify me if she wanted out, it appeared like she wanted to be with me, while also sleeping with the other person, which I wasn't happy with. I ended up disconnecting the number, but she still calls me using the number she downloads. I'm going to change phone plans to obtain a new number and move out of my apartment, so she doesn't know where I am. I am so sorry. You have had to go through all of this. When you found your true sexuality, you were open about it and you gave your partner the option to leave with no repercussions given the circumstances. I believe that was one of the best decisions you could have made. Your partner clearly wants to have her cake and eat it too. It's evident she had feelings for you and was attached. Yet she ignored your warnings about her infidelity. And why do you do this? If she was dissatisfied with the agreement you had made, she should have told you and been honest about it. I realize how painful it is to learn that your spouse is asexual, but it does not have to mean the end of the relationship, especially if you were still having sex. It doesn't appear that her reasons for having an affair were particularly compelling. Honestly, it appeared that she had affections for that other person and was using her recent sexual discovery as an excuse to act on them. I hope you can open your heart to other relationships in the future, and I wish you the best. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I always believed our marriage was unbreakable, until I discovered my wife being intimate with another man in the next room. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I had a nagging feeling, but I felt better now. My initial confusion began to dissipate as my heart rate decreased and the adrenaline wore off. I lay back down and reached for my wife. The already prevalent apprehensive feeling became even more intense when my hand did not locate her next to me in bed. I tried to reassure myself by supposing she had gone to the restroom and accidentally awakened me up. We both attended summer teacher workshops, with me attending for middle school teachers and my wife, Laura, for elementary teachers. We have been teaching in the same school district for the past 6 years. I've worked with the district for 9 years and Laura joined 3 years after I teach high school history, and she is one of our third grade instructors. Our district sends us to an annual conference where we learn how to enhance our reading scores on state assessments. It's always enjoyable to take a break from the district. Sure, some time is spent in conference rooms, listening to experts, consultants and colleagues discuss the latest and best strategies. But the evenings were ours to enjoy, and we made the most of them with dinner and dancing. It was our last evening and we were leaving in the morning. In any case, closer to the morning. We enjoyed a delicious meal at a local restaurant, before spending the rest of the evening with acquaintances at a neighboring club. I'm sure you can guess that drinking and dancing resulted in a lot of flirting, but, as always, everyone departed with who they were intended to, and we arrived in our room with enough energy to make love before falling asleep. Nothing appeared to be coming from the bathroom, but I did observe that the door adjacent to our room and the one next door were slightly open. This struck me as unusual. Much more so, it increased my worry to a new degree. I tried to remember who was in the room next to us. Sleep disorientation and nagging doubts were preventing me from thinking clearly just now. I could hear things now, but they were not coming from the bathroom. Voices conversing gently to each other could be heard from the next room's door, so I silently got out of bed and moved towards the voices. When I arrived, a side appeared to be almost closed, while the other side was wide open. I peeked through the gap between the door and the frame and saw two figures near the bed. I knew what I was going to see before I even reached the gap. It didn't take a rocket scientist to see what was behind the door. The dim table lamp provided enough light to observe what was going on. She was cheating on me since I was in nearly complete darkness. It seemed as if I were peering inside the room in broad daylight. I heard her exclaim, "Oh my God, Liam. It has been an incredible 3 days." What my remaining mental faculties were rattled. 3 days, 3 days. I was being a complete idiot. Our lunch on Wednesday was fantastic and missing the clinics on Thursday was quite unfortunate. I believe a few staff members at my school are concerned about my absence, but I know they have no idea what I've been up to, and last night was simply wonderful. When Daniel was in the next room, he said that if he can't make you happy and content, those of us who can should take responsibility. Liam responded, "Liam, don't deceive yourself. Daniel does so much more, but I cannot imagine a better lover." Laura objected. I smiled briefly before realizing her words didn't even come close to describing what I was experiencing. My wrath surged over when the fog cleared. "How can this be?" Laura asked Liam. "Look, I've been intrigued recently. Our time together has been incredible and it ends tonight. I am going home with to be the most lovely wife a man could ask for. Daniel won't require attention for years, and my guilt will fuel it." Laura concluded that Liam wasn't a big guy and I could have handled him easily, especially given the amount of adrenaline my fury was producing. In fact, I probably would have annihilated him. I'm not an angel and my emotions can go out of hand at times. It is both my blessing and my misfortune. I understood myself and was capable of doing havoc without hesitation, at least in the heat of the moment. I almost succumbed to temptation, but in the back of my mind I was holding back, looking back. I can't say if the decision was good or bad. The key point is that it kept me out of jail. A swift strategy began to emerge in my thoughts and I realized that I needed some key evidence to ensure that others accepted my story. I was thinking about where my phone or camera was when I realized I was holding it in my right hand. My subconscious must have known or suspected what was going on, because I grabbed it up from the nightstand as I approached the door. Silence and concealment were critical to the accomplishment of my plan. I set my phone to video record and opened the door slightly to see the entire screen. I'd captured a video of her cheating and was ready to spit on both of them before snapping their necks. I had a good enough recording of both of their faces to recognize them. They plainly addressed one another by name. It was time to get out of there and tell her just how much her secret adventure would cost. Although I do not have a formal diagnosis, I do have several compulsions, one of which is to not waste time. Laura was willing to tolerate most of my flaws, but this one made her laugh, shake her head and occasionally walk away. One of my travel habits was packing 99 of the time I left the hotel the night before. That was going to serve me well. Tonight again, stealth ninja was paramount. I won't go into detail, but my skill was softly opening and closing doors. It requires a delicate touch and a lot of time to execute it correctly, but I had enough practice to be burglar-likey. I began with the door to our side. It helped that they were quiet but completely absorbed in each other. I believe the fact that it was their final scene made them more irresponsible than they had intended. I was able to close the door and slide the deadbolt shut without anyone knowing. I instantly moved to my side. Clothes were laid out for the following day. Suitcases were packed, laptops and reading had been collected, stored in travel bags, and just the most essential necessities remained by the sink. I immediately dressed and packed everything loosely in my bag. I grabbed her trip clothing and packed them together with her personal hygiene products. The travel bags fit on top of the luggage. Thus, while difficult, I was able to carry both bags at once. I didn't know her schedule, but I wanted to finish everything ahead of them. I hastily examined my items and directed the suitcases to the door. Anyone who has stayed in a hotel can understand how difficult the following step was. Hotel doors are notoriously loud. Perhaps they do this on purpose for security reasons. Perhaps hotels don't care about the noise level of their doors. But I knew I'd have to be good and lucky to make it through the following part. I softly turned the doorknob to unlock the security bars and locks. Quiet enough, I slowly opened the door, placing one suitcase in front of it and dragging the other out into the hallway. I returned to the room and removed all of the towel and linens, flinging them down the corridor and into the sales area. I knew she could simply grab some of Liam's clothes, but I was going to try to make her uncomfortable and let her know I was aware of her infidelity. She had to realize I was furious beyond belief. Moving as quickly as I could in stealth mode, I returned to my chamber, my room, not yours. How fast our minds adjust and begin the most difficult aspect of the plan. I put the second bag into the hallway and closed the door. It wasn't easy and I'm not sure how I accomplished it, but I managed to turn the outside handle with the key before it closed, preventing the latch from crashing shut and revealing my identity. As I previously stated, it was not without luck, but it appears that I received some karma for cheating on my wife. Once that was completed, it was just a matter of heading down to the front desk and alerting the night clerk that my wife and I had an emergency and that he may eject us from the hotel immediately. I informed him that my wife had already gone outside and was on the phone with her family. I handed him both room keys, rolled the suitcases out the front door, loaded them into the car, and began the lengthy drive home. Proceed to the next chapter. I know that if I had driven all the way from Seattle to Miami, stopping only to nap at rest stops, it would not have felt as long as the 6 hours I traveled home that morning home. What a joke. It was no longer home. I am not sure if it was really a home. It was a home or a habitation. It was only a roof that kept me warm and dry, a safe spot to keep my belongings. Again I realized that I was thinking as a single person, not as a husband or partner. It made me feel sad and angry again. The fact that this lonely voyage began at 3:00 a.m. added to its loneliness looking back. I'm pretty sure it was a good thing I left early, because I don't remember much about the first 2 hours of the trip, except my brain trying to figure out why I woke up early. Another saving grace for my mental state was the absence of the possibly severe hangover that might have occurred. Otherwise now I would have accepted that hangover, because it would have indicated that I was either still in the dark or she was correct. In that case we would have gotten up later, eaten a decent breakfast, divided driving responsibilities and discussed what we had leared this week. The sun had already risen, yet my thoughts were still hazy. I needed to eat and really wanted coffee to keep me going, so I started looking for exit signs featuring fast food outlets. My iPhone has an app that showed me what was around the closest freeway exits. I knew the road well enough to know where the exits were, but I had no idea what was available at each. I kept my phone turned on but was astonished to see 3 missed calls and at least half a dozen messages from unknown numbers. I also didn't hear its buzzer, which made me realize how disconnected I'd been throughout the trip. Another reason I needed to step out of the car and collect my thoughts, focusing on the present. I recognized the message and missed calls came from Laura. She must have attempted to reach me using the asshole's personal phone as well as the hotel room phone. I removed all missed calls and voicemails. I didn't feel like chatting to her because part of my plan was to leave her at the hotel with her new friend. I only read as many text messages as needed to delete them. Daniel, where are you? Kindly call. Yeah, certainly not anytime soon. If I could help it. I stopped for a bite and a drink to stretch my legs and use the restroom. The sooner I reduce the distance between us, the better off I will be. At least that is what I told myself. Why it haunted me. I am not easy to live with. I am aware of this. So does she. I am a workaholic who strives to be the best teacher for my kids. Laura possessed a similar drive. At least that is what she told me, and I've witnessed her work in the classroom. We didn't have children yet. Since she wanted to establish herself in the district and because we were devoted to the students, we frequently referred to them as our children. I was also overly trusting in several instances, but it's an all-or-nothing feeling. I believe. Until someone proves that I can't do it anymore, then I lose entire trust. I make no assumptions about how I interpret the behavior of others. It remains a blank slate until it is broken, then it is not present at all. That is exactly where we are now, and Laura should be aware that she has seen it in my interactions with administration professors and certain students. Those who have lied to or intentionally mislead me I won't be able to trust again. I'm not talking about occasional missteps. I'm honest and want others to be the same. I am faithful deep down. I also expect that from my wife. Laura is my first wife, but this is not my first long-term committed relationship. I had a girlfriend in high school and we'd been dating since sophomore homecoming. By the time graduation approached, we were inseparable. One of the few things we disagreed on was where we would attend college. I stayed local and attended a nearby state college. This college was not our family's favorite, but I had several cousins who attended and I genuinely enjoyed the place. She was planning to study business out of state. We both got excellent grades and exam scores, but we did not respect each other's educational choices. Perhaps it was not a lack of respect, but rather a disagreement in priorities. It's safe to conclude that attending college and living so far apart must have hampered our relationship. She eventually failed first, but I knew it wouldn't work out. We agreed to end the relationship till we finished college and then see if we wanted to continue it. We didn't, and we both realized it. At the moment, I had a couple of consistent relationships in college, but we all realized that wasn't what we came for, especially over the first 3 years. In my senior year, I met Emily Sherin, who was listed on my birth certificate and worked in the theater department. Almost from the time we met, we felt comfortable in one another's presence. She even got me to play a little role in one of the plays that year, and I realized that performing on stage was similar to teaching a lesson. As a high school social studies teacher, I developed a variety of skills that proved useful, from speaking confidently in front of a group to acting and explaining to my students the substance of what I wanted to express. We graduated and obtained employment in the same neighborhood, allowing us to rent an apartment and focus on our professions and personal relationships after college. She wasn't a celebrity or a model, but she was attractive like the conventional girl next door. She landed some outstanding ads for local businesses and was considered for a position at a local television news station. After around 6 months, she became silent and anxious. I didn't think she was playing around, but I could see something was hurting her. We risked making our relationship permanent, but we both agreed we weren't ready for it. Yet I attempted to trick her into telling me what was wrong, but I never got her to be honest. I returned home a little late after an especially hard week at school. I entered the apartment. I instantly noticed a few boxes and a suitcase in the entrance. As I walked into the living room, I found Emily sitting on the couch looking uncomfortable. She recognized me right away, smiled briefly and indicated for me to sit beside her. Even though we didn't formally promise faithfulness, she didn't seem like the sort to play with me. "Daniel, I know you've suspected something has been bothering me recently," Emily began. I nodded as she continued. "We constantly discuss things out and it has made us stronger. I can't explain why I hid this from you, and it worries me that I did, but I had an opportunity to work in California on the pilot of a new sitcom, so I decided to accept it as an offer I cannot refuse." I was stunned until that point. I had not comprehended what that meant. It wasn't good enough to lose my speech. Being shocked wasn't good enough, so I was stunned. "I have found my voice." "Honey. That is wonderful. I know I have responsibilities for the entire school year, but you can relocate there now and I'll join you after school ends. We'll have the summer to settle in and I can look for work." I didn't have to see her face to know there was a cause. She had kept it from me for so long. "Kit. I don't think you should join me. I have enough acquaintances and connections in the industry to know what I would have to do or suggest. I don't want to put you under that kind of emotional burden. I love you more than I ever will love a man, but I cannot expect you to live like we, and I can't afford to be constantly concerned about how you'll react to various situations." Emily had burst into tears at this point. "Dad and my brother Bill will be here shortly to help me pack. This is the most difficult thing I've ever had to accomplish. You'll never know how much I regret ending our relationship this way. We had never gotten even halfway through such a major decision without discussing it. She'd utterly shut me out. I understood why. I knew she believed I could persuade her not to travel or to allow me to accompany her. I also realized she didn't mean to hurt me, so she kept the news and waited as long as she could, but none of that knowledge seemed to matter. I was a huge pain, and shutting her off was beyond me. What the hell are you allowing yourself to do? We've talked about every decision in our relationship that could influence each other. You're selfish. How do you know my capabilities? How far will you go to advance your career? I think I should be happy now if you are so willing to compromise your morals in the future. You may have already done it locally. Perhaps that is why you have avoided deeper conversations about marrying me." What a relief. I was furious, hurt like I had never been hurt before. In turn, I wanted to hurt her back. I understand she expected a similar reaction, but it still affected her terribly. She was only whispering. "I apologize, Daniel, I will never be able to tell you how much." She stood up and approached the door where her father and brother were waiting for her. She had things ready for me when I arrived, but she wanted to speak with me first. I know they heard what I said like me enough to understand why I said it and knew deep down that I didn't mean it. They loaded her belongings and were ready to leave in less than 20 minutes. She gazed at me, waiting to see if I had anything else to say or do. I stood stoically, not looking at her or daring to do anything, but paralyzed with suspense. She smiled softly, looked at me with genuine eyes and said, "I love you." Before I shut the door, I was distraught. It took 2 years and a move to a different school district before I considered dating again. Trust took a lot longer next chapter, and I couldn't believe I hadn't guessed Laura was in a relationship at the conference, or that she could have considered having an affair, short or long term. It was that degree of trust that helped me realize that not all women would abandon me. I met Laura at the start of the new school year in this district. Every year opens with an all-faculty meeting and a superintendent speech, including a motivational speaker, to get everyone enthusiastic about the school year. This is typically a waste of time and money because teachers are not in need of motivation at the start of the school year. This might be a better alternative around the middle of the first semester or when testing season approaches. However, administrators are not usually known for their ability to make practical decisions. I befriended one of the district's 4th grade teachers. We were just mates. I arrived early for the meeting and took a seat close to her. I was doodling on my iPad. Yes, I was playing a game when Anna approached me with a very fresh face. Anna introduced her as Laura, the new 3rd grade teacher, and promptly set her down between us. I took the signal and began a casual conversation while we waited for the meeting to begin. It found out we had a lot in common, so I invited her over for coffee after we concluded our scheduled meetings for the day. Supper seemed a little presumptuous because we had just recently met, but I felt that a pleasant talk over afternoon coffee could lead to dinner tonight or later this week. She agreed, and we ended up only having supper that night. We agreed to meet for supper on Friday night. Needless to say, our relationship developed quickly and we were planned a wedding in June after graduation. Trust. I always thought our marriage was excellent. We spoke about everything. We had an incredible love life that was consistent, spontaneous and full of excitement. We shared common aspirations and agreed to start a family. Naively, I despised being emotionally injured. Who hates it? Humans have a tendency to avoid anything that can hurt or injure them. Is love blind? Of course, in some ways we protect ourselves from the things that can harm us the most, and we can't believe that the person we most trust will let us down. Laura could not get away with anything. I let her do what she did, act as she did, and salve her the moments she stole. I had no intention of seeing her. She was a self-centered. Do not get me wrong. She made choices, awful decisions. However, The unexpected occurred due to my lack of vigilance. The decision to try something new on the side was a unilateral one. Just like Emily, I was a gullible fool. I am sure she will tell me it did not signify anything. I didn't miss anything, or she didn't mean to hurt me, so she didn't discuss her impulses. Proceed to the next chapter. Even though I began to pay more attention to the road, time remained a strange concept to me. I realized I was approximately an hour away from home and it was approaching 8 a.m. I knew I needed to purchase a few things to keep my life and assets safe. Matt's stop at a building supply store allowed me to purchase some vital goods. The second destination was Radio Shack, while the third was a liquor store. It was still early, but retailers in cities and suburbs open unusually early on Saturdays. I knew the last store was a no-go, but I also knew that once I had the opportunity to stop moving, I would need to forget about myself for a bit. I was confident I had at least 24 hours to prepare. I hoped that by leaving her in an embarrassing situation with the typical modes of communication, I might forgive her. Laura would not arrive too soon. I am pretty sure Steve lived in the opposite part of the state. She didn't have a cell phone or laptop, and her family lived in another state. I'm almost convinced she would contact my family as a last resort, because she couldn't be certain of what I had told them. When I got home, I got right to work. I knew if I stopped moving, things would go wrong. So I stayed busy as long as possible, changed the locks, set up the recorder and webcam in the living room and unload the baggage, mine inside, hers outside. I grabbed a box of garbage bags, gathered some boxes from our garage and began packaging items that belonged particularly to Laura. As far as I could tell, I knew we'd have to quarrel about it later, but honestly I doubted there was anything I could get my hands on other than home, my home, and this time it was truly mine, not some emotional fragment from my marriage. I got it in the spring before meeting Laura as a form of self-exile from dating. Even as a school teacher, I had managed to accumulate a significant amount of money. There were few expenses above the necessities, and I had a summer job to keep my mind occupied, so the funds piled quickly. I made a significant down payment on a 3-bedroom 2B2 car garage home near the school where I taught, and was able to pay off the mortgage rather fast. Of course it was in my name, purchased before we met. More than 3/4 were paid off before marriage, and I would strive to maintain them that way. The odd thing is I knew I'd sell it as soon as the divorce was finalized. Through no fault of my own, I would never repeat what had happened. Our house was essentially a shell, a box of belongings whose value was plummeting rapidly. Phone taps and webcams were designed to capture every discussion I or anybody else had in my home. The locks were designed to prevent Laura out unless she had my approval. It's astonishing how much a regular garbage bag can carry. Drawers, jewelry cabinets and medicine cabinets were emptied swiftly, especially when you don't care what kind of packaging they're in. A few mocking smiles while seeing me carelessly put handfuls of things into bags and boxes provided me with some therapeutic payback. After I finished, the boxes and bags were heaped in the garage. I packed as much as could fit into Laura's car and put the remainder in front of the garage door along with her suitcase and travel bag. I knew she'd arrive sooner or later, and I didn't want her in the house. The sun was fallen and I had nothing else to do. There was a bottle with my name on it, and it seemed like it was time to open it. I anticipated to wake up, with my heart thumping from each drink. I knew what the morning would bring. I gradually forgot about my life and marriage. The hangover would be a delightful after effect. While the headache and hugging the dresser would divert my attention, the next chapter began with a knock. I opened my eyes, surprised to discover that it wasn't a headache, nausea or other restroom demands that had woken me up. It was the knocking again. I needed to figure out why the knocking wasn't just in my brain, but also outside of it. I was straining to breathe properly, so it took me a minute to realize the banging came from the front door. Alternatively, someone was knocking on it. As I gathered my thoughts, I remembered I was still wearing my hotel clothes, slightly soiled. As an understatement. Another bump. I pulled off my clothing and discovered a pair of running shorts and a t-shirt. I put on a robe and waddled to the door. There was another knock and a voice on the other side. "Mr. Fredericks, this is the cops." Please open the door. I got to the door 1 breath second. Okay, I understand, better open it now before he knocks again. See, I opened the door and saw the hand approaching it again. It came to a stop before knocking and the uniformed gentleman remarked, "Mr. Fredericks." I nodded slightly. The look on my face indicated that I had the misfortune of waking up in the morning on a better day. "Mr. Fredericks. Mrs. Laura Fredericks is here to see us, but she appears to be confined inside her home." "Well, officer, Mrs. Fredericks no longer lives here." As I said, this is strangled so could be heard to the right of the door. "We understand you are still married. Is this true, Mr. Fredericks?" The officer inquired. "This is merely a momentary condition, mostly due to the fact that it is the weekend. Come tomorrow morning as early as possible. I will remedy this minor error. This time it was not so friendly, and then show me the law, and I mean the text of the law, which says I owe my wife an accommodation. Then I will open the door for her. Until then, her clothes and essential possessions are folded in the car or placed in front of the house, along with her cell phone and laptop, phone service, credit cards, auto insurance and other items that have been cancelled." The officer looked to his left, grimaced and inquired, "Is this truly essential?" "Mr. Fredericks, I merely said yes, officer, without a question." I closed the door and returned to the window. The police assisted Laura in walking away from the door to her car. She looked awful. Her hair was messy and I have no idea where her clothes came from. I was torn. She deserved everything she was feeling right now, and at the same time she was the lady I adored. Compassion was immediately suppressed and I moved away from the window, heading back to my bedroom. The following chapter. I was able to contact the credit card companies and cancel all of our shared cards as well as her cell phone. My auto insurance was also cancelled and I conducted some online banking. So much for the benefits of electronic access. I also selected 4 divorce attorneys who were regarded as the best in the area, and they booked appointments online. Since arriving here, I've never thought of summer as anything more than a time to prepare for the upcoming academic year. I'll make the most of tomorrow when it arrives. I felt better in the morning than I did the day before. My head was still a mess and I was completely overwhelmed. I had set goals for the day and needed to get started: a shower and breakfast, clean clothing. So I'm off to meet some new people. Can your lawyer become your friend? I suppose so, but in reality I was looking for an advocate who could help me maintain my dignity. Hopefully, contacting 4 will narrow the pool of candidates Laura has to choose from. Okay, I too am capable of selfish behavior. The 4 appointments concluded that I would most likely keep my house, but there were no guarantees because it had been partially paid for while we were married. They could argue that she had some equity in it. We were close enough in seniority that our pensions and salaries were approximately equal. 2 of them told me off the record that my photos and notes could be useful as leverage, but threatening to release them on the internet would most likely be interpreted as extortion. The mere fact that I have them on tape should suffice to avoid child support, pension division and house control. It is absolutely insane that our society today tolerates adultery in our state as well as most others. Divorce is not advantageous for any reason other than irreconcilable differences. She's cheating and it's a bad decision. Attempt to forgive the okay. Those are my words, not the legal system's. Avoid alienating attachments too. Like Liam, I had a problem with her promises, not his. That's why I was adamant about not allowing her back into the house. I questioned Jackson, the lawyer. I decided to file a breach of contract suit for both of them in case she obtained a court order to enter the house. He stated that others have attempted this angle before and it is extremely difficult to succeed. I told him it was a matter of principle that I wanted her to be reminded of what she had done and that I believed verbal promises made in front of witnesses were binding. It also served as a reminder that if she insisted on disclosing the details, the situation could quickly escalate. I didn't want to go any further than cutting her out of my life, finding a way to move on while maintaining my self-respect. She had to be aware that it could resurface and have a negative impact on her family relationships and teaching profession. Not only was she unfaithful, but she also determined to satisfy her urges by representing the district at a conference. Yes, if she'd been told the truth, things could have turned out badly quickly. There would have been a lot of rumors, speculation and innuendo among those who were present. We planned to serve her on Thursday if we could find out where she ended up living. I had a few suggestions about where to look and I shared them with Jackson. I didn't feel like doing it self and he agreed it would be more convenient for him. I was certain that the only person she could rely on right now was March. Anna was my best friend in the neighborhood and perhaps the finest friend in the world. She always had my back and I had hers. She continuously reminded me that she was the one who brought Laura into my life. They two became closest friends, possibly with a young girl. Power enabled their friendship to become just as powerful and long-lasting. Laura had to make up a tale, so Anna could assist her. A wild misunderstanding the fact that I had yet to hear from Anna suggested that she had serious reservations that Laura was not incorrect. I would not put that on Anna. She realized how lonely Laura was in terms of family and friends, and while she undoubtedly questioned Laura's story, she felt she was now compelled to be her friend. I wish I could claim I repeated the story 4 times that day, but that was not the case. I was fatigued, both intellectually and emotionally, due in part to the long travel and following activity on Saturday and Sunday. Okay, the alcohol may have contributed. Admittedly, my rage has subsided. There would be no forgiveness. I am a hard-hearted bastard who knows what I am capable of. There would be no forgiveness. There would be no reconciliation, nor would there be a post with rotting vegetables. Of course, that was more a societal shift than a personal desire. So halfway between forgiveness and public shame, proceed to the next chapter. I immediately understood that staying at home on Monday nights and Tuesdays was not going to work, being surrounded by us, and self-pity was simply exacerbating my depression. So I made a plan. Take a road trip. There's a small town about 3 to 4 hours west of us, that has a fantastic selection of eateries and is secluded enough for me to get my act together. Yes, I had taken Laura there several times, but it was initially my home and getting to know the community would help. I got back on the road first thing Wednesday. This time I was rested and had an errand to complete. The drive was satisfactory. Thank God for satellite radio. I was able to book a hotel room before noon. The room wasn't ready until the end of the day, but it was reserved so I could go find a place to relax. There was a small park on the north side of town and a children's fishing pond on the west side. Armed with literature and a comfortable chair in the backyard. I went to a safe haven to escape the world I enjoy reading, and the saddest part of my job as a teacher was that I rarely had time to read what I wanted when I wanted. I set aside time during the summer, but I always fell behind on my reading list when I read. I became completely immersed in the story and it was often difficult to pull myself away from it. Perhaps it was escapism, but I wanted to focus and the best approach I could think of was to entirely remove myself from the issue and return to it, rejuvenated and rested. Before I knew it, my stomach was rumbling and it was almost lunchtime. I already feel better. I decided to return to the hotel, grab my belongings and then locate something to eat. Once I arrived at the hotel, I decided to check my phone. I kept it switched off to focus on real life, but I wanted to see if my lawyer had any news and ensure that my family didn't want my assistance. I hadn't given it much attention, mainly because I didn't want to confront it, but Laura hadn't. ATT attempted to contact me since Saturday. It didn't take long for me to realize she'd need some time to get herself together, and the phone was obviously not at the top of her priority list. So I was annoyed to find the message on voicemail. The message simply stated "please call." The voicemail message was slightly lengthier, but essentially the same. "Daniel, please call me as soon as you can. We need to talk." That statement is simply absurd, regardless of how many times you've seen, heard or read it. Of course you should, but I believe it would have been more fitting last week before the midday and midnight dates began. Damn it, okay. I am here to take my mind off of it, and that is exactly what I need to accomplish. I promptly texted back, "Not now, give me a few days until I can switch off my phone." She sent back, "Okay or okay." This made me snort. Have you ever wanted to reach out into cyberspace via your phone, monitor or tablet and slap the person on the other end? Yes, I do that frequently. I also have paintball guns in my car to stop folks who should not be driving. Okay, I understand anger management, but you know you'd like to report that to the police. Just keep an eye out for those with a few paint spots and ticket them for a general infraction. Come on. This would significantly reduce road rage. Really, it would reduce it. But I digress. Now I'm going back to my books, trying to forget the incorrect horse, cyber technology and poor driving. Proceed to the next chapter. The next morning I wake up sleeping on the book I was reading, still wearing my clothing from the day before. Man, this has to stop. After showering and changing, I was ready to go to a coffee shop that served the most delicious cinnamon buns and coffee. That's something that every city possesses, but since I'm here, I'm going to stick to my opinion. I resolved to return to my park and once again leave the world and its problems behind. If Jackson had done what he needed to do, Laura would have been served today and I'd be free of the electronic world at some time. I'd have to inform my family that they would not be like the ones you've heard about, where few or many would support her. Blood is thicker than water, not in a redneck sense, but my family supported each other, and their love for me and respect for the way I made decisions reassured me that I was not in jeopardy. They would be saddened, but supportive of me. My digestive system and my body's need for sustenance reminded me of reality. I decided to return to the spot I had visited the night before. It was the best Mexican meal I'd ever had and it was worth coming back again and again. After the dinner, which was far more than I required, I decided to check my phone again. Laura sent one message. Daniel, I am very sorry, please forgive me. I received a voice message from a number I recognized as one of the Jacksons, followed by another from Anna. Daniel, call me please, short and succinct. I guess I was correct when I stated Laura was with Anna, or at least talked to her. Anna responded. Daniel. Yes, Margie, it's me, I responded. Oh goodness, what's happening? Laura is in complete turmoil and you vanished off the face of the earth. Life, as I knew it, came to an end early Saturday morning. Falling from the face of the world would have been preferable. Laura has barely recovered consciousness since Sunday. She was virtually catatonic when she received the package from your attorney today. What happened during the conference? Gladys abruptly dropped Laura off late Saturday night. How are you doing? Laura only mumbled about how she had wrecked everything. Gladys was an elementary school teacher who had long maintained her virginity. I do not think she was a lesbian. She hadn't found a partner she liked yet, and she was loyal to her students. That's about right, Anna. I couldn't have expressed it better myself. I recognize you, Daniel, and I believe your conclusion was based on facts. However, you have a habit of going off on tangent. Was it worth leaving her on the other side of the state with nothing here? This will assist. So I hung up. I found a video on my phone and forwarded it to her. It should have astonished her, possibly upset her, but it would undoubtedly help answer her query. She could handle it. Anna knew me and should have expected this. Alternatively, it would reveal my emotional condition and the gravity of the situation. I turned off the phone again for a bit. We discuss later. So Laura had the documents and for the time being she had control of everything. That provided me with some temporary peace of mind. A weight was lifted from my shoulders and I felt fatigued again. The hotel bed called to me and I complied. Proceed to the next chapter. This was not a small town, as I may have mentioned previously. It was large enough to support a small institution in this section of the state, and most college campuses had a local pizzeria to serve the student body. In my opinion, pizza was a key food group on the food pyramid. Pizza was the interior of a triangle, with everything else bordered by a pencil line. Pizza could be eaten as both dinner and breakfast. So I headed to campus to place my order. I meant to place an order for takeout pizza. I observed a woman around my age who looked very familiar. I assumed it was a former pupil from my initial years as a teacher, but something seemed odd. When it was my turn to order, I realized she saw me and had the same expression on her face as I did a few minutes earlier. I ordered the King of the Hill, a super meat combo of every type of meat known to man and a few I suppose not so well known, but I didn't inquire and informed them. It was time to leave when it suddenly struck me Jessica. It was Jessica. This woman's name was Jessica Green. It's a small world, Mr. Disney. It was unbelievable. Jessica Green was my high school sweetheart. I held out the money to the cashier and turned my head to check if she had discovered the same thing I had. We rapidly went from awry smiles to full laughs as we realized how silly it was to be meeting here so many years later. I lifted my eyebrows between giggles and she nodded. I gathered my change, put some in the tip jar, and went over to her table. She was alone and began eating what I thought was a calzone or a little stromboli. It didn't really matter, though. When I arrived, she stood up and extended her arms for an embrace, which I gladly gave. My God, Daniel, it's really you. She whispered, breaking the embrace. Jessica in the flesh. What are you doing here? I said this while we sat across from one another. I work as a professor in the college's business department. My spouse obtained a job in administration, and it just so happened that a position opened up that required my skills. She attracted my attention with her left hand and said, well, now, ex-husband. Apparently he had feelings for female classmates which I didn't want to share, and I mean the STD shared with me. She spoke with a tiny annoyance in her voice. I extended my hand to her and said, I apologize, Jessica, what a terrible way to find out. I grimaced, remembering how I'd learned about it. Daniel, that's okay, dear, we have a lot of catching up to do and some of it will be positive and negative. Let's just say I understand your perspective on fidelity. Oh, Daniel, I apologize. There was stillness for a moment, but I chose not to waste time worrying about reality. I came here to distract myself and I couldn't have asked for a better option. We remained at her table until my pie was ready. Then we went outdoors. There were several picnic tables in and around the pizzeria, some more worn than others, and we were fortunate to select one sturdy yet private one. She informed me about her college experience and how the business sector was too stressful for her. She earned her MBA but soon discovered that she was happier teaching future business leaders than being one. They came to this college for him, but she stayed for herself. She enjoyed the kids they attracted and felt like she was making a difference. Her salary was sufficient to cover her expenses and living alone provided her with everything she required and desired. She had several dates but nothing meaningful. I told her my story and I thought she was drawn to the part of my life with Emily. I believe she recognized herself in Emily and realized she was guilty of making similar decisions and relating to my feelings. I could see she was feeling my anguish when I detailed Emily's choice to depart. When I told her about teaching and how much I enjoy my profession and my kids, I could see her light up. I knew she could feel the clouds building over my heart when I mentioned Laura, and she grieved with me when I told her what I had learned about a week ago. She embraced me as I lost control of myself. I knew I'd kept everything bottled up and it all poured out. I'm pleased we went outside and found a secluded table. I needed someone to share it with, and Jessica was there to console me and tell me that it would be okay, that I would be heartbroken, but she could tell me from experience that one day I would live and love again, proceed to the next chapter. I awoke in a fog again. It's time to end the day. However, I was able to acquire my bearings faster. I knew I was in a hotel in my favorite city outside of town and wearing my clothing. Okay, perhaps that is what will prompt me to see a therapist. Unfamiliar. Was the body next to me looking closer? I noticed Jessica hugging me tightly in her arms while sleeping. She was still dressed in the clothing she had worn the night before. Wow, I wasn't the only one. She snored lightly and her face was pleased. I looked around the room and noticed a pizza box on the little refrigerator. I imagined she'd thrown the leftovers in there and stayed to console me during my meltdown. There was nothing inappropriate here. It was simply one buddy comforting another in misery. Damn, that would awaken Jessica, which is where I needed to be right now. No amount of Zen thinking could alert me to that need, and I tried to be as discreet as possible. But Jessica figured out what I wanted and woke up to make sure I was okay. My God, she was still lovely and her smile was full of youthful joy. Okay, I woke her up and told her everything was great. So it was time to fulfill my morning task, which was the root cause of the perfection violation. She took her turn after I finished. We chose to remain for breakfast. She didn't want to eat and didn't have any change of clothes. Even if she had given me a change of clothes, I chose to stay in them and go to the lobby for coffee. There was a breakfast bar, and as I waited for my coffee, various guests were getting up and deciding what to eat. I checked my phone to see what had happened over the day and night. Anna left one voicemail message. OMG Jackson left a second voicemail message, which I suppose was confirming delivery of the paperwork and checking to see if I had received the first message. My parents missed a call. Apparently word had spread and they received another missed call from an unknown number. I was able to carry the coffee to my room without spilling much. Jessica tried her best to tidy up and politely accepted my coffee. We discussed what happened last night and she assured me that everything was all right. She just didn't think I should be alone that night. Daniel, you should go home. She replied bluntly. DARS, I do not have a home. You understand what I mean. You will experience new emotions now, but the grief must be released. For your own and Laura's sake, you should start quitting this relationship, whatever it is go on. I know you've been there and you are probably correct, but it isn't that simple. Daniel, I am aware of this as well, but you are correct. I can tell you from experience that self-pity leads to a deeper depression that is more difficult to recover from. And she stared at me with the same passion I recalled from high school, not a physical passion, but a profound loving desire that I greatly missed. Daniel, I will be here when you are ready. I will be there for you then. She grinned. Her wicked naughty smile was accompanied by a giggle. No, not right here. Jessica was correct of course, and I packed my luggage to return and face my future. Proceed to the next chapter. The drive back wasn't as long or tedious as it had been a week before, 1 week ago. Really, in many respects, it seems like half a lifetime has passed. I didn't need to speed, so the trip took longer than normal. I needed a strategy, so I used this moment to decide who I wanted to talk to and what I was going to do. Jessica left the loon message on my phone. She texted me, be strong, be open, trust your instincts. When the mobile service improved enough, I called Anna. I hadn't spoken to her since delivering the video and I felt that knowing how Laura was feeling and what others were saying would help me decide how to move. Daniel, thank God, where are you now? How are you doing? Why did you drop off the radar? I'm so sorry. I suspected but did not know Anna responded to my call. Apparently I had left her in the dark for much too long. I'm returning home. I've improved, but the week and going out of town have made things slightly better. I thought that was the greatest way to keep my emotions under control. I tried to answer the majority of her questions, remembering that I wasn't choosing sides right. Yes, Margie, do not worry, I understand. Laura is pretty much alone here, and I'm glad she has someone to turn to. Well, you've had it up to here with her, she remarked, continuing when I began to interrupt. I understand, honey, she has been through a lot. I had no idea she would ever consider something like this. I suppose that makes two of us. I said in a neutral tone. Some of the vitality I stole from Jessica started to dwindle away. A close buddy informed me that I should get off my ass and start looking for a way to go forward, which should begin by talking to Laura. I have been thinking about what will help me get through this. Please do not interpret this as idle curiosity, but how is she doing? She became an emotional disaster for a spell. What she went through to get back here has had a significant impact on her being alone without you. She understands she made a mistake and has finally told me everything that led up to your leaving. Of course she has no idea how much you know, but she knows it's enough to end your relationship at first glance. I believe she is hoping that things can be repaired. However, I believe she understands that things are no longer fixable. being catered to has crushed her and she is only now able to communicate and eat. I can't image how you are feeling, Daniel. I will not deceive you, Margie. I feel as worthless as a fart in the wind. I've always wanted to use the phrase, but never had the chance, so I grinned crookedly as I continued, and it's all I can do to keep on course. I'm not apologizing. She feels terrible. She is entirely responsible for the current situation. I understand, honey, and so does she. On one of the rare occasions when she was sane enough to speak with me, she told me what she had done and went into great detail why. So what are the rumors circulating about me and Laura, Daniel, since it's summer and Laura has me under semi-suicidal surveillance? I'm not sure what everyone is talking about. There is a lot of information and misinformation floating around, and I'm sure some of it is being used to its full potential. Gossipers in general cannot get enough of speckle on what others are up to. She said it with irritation, so she didn't need to discuss it with anyone else, then I can't be certain. However, if she did not speak with anyone on the phone, it is unlikely. I wasn't sure what I'd do with information about what others might know, but it would be nice to be able to visit places in the city with an idea of how people might react to my presence. At the very least, I anticipated knowing sympathetic looks, and I emphasize sympathetic looks in places they didn't expect me to see or notice. I've seen it before twice. I pulled over to the side of the road to get gas and a drink, then texted Laura. It's time to talk. I returned to the highway and let my thoughts wander down the road. Two issues bothered me the most: Laura's ease in entering into an affair, as well as my inability to see what she was up to. Both of these reasons stemmed from the fact that I completely trusted her. I knew I was doing it, though this was not the first time this had occurred. This is the third deeply committed relationship I've ever had. I knew I needed to stop thinking like this, or I'd regret it. I knew a fourth time would be unlikely, and if I thought too deeply about my own hurt and disappointment, as Laura did, there would most likely be no other opportunity to confide. My thoughts turned to Jessica. For starters, she was exactly where I wanted her to be. No, it had to be. She also held a special place in my heart and will always do. Would it be possible to try again with her? Would that be a wise decision? Should I wait, and what happens if I wait too long? She's still a beautiful woman, and I'm not sure how long she'll be willing to commit to a relationship with me. She claims she hasn't been tempted to try with anyone else, but how long can this last? My phone beeped. Really? Yes, name a time and location. Okay. Where shall we meet? Somewhere safe for both of us. However, I am alone. Is it preferable if it is a friend or a witness? Maybe legally, but I don't know about the relationship, since we will not be together. That is settled. Even when my anger subsides, my pain persists and forgiveness is impossible. My memories are still vivid, strong and clear. The house has been ruled out. It isn't neutral for either of us. The restaurant too, but I'm not sure I can control my rage enough to exclude other customers from our business. That leaves either the open house or Margie's apartment. When you need them, people tend to take the "I don't want to be involved" approach, and when you don't need them, they take out their cell phone, write down your information and dial 911. So if she permits it, Margie's apartment would be the best place to go. I called Anna and explained my plans. We would talk in her living room and Margie would be there in case things got out of hand. I apologized over and over again for being presumptuous and abusing our friendship. She was very sweet and assured me that it was not an imposition, that she was a friend to both of us, and that if it would benefit us as a couple or individuals, she would gladly do so. We cut the conversation short. I pulled over to the curb and sent Laura another text. I'll be there tomorrow at 1:00, and disconnected my phone. I continued on my way home with trepidation in my thoughts and heart. Next chapter, I woke up and glanced at the ceiling. Acceptance isn't that the last step in the process. Although forgiveness and forgetting were literally years away, I was beginning to feel like I was accepting the situation. I was disappointed in Laura's decision and my naive confidence, but I no longer berated myself for anything. It was a fork in the road of life, and I was ready to make a choice and move on. After scrambling eggs and bacon heels. Everything, doesn't it? I decided to phone my parents and let them know I was alive and find out what they knew. Rumors had reached them that we had returned from the conference separately, but nothing more than that. I spelled out the PG version of the event to them and informed them that things were bad enough that I had filed divorce papers with Laura. They were regretful and earnest, but stated what I expected them to say and that they would be there for me when and how I needed them. I turned on my laptop and checked my email. It had been more than a week since I last logged on. Wow, that's a lot of spam. I thought to myself as I began essing through what was trash and what needed to be kept. I wasn't prepared to read much, except for a few follow-up emails from vendors I met during the conference. There was nothing really important in my inbox before I knew it was nearly midday and I needed to prepare for March jeans. A polo and loafers are appropriate today, comfortable without being overly casual. I didn't want to show her what she had thrown away, and I wanted our meeting to be more business-like than informal talk. One of the most significant distinctions this time around in ending a long-term relationship was the ability to communicate with one another. Of course the decision had been made, but I hoped we could work through the emotional anguish and process it ourselves. Did I just think that what a pile of rubbish? Maybe I should have become a therapist, because I enjoy this kind of social philosophical gibberish. It was time to confront my future and, as a doomed man, I waddled into my car and headed to Anna's condo in the following chapter. Anna lived alone on the opposite side of town. She had married right out of high school, seemingly in defiance of her parents, who were continually bickering about their relationship. As it turned out, the parents were correct. Neither of them was mature enough or suitable for a long-term commitment. They divorced before Anna graduated from high school and parted on good terms. She dated and had a few relationships, but she wasn't looking for anything long-term. I'm sure she had a buddy with benefits or two, but our relationship was very different. We were each other's best friends and gender did not matter to us. I pulled into the parking lot and sat for a bit attempting to deal with my emotions. I wasn't expecting wrath or tears, but I wasn't really sure what would happen in the end, so I wanted to approach the matter as calmly and confidently as possible. Anna opened the door nearly as soon as I knocked and wrapped me in a massive hug. She pressed me against her, perhaps attempting to squeeze out as much agony and worry as she could. She undoubtedly intended to soothe me for the upcoming week. I hugged and rubbed her back, letting her know I understood. She pulled back tears in her eyes and said she's in the living room. Be honest to yourself, yet treat her as gently as possible. She is deeply remorseful. She smiled weakly and went to her bedroom. I came into the living area and instantly noticed Laura. She was dressed nicely, perhaps trying to impress me as much as possible, but it appeared to me that the previous week had been as difficult for her as it had been for me. I nodded as I walked inside and sat across from her eyes were filled with an odd blend of optimism and terror. Hello, Laura, how are you really? How is it going? That was the best I could manage to greet her. Isn't it funny how certain phrases have gotten so ingrained in us that we use them without thinking twice? I could tell how she was feeling based on her expression, and, to be honest, I didn't care, but as an automaton, I asked a query. Oh, Daniel, I am feeling better. She responded. For a time. We sat staring at each other trying to figure out what the other was thinking. Laura, you requested for time to talk, so I'll let you start. She paused for a moment. Now that you're here, I'm not sure where to begin. We've always been honest with one another. We've always been honest with each other. She muttered when I modified the words, so I'd recommend that you begin with what is on your mind and then we can proceed from there. First and foremost, I understand that this will not come across as honest, but I apologize. I am sorry I made this decision. I'm sorry I didn't contact you and I'm sorry you had to see my violation. I snorted and mumbled misbehavior. Daniel, there is no phrase to describe what I did. I committed adultery. I cheated heartlessly and practically in front of the individuals with whom I work. I selfishly decided to attempt something. An unit ally excluded you from the decision. I did all of this and unintentionally displayed it in front of you. I played the and paid as low as I could. I'm more lost and alone than I ever anticipated. I can't explain why I did it. I truly cannot. I've had more than a week to figure out what arguments I used to convince my mind to accept its cliché, but I've lost a piece of myself and feel empty inside. She ended with her head lowered and tears running down her cheeks. You may have a vague concept of how I feel, Laura, because I had no say in the matter and have no idea why you did what you do. I honestly believe that my feelings of emptiness exceed yours. I mumbled. Laura nodded. I am aware of this and I was not attempting to minimize your feelings. I'm simply trying to honor your desire and speak from the heart. I sat back and observed her. There was no doubt in my mind that she was sorry for anything. She was not merely apologetic for being caught. She didn't apologize for hurting me. She was not regretful for her momentary mistake of judgment or the fact that she needed to locate a place to live. She apologized for everything it was eating her up inside, and my heart begged me to console her. So you're telling me that you got into it with him for no obvious reason? I needed to focus. My past feelings for her could not keep me from protecting myself in a way. Yeah, so much has happened recently that I can't remember what caused it or why it was a significant error in judgment. We went to a few sessions together and hit it off right away. He enjoyed my sense of humor and I welcomed his laughs and educational ideas. After lunch, we hugged before splitting up to go to the next clinic, and it was a beautiful sensation, nothing like you or me, but extremely similar to how we spoke about someone. We would bring a link to our bedsides to enhance the experience. I was not seeking for anything else. Daniel, please believe me. We gazed at each other and kissed. It stuck with me for the rest of the day. I suppose there was no need to inform me that you found a replacement. I spit. Oh God. No, Daniel, he wasn't a replacement. Not once, not on any occasion, did I feel compelled to replace you. He was both electric and mischievous. It's like when we did stuff in public. The illegality of acting against the norm, the risky times where we could have been apprehended. The main distinction is that this time I was stupid. The decisions I made will haunt and torment me for the rest of my life. She stated this while staring straight at me. Her eyes communicated from the core of her existence. I could see the misery and self-loathing she lived with. Looking at her, I got a frightening notion. Have you seen the doctor to get checked out? Yet then I suppose she was still thinking about her previous statement. Not yet, however. Anna has compiled a list of local therapists who have worked with folks in similar situations. No, it's a doctor, Daniel. You and I both know you can't get pregnant from this affair. I'm on the pill, she said with an angry expression. My face hardened. That is not what I'm talking about, and if it did, neither of your life would be worth the 2 cents in my pocket. She reneged at my appearance and tone. I'm referring to socially transmitted diseases. Laura, you could have contracted the sickness, putting your life and health at danger, or you could have brought it to me. I'll make an appointment to get checked out first thing Monday, and I recommend you do the same. And I could see by her expression that she hadn't even considered it, and the thought that she was jeopardizing not only my emotional stability but also my health caused her to temper her enthusiasm. I thought it was impossible. He claimed he was clean and that as long as I was protected, we had nothing to worry about. I chuckled, but my voice was full of hatred. You're willing to believe the word of a man who is eager to amuse another man's wife. Are you serious, Laura? He's an isolated man with the morals of a street cat. Do you genuinely believe he is pure and will tell the truth no matter what? She bowed her head and grieved, realizing how stupid she was. This was taking the problem to the next level. Oh Kit, what did I do? Burst out of her mouth in between sobs. You jeopardized your life, health and marriage for an imagined feeling. Let's hope you just lose your marriage. She burst into tears. Her eyes inflamed, imploring me to reconsider behind her cry. I understood she knew exactly what was going to happen. I believe therapy would be a good option for you at this time. Before beginning a new relationship, you must first determine the root cause. I stroked my tongue over her wounds one more time. I didn't want to permanently shatter her, but I did want her to recognize that her acts had gone too far and that there was no going back, at least in terms of our marriage. I watched her cry for a little longer. There was no enjoyment in it. I could tell she had damaged herself almost as much as she had harmed me, and she would have to pay the price. Psychologically and emotionally for a long time I always assumed that if anything like this happened, the love would fade away fast, but it did not. Sometimes it shows as hatred, but this is just due to the sorrow and disappointment caused by the actions of people we trusted to turn love into hate. Hatred is not the opposite of love. They are far more alike than we'd like to admit. I listened to her point of view and there was nothing we could both do to help. I rose up to leave and she ran over to hug me. I guess she was attempting to make me feel her love for me, while simultaneously holding on to our relationship's last hope. I cuddled her and waited for her to finish weeping. She snorted a few times and I could feel her grasp relax as she gazed up at me. I'll regret this forever, but if you give me another chance, I pledge to make it right every day for the rest of our lives. She expressed a renewed feeling of hope. I will apologize to Laura, but I do not see myself trusting you again, and honestly, I don't think one of us would want to live that way. She shook slightly, continuing her passionate embrace for a moment and then released me. I turned to leave. She turned as well, headed for the guest room. She paused, looked back and said, "I really love you, Daniel Fredericks, don't mind my fault, please." Never doubt that I thought it wasn't enough to keep my legs closed. So I said, "I know Laura." I know Anna must have paid attention enough to notice. When we were finished and moved by Laura into the hallway, she gave me another hug and led me to the door. "You know I am not a relationship expert, but are you certain you can't forgive her?" asked Anna. "No, Margie, I truly will forgive her someday. The trouble is that I'll never forget and forgiveness would take too long, causing more damage than we could repair. That would kill us, so we must finish it now. We can still do it cordially." She nodded, kissed my cheek and watched as I walked away proceed to the next chapter. The divorce proceeded quietly and without incident. We didn't have many assets and, because of Laura's regret, the house was not an issue. Her attorney was not pleased with her decision to accept whatever terms I proposed, but I was completely fair regarding our financial and physical possessions. We hadn't been married long enough to have earned significant wealth or investments, so that was a simple issue. Her lawyer attempted to persuade her to undertake counseling, but she declined, claiming it was a waste of time and money. Although I had heard she had been seeing a therapist. We spoke frequently and she was always there for me when I needed to chat or cry. We were still friends and probably always would be, but she wasn't my best friend anymore and she acknowledged that it wasn't because of Jan's assistance. I had repeatedly informed her that I respected her decision and would be unhappy if she didn't. I understand that my new best friend was my first best friend, Jessica. We began spending time together, usually me visiting her, but because we were both teachers, our summers were basically free of travel to one location or another. Perhaps it explains why we were able to reconnect so quickly. Although it was several weeks before we made love for the first time, I made the event memorable. I could see she was eager and perhaps just wanted to get me into one of the bedrooms, but our emotional moods were always in the forefront. I ended up booking a room at a hotel in her city and was able to get the exact same room as before we went out to dinner, and when I drove her to the hotel, she was tipsy. She was already giggling as I walked her to the same room's door. "So you're going to make me a liar?" She joked with a giggle. "I suppose in a technical sense I am." I replied with a smile, but this is where I realized I was going to survive the future and considered who I wanted to survive it. With the giggling ceased and a large smile arose. She sprang into my arms and I brought her in. Let's just say we didn't wake up wearing our clothing the next morning. The next chapter. Jessica and I have been married for over 2 years. It didn't happen immediately. I was still wary of long-term relationships and Jessica was only 2. I stayed at my school for another year and it was evident that as much as I loved my students, the distance was causing pressure in my relationship with Jessica. Fortunately, a position in my favorite city's social studies department opened up and I was hired. I often wondered if there was any collegiate influence here. After another year, we felt at ease and ready to be together after I proposed and we scheduled a date. She did something I felt was crazy at the time. She contacted Emily. It took some effort, but she was finally able to speak directly to Emily's manager and mention my name. Jessica received a direct call from Emily, which led to her visit as well. I was to discover that there was a method to Jessica's madness. I picked Emily up at the airport and she looked just as good as the day she left me years ago. I'd gotten over it and was genuinely delighted to see her. She was accompanied by a small entourage, including her personal assistant and a friend who had come on vacation to learn more about Emily's past. We exchanged hugs and a pleasant kiss before I collected their baggage. Emily had a solid Hollywood career, and while she wasn't a celebrity, she was always in demand for television and movies. I arranged for her to speak at our school and take a few lessons. When the staff and students learned about our history, I instantly became a hero to the all-male teachers and a few male pupils. They definitely looked at old Mr. Fredericks differently. Now, when the school day ended, Emily and I sat in my classroom and reminisced about old times. I'm sure she saw the query on my face. Daniel, I've made a lot of decisions in my life and I can honestly say there have been both simple and difficult ones. I have done my best to make those decisions without looking back. Do I have any regrets? True, but not all of us do. However, the most difficult decision I've ever had to make has never given me any regret. Almost anyway. She grinned bitterly as she stated this. Could we have gotten acquainted outside of Hollywood? Yes, and I have to admit that when the quick pace of life in Southern California gets to me, I start thinking about what ifs on the other side. I've done things and met people I would not have if I hadn't left you and moved there. It's not that you've kept me back. You are such a loving and generous person, and I am confident you would never have gotten in my way. But I was correct. There were options and acts that would have jeopardized our safety, and I would not have seized some of those opportunities to save your feelings. I've tried hard to keep my moral compass as near to my inner self as possible, but it's cost me certain roles, and I'm fine with that, even if my manager Horace isn't. She laughed still. Rumors are swirling and I just cannot live up to your expectations. She grinned modestly. Daniel, I am realizing my dream and I had to leave some things behind to do it, and I've accepted that. I hope you understand. She finished by reaching for my hand. She went on to inform me about Hollywood's marital customs. It appears that they were almost married for convenience. Instead, parents choose marriages based on promises made at birth or earlier. They were more like royal entreaties, in which an actor's or actress's career was made or improved based on who they married and how long they stayed together. There were very few married couples in the entertainment profession that were together for love and long-term commitment. I could see she wasn't pleased or proud of that portion of her life, and I knew she desired a love-based relationship. I told her that I genuinely hoped that she would eventually be in a position to find it. Jessica had hoped Emily's visit would accomplish exactly this. She had a keen business sense, and before entering into a lifelong contract with me, she wanted to ensure that there were no loose ends that would prohibit us from honoring it. Honestly, I'm delighted she did. Ending my connection with Emily was something I had no idea I needed. It wasn't a lack of trust. Rather, I needed someone to help me mend my heart, not only from Laura's betrayal, but also from previous rejections, including by Jessica herself. We're expecting a baby boy, and I feel we'll be pleased. Emily takes time away from Hollywood to see us. She enjoys hiding with us, and I can see she's become more relaxed. We went to California, and Emily was correct. The lifestyle is not something Jessica and I enjoy. It was lovely to be there, and we will surely return, but it reminded us of how fortunate and pleased we are with the life we have chosen for ourselves. Laura didn't linger in the neighborhood. That following summer she was able to locate a teaching job near her hometown. She stays in touch with us periodically, sending letters and birthday cards, so I know she's doing well and has lately acquired a committed lover. I hope she has forgiven herself and is committed to him in the way they both deserve. I'm confident she will be faithful this time at least. I want to be certain about it. Anna is dating the newest assistant principal at the high school where I used to work. She's not in a hurry to be married, but she's becoming more settled. I am sure her students meet all of her parental demands. She adores them all. I hope her new beau sees it in her as much as I do. It has been a journey. Every trip has highs and lows, planned and unforeseen events, a combination of intention and spontaneity. Unfortunately, we cannot always choose between intention and spontaneity. My goal is that Jessica's bright thinking will allow us to choose the plan as much as possible, while still enjoying the moments that do not follow it when they occur. We truly did end up together, as I had hoped 10 years ago. I hope forever means precisely what it should. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. The betrayal by my wife was captured through a hidden camera inside a clock on the dresser, recording her intimate moments with her boss, John Monroe. This footage became my weapon in the battle against her deceit. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The early morning light and the song of mountain birds awoke me. I heard chipmunks darting through the camp scooping up crumbs from my camp meal. The pure morning joy I felt in nature after so many years immediately faded when today's reality reached me here at an elevation of 6,000 feet, where the air was fresh and crisp, and as I stepped out of the tent, I was struck by the grandeur of the alpine lake, surrounded by snow-capped mountains. I wanted to dig deeper into the OU's truths, clear my mind and go fishing, but I knew that today was the day I had dreaded for the past month. Today was the day of confrontation, which I needed to face firmly and definitively. In order to start over, I prepared a breakfast of eggs and sausage on a propane stove, along with thick black coffee. Before finishing my meal and preparing for the 6-mile journey, I was amazed at how nice and quiet this moment in time was. I reminded myself that sure, there is beauty and joy in life if you continue to move forward right. I knew I'd return to camping, hiking, fishing and sailing, my past hobbies, which I lay aside throughout my 23-year marriage to the love of my life. Now I'll admit that I once thought a woman to be the love of my life. I'm an optimist. I'm hoping that another one will arise eventually. The hike down was enjoyable and uneventful, and I didn't see anyone on the trail until I arrived at my parking spot. I packed my car with my gear and began driving towards the major highway. I turned on my phone after 3 days of being isolated from the network, knowing that as soon as I reached the cell coverage area, messages and emails would begin to arrive. As I pulled onto the 2-lane paved country road, I received the first beep of a message and looked down to see that it was from my 21-year-old son. Nathan and I were more than just father and son. We had become best friends and confidants, having overcome the difficulties of his stormy adolescence and emerged with respect and strong mutual affection. Nathan's statement was brief and to the point. Dad, I love and support you. Good luck today and stay positive. Someday somewhere there will be light at the end of the tunnel. His words of encouragement moved me to tears and strengthened my commitment to complete the task at hand. The second note I opened was for my daughter, Ava, and it included a promise of support and love. Dad, I wish I could hug you and tell you that everything will be fine. You are the best parent we could ever have and you always put us first. Now you must prioritize yourself whatever happens. Please know that Nathan and I love you and will always be at your side. Ava was always a daddy's girl, and while she was a perfect replica of my lovely wife Isabella, in her early years, Ava inherited my adventurous spirit, love of nature and a wild sense of humor. Isabella never possessed these core qualities. At the very least, I was gifted with children whom I adored and respected and who would become the greatest legacy I could ever leave behind. At the end of what I hoped would be a happier and more satisfying existence, I paused to take a breather and carefully reviewed my texts, emails, voicemails and missed calls from the previous 3 days. My wife missed 10 calls. The first 7 were most likely from her 3-day banking, seminar and purported business trip to Vegas, and the final 3 appeared to be after her return yesterday evening and this morning. I could picture how unhappy she was when I didn't pick her up from the airport and didn't return her calls or messages. I did not bother with the voicemails. I erased them all and then went on to the incoming mass. Isabella had written to me around 20 times in the last 3 days, and I had not responded to any of them. I read through the messages and the first few declared her everlasting love for me, which I dism as nonsense, most likely out of guilt, and the last few were poisonous, full of rage for not answering her, not returning her calls and keeping her waiting at the airport for more than an hour before she realized I wasn't coming. Her last message to Ethan was simply WTF, everything in capital letters, how our connection had evolved over the previous few months. Although I doubt she understood it. The spark of love in me that had always burned for her had begun to die. Had she genuinely become so estranged from me during the last 4 perilous months, having lost all conscious thought about me, my sentiments and the agony in my eyes that she seemed oblivious to, had she so quickly forgotten about her children, our family and the love we shared for so long, this might have been much more upsetting than her affair. Isabella was stunning at 44, with wonderful curves, slim legs and a bold muscular chest. She knew how to use her physique at any circumstance, whether she was flirting at a social gathering or portraying an aspiring financial expert in the trust. I was always proud to be seen with her, and I liked how men stared at her, barely suppressing their desire and avoiding their eyes. Knowing she was mine and that we were permanently entwined gave me an immense boost of self-esteem and ego as we moved past the eager watchers. I told her how beautiful and appealing she was, but she always said she was getting older and didn't feel as young, lively or seductive as she used to. I could tell it troubled her, and I attempted to reassure her that her light was becoming brighter, not dimmer, but she would just reject my compliments, saying, "You have to say that because you're my husband and you love me." However, her younger employer, John Monroe, became a fresh source of light in her life, at least sexually. I was now clearly seen as a rather dull but dependable best friend, despite the fact that we had ceased being friends. But Isabella didn't notice it either. John Monroe, the affluent vice president of the trust department, was slender, tall and so self-assured that I found him irritating when I met him a few times. But Isabella thought he was the embodiment of a terrific leader. At least that's what she claimed when we reviewed her job experience with him. But that abruptly ended 4 months ago. Looking back, I believe that was the beginning of her affair, the beginning of the end of our 23-year relationship. I shook my dismal thoughts away and turned to my phone, where I erased all of her messages with a furious snarl. Before going on to other emails, my lawyer assured me that everything was ready to go in accordance with our agreements. I also realized I had something in a private chat and opened it to read. The person you were interested in got into major problems during a heist. When I ended the chat, everything was automatically removed. The next email I received was confirmation that my resignation from work had been accepted, my 401k and stock options had been liquidated, with the funds transferred to my new checking account. I'd be fine, at least for a few years, even if the tax bite was terrible, but I didn't care. I needed to get out. I was about to turn onto the road when the phone rang, and it was Isabella. I concluded that now was the best time to communicate, comparing it to pulling off a band-aid. It needed to be completed fast and convincingly. I brake shut off the engine and answered the phone as calmly as I could. "Hey, Isabella, what's up?" "What do you mean by what's up?" "First, where are you? Were not at the airport to pick me up, nor were you at home all night. You haven't left me a letter or returned my calls or messages since last week. What the hell, Ethan? Tell me what is going on." "Isabella, I assumed you didn't care if I answered or not, or if you saw me. I assumed you'd be relieved. I wasn't home. That way, you could gather yourself and get back into character before seeing me. The children are pals. Are they your parents? Isn't this how your double life works?" "What? Why do you say this, Ethan? What is it that I do not understand?" "Double life. You know I have to travel for work. By the way, why aren't the kids returning my calls and messages? And where is our king-size mattress from the master bedroom? Last night I had to sleep in the guest bedroom. Ethan, what the hell is going on? Where in the hell are you? Why did you leave me at the airport? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, where nothing makes sense." "Isabella, you're in the Twilight Zone, the one you have pushed yourself and our entire family into. Isabella's rage and aggressive verbal onslaught subsided as her confidence weakened and her deepest fears surfaced. What the hell does that mean? Ethan. Where are you and what is going on? It doesn't matter where I am or where I'm going. I'm not in town. Isabella, I was too busy last week to react to your messages and phone calls. I was preoccupied with figuring out how to move on from the most devastating betrayal of my life. Isabella hesitated and shivered when she heard the word treachery, but she remained silent and yelled, Ethan, are you drunk? What exactly are you talking about? First and foremost, Isabella, tell me how your 3-day banking conference went. Did that jerk John have sex with you every night and morning, or only 3 nights? When I stated this, I heard her gasp and fall silent, and she waited a few seconds to answer. What the hell are you talking about, John? What are you saying this? I am married to you. Isabella. You are married to me and I'm surprised you still consider this a marriage. So after 23 years of marriage, could you tell me the truth? I know you haven't showed any respect or concern for me or our family in the last few months, but now that the lies and dishonesty have been exposed, how about being honest? Isabella replied in a quivering, hushed voice. Ethan, I'm not sure what you're thinking, but you're mistaken. I only adore you. There is nothing between me and John Monroe. At the very least, you've admitted to knowing who the John in question is. For a second, I wondered if there was more than one. John. Isabella, honestly, did you think you'd never be caught, or did you simply not care? Why didn't you tell me you wanted a divorce and loved someone else? It would have been a lot easier for everyone if you had the fortitude to tell us before lying and deceiving behind our backs. Ethan, Isabella cried, and I heard her begin to sob, not even utter the term divorce. Please believe me, I only adore you. Please come home so we can discuss this. Nothing is happening. How could you believe otherwise? Isabella was clearly convinced that I lacked proof and was bluffing, so she meant to keep up the illusion. So you never slept with Monroe in our bedroom on our now missing king-size mattress? No, absolutely not. What the hell are you talking about, Isabella? Please hold on for a minute with these comments. I took out a photograph of John Monroe having sex with Isabella from behind. She seemed static and, judging by his strained countenance, he was certainly giving it his all. It was one of several photographs and movies I'd gotten from the camera hidden in plain sight inside the clock on the dresser, which I purchased a month ago. After learning about her affair, I texted Isabella the snapshot and returned to the call. Isabella, please look at the snapshot I just emailed you. Are you telling me that my darling wife isn't having sex with her boss in my bedroom on my enormous mattress without any protection? I heard her drop the phone and cry in anguish. Oh God, no, Ethan, please. This was a mistake. This happened only once. It meant nothing. It was only an affair, just the pleasure of someone younger wanting me so intensely and making me feel gorgeous and youthful again. It was a one-time thing and I never intended to hurt you. Oh God, I'm so sorry, but Ethan, suppose Isabella, look out the window to the middle of the backyard. Do you see that pile of burnt wood, metal and ash? That's our king-size mattress. It symbolizes how you ignited our marriage on fire, how you have betrayed our family, how you have humiliated me. When did you start to hate me so much that you inflicted such pain? When did you decide you didn't care about my love or the affection of our children? When did you decide I no longer merited respect or honesty? When and why did you decide to toss us aside like morning trash? Ethan, please forgive me. I love you. I would never hate you. I want to spend my entire life with you, you. It was an accident, a dreadful mistake that only occurred once. I was being selfish. This has nothing to do with you. Please come home, Ethan, and talk to me. Isabella, the kids and I are all fed up with the lies and deception. Can you please be honest with me? So that is why the kids aren't returning my calls. Ethan, did you tell them and turn them on me? How dare you, Isabella? I did nothing to turn the children against. You accomplished it all yourself, you and your creepy pal. Everything depends on you. Your selfish, egocentric attitude and desire for another man are what got you into this twilight zone and ripped our family apart, pushing everyone away from you. And no, I did not inform the children. The youngsters said I was pathetic. I never imagined you could lie, cheat on me and so casually forsake us. At least quit lying. Now, it wasn't only once. It has been going on for at least 4 months, based on how you emotionally cut us out of your life. The saddest aspect is that you were unaware of it. You stopped talking to us and gazing at me, stopped making love with me, except for the occasional pity. Sex you jack, disgust me. It signifies nothing. It was only sex only once and only a minor error in judgment after 23 years of marriage. I want you, not John. Please believe me, Isabella, please wait. I picked up the next photo from my phone. Nathan arrived home unexpectedly to get some equipment and overheard his mother and Monroe arguing. He snuck silently up to the open master bedroom door, took out his phone and took a few photos and videos. He didn't tell me for 2 weeks until he and Ava agreed. I had a right to know they called, told me everything and we all sobbed and felt physically terrible as we witnessed their mother's betrayal. My wife is with her employer. That was what drove me to purchase the spy camera. I also forwarded this photo to Isabella. Open your phone again. This was the first time we learned about you and your boss, so considering that you severed all emotional links with me 3 months before this photo, I'm sure you will love us throughout that period. Isabella. Nathan was the first person to discover you. He took a picture of you and Monroe having sex. What the hell do you think your son feels towards you? After witnessing his mother's betrayal. Do you realize how this pushed him away and cost you both his and Ava's respect? When they saw the images, they debated whether to tell me about your dishonest, promiscuous behavior. Do you think they have any trust or regard for you anymore? Do you realize how painful it was for them to tell me you were a cheater and how difficult it was to witness them SOB, as they watched you destroy our marriage and family? Stop lying about. It just happened once that it hasn't been going on for months and that you didn't sleep with him 6 or 7 times during your most recent business trip. I am hanging up next time you lie. No, Ethan, please let me explain. I heard Isabella sobbing violently and envisioned her toppling to the floor as she understood how her lies and betrayal had devastated her family and herself. Oh God, Ethan, I'm so sorry. Please. You must forgive me. I went insane, but it's over now. It was just cheap dirty sex and it was wonderful to be sought and secretly immersed in an illicit relationship. I felt young and desired again. However, there was no love and I never wanted to hurt you, so I am not sure how I missed that. I had no idea how far I had distanced myself from you and the kids, and I'm ashamed to admit that I'm only now waking up and seeing myself as if I were in a horror movie or a nightmare, and I hate myself for it, because I adore you. We have kids together. Oh, Ethan, please come home so I can make things right. I need to make us a family again. Isabella, there is no us. We're finished. You can't claim to love me. After you cheated, after you've caused me so much anguish and emotional distress. You have demonstrated that you do not respect me and care just about yourself, and because of your lies and deception, I'll never be able to trust you again. Everything we had is now polluted and suspicious. Have you been sleeping with him for several years or only the previous 4 months? How many other men were there? Do I need to conduct DNA tests on my children? Don't bother responding, since I will not believe whatever you say. Of course I should get tested for STDs. There's nothing left between us. You've hurt me like no one else ever could, and I never dreamed that the person I loved and built my life around would abandon me like a piece of trash. But you did. Perhaps the kids will ultimately make their way back to you, but I never will. Ethan, please do not say that I will do anything. I'll visit a therapist. You can sleep with other women. Please do not abandon me. I lived with guilt. I wanted to stop and I always got back to you. It was only a meaningless fling. Oh God, please forgive me. I sincerely apologize, Isabella, Save your breath. I don't believe anything you say, and right now I don't care about you or your lies. Listen carefully to what happens. On Monday, you will be served with divorce papers at the bank. Oh God. No, Ethan, please do not divorce me, please. Isabella, listen to me. Your boss's wife has already obtained copies of the tapes and images from your nasty affair. Were you sleeping with him in our bedroom? So it appears that you and John Monroe will be stuck with each other once his wife and I both leave you. Ethan, please tell me you did not do that. He has a wife and 2 children. Why would you damage their lives? Isabella. You really don't get it. I am not the one wrecking their family. You and John Monroe accomplished that. Your cheap affair devastated not only mine, your and our children's lives, but also those of his wife and children. You should be proud of yourself. You contributed to the ruin of 8 people. Luckily, for you are such a selfish creature that you probably don't care her. Cries erupted and I could hear them over the phone, but I wasn't finished yet. Your boss will face a civil claim for alienation of affection. No, it will be interesting to see which hospital he is at. He apparently had some poor luck, wrong location, wrong time. I learned from a friend that Monroe was mugged at the airport parking lot and ended up in the hospital with terrible injuries. So it's difficult to predict when he'll be able to give you his magic instrument again. Stop, Ethan, stop being cruel. I do not care about him. I only want you. Please do not do this to us. Isabella, listen again. There is no us. It's difficult to predict if you and your employer will still have jobs by the end of next week, because I also sent those images to the president and board members of Commerce Bank in the United States, along with a complaint for alienation of affection and sexual harassment. If they wish to settle, I'll strive to keep you employed, but I will insist that they fire him for cause. No, Ethan, no. Do you really dislike me, Isabella? You demonstrated your disdain for me through betrayal, deceit and disrespect. You plucked my love for you out of my soul. I'm just trying to reclaim my self-esteem before our lives go different paths. Isabella was crying so hard and uttering screams of astonishment and denial that I wasn't sure if she could hear me. I suppressed my rage and felt grief and guilt for putting her through this, because I knew I still loved her, despite my hatred. It was a very unsettling combination of feelings that ripped at my soul, but generally I was resolved to exact retribution and profoundly punish her for what she had done to me. Isabella. We almost finished. Try to focus on the following points. I took 12,000 from our funds and spent 2,000 to pay for Ava's remaining 2 years of college. I'll aid her in the future, but it is all I can afford. For now I'm leaving the house. I've signed the deed in your name and the equity should be roughly 10,000 if you sell it now. I will not sell our home, Ethan, and I want you to halt the crazy and return to me, so we may recover. Please, for the sake of our 23-year relationship and happiness. Before I went insane, I ignored the remark and continued. Isabella, if you sign the divorce papers, you will keep the house and its contents. I'll withdraw the remaining 10,000 from our funds and we be done. It makes no difference whether you consent to or fight the divorce. I won't be around to argue. Do whatever you want. I do not care. We're almost finished, Isabella. There are a few more things I should tell you. If you look around, you will realize that I have moved out. I took what I wanted and everything else is yours. I snapped a few shots but left the wedding albums for you. Keep them, burn them. I do not care. I left my wedding ring on the dresser. You may either melt it or flush it down the toilet, as you did with our marriage. Nathan will coming by to get some of my fishing and hunting gear that he requires. He will appear when you are not present, so don't be alarmed. If you realize someone has been in your home, he does not want to see you. Crystal will come to grab all of her belongings. She doesn't intend to live there again. She would also prefer to come when you are not present, so don't be surprised if her room is empty. Finally, I emailed the images of you having sex to your parents, my parents and every one of our contacts in both of our email databases, so you might want to consider the story you're going to tell them. I refuse to be the bad person in this failing marriage. Her wailing and shouting had escalated to the point that I feared she would pass out or have a breakdown. This had to end, Isabella. One more thing, I quit my job last week and am leaving the state for the vast unknown. I hope to find someone in the future who loves me enough to keep the promises we make to each other, one who will respect me, treat me equally and who I can trust and love. Again. I hope you find what you were clearly missing. Please do not try to find me. If you need to reach me for any reason, you can do so through Nathan or my lawyer, but I'll leave your life and you'll leave mine. Goodbye, Isabella. I overheard her scream, Ethan. No, thank you, Ethan. Please forgive me. I hung up and erupted into tears of misery. I believe I understood I had gone too far in my vengeance and that it would take a long time to forgive myself for the brutality I had displayed. I doubted I'd ever forgive her. I knew the journey ahead would be difficult before I could heal and feel prepared for anything other than a life of loneliness, more than everything. I did not want to live a life filled with bitterness, but remembering that morning on the mountaintop, I told myself that there will always be moments of beauty and wonder in my life. I only wanted to be open to them and keep moving forward toward a new beginning. Here is the next story. Sometimes we become so caught up in something that we don't realize how deeply our enthusiasm engulfs us, resulting in all kinds of faults, and subsequently releasing ourselves from that passion and repairing everything becomes quite tough. Many folks I knew were deeply committed to their hobbies or preferred activities. My family was no exception to this. Evelina. My wife and I had been living in a pleasant house in a little town in a sunny state for about 20 years. She had long been interested in the local homemakers club, where participants could share their signature meals, try something new and talk. She went there virtually every day, often for many hours, and still managed to complete all of her regular household responsibilities. After finishing school, our daughter Melanie relocated to another location to attend college, allowing Evelina to devote even more time to her interest. I even liked it at times, since it allowed me to come home after a long day of work and relax in peace. However, I've recently noticed that Evelina is distancing herself from me. At first I assumed it was simply my imagination, because I'd grown accustomed to her being at home and there at all times, but then I saw Evelina was really committed to this club. When I returned home from work one evening and saw my wife, I decided to discuss it with her. Not that I opposed it. I simply wanted her to be fully my wife again, not just on paper. Daniel, you are spouting rubbish, she flushed when I began speaking to her. Why have you decided that I no longer love? You were not always against it. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yes, I was not against it. Now you're not here, not with me. You're entirely immersed in this club of yours. We hardly ever communicate anymore. When did you manage to trade our family for this ridiculous circle? It is not foolish at all, but you started moaning about everything without justification. I am just relaxing there. Nobody will stop you from hanging out with your friends at the bar. Do not compare. I do not go there every day within. You've grown really chilly towards me. I do not recognize you anymore. Where is the piper? I've admired my entire life. The person I've spent so many years with, my wife, answered nonsense and left the room. I was not ashamed of my queries, but her reaction made me believe that she had turned chilly towards me. Yes, we were no longer young, but nevertheless not too elderly. I didn't expect too much from her, but she began to shun even the obligations of marriage, making up new justifications every time being fatigued or experiencing a headache. I did not want to blame her for anything, but now she has left me with no choice. I approached her again, caught up with her in the kitchen, embraced her waist and expressed my want to be with her as a woman. Despite her age, she remained pretty attractive, and she had always been and would continue to be a beauty in my eyes, because she's my beloved wife. But Dipper began to wiggle out of my hug, pushing me away with an angered expression, her tone becoming sharper and her glance becoming sharp and vacant. Have you totally lost your mind? she inquired, dissatisfied. I didn't like that at all, and I resolved to find out what it was about that club that fascinated Evelina and pulled her away from me the next day, knowing when she was leaving. I called her ahead of time to see how she was doing and to confirm that she was on her way to her work club. I requested a colleague to cover for me and headed to the meeting place's location. I even puzzled why I hadn't been to their gathering place before. It was a single-story house near the end of town where the ladies had set up a gathering space for themselves. It appeared quite average when I initially stepped inside. I was in the corridor and I could hear women's voices in one of the rooms. I went there and glanced inside. Several women were seated together. They recognized me right away and were astonished by my look. I truly came to see Evelina. Is she here? I instantly asked model Daniel. She has not arrived yet. Come in. Would you like any tea? Clara, Evelina's close friend, attempted to be courteous, but I didn't come here for that. Now I was even more curious about what wife was up to, because according to her, when I called, she should have been here long before, and if she is not present, it means she lied to me. But why? What is she hiding from me right now? I thought clearly and headed for the exit. Once in the car, I called my wife again. Evelina, when will you return from your club? I asked, and I'm not sure we are right in the thick of something. Why now? I felt certain Evelina was lying to me. Nothing. I just wanted to spend the evening with you. We had an awful talk yesterday. I'll be returning from work earlier today, hoping to have a fantastic time. I've also got a gift for you. I lied. Evelina replied that she wouldn't be returning for another 2 hours, but my statements regarding the gift piqued her interest. She had always enjoyed receiving gifts, no matter how tiny. To figure out what she was hiding from me, I had to play her game. I stopped by a store, bought a trinket and went home. At first, I considered asking her directly where she had been and what she was hiding from me. What if she was already lying? I realized she would lie again, making it difficult for me to capture her. I had to act as if I knew nothing and had no suspicions. When you returned at the scheduled time, I welcomed her pleasantly and she immediately began inquiring what gift I had planned for her, and I gave her an inexpensive brooch in the shape of a sparkling butterfly. However, Evelina did not express her typical delight this time, despite accepting the present. It appeared quite basic to her, as she remarked to me when I suggested you would appreciate it. You always drawn to the smallest details. I said yes, that was before. You will no longer delight me with cheap jewels. You may have noticed it yourself. I tried to fix the problem with hugs, but Evelina said she was weary again. I began to ask her how her day went and she began to tell me that it was quite dull and they had only compared recipes. I glanced at her and saw how she blatantly lied to me without feeling embarrassed. Later, when Evelina went into the kitchen to start dinner, I reflected on all that had happened and tried to piece together a coherent image. Aside from the reality that she may have another man, I could not think of anything else. I can't say I felt envious, but I hadn't observed anything like this about her in years, and I was confident in her genuine love for me. But everything had changed, which astonished me. Why has someone shown up in her life right now? When will she no longer be so young? Whatever the case, I suspected the worst and planned to go to any length to find out what she was hiding. I took a few days off from work, but still left the house. I didn't want my wife to find out I planned to follow her. That's what I did while she began preparing for her so-called club. I'm hoping I can immediately follow her to where she's going now, rather than the club. However, for the first 2 days, she stuck to her route and met with other housewives, and I started making assumptions, thinking that Evelina was arranging a surprise for our next anniversary and didn't want to give herself away. I was going to forsake my plan because of this thinking, but on the third occasion I spotted Evelina driving in an entirely other direction. I followed her for several kilometers until her car came to a stop in one of the alleys. Then I noticed as she gradually approached one of the houses and got something from her pocketbook. It appeared. She was preparing to open the door with her own key. Now I had additional questions when Evelina entered. I approached the home trying to peek through the window and see what was going on inside. Fortunately, the windows were entirely covered, so I could see something until the last minute. I hope my assumptions were incorrect and that my wife's behavior had a totally legitimate explanation, but what I witnessed subsequently turned my entire life upside down through the window. I saw a person whose face I couldn't make out, holding Evelina closely, and she didn't protest. On the contrary, she appeared to be loving it, arching her back and hugging him. In that instant I felt as if I had been lit on fire and then drenched with ice water. I couldn't sit there any longer. While my wife embarrassed me into marriage, I found myself at the door, which swung open violently as I pushed it, causing a few splinters to fly. Then I went to where I saw my wife and her lover. They could hear me the moment I walked in. Evelina, on the other hand, had not been able to put her blouse back on after the guy had taken it from her, and she only gazed at me terrified. "So is this the type of club you have?" I growled furiously at her. "You are such a, and who the heck are you?" I didn't hold back and went straight for him. I had no idea who he was. I saw him for the first time, but it was enough that he approached my wife, even if he was bigger than me. I managed to knock him down and we ended up on the ground. I wasn't going to let him off easy, so I started landing strikes anywhere I could. Evelina grabbed her blouse in terror and rushed from the home. I did not chase her. I was not in the mood for that moment. I was fighting the guy she favored over me, which hurt a lot. But that pain motivated me and gave me strength, even though I took a few hits myself. When we both grew tired, the combat began to slow down. That's when he decided to talk. "Who in the heck are you?" burst in like a maniac. "Who I am? Evelina's hubby. Don't pretend. You didn't know." At first I assumed he was acting dumb. He recoiled, bracing himself against the table to avoid falling. Then he leaned in closer to me and continued speaking honestly. "Guy, this is the first time I've heard that she is married, although we'd been seeing one another for a while." Those remarks infuriated me once more and I struck him as hard as I could, but now he didn't resist, only asked me to stop. I wasn't sure if I should believe him, but his remarks seemed compelling, and then, when I sat down, he told me that he'd been in town for a few months, came for his grandfather's funeral and chose to stay a while to complete some repairs on the property before selling it. Evelina knew this person was only passing through town, but why did she still choose to have a romance with him? What did she hope for? He did not appear to be extremely affluent and the house was quite average. I left him alone, warning him not to come near my wife again or next time. I'd just murder him. I went home planning to have a serious chat with my wife. I hoped she would have the conscience to return home rather than go elsewhere. When I came up to my yard, I noticed her car had already been parked beside the garage. I was still angry and disappointed, and I felt like I couldn't simply talk to her. The vision of her embracing and kissing someone else was fresh in my memory, but I couldn't simply let things go. Trying to maintain my composure, I entered the home. Evelina sat on the couch, ashamed, staring at the floor. She just turned to me as I entered the room. I desperately wanted to grab her and push her into the couch, then give her a piece of my mind, but for the time being I refrained. As I approached her, I noticed she was shivering in terror and expecting a hit from me. I sat across from her and glared furiously why I said, and she cringed, unsure how to respond and merely looking at me with remorse. Then I remembered my patience with the snap and requested again, but this time I shouted loudly. Evelina became even more terrified, began crying and said she was not to blame. Then he seduced her and she was simply the victim. I knew she was lying to me again to get away with it, but I no longer believed her. She has repeatedly lied to me. I simply couldn't trust her anymore. I approached her, grabbed her hair, and she turned to face me, leaning over. "You lying. Do you think I'll believe you now? If you don't want to, you would not have gone with him. Now I'm asking you why you're with him. Please answer me." I swung at her but did not hit her. I hoped it would simply help her reveal the truth. Now she flinched again, covering her face with her hands, and then realized there had been no blow. She looked up at me and spoke with trembling lips. "I am sorry, Daniel, it was merely a disagreement with my friends." You were not supposed to find out anything. Her response killed me. It was the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I wanted to punch her in her lying mouth, but I couldn't. Perhaps because she is a lady, perhaps because I was accustomed to her and we had a daughter, or maybe you're already scared. Look made me feel sad for them, but at the same time my heart remained broken and I did not want to leave it. Just forgave and forgot pushing my wife onto the couch. I took a step back ready to demolish everything around me. Anger and pain swelled inside, desperate to be free. I knew that if I exploded right there and then the repercussions would be disastrous. So I walked towards the exit planning to get a drink at the local pub. However, in order to vent my fury, I angrily swept a trinket box from the table. I had a couple drinks before recognizing it wasn't helping. It only dulled my motions slightly, but the beast inside continued to howl, so I stepped outdoors for fresh air, hoping that someone would irritate me, someone I could vent my frustrations on. I stood there and no one pushed me into a battle. Only an older gentleman came up for a smoke standing aside. It began to rain, but I stayed put soaking wet. Sad thoughts raced through my mind and I hoped the rain would wash them away. After a few minutes of standing, I heard someone call my name. I turned to see a cab a few meters away, with my old acquaintance shouting my name from the open window. We've probably been pals since we were in school. Why are you standing there? He yelled. You're soaked, come here and I'll give you a ride. I walked up to him and dove into the car. He opened the door. He started inquiring what had happened. I even attempted to make a joke about getting so drunk that I wanted to bathe in the rain, but I wasn't feeling it. I wanted to express my sadness to him, but for some reason I felt ashamed, so I just told him I did not want to go home. Bill undoubtedly realized my problems were at home and recommended I go to his apartment. He had just returned from a trip and was on his way home from the station. When we arrived, he offered me coffee, but I requested another drink. Bill poured whiskey into my glass without asking, but said he didn't want to see me inebriated. Thank you, buddy. I replied, taking the glass. I am just feeling extremely awful right now, so tell me what occurred. Perhaps I can help. He said carrying was doubtful. I am just unlucky in life. I assumed everything would be all right. I had a wonderful family, but now tragedy has struck and I'm not sure how to proceed. Oh my God. Something happened to Evelina. He glanced at me and when I remained silent, he became even more horrified. Melanie, something is wrong with her. I shook my head negatively, but I chose to discuss with my friend the cause for my downcast mood. He listened intently, occasionally expressing sympathy and pouring us both additional beverages as we drank. His wife entered the room. She did not like drinking, especially on an empty stomach, and her husband had just arrived, so she reprimanded us a little, but Bill begged her to go leave. Stephanie inquired, staring at me. Daniel, are you opening a pub here? I understand you're feeling horrible, but that's no excuse to get my spouse drunk. You understand, I snapped. You comprehend nothing. Are you in on this too? Running a racket here, and now you are protecting her. Hey, I jumped up instantly. Bill, why are you acting so aggressively toward her? He even stood up, ready to calm me down at any moment, but I didn't feel the burning anymore and I apologized to Bill for losing control. However, I did not apologize to Stephanie. Instead, I asked her what they actually did in their club and what all the fuss was about. Bill's wife did not expect a knot to soften. That was when I realized she knew something and Bill glanced at her suspiciously. What's he talking about, Stephanie? He asked his wife. She sat down beside us but was hesitant to respond directly. Her wandering stare indicated that she knew my wife's secret. Sorry, Daniel, this should not have happened. It was simply a foolish joke. We did not know what to do. It was a long time ago. Nobody believed Evelina would agree. What do you agree to? Bill still didn't believe his wife was involved and he began to suspect you were a cuckold. So we were playing a game. Truth or Dare just wanted to have some fun and Evelina selected them. Clara decided to play a joke on her. The aim was just to invite him out. There's nothing more. I'm not sure why Evelina pushed it further. Stephanie appeared to be trying to justify herself so she wouldn't have to confront her husband's rage, and he seemed to believe her, but I wasn't feeling any better. Quite the reverse. Stephanie was speaking the truth. It implied that my wife intentionally cheated. I was sitting feeling filthy and wished I could disappear on the ground. Stephanie had been a boy. I would have struck her right then, but the situation was in her advantage and I didn't want to argue with my friend but for myself. I decided to rip that blasted club apart. I thanked my friend for his support and bid him farewell before calling a taxi to take me home, but he only allowed me go after I vowed not to do anything dumb. Of course I lied to him simply to get him off my back, but I also knew I needed to act not foolishly or in a fit of rage, but rather construct a reasonable plan that would allow me to punish all those responsible for my agony. When I got home, I discovered my wife crying on the couch in the living room. It appears she hasn't moved since I left the house. "Do you see me?" She raced to me pleading for forgiveness once more. "Get away from me." I pushed her aside and went to the kitchen. Now I wanted her to feel like I felt I treated her harshly, just as she had treated me. In addition, I wanted to tell her to sleep in another room, but the bed smelt like her, so I chose to move myself. I even pondered having an affair, just to make Evelina understand how I felt, but at the time I didn't desire any kind of connection. I couldn't sleep at night thinking about my next actions, knowing it would be difficult to do it alone. So I decided to talk to Bill, hoping for his assistance. After all, his wife was a member of the club, albeit she did not come as frequently as Evelina. I stayed at home the next morning after breakfast and contacted Bill to request a meeting, but he was at work and could only meet in the evening. I also asked if he could learn more about the man my wife received. I did not know his name, so I gave Bill his address. Bill didn't make any promises, but he said he'd see what he could do and warned me not to do anything. "Dumb, okay, bro." I said to him, "Simply do what I ask." Evelina entered the room as soon as I ended the call. She didn't appear particularly appealing, as if she hadn't slept all night. What I questioned, staring down at her, she didn't respond, just went to the table where her handbag was. I noticed she was going somewhere and blocked her route. "Let me go. I need to go to the supermarket. We are missing something for lunch. There's no sign of the innocent lamb she was yesterday. Go to the store or after your lover. Has he become so precious to you? What did you find in him? What were you missing?" I took her hand and gripped it strongly. "You would not comprehend. We love each other." She responded fast and then covered her mouth as if she had said too much. All of my wrath from the day before returned. I'd barely held it together, and now she's tearing all the threads apart again. Love, I couldn't help but hit her. I wanted to drive her out of the house and never see that traitor again, but the moment I opened my mouth, she broke away, grabbed her bag and dashed out of the home, casting an angry look at me. I felt as if the entire universe had conspired against me. I suspected she had run to him and I couldn't stay still any longer. I immediately prepared and was on my way to the house where her lover lived. I figured I'd catch her there and settle things with both of them, but when I came she was not present. The house was totally empty. I called, pounded on the door and looked through all the windows. However, there was no trace of anyone, not sure what to do. I sat on the curb and called Bill again. He responded that he discovered something based on the information I provided him. Bill stated that this person's name is Mason Makers and he has come here to sell his late grandfather's house. However, on the eve of the day when the purchasers were expected to arrive, he quickly changed his mind and chose to move into this house himself. His reasons were unknown, but he also stated that Mason is not currently married but is quite fond of ladies. He even fell silent for a little while. Perhaps he assumed that his wife had fallen into the trickster's clutches. Listening to my friend, I decided to wait till Mason arrived home, knowing that Evelina would be with him. Park your automobile a little further away. I watched his house, but I had to wait a long time. Bill called me again a little later, saying he remembered his detective friend and decided to attempt to acquire some additional information from him. Among other things, it includes Mason's workplace and city of residence. Bill also told me something fascinating. It turns out that Mason occasionally dealt in various antiques or valuables. Where he got them is unknown to everyone, but there were reports that he obtained them illegally by visiting ancient houses or just coaxing them from lonely elderly ladies, but this had yet to be confirmed. If that's the case, what exactly did he forget in our town? Then it turns out that I knew his granddad, but to indicate he held any valuables, I decided to question Mason about it when he appeared, simply out of curiosity, but I waited until the dark and no one approached his house. After sitting for so long, my body felt rigid and I was about to walk home thinking Mason had probably run away after a disagreement. Looking at the clock, I realized it was time to meet Bill, so I went to the bar where we had agreed to meet. The friend did not keep me waiting long and we were soon discussing this topic. Marv informed me he's been interested in this person for a long time. Bill remarked of his detective pals several years ago. He even began investigating a case involving himself, but he was unsuccessful. Mason vanished. It vanished from the city and was eventually forgotten, and now he wants to come back here and deal with it again. So do you believe you'll discover anything about him besides snatching other men's wives? Unlikely to find anything, I said skeptically. You're underestimating him. Marv has cracked. There are many examples, and if he has made a decision, it is worthwhile. And you made up with Evelina? Oh, I sighed deeply. I'm not even sure if it is possible now. She left just today. Bill glanced at me quizzically. She just left and she had no regrets about what transpired. I continued. I'm not even sure where she is anymore. She thought she went to see him, but he was not there. Don't worry, Marvel, come tomorrow and we'll work it all out. We sat with a friend, drank a couple more beers and then returned home after speaking with my friend. I felt a little lighter inside, but the sorrow from my wife's treachery did not go away. I was preparing to accept that her marriage had ended and that I would never see her again. But when I arrived home she was cooking something in the kitchen. I was surprised she was still at home, as did the lover not welcome you. I sarcastically asked. I was not with him. I told you I needed to go to the store. She said dry, but I didn't even believe that. Maybe she just had a disagreement with Mason or he took my advice and decided not to see her anymore. So she returned, since there was nowhere else to go. Without uttering another word to her, I went into my room. I did not even want to eat dinner with her. The next morning was more tranquil, but a few hours later Bill called and requested a meeting, stating that Marv had arrived and wanted to speak with me at the meeting. I didn't tell him anything new that I hadn't told Bill already. Marv listened to me intently and wrote something down on his notepad, seeming pensive. Then he shared some facts with us, which I found intriguing. It turns out that the old lady after whom the empty house was named and in which our wives eventually established their club, came from a noble family but lived her entire life as a recluse, never exposing her true origins, and according to Marv, there should be a few treasures someplace in her home. Mason appears to have been after them, and in order to get closer to this house, he became acquainted with one of the players. I mentioned that the premise was intriguing, but how to prove it was true. Then Marv recommended heading straight there. This was a day off from meetings and there was just one woman in the club taking her turn cleaning. Evelina had her turn today. She told me that when she left in the morning. I decided it was a good opportunity to find out once and for all whether my wife had gone for him, because if that was the case, he would undoubtedly be in the house. I didn't care about the story with the jewels and I didn't believe it all, but without much consideration we went there. Parking is nearby. We walked up. The door was locked from the inside, but Marv possessed more than just the ability to solve crimes. He removed a pick from his pocket and used it. When we entered, the house was quiet. Moving forward, I almost assumed there was no one here at all. Evelina had just fled for another rendezvous with Mason. However, as we reached the next room, I discovered her bound to a chair and unconscious. Marv ran to her and, with a few movements, brought her back to consciousness. She stared at us as if she was intoxicated and had trouble comprehending what was occurring, but she eventually confessed that Mason had treated her like we, all the while asking where this cash was, but she had no idea what he meant. They had spent a lot of time here but had not discovered any stashes. Then Marv advised going down to the basement, and he was correct, since approaching the door behind it revealed a dark staircase. We rustled gently descending. We spotted Mason searching around, digging into numerous spots on the walls, and the floor was already in several holes. I didn't hesitate and lunged at him as soon as he noticed us. I wanted to beat him myself, but Bill interfered and convinced me that it would be better if we just tied him up and let the cops handle him. While we dealt with Mason, Marv continued his investigation. He pulled out his notes and approached an ancient boiler, feeling the latch there. After a few more tricks, Marv discovered the hideout. I can't describe Mason's eager expression as he spotted the found valuables. He tried to break free, but Bill and I struck him from both sides at the same time. This knocked Mason out. I will not linger on what we did with the treasures. I can only tell that I received my portion and used it entirely for my daughter's schooling. Mason eventually received a term for illegally obtaining treasures and selling them on the black market. As well as deceiving numerous people with the facts Marv gathered, he received the maximum penalty. Evelina was devastated when Mason's love turned out to be a lie, and she was now guilty that she had fallen for his advances and betrayed me. I haven't forgiven her yet, but I did buy her a separate place and gave her time to prove that she deserved forgiveness. She tried virtually every day, for that even left the club. Now our sole employment was to strive for the opportunity to return to the family history, which began just last week. I discovered that my 24-year-old fiancée cheated on me with her supervisor. The guy is probably in his mid-40s. I guess he's married with 3 children. By the way, this happened in November during a work trip out of town. They met 3 times. If you can believe that. How do I get this information? Her boss's wife messaged me on Facebook and spilled the details. She even showed me messages and emails they exchanged, explaining in detail how they cheated on both of us and pulled it off. They actually laughed about it, but then, in the same messages, she tells them she loves me and that they must keep this secret. The boss's wife, whom I've met and seen at work occasions, was naturally upset and heartbroken. She's preparing to serve him with divorce papers tomorrow. She also intends to send a nice email to their HR department. So here I am typing on my phone, as my fiancée is on the other side of the room, sitting on the couch using her computer to arrange a honeymoon for a wedding that will never happen. She has no idea that her world will shatter tomorrow. I can't say I have any sympathy left after my own situation went apart. Just last week, when I read such texts and emails, it seems like someone stabbed me in the heart with a knife 3 years down the drain. Although I am thankful that I found out before we married, at least I have something to be grateful for. She has no idea about my plans, but I've scheduled a day off. Tomorrow, once she leaves for work, I'm going to go around my house, grab all of her belongings, box them up and leave them at the door. Then I have to find out if I can recoup any of the money I already spent on the wedding refunded. The wedding was meant to take place in October, but that plainly isn't happening. When she walks in after work, I'm going to kick her out of my apartment and my life. I pondered uploading the screenshots on her Facebook page, but my sister talked me out doing it. I even considered calling her parents. I feel awful for them, because they are extremely kind people and I will miss her family. They've treated me like one of their own and I'm not sure how they'll respond, but I'm confident she can explain herself to them. I do not want to hear her explanations or lies at this moment. All I want is for her to leave my life so I can figure out what to do next. Holy smokes. I can't believe how much attention this has gotten. The bomb was undoubtedly detonated at 8:00 p.m. My phone would go crazy, with her calls each followed by a voicemail. I immediately understood what was going on. I immediately called my sister to tell her the truth. She encouraged me to stay strong and offered to come over and keep me company if I needed. So that's exactly what she is doing. Then I had a really unpleasant conversation on the phone with my exes. Mother crazy. I'm now coping with an ex. It was difficult because this person had done nothing to deserve the harm. I could hear her voice. Her entire family was present. From the beginning. They treated me like treasure. I tried to politely explain the situation to her mother, telling her that I simply cannot forgive this mess and that I will be asking my ex to leave. Despite being outraged, her mother appeared to understand why I felt this way. She even proposed stopping by my house to help my ex gather her belongings. Not a bad idea, I suppose. Next, I texted a few of my closest friends to let them know what was going on. My phone has been exploding up with messages from them ever since, but I've told them I'll get back to them as soon as possible. But right now I'm completely overwhelmed by it all. I reviewed one of my ex's voicemails and it sounded exactly like her crying and begging me to contact her because we really need to discuss. I called her and got no answer, so I started sending her texts as soon as I did. She quickly returned my call. She went through this entire apologetic act. Why did I need to go and call her mother? She questioned why I had brought other individuals into this turmoil. I completely lost my cool. I questioned her directly how she thought I was feeling about having to go get examined for STDs after my own fiancé cheated on me. Can you fathom how embarrassing this is? At least she didn't try to deny what she had done. I informed her she needed to come by this afternoon to pick up her belongings from my apartment, and now we're officially finished. She claimed we'd have a more in-depth conversation later, but I cut her off quickly and told her there wasn't much else to talk about, is there? I also questioned her about how she and this guy could badmouth me in front of his own wife, like they were laughing about how she acquired weight after having 3 children. It's simply heartless, especially since the poor woman deserved none of this. I certainly didn't deserve it either. I further pointed out that she shouldn't even consider using the excuse of feeling pushed, because the person is her boss. Her texts make it plain that she was more than willing to go along with everything. I believe she has a meeting with HR at her workplace today and the entire office is buzzing about their small incident. I have no sympathy for either of them at this point. I'm already emotionally exhausted and it's not quite 10:00 a.m. where I am, so once she finishes her chat, I'm guessing she'll come over here to pick up her stuff. I'm praying things go smoothly. My sister is expected to arrive and I'm hoping her mother will join us. The landlord says she'll be around too and will change the locks for me. Hopefully that will occur either this afternoon or tomorrow. I realize this seems like a rambling message, but I was trying to remember everything I said and my mind is racing right now. She out of here. She did come over with her mother and best friend, and my sister was also. There was no shouting or arguing. She requested if we could talk alone, but I told her it wouldn't be a good idea if she expressed what she needed to say via text messages to her partner. Predictably, the waterworks began to flow and her mother assured me that they would do this as soon as possible, so she and her companion went to get some of her belongings, enough for a day or two while she was gone. Her mother apologized to me and stated that she did not raise her daughter to behave this way. She asked if the guy was genuinely married and I said yes, he is married. Her mother seemed to be saddened by the whole thing. As they were about to leave, I questioned, and how about my ring? It doesn't appear to mean anything to you. Her pals appeared to want her to say something, but a glance or a gesture caused her to close her mouth. I wouldn't wager a dime in Vegas that her pal wasn't aware of the situation all along. She pretended she wasn't going to hand over the ring, and her mother snapped given the damn ring. So her buddy reluctantly handed the ring to her mom, who handed it to me again apologizing. I just let it fall onto my coffee table. I do not even want to look at it. I assume she'll return for the remainder tomorrow. She will make the first batch with her father. My sister stated that she'd like to take the girl's hair out at the roots. These are her words, not mine, but right now I feel so defeated by everything that all I want to do is lie down and sleep. History 3. My wife, a 46-year-old woman, maintained close relationships with the women in our area. She had a natural talent for mingling and was constantly on the move. Whenever she mentioned having a meeting or social function to attend, I accepted her word for it without question. Over 8 years, she organized countless meetings, becoming the town's most trustworthy source of gossip, and cultivated over 40 friendships. A woman named Sophia was one of the close buddies. Sophia, like my wife, was married with 2 small children. I suppose my wife envied Sophia's lifestyle. They were affluent, and while we were able to pay our bills, Sophia's family appeared to live in greater comfort. On a fateful day, a different acquaintance of my wife, Rachel, called. She expressed anxiety because she hadn't seen my wife recently. This was profoundly upsetting because, as long back as I could remember, my wife had been out with her friends at least twice a week. However, she never revealed any specifics to me. I asked Rachel if my wife had been to or would be attending the customary parties. Rachel acknowledged this, but added that she wasn't the only one who noticed my wife's absence. She may have been the first to call me about it. However, she claimed that my wife had vanished from their radar. She was in the middle of arranging a charity 5K event to collect funds for families in need in our community, when she abruptly became silent. Apparently she had told one of the girls that she needed some space, but it had been around 2 months since anyone had seen her in person, leaving her truly concerned. I hung up with Rachel right as my wife entered the room. She was finely dressed, with hanging earrings and a form-fitting dress. Her curls bounced with each step and her heels echoed as she told me she was going out for a big dinner with friends to celebrate Rachel's birthday. Rachel had just called to express her concern. For my wife's sake. I had a strong feeling that something was wrong. My mind raced as my heart thudded in my chest. I couldn't let her just walk away. I softly took her hand and kissed it. I told her I needed a driver for the meal, since I wanted more time to admire her. She became really concerned, attempting to persuade me that it was unnecessary. However, I persisted, perhaps more than I should have, making the situation unpleasant. As we got into the car, she directed me to the supper. She stated that dinner was being held by Sophia, the same close friend I had previously heard of, who was also married. That information recalled a memory of Sophia's recent Facebook post about her forthcoming week-long trip. What jumped out was my wife's reply wishing her safe travels. All of this happened just 3 days ago. My heart raced, my palms sweated as I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I had no idea how to approach the impending crisis. My wife's voice cut through, questioning my decision to drive her when I needed to rush back home to catch the kickoff. I saw right through her game. She intended to set up a situation in which I wouldn't have time to accompany her to the door or dive more into her deception. I joked with her saying that I didn't have to catch it since one of the players would. She appeared uneasy, hesitant to confess she felt ill. I couldn't attend because it was a women-only dinner. My rage intensified. Her words seemed far too suspicious. My wife's look changed to terror when I shut off the engine and unbuckled my seat belt. She went in for a kiss and casually stated how I picked her up at night. I agreed, but to her astonishment, I got out of the car and walked next to her. She paused, giving me a perplexed look. I explained that I wanted to be the gentleman and accompany her to the door. She insisted I did not have to, telling me to simply go home. Her rejection was rather deliberate and I just grinned. I walked up to the front door and her inattentions were obvious. As I knocked hard, she froze in position, mouth agape. I gazed at her, trying not to laugh or comment on how bizarrely she was acting. AP swung the door wide, dressed in a luxurious robe bearing his initials. He appeared happy at first, but this was rapidly replaced by obvious uneasiness. I welcomed him in a clear voice and walked inside. I explained that I was accompanying my wife to a women's-only dinner thrown by Sophia. Curious. I inquired about the absence of all the women, but neither of them responded. I mocked my wife for claiming she would be late, when she was actually on time. They stayed rooted, with their jaws hanging open. I directed their attention to the 2-person dining table repeat with poured wine glasses and they exchanged puzzled looks. His face began to grow scarlet, but he kept his lips tight and spoke in a faint voice. My wife stated that the daughters were running late. I responded loudly, "Is this so?" and questioned about Sophia's location. There was a little hush before my wife mentioned that Sophia had dashed to the store for something she was attempting to conceal, but he was clearly annoyed. He simply stated that playing games was fruitless and I saw through their lies. he stated that they had been caught. The charade was over. At this point, my wife's composure slipped, indicating distress. AP did not mince words. He ordered us out of his house, nearly forcing us through the front door. As he closed it, I hinted that telling his wife about the situation would not be a good idea. He froze, locked eyes with me, and questioned my intentions. I made it plain that I expected him to furnish me with any evidence of his affair with my wife, so that the divorce processes would be in my favor. I see his hesitation. I told him that 2 marriages did not need to be shattered, but I also cautioned him that I would not hold back if he did not help me. When my wife learned of his admission, he reluctantly agreed to give evidence. She lost her cool, screamed, grabbed the keys from my hand and drove away in a rush. I managed to get a ride home and discovered that she had packed some of her possessions and stolen her car. Soon enough I received the proof from AP, a series of messages and photographs that left no question. My remaining inquiries were all answered. They had obviously been personally involved on multiple occasions. I had meant to keep everything from Sophia until after the divorce was finally eased, but patience was a virtue. I could not maintain. Sophia's retribution against my wife didn't take long. Once she learned of her mother's location in the ongoing divorce proceedings, it seemed safe to assume that my wife would stay there. Rumors grew that Sophia was responsible for slicing my wife's automobile tires and putting a harsh phrase under the hood. AP and my wife divorced, and my ex-wife was shunned by the community's female population. Now she has no money, no friends, no spouse, and nothing to show for her 46 years of existence. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I was sitting in my comfortable armchair with a beer in hand, watching a baseball game on the big screen TV. Life seemed as usual. However, just before 7 p.m., the doorbell rang, and a well-dressed man I didn't recognize stood at the door, claiming to pick up my wife Megan for a date. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Alex, as usual, was sitting in his comfortable armchair with a beer in hand, watching a baseball game on the big screen TV, and had gone upstairs after dinner. He had no idea what he was doing, and he didn't care. As far as he knew, it was simply another night at home. However, just before 7:00 p.m. the doorbell rang and Alex called from upstairs. "Alex, could you please get the door?" "Sure." I was planning to do it anyway. He approached the door and opened it to find a well-dressed man he did not recognize. "Yes, can I help you?" "I hope you aren't selling anything." "No, I am here to pick up Megan for what we have a date." Alex's eyes bulged from their sockets. "Do you have a date with my wife, Megan?" "Yes." Alex remained there for a time, trying to decide what to do. "I will call her." "Do you stroll to the bottom of the stairs and shout up, 'Let us see. Your fiancé is here'?" He was expecting her to inquire what day it was or if it was even a date. Instead, she replied, "Tell him I'll be right down." Alex just stood there wondering what was going on. When she entered the living room, she was dressed in a short evening gown with a plunging neckline and plenty of makeup on her face. Alex asked, "Let us see, tell me what the hell is going on." "I am going on a date." Married ladies do not go on dates with anyone except their spouses. "I'm leaving. I'm sick of spending evenings watching you drink beer and stare at curling or some other exciting sport. All I get from you is a burp or a fart, and you no longer apologize for doing it. When is the last time we did something exciting? If you can't give me attention or provide a random opportunity for pleasure, I'll find someone who can." She pressed her index finger into his chest to emphasize, "And now don't wait for me. If I'm lucky I might not be back till the morning." She exited, slamming the door behind her. Megan got into the waiting car and instructed the driver to go. When they were away from the home, he stopped and they both started giggling. Megan commented, "I wish I had a picture of his expression. It was priceless. If that doesn't transform him from a sloth to a normal person, I'm not sure what will." Don't you think this will make him upset and worsen the situation? I doubt it. He'll probably sit there and wonder what happened. I'll come back before he gets mad. I doubt he would consider divorce so soon, but I'm ready to take the risk. Maybe I shouldn't have included the part about not being home until tomorrow. Oh well, it's too late now, given how our marriage is going. I'd rather be divorced than continue like this. Damn it, that fool is my favorite person, but I wish he was more concerned about me and us. Oh well, just drive around the block. We'll go back and I'll see how he is doing. Megan and her date drove around the neighborhood before pulling into the driveway and parking. Alex did not hurry out as Megan had intended. She stepped inside and didn't see him in the living room, despite the TV being on. She quickly looked downstairs and then headed upstairs. He was not there. Then she dialed his cell phone. She heard a ring. Megan dashed to locate his cell phone on the nightstand. Next to it was his wedding ring. She took a cursory look around the room. A few of his personal stuff were missing. Oh damn, that's. He dashed downstairs to inform her buddy what had happened and to see whether Alex's car was in the garage. It was gone. A man inquired. Where do you believe he is? He probably went to a pub to drink. At worst he could spend the night in a motel. I can image him pouting like a small child. He will pay for this when he returns and forgets. My joke, on the other hand, is departing. It might be for the best if he feels horrible because I had to go to such efforts to inspire him. I'm fine with allowing him to feel bad for a little longer. Alex did not return or call that night or the next morning later the next day. Megan couldn't take it any longer and called Alex's personal secretary well before he was expected to return from lunch. Jessica, please connect me to my hubby. That will not work. Megan, what the hell is going on? Alex came in this morning and instructed me to stop talking and listen. He stated he's taking the day off, since he has a lot of personal affairs to attend to. Then he inquired about who controls the company's medical insurance. I gave him the name of the female from HR who handles medical insurance. That seemed to help him and he didn't want to speak with me anymore. He went without thanking me or saying anything else. That is not like Alex at all. Do you know what became of him? Did a close relative die or something? Whatever happened to him? I pulled a stunt that resulted in some nasty consequences. I'm hoping that as soon as I talk to him and kiss his ass, he will return to normal. Could you please transfer me to the girl at Human Resources? Sure. HR. Lisa is speaking. I would like to talk to Rebecca. She is currently training a new employee. Can someone else assist you? Can you tell me what Alex Strickland did in HR today? I can look into his file, but I will need his permission before providing you with any information. I am his wife. Can you tell me something? I can look into your coverage on his policy. Hold on, let me see. What a coincidence you were going to contact me today. Anyhow, you should receive a formal notice in the mail indicating you are no longer covered by your husband's medical insurance. You can keep your coverage for 180 days after it ends if you repay the outstanding balance. That is the only thing he modified. Megan, surprised, sniffled. I thanked you and hung up. Why did Alex take me off his medical insurance? Then it struck her. She went straight to her computer to check their online bank accounts. Half of the money in both the checking and savings accounts was gone. Oh damn, he is divorcing me. That's he could not decide what to do next. She was deep in concentration when her phone rang. Tom was their life insurance agent and family friend. This is Megan. Hello, Tom. Megan, could you please explain what's going on? Alex came here. Cancel the automatic payments on your life insurance and shift the beneficiary to the daughters. You will not receive any money. Additionally, the automatic withdrawals for life insurance payments were moved to a new account. He stated he is certain this is how he wants it. I'll need to send you an official notice of the beneficiary change and the cessation of your life insurance payment. I apologize. I guess you're splitting up. Let us see. I am sorry about this. Please come and see me as soon as possible, so your life insurance policy does not lapse. Is it true that you two are divorcing? Yes, thank you. I can't say anything else right now, but you haven't told me anything. Yes, she hung up. 2 minutes later. Their lawyer, neighbor and friend Michael called. Megan replied dully. Hello, Megan, I'm Michael. Can you tell me what's happening on? Alex came here and modified his will so that the children get everything while you get nothing. He also took you off the list of people who may be his medical proxy. He refused to tell me why, saying he didn't care whether I informed you or not. He then requested me for a referral to a family lawyer. I suppose you're having major troubles and are thinking about divorce. Listen, I can always reverse everything if you two reconcile. I'm so sad that this is happening, Marilyn, and I think highly of each of you. I have to run now, but best wishes to you both. Megan replied faintly. Okay, the next call came from their twin daughters, who were away at college. Mom, what the hell is going on? Dad branded all of us traitors to you. He said you were dating and sleeping with other men. Then he said he wouldn't be in touch for a while, so you could date other people till your divorce is finalized. He claimed he had taken care of our future education bills. We tried to ask inquiries, but he ignored them. Dad hung up telling us to remember how much Dad loved us. Mom, we're worried that Dad will harm himself. Can you tell us what happened to make him so depressed? I'm the one who made him depressed and I'm trying to find him, so I can apologize. The trouble is that I can't find him. Perhaps I can try hello. I'm receiving another call. Maybe it is him. Call us back. Hello. Alex, Evelyn, is your mother-in-law? What the hell is going on? My son called me crying like a baby. He mentioned something about you sleeping with a group of men at a nightclub. He appeared inebriated, so I wasn't sure how truthful his story was. All I know is that he was quite upset. Anyway, he stated he'd address the situation by granting you your freedom. The saddest thing was that he praised me as his father for raising him right. Then he apologized for disrespecting his upbringing and disappointing us. He said farewell. I did not like his tone. He hung up before we could ask any further inquiries. He has not returned our calls since. Let us see. I'm frightened he'll do something stupid. What happened with you two? I tried to help Alex get out of his empty nest rut and enjoy life with his wife. I decided to do something crazy to help him get out of his despair. I pretended to be on a date with another man. I was gone for 10 minutes, 10 miserable minutes. When I returned, he was already gone. Today I discovered that he did several things that suggest he intends to divorce me. I'm looking for him to halt this craziness, but I can't reach him to speak with him. Is it your fault that my son intends to commit suicide? Allow me to tell you something. If he dies, I'll hold you personally accountable. Click. Megan could not think straight. She contacted every local hotel and motel. Alex was not named as a guest in any of them. He contacted the police and attempted to file a missing person report, telling them she was afraid he would commit himself. This information made no difference. She would need to wait another day before reporting it. Megan took a sleeping medication to fall asleep, but she considered suicide if Alex died. Fortunately, she knew the code to the safe, which contained Alex's automatic weapon and ammunition. She awoke sluggish and turned on the television news. The local television was airing a live interview from the scene of an accident. This is Lamar Jackson of TV3 News last night. Anders Curve appears to have claimed yet another victim or victims. We are here with Sergeant Cantor of the State Police. Sergeant Cantor, could you please tell us what happened? It appears that a vehicle drove down the cliff. It appears to have bypassed the strongest area of the reinforced guardrails. The motorist was either extremely unfortunate or knew exactly what he was doing, based on the lack of skid marks. It appears that the motorist may have lost consciousness while under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or may have committed suicide. How did you even know an accident had happened? The vehicle traveling in the opposite direction contacted the police. He is here now. The camera cut to a young man. The reporter approached the young man. What is your name? I'm Sean Carpenter. Am I on television? I just want to say hello to my mom. Hello, Mom. He beamed ear to ear. See. Please tell us what you witnessed. I was going home when I noticed this large truck approaching me. It swerved slightly and crossed into my lane. When I pressed the brakes, the car veered to the right, hit the guardrail and fell off the edge. Could you describe the truck? Sure, it was a red Ford F-150, possibly a 2019 model. It had a Western Kentucky Hilltopper decal on the back window. Have you seen who was driving? No, the truck's headlights were turned on and I only saw a glimpse of the driver. Do you resemble a man? I don't believe there were any passengers. That is all I know. Thank you, Sergeant Center. Have you contacted for assistance in finding the truck that smashed through the guardrail? Well, we don't know exactly what broke through the guardrail. We assumed it was a truck Mr. Carpenter reported from here. It's impossible to tell what it is. We have a search and recovery team for the mountains, but they are now doing searches and rescues elsewhere in the state. I'm not sure when they'll be able to get down there and check, but what if there's someone alive who requires medical attention? Then you'd be witnessing an actual miracle. No normal human could withstand such a fall upon those rocks. I wouldn't risk the lives of folks who aren't properly trained to attempt an expedition only to find out. We just need to wait for the mountain rescue crew. Megan did not have to wait to figure out what had happened or who had died. She started crying as soon as they mentioned the red Ford F-150 with a decal. She ignored the ringing phone. She had been crying alone for 3 hours before the twins arrived. When she did not answer their call, they became concerned and rushed home to be with her. Their grandma had called to inform them about the red F-150 that had been on television. Despite the absence of a body, they were almost positive that their father had crashed. The older twin answered her mother's phone call and handed it to her. The caller ID showed the name of a law company. Hello, I'm Megan Strickland. She couldn't say her last name because she was crying so hard. Mrs. Strickland, my name is Daniel Thompson. I am a lawyer at the same firm where your acquaintance Michael works. Your husband hired me to represent him in the divorce proceedings. I definitely shouldn't call you, but Michael pushed me to. Riverton police from Caldwell County called me. They were called to the scene of a robbery. The person engaged sustained a brain injury. His wallet and keys had been stolen. He was brought to the emergency room and then into surgery. The unknown person was placed in a coma to ease pressure on his brain. He simply had a motel room key. They tracked it back to Alex Strickland. Among the papers in his hotel room is a copy of the divorce agreement which made me liable for his divorce procedures. That is why they phoned me. Your husband asked me to manage the divorce because he didn't want you to interact with him personally in any manner. I must inform you that you were not permitted to visit him in the hospital. I made my decision based on Mr. Strickland's very explicit verbal instructions regarding his connection with you. However, your children are welcome to visit him. When I have the final word on visitor access, what is my hubby of sure I can see him? I really apologize, but the directive he signed only applies to me the right to make decisions about his divorce and medical treatment. I must follow his final vocal instructions. If you want to employ a lawyer to fight this, do so right away. Isn't the divorce proceeding stalled because of his condition? No. I was given specific instructions to pursue the divorce no matter what. However, I doubt he anticipated being robbed. Does this mean that all of his financial, insurance and beneficiary decisions will not be reversed? Yes. He fulfilled all of those actions and I have no proof that he wants them reversed. Of course there is no evidence. He is in a coma. This is simply ludicrous. I misled my spouse into thinking I was out on a date with another man. When I returned to inform him, it was a joke. He had already gone. I couldn't tell him it was a joke because he had given up his cell phone. There are no grounds for divorce and no explanation for his behavior in response to the joke. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's what you're saying. Now I must obey Mr. Strickland's instructions, which he reaffirmed in writing. I have no other options. I hate to tell you this, but you will be served at work tomorrow, as requested by Mr. Strickland. Once you've hired a lawyer, have them contact me to discuss the next step. I do not care. He is my husband and I will see him if I want. I failed to explain that the mail you'll get contains a restraining order forcing you to keep at least 300 m away from him. The petition he offered is quite generous. He mentioned that he wants you to have a chance with the man you actually desire. Now that he had informed the children what the lawyer had stated, it was impossible to believe what had occurred. Megan stated that she would go to the hospital. Regardless of what they said, the females agreed to join her. It did not take long. The hospital did not have a copy of the restraining order, but visits were not permitted due to COVID limitations on all patients. They explained that once he was moved to the ICU, he could only have one visitor for 10 minutes every 2 hours. Megan and the daughters returned home dissatisfied by the time Alex was transferred to the ICU. The restraining order had already been issued. One daughter could pay him a visit, but it was of little service. He was unconscious and they had no way of knowing if he understood what they said. A few days later, the mountain search and rescue team discovered the truck. It was presumed that the robber was the deceased driver. Alex's wallet was present, but several hundred of the 6,000 were missing. This was most likely due to the few bottles of rare Kentucky bourbon found, one of which was more than half empty. Megan's financial situation worsened over time. Alex had failed to deposit his paycheck into the couple's joint account, which was used to pay their mortgage and other payments. Megan did hire a lawyer who filed a court request granting her access to half of the remaining funds in the account. Finally, it was time to bring Alex out of his drug-induced slumber and wake him up. When he awoke, he said he had no idea who he was. The diagnosis was transient amnesia. Rachel, one of the twins, brought photos and recounted stories to help him remember. All attempts were in vain. In his current state, he couldn't remember the lawyer who had his power of attorney. He was not properly informed to have the restraining order lifted. When Alex awoke from the coma, he was given a memory test to see if he had amnesia. Alex knew what they were doing and chose to pretend. He was informed that his girls wanted to see him. Sarah, the other twin, was the first to see him. He asked her who she was. Sarah: Dad, I am one of your daughters. You were attacked and fell into a coma. We have been waiting for you to wake up. Yes, Rachel: Mom, your wife and I have a wife. Yes, why is she not here? She is not allowed to come. You two had a misunderstanding. A restraining order prohibits her from visiting. My God, does she intend to harm me? No, Dad, she is no threat to you. Were quite upset with her why she feigned to go on a date with another man, before revealing that it was a hoax. You departed and began the divorce procedure. Now that you're awake, you can put a stop to this. How do I know she did not go on the date? She claims she didn't. Did you just say she stated she was going on a date? Yes, but it was a lie. So she lied about going on a date, but now she's admitting she didn't go. I may not remember you or her, but I'm no idiot. I must have taken precautions to safeguard myself. Sorry, miss, but your 10 minutes are up. You'll need to depart now. 2 hours later his second daughter came. I spoke to you previously. Did I? No, that was Sarah, my twin sister. I'm Rachel, don't you recognize me? I apologize, but not yet. You and your sister are both lovely young women. Were we in good terms? I understand that your mother and I were separated. We were on good terms. Mom pulled a trick on you and you were attacked and injured before she could explain. It was all a joke. You began the divorce proceedings before you found out you have to stop this, Dad. I do not know what to do. I'm not sure if you are my daughter or not. I'm not sure who my wife is. If I even had a wife, I don't think I should do anything until my memory is restored, if it ever does. Do. I have an attorney. You have two. There is one for normal matters and one for divorce. You granted him permission to proceed with the divorce. Maybe talking to him will help refresh my memories. Can you contact him or her and invite them to come see me? Of course, anything to help you restore your memories. Dad, could you please allow Mom to visit you? It is hurting her that she cannot see you and apologize. I don't think I'd feel safe with her. Perhaps later. Hello, Mr. Strickland, I'm Chris Thompson, your family law attorney. Do you remember me? He is everything we discussed confidential, absolutely good. I do not have any amnesia. I'm struggling to decide what to do about the divorce. I recall telling you to give her enough so she could move on without me. That is correct. She was served and retained a lawyer. Do you wish to cancel the agreement and end the divorce? No, can you look into her, stated Nate, and report back to me? I can recruit someone on your behalf if you give me permission to do it. Alex maintained claiming to have amnesia and chatting to his kids, ignoring their pleas to see their mother and end the divorce. He awaited the report from his lawyer. The report came a few days later. The private investigators believe there is insufficient evidence to determine whether or not she attended the date. The man she was with insists nothing happened, but he is married and may be scared to admit the truth. It is up to you to believe her or not. I was frightened of that. Thank you for this information. I believe it is time for me to retrieve my recollection. I want you to proceed with the divorce. Sarah was the only person who heard him mutter her name from memory. Shortly later he told her that memories were coming back, including Megan's betrayal or trick, depending on what you believe. He consented to meet Megan. After hugs and tears, Megan began. Alex, it was a nasty deception to get you to change. Michael and I drove around the block, but by the time we returned, you had already left. How do I know this is true? You can get Michael to come and tell you he was the one who helped me perform the feat. So I have to trust the man you allegedly cheated on me with to convince me you did not cheat on me. Sorry, but that dog will not hunt. I tried calling you, but you had left your phone at home. I waited all night for you, but you never returned. Was anyone present while you waited? Michael stayed for a few hours and then returned home. I'm confident he will recommend you. I waited for your call till the next day when I contacted your office. That's when I discovered you adopted a scorched earth attitude to my fictitious affair. You appeared eager to get rid of me. Why shouldn't I? You informed me directly that you were going to cheat on me. You stated that you wanted another man who was standing directly in front of me in my own home. I was devastated, but only because I loved you. I wanted to provide you what you requested as soon as possible. Furthermore, I no longer wanted to be married to you because you violated our marriage vows. Why prolong the? Let's go ahead and divorce. I do not want a divorce. I never intended to cheat on you and never did I wanted to urge you to fight for me and breathe new life into our marriage. Obviously, I took the wrong approach. Excuse me, please, Alex, put an end to the divorce proceedings and return to our normal lives. I love you. Even if what you said is correct, I still do not believe it. You played a cruel and wicked trick on me. I am not sure whether I want to stay married to a woman who does such things. For the time being, I'm still going through the divorce process and plan to move into my own apartment once I'm out of hospital. Alex, what a waste of money. You have a home and a bed. I'll move to a separate room in the house for a bit, if that is what it takes to get you back. Visiting hours have ended and I want to see my daughters. Megan was led out the room. The twins attempted to bolster their mother's case. Neither of them could explain how long their mother had spent with Michael that night. So that didn't matter to Alex when it was time for his release. He did in fact relocate into an apartment, close his place of employment. The divorce continued until Megan's lawyer insisted on obligatory counseling for them 12 sessions. Alex provided no resistance advice. Let us see, you went first. My husband means the world to me. We had a fantastic marriage and raised 2 beautiful daughters together. I believe the emptiness syndrome struck him harder than it did me. I intended to close that gap by spending more time with him and engaging in a variety of activities rather than simply being physically present in the same place. Alex seems to have withdrawn from our marriage. Our sex life remained the same as when we had to schedule sex, when the girls were unlikely to hear. Alex's situation stayed same. I wanted to change things up to urge him to pay closer attention to me. I got a male coworker to join me in what I dubbed shock therapy one evening. I pretended to be on a date with him, my companion, and I drove around the block so I could return and tell Alex it was a joke intended to rekindle his interest in our marriage. When we returned 10 minutes later, he had already left and I didn't get the opportunity to talk to him. I waited until the next day when I called his office and discovered that he had begun the divorce proceedings. A few days later I discovered that Alex had been robbed and was in a coma. When he awoke, he didn't believe my alleged date was a ruse and assumed I was truly planning to see other men. Since then he has been seeking a divorce. I apologize for my mistaken actions and beg him to give me another shot. Alex, could you provide a quick explanation of what happened? She is correct in what she said, although she omitted a few specifics. When her date arrived, she not only told me she was going out with him, despite my reservations, but she also expressed her want to spend the night having sex with him. At that moment I recognized my marriage was over. I assumed it was my responsibility that our marriage had fallen apart. Therefore, I wanted to leave as soon as possible. I left my home with her so she could have the man she desired and I could start over. I took steps to swiftly separate us. I handed a lawyer power of attorney because I didn't want to think about or talk about Megan anymore. I would have given her a generous divorce and moved on with my life. I had no idea I'd be robbed and I certainly didn't anticipate to wind up in a coma when I awoke from the coma. I couldn't recall who I was. Sometimes I wish I had remained in the coma and not remembered that night. Megan claims she didn't go on the date, but she provides no proof. In my opinion, it's equally likely that she went on the date and slept with that guy. Michael. I believe she just changed her mind after realizing the consequences for her social and financial well-being. Now I'm being asked to believe it was all a joke and to go back to live with a lady who was willing to shatter my heart, even if she was speaking the truth. She is a wife who has shown that she is willing to hurt me anytime she sees fit. How can I live with that? Do I have to be concerned about what awaits me when I return home each evening, a loving wife or an unfaithful one out on a date? It would be cleaner if we divorced. She and Michael can live together and I can try to go on. It appears that we have a lot to talk. Everything was deadlocked until Megan invited Michael into the meeting. Alex, I'd like to apologize for my participation in the hoax. Megan told me that everything would be well. I had severe misgivings when she got into my car. I swear we only drove around the block before heading back to the house. She was astonished to learn that you had left. We spotted your phone in your room and realized you had left it there. I stayed with her and waited for you to return. Most of the time, she complained about what we did and how important you were to her. After a while, I departed. I apologize again. Do you believe me now? Alex's statements sound honest, but perhaps he is just a superb actor. Alex, despite what transpired, it appears that I have no way of proving to you that it was all a joke. I pledge never to pull such a trick on you again. Cannot you just believe me? Let us see, you lied to me that night when you claimed you'd spend the night with Michael, and you say you did nothing. You now claim you are not lying. Next. You want me to trust. You won't do this again. How am I supposed to know where the lie ends and the truth start? It all comes down to trusting Alex. If we want to be together again, you must trust me. If you cannot do so, I will consent to divorce you. The counselor spoke up. I have a suggestion. What about a postnuptial agreement that states that if Megan does this again, you will receive all of the property and the divorce? Would you sign that, Megan?
Yes, indeed, Alex.
I believe I could try that. Megan approached and hugged him. Alex gradually reintegrated into his marriage with Megan. It took a long time before they shared a bed again. Their interaction was quite delicate. They gradually built a relationship that involved additional trips, joint house projects, visits to their daughters and travel. Their sexual activity had increased after the tragedy. Megan began to feel at ease at home. One day Alex called and told Megan not to make dinner. They seemed to be going somewhere. He needed to hang up quickly, so Megan didn't know why she remembered the reorganization that took place at his workplace as a result of the merger. Megan assumed he had received positive news regarding his position. Alex entered the house after it had been reorganized and headed upstairs right away. "I'm changing for the evening," he said on his way. Soon after the doorbell rang, Megan opened the door for a woman who appeared about 10 years younger than them. He stood there. She was quite lovely and dressed professionally. "Yes, can I help you?" "I am here for Alex. We have plans tonight." Megan remembered an incident she'd hoped to forget. She assumed he was finally trying to exact retribution. She came up with an idea. She invited the woman inside. "You have a gorgeous home, Mrs. Strickland." "Thank you. Excuse me for a second. I need to let Alex know you're here." She shouted, "Alex, your companion is here." His reaction was vague. She imagined he said he'd be down soon. She returned to the woman. Megan was going to ask her a question. When she heard Alex descend the stairs, she determined to take action. Megan put her hands around the woman's throat and proceeded to choke her. Gently, "You husband, stealing wench." The woman whom Megan suspected was part of a revenge plot began to resist. Alex exclaimed, "Megan, stop, what the hell is going on?" Etsy began laughing this time. "I caught you attempting to fool me. What prank?" "This is my new supervisor following the merger, Elena Bricks." "Elena? I am deeply sorry. I'm not sure what got into her." Elena frowned at him. "I want to think of my subordinates as regular individuals, both at work and outside of it. If you feel this to be typical, you can leave your new position. I will be in the car waiting for you to drive me back to the hotel. Elena, please give me a chance to explain before making any rash decisions." She stormed out the door. Megan sat on the couch crying. "Thanks very much, Megan, just when I thought our marriage was returning to normal. You damaged both our marriage and my work. That is it. I'm leaving to try to rescue my job. I will not be returned." Turning to save our marriage, he went to the automobile. Megan rushed upstairs and slumped on the bed, sobbing, "What the hell is going on? What did I do?" About 15 minutes later, Alex and Elena returned home. He summoned Megan downstairs. They informed her that she had been pranked. Megan clung to Alex and apologized profusely. Later they went out to eat and drink. Elena described how she was afraid she would get wounded, but Alex's assistance with the prank made it worthwhile. Megan gradually got to the point where she could laugh with them. When Megan and Alex got home, she started to clean up the kitchen before bed. Alex headed upstairs. He realized that his automatic weapon, which he kept locked away, was on Megan's bedside, examined the gun. He discovered a bullet in the chamber and turned the safety off. His heart fell. Here is the next story. Do you believe? This is a story about a harlot. Megan Parker inquired as a group of pyramid financial executives gathered around a bar at Logan International Airport in Boston, waiting for a snowstorm. How about this? I know a conniving woman who flew to Norway once a year for the company's annual meetings and spent the majority of the week on her back with the CEO's son between her legs. She did this for around 20 years and her husband never suspected anything in the office. She was prim and proper, and for 51 weeks of the year, you would have assumed she was the kindest, most conservative and quietest lady you'd ever encountered. but she would travel to Norway for corporate meetings once a year. She didn't believe the rest of us understood what was going on. But come on, woman, when you leave the hotel every night with the same guy and do not return to your room until it's time to shower and change for the next day's meetings. Nobody is foolish, except maybe her hubby, but I suppose you can't really blame him. Why would he expect his virtually perfect wife to go for 1 week every year? I worked with that woman for around 15 years. I left almost 2 years ago. I wonder whether she is still sleeping with him. What was her name? Isabella Green. Yeah, that is it. I bet that unfortunate guy will go to his grave unaware that his wife was cheating on him. Wait a minute. We have a guy in her group named Green. Matthew Jackson whispered to me. Joshua, you don't suppose she's referring about Green's wife? You have met her. She looks like an ice queen, but she's a hot mill. That's the story, Dave. As near as I remember, Joshua Moore spoke to me on the phone. They then talked about another person hooking up, but I knew I needed to call you as soon as I heard it. I hope this is not your Isabella, David Jesus. I truly do, but if it were my wife, I would want to be informed. Thank you, Josh. Really, I mean it. I hope it isn't her either. I told my coworker, hey, could you do me a favor and not tell anyone else if Matthew brings this up again? Just keep the tale as quiet as possible and I'll tell Matthew myself if I have to, but only if necessary. I've worked with Joshua at Pearson for 15 years and I trust him with my children's lives, so I felt he could keep quiet. I also believed he had the narrative straight, which meant I had a world-flipping problem. My wife, Isabella, works in management at Johansen Lot, a Norwegian financial services organization. For the past 23 years she has flown to Norway for a week of corporate meetings as part of the management team. Isabella is traditional, prim and decent, but obviously lovely. But Isabella would never cheat on me. Can she? Megan Parker's words lingered in my head. I guess the poor guy is going to die, never knowing that his wife was cuckolding him, because sitting idly and hoping it wasn't true wasn't an option. This poor bastard was about to find out the truth. Isabella and I have been married 25 years. We met in college and dated for 3 years before getting married. We both work in the financial services industry and have had significant success in our jobs. We have 3 great children. One has graduated from college, one is a junior and the youngest is a freshman. With all the children going to college, we became empty nesters this year. Although it took some adjusting, being alone together again seemed to revive our already strong marriage, or so I thought, until a few minutes ago I was sitting at my office desk analyzing the problem. I really didn't know where to start. Isabella started her employment at Johansen right out of college, about a year before we married. It took her 3 years to gain a spot at the business meetings in Norway, and she's been there every year. Since she normally doesn't speak anything about the meetings, whether before or after, they simply appear to be a necessary evil. In retrospect, she did appear concerned about going while pregnant with our first child, but I figured it was because she was 5 months advanced and beginning to feel uncomfortable. Now, of course, I'm wondering if she was upset because she was pregnant. While visiting her lover, I browsed my Firefox bookmarks and clicked on Johansen's webpage. It was a stunning, fast-paced website befitting one of the world's leading financial institutions. Because that was Isabella's firm, I would occasionally browse it, but until today the only corporate officer I knew was Ryan Stewart. The CEO Stewart had recruited 3 of his family members into the company, 2 sons and a daughter, and I found their images and profiles on the website, as well as those of numerous other top officers. I read the children's bios in chronological sequence, so I came to Ethan Stewart last when I opened his bio and noticed a photo larger than a postage stamp. I nearly choked on my meal as I stared into the faces of my 2 youngest children, Noah and Mia. Holy Isabella is of Norwegian heritage with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes, so I didn't think twice about our last 2 children being blonde and blue-eyed. I never questioned Emma's appearance with brown hair and eyes similar to mine, but when I saw Ethan Stewart's photo, I knew those kids couldn't be mine. I immediately completed the math. The company meeting is normally held in August and both of their birthdays occur in May. No way, I badly needed to talk to someone, but who could I really trust with such a sensitive secret and who had the courage to advise me? Well. Besides, Isabella, my go-to person in instances like these was my father-in-law, George Howard. He'd been my most trusted advisor since my father died when I was in my late 20s. He was a solid man who never imposed himself in any scenario, which made him my life companion. During the few instances I needed to speak with someone other than my wife, but I couldn't go see George, how do you hurt Guy by saying excuse me, sir, but I believe your daughter has been sleeping with someone behind my back for it than 20 years. When I consider the problem, I rapidly realize that I do not have many close personal friends. My favorite bartender served as my next closest counselor. The night manager of a little club near my residence named simply my place. It was an old-fashioned tavern where I would occasionally stop for a quick drink or two or take Isabella for a quick meal on other nights. Over the years, I had developed a good friendship with Ella, the owner's fiery but level-headed daughter. She was a few years younger than me, but she had spent her whole working life at the pub, and as a result she had developed an exceptional ability to comprehend people. She'd given me her ideas and suggestions on a variety of topics throughout the years, but never on this scale. I hoped she was up for the challenge, but I wasn't sure I was. I grabbed a couple of personal hours from work and went over to my apartment. I arrived approximately an hour before Ella came on. I sat at the bar just chatting with her father Frank, while I poured a couple of JDS over ice. I hadn't spoken to Jacob in a while, because I rarely arrived to the pub this early and he typically left as soon as his shift ended. "This is how you stay married to the same woman for 50 years. He would frequently brag. "How's that pretty wife of yours?" David Jacob inquired. I suppose I'm lost in deep thought. I didn't hear the question, so Jacob asked it again from a few feet away. This time it was louder. I heard him then, and I believe the majority of the pub did as well. I stammered, unable to answer what should have been a straightforward question. "She's okay, Dad," sheesh, Ella answered for me, appearing from my left after entering through the staff entrance. "Hello, babe, how are you?" I inquired, as I embraced her in a warm, bear hug. She hugged me strongly and murmured in my ear, "I'm all right, but I have a feeling things aren't going well in David land." I backed away from the hug, stunned. How could she know? I thought to myself. Do you see my expression? Ella sat down on the stool next to me and quietly inquired, "Isn't it, Isabella? What's going on here?" I haven't confirmed anything yet and it will take time, but I've discovered from a reliable source that she cheated on me and had my back for nearly 20 years. What? How the hell could you not know? Has something like this been going on for years? She expressed shock because she only spends 1 week per year in Norway for her company's corporate meetings. Apparently she has been cheating on the boss's son for the past 25 years, 1 week per year. Oh, she responded. Exactly. I responded, "You can't just do nothing unless you're one of those perverts who enjoy seeing their wife sleep with other men," she said. Awaiting a response, I gave her a pissed look that should have told her all she needed to know, and she carried on. "Girls all throughout the world. What did you ask yourself? Would you be better off with or without her? But that is not how the real world works. David," she began. "If you are the man I believe you are, you cannot live with an unfaithful woman who violates her vows, even if you haven't realized it for a long time and it only happens once a year while she is away from the nation. I don't think you could live with yourself giving her a whole pass like this, and that's where the problem lies. You may have loved her more than life itself. Perhaps you still do, but what type of life will you have if you abandon yourself? Respect wrong is still incorrect. The younger 2 children are also his." I interrupted. Ella appears to have lost her spirit. She looked exactly how I felt when Joshua told me what he'd heard. While she sat there stunned, I filled the silence. "That has not yet been confirmed." I mentioned that I was thinking of giving ancestry DNA tests to all 3 kids for Christmas, so they could find out in approximately 2 months. "No, that's the incorrect way to approach this. She said if you do that everyone will find out about the secret and your chances of retaliation will be slim. The RW. That is why I went to Ella. Like me. She would not take this lying down. I didn't need to see a marriage counselor. I needed someone to hear my side of the story. You must keep this fully confidential until you are ready to make a move. But if what you're saying me is correct, you may still lose those children, and I know that would break your heart. So whatever you do, and I'm not sure how much you can do, it has to be balanced with your wish to stay the father of those 2 children. She swiftly shifted the subject. How about during the Christmas break? You gather everyone here for a quick dinner. I'll personally serve everyone's beverages and make sure to take the old glasses from the table and store them in a sealed container. Then you can take the containers to a DNA testing center. I'm confident we'll get DNA from all 5 of you, which is a better and more accurate method in the long run, and at least I receive the equivalent of a dinner from your sorry self. She grinned broadly as she delivered the champ, which helped lighten the situation slightly. Furthermore, she had offered me excellent advice. It was going to be a marathon, not a sprint. What are you planning to do about intimacy? She inquired swiftly, changing the subject again. Was she asking me what I assumed she was asking me? No, since she immediately broke into a mischievous smile and remarked, I don't think you heard that right. I'm not asking whether you want to make love, jackass. I am wondering what you are going to do about Isabella wanting to make love to you as usual. You can't just stop because she'll realize something's wrong. Damn, you are good at this. I hope Michael never gets on your wrong side. I answered, referring to her marriage of approximately 25 years. I hadn't considered it at all. Could make a point. I suppose I'll have to continue making love to her 3 times a week just to keep up appearances, but perhaps to teach her a subtle lesson. I will stop using my thumb, let me repeat idiot. She said frankly, you must continue to interact with her as usual until you are ready to take action. She is not a foolish woman. In fact, she has successfully fooled you for almost 20 years. So you're telling me I should leave the gun? Take the cannoli now, exactly, nice Godfather illusion to keep things cool. Do not rush. Of course. That would be easier said than done. You can't unlove someone overnight, no matter how much they've damaged you, but the treachery felt like hydrogen peroxide on an open sore. I believe I was a little quieter than normal around Christmas, and Isabella's family noticed. Fortunately for me, they did not seek explanations from Isabella. Due to our strong friendship, they approached me and inquired whether I had something on my mind or if I was feeling bad. I felt bad about lying to them. I'll miss the kids when Isabella and I split. I am wondering whether I can acquire custody of them. It made me sad to realize that this would be our last Christmas together as a family. I watched the kids do something silly together, and it brought me remember to when they were little. Back then I had no idea these children weren't mine, and I believed I was the luckiest man in the world to have such a brilliant and attractive wife. I wondered if she might turn to Stuart after the divorce. I knew he was married, but would he ditch his wife for my ex, or would she become his full-time mistress? What would my children do if they found out? Will I still be damned, or will I just be dad? So many questions, so few answers. 3 weeks after Christmas, I received my DNA results, which verified what I already knew. Isabella and I shared a child. Emma and Isabella and an unnamed whom I thought to be Ethan Stewart, had children named Noah and MIA. Isabella had a girls' night out the following Thursday after I received the DNA findings, so I took the opportunity to see Great at my house. I gave her the results to review and she handed me a file including 6 divorce attorneys. She had done research for me. Ella assured me that the courts would not treat you unfairly in this divorce. Your children are almost out of the house. Your home is now community property and will be included in the 50/50th settlement. So your main concern should be what you intend to do in terms of vengeance, and whatever you do, don't go overboard and drive the youngsters away. Considering everything, it seems that the greatest option for me to exact retribution was financially. First, I needed to petition for divorce. After that, I planned to sue Johansson for failing to enforce the morals contract which resulted in my divorce. Next, I planned to sue Stuart for child support. The final portion was depending on when my two younger children discovered he was their father. They would eventually do so, and I wanted him to pay as much as possible. Not that I intended to keep the money. I planned to divide the settlement in 3 equal parts and establish a trust fund for each of my children. I contacted one of the attorneys Ella recommended for me and got things started. I nearly blew everything. A few months later, on March 23rd, we celebrated our 26th anniversary and I brought the entire family, including Isabella's parents, to one of the greatest restaurants in town, Pascal Long's, for a delicious supper. As we were getting ready for the night out, I saw a small velour bag nestled into the corner of the bottom layer of Isabella's jewelry box. I've bought Isabella a lot of excellent jewelry over the years, but I don't recall anything arriving in a velour bag. I grabbed for the package without thinking, opened the drawing and drew out what appeared to be 2 very costly gold bracelets with various turquoise charms attached. As a finite man, I was able to look at them long enough to notice that one bracelet contained a dozen charms, while the other had 11. "Wow, when did you receive these?" I asked before I had time to think about it. Isabella looked over flushed scarlet and swiftly removed them from my grasp. "It's the old stuff," she stammered. "That's just some souvenirs I picked up in Norway over a century ago." She didn't look me in the eyes as she said it, instead swiftly placing them back in the bag and jewelry box. That's when it struck me. Stuart most likely gave them as gifts with a charm added each year to commemorate the week together. She presumably brings them to Norway and wears them for him. That put Isabella on edge for the remainder of the evening. I know the kids noticed it and I believe all 3 felt something was wrong. Isabella's vacation to Norway was scheduled between August 14, 21. She was her usual controlled self, and knowing what I know now, I am amazed at her acting abilities in the weeks preceding up to the trip. She appeared unaltered. If I hadn't known the children weren't mine, I'd have assumed the entire tale was made up. She even gave me our regular goodbye kiss on the lips before driving me to the airport in the corporate limo on Sunday morning. My trip to Oslo, Norway was scheduled for later that day. I'd planned a full week of vacation without alerting Isabella, my children or my in-laws. Some things you simply have to see for yourself. I told Ella about my plans throughout our conversation. I arrived late Sunday night, picked up my rental car and proceeded to my hotel, which was conveniently positioned a few blocks from where Johansson was holding corporate meetings and where the Johansson out-of-town guests were staying. On Monday afternoon, I went some sightseeing. Oslo is definitely a stunning city based on the itinerary Isabella showed me. The meetings were scheduled to end by 4:00 p.m. Each day dinner is set for 6:00 p.m. and a few local Johansson representatives. Any of the American attendees could choose to explore the city and eat on their own. The sessions would formally end at midday on Friday, giving the Americans around a day and a half to visit the city. I started hovering around the hotel at 4:00 p.m., knowing Isabella would take some time to change into a casual clothing. I wore sunglasses and a fake beard. Sure that Isabella would never identify me because she never expected to see me in Norway. She appeared from the hotel wearing a sleek, shorter than usual little black dress that I had never seen before. The dress plunged to the center of her 36 in breasts, emphasizing her gorgeous shape. She wore 3 in CFM black heels and a bracelet around each wrist. These bracelets, formerly referred to be antique ornaments in her jewelry collection, were everything, but those items were probably worth about $5,000 each. She got in a business limousine. I couldn't see if that jerk was already in the car, but when they got at the restaurant, he disembarked first and then helped her out. She leaned in and kissed him passionately on the lips before they went inside. I stayed back and ate a couple of yogurt. While I waited for them to resurface, which took approximately 2 hours, they got back in the car and drove to another hotel, perhaps where the jerk was staying. I had no idea if his wife was home, but at least he wasn't bringing Isabella to his house at 5:56 a.m. I had spent an extremely boring night in the rental car, viewing various movies on my iPad. Isabella exited the hotel visibly tired from the night before and boarded the limousine. The jerk did not accompany her. They drove back to the first motel and she entered. That allowed her to shower and change. Before the meeting resumed at 9:00 a.m., I returned to my hotel and was able to get a few hours of restless sleep. Seeing her with him crushed my heart and made me enraged, especially because she had been doing this to me for 24 years. On Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday nights, I followed her to his hotel and spent the evening watching movies from my car. Until she emerged and returned to her hotel by Friday, I was drained and irritated. The meetings concluded at noon, and by 1:30 Isabella was dressed more casually as she boarded the company limousine. Unlike the previous days when just a few of Isabella's co-workers were present, this time a large crowd had formed at the front of the hotel. When she got in the limo, a few heads turned, but no one looked surprised to see Isabella enter the business limo with the suitcase by herself. Either they assumed it was all business or she'd been doing it for so long that no one noticed. On Friday and Saturday I followed them to many locations, then waited in my car drinking coffee and eating yogurt. I tried a few local fast food restaurants in the vicinity, but I liked the yogurt. My clothing were rumpled and wrinkled and I was exhausted and irritable. I felt like the famous television investigator Columbo. It was an excellent approach to gradually let my feelings for Isabella dissipate. Saturday night they hopped in the limo and drove to an out-of-the-way fancy restaurant. Isabella was leaving the next day, so I imagined this was their year-end celebration supper. It was about time to take action. I assumed a man like Stuart had a reservation and would be seated promptly when they arrived. So I waited about 30 minutes before getting out of the car and went into the restaurant, assuming they would have finished their main meal by then. During the night I booked into a nearby hotel to shower and shave. While I waited the 30 minutes I changed into the suit and tie I'd brought for the occasion. I approached the reservation table, showed them a photo of my wife and asked to be sent to her table. The matter stared at me and my suit noticed the thick manila packet in my palm and led me to Martina's table. When we arrived in front of the table, they both glanced up. Isabella took about 5 seconds to realize she was staring at me, her husband. She burst into tears. Stuart sat there with a puzzled, troubled expression. Just for the record. Here you go, Isabella. I explained, laying the envelope next to her plate. I quickly grabbed out my cell phone and took numerous shots of her. Stuart and the envelope have a basic touch. These images were emailed to my attorney, my 3 children, Isabella's parents and Ella. By the way, great souvenirs. I'm presuming you have 24 charms now. I turned on my heel and walked away. I heard a lot of bustle and the Norwegian being spoken behind me didn't mind. I turned off my phone too. I drove back to my previous motel and slept the best I had in weeks. My flight from Oslo to home was at 7:00 a.m. I checked out of the motel about 4:00 p.m. local time. I returned the rental car and was at the airport by 5. After almost 12 hours I was back in my lazy boy in Dallas. Isabella's flight wasn't scheduled to arrive for another 3 hours, and if my prediction was correct, she'd probably go to her parents' place for comfort rather than coming home late. As I put my feet up, I turned on my phone again. Apparently I had caused quite a sensation. Isabella specifically was to blame for the commotion. I was only a messenger when everything finished loading. There were 23 voice messages and 16 SMS. Isabella sent 9 messages and 6 texts. I didn't listen to the messages or react to any SMS. I took my time drinking Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey over ice. When I finished, I contacted George out of everyone. I submitted the images to. I felt terrible about sending them to him. He deserved better, but I knew he would not believe me unless he saw the photo. Dad, I apologized for the first words. I said as soon as he picked up. I understand that was a cruel way to find out, but there was no other way to inform you. He didn't say anything for about 10 seconds and I assumed he was about to hang up until I heard a sniffle on the other end of the line. He was crying. I understand, David, he continued, and I'm the apology. I thought I had raised my kid better than that. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I hope we can stay close after everything between you and my daughter is resolved. You've been such an important part of our life. I heard him weep. He softly hung up the phone. Next I held a conference call with my 3 children. I knew my children were intelligent, but I wasn't prepared for the first salvo which came from MIA the youngest. "We are not your children, Noah and I," she asked through sobbing baby. "You're all still my kids until one of you 3 nutballs decides otherwise. Who sat up with you while you were sick? Who taught you long division? Who coached your baseball and soccer teams?" We all sobbed a lot during the phone call, but after we hung up, I believe the kids realized I wasn't leaving and that our relationship didn't need to change at all. I did tell them about my plan to get Stuart to pay up and how I planned to split the money 3 ways. Interestingly, we just briefly discussed Isabella and me, and what I gathered from that chat was that the kids knew no more about the affair than I did. At least that was something Isabella never got home that night. My suspicion that she would visit her folks was verified when George called at 10 p.m. I proposed we meet on Monday. I had previously alerted my supervisor about some personal problems I needed to attend to and I doubted Isabella would come to work, so we planned the meeting for 2 p.m. For the time being, she is at home. Isabella and her dad came separately around 2:00 p.m., indicating Isabella intended to spend the night. I offered George and Rose a drink. George and I had Tennessee honey, while Rose had Diet 7-Up. Isabella did not want to drink. I didn't offer her one, nor did I greet her with a kiss or hug. We all sat in the living room, including George and me, with chairs across from Livia and Rose. There was an awkward stillness as we sipped our drinks before Isabella spoke tentatively. "Did you really need to travel all the way to Oslo to deliver me the papers? What if you already knew? Why didn't you just get me served here?" she asked. I'd expected an apology. The server question did not impress me. I needed to validate for myself that what I had uncovered was correct for 24 years. The person I thought was my soulmate had an affair once a year. I responded, "Don't use that language," dear Rose interrupted. "Yes, mother, I will, and coming here with the delegation exposes you to hard truths. I adore you and Dad, as if you were my own parents, but even if they were present, I would not hold back." Delicacy vanished. "The moment your daughter cheated on me and pretended nothing happened," I replied harshly. "Have I ever given you a motive to violate my trust during our marriage?" I asked Isabella, turning to face her. As I focused on Isabella, I noticed George frowning and waving for Rose to keep silent. It seems that I would not encounter any more disruptions for her. I glared at my wife, who shifted uneasily on the sofa. "No, David, you never gave me any reason to betray you the way I did. I sincerely apologize," Isabella replied. "So why did you continue for so long? If you wanted Stuart, why didn't you tell me? But instead you made a mockery of me. For 24 years, I trailed off in rage. I do not want Ethan. I want you, David. You're the one I want to spend my life with." Isabella began, "The father of my children." "Stop right there," I yelled. "There are 2 of them. Aren't my children biologically unrelated? How dare you betrayed me and had 2 children with him rubbing it in my face? You have an unusual way of expressing love." I continued, fuming with rage. Isabella looked shocked that I was aware of Noah and MIA's paternity, as she had not communicated with the children in a while. Furthermore, she appears to have not notified her parents, as they are both astonished. I thought I heard Rose start crying, but I focused on Isabella. "You not only betrayed me, but also disrespected me by asking me to raise another man's children. I accused, just so you know. The children already know. I did not tell them, they realized it from a snapshot, just like I did. I only validated their suspicions," I stated. Isabella lowered her head, shielding her face from me but murmuring, oh no, as Isabella continued to mutter to herself. I used the opportunity to indicate George for a refill, which he accepted with a nod. His countenance when he returned with the beverages revealed a sense of devastation. Isabella appeared more composed and instantly started explaining her case. "Sweetie, We can get past this. Ethan was only a once-a-year indulgence from far away. I never took away your feelings for him, and if you hadn't found out you'd have assumed I was your soulmate, which I am. Cannot go back to that. She implored. Are you taking me for a fool? I replied harshly. Some things cannot be undone or hidden. Your choices have devastated us. Would you forgive Rose if she treated you the way Isabella treated me? Honestly, David, I wouldn't. George acknowledged there. You have it, Isabella. That is not an option. I stated strongly. Maybe one day I'll be able to overcome my love for you, but I am not sure if I will ever be able to transcend the hatred. I need to excuse myself immediately. I'll seek refuge in a bar where I once respected Isabella. You should gather your belongings and stay with your folks. You will not be staying here. I directed George Rose. I apologized for the abruptness. I concluded the conversation by saying, you know I care for you. I didn't have to care more. Fossards. While getting my auto keys and phone, I made my way to my destination. Isabella contested the divorce, causing me to utilize a morality clause against her Hansen for their part in the breakdown of our marriage. 3 days later, a repentant Isabella decided to sign the divorce papers after being fired for reason in endangering her chances of landing another high-paying work. I understand, David. She accepted that there was no need to damage my life anymore. Fortunately, karma immediately took care of it for me. After letting go of Isabella, Johansson had to fire Ethan, making quite a controversy in the industry. It was unusual for the son of a well-known financial services CEO to be fired by his own company, particularly for having an affair with a subordinate. Mrs. Ethan Stewart was clearly upset by the incident, which threatened her social status, and she was uninformed of her husband's previous relationships. She reportedly reacted angrily when the news broke, causing damage to their lavish Oslo home before filing for divorce. His termination is awaiting divorce, and there's a tabloid frenzy across Europe. Stewart rose to prominence in the news. According to reports, he spent a week each year in corporate meetings with a Johansson employee from the London office. Despite understanding his married status, she objected to Stewart's repeated affairs. In the midst of a scandal, Stewart's wife requested child support reimbursement, prompting subsequent claims from 2 other women in Germany and Poland. The issue was widely covered by the media, revealing Stewart's infidelity and the aftermath with his outraged wife. Isabella was just one of several women engaged with Martinez, which resulted in a large number of children born outside of his marriage. Attempting to shift blame, Stewart sued Johansson for harassment, claiming that a company official pushed her into a relationship. However, a Norwegian court dismissed his claims, citing the fact that their affair produced 2 children and that their relationship was voluntary. The scandal of female adultery, divorces and children from extramarital affairs with deceived husbands drew the attention of the American press. Newspapers and publications sensationalized the tale, causing unwanted attention and furtive glances from everyone involved, who were uncomfortable with the public focus. I retreated from social activities and became a recluse for almost 3 months, only going out for necessary errands. Initially, the children appeared to handle the situation well, most likely because they were aware, with the digital age's lack of privacy. However, 2 weeks later, MIA reached out to me in tears, attempting to come to terms with her mother's infidelity, which had become public knowledge. I reassured her that it was her mother's problem, not hers, and that she should not feel responsible or apologize for her mother's behavior. Sophia turned to me for comfort and counsel during this tough time, was a bright spot in the middle of the chaos. Meanwhile, George revealed that Isabella had become a recluse, rarely leaving his house and incurring criticism for her conduct on social media. Following Isabella's agreement to divorce, we divided our assets equally. In the absence of Isabella's income, I financed Noah and MIA's remaining education fees with a significant payoff from Ethan Stewart. I divided the remaining monies to her children and obtained a hefty compensation from Johansson to settle my legal battle with them outside of court. This enabled me to invest in a new home in a dynamic Dallas neighborhood with a share of the settlement and revenues from the sale of our property, while I considered moving to another city to avoid the judgment and rumors. A sincere talk with MIA inspired me to follow my own advice and live my life without worrying about what others thought of my ex-wife's conduct. Although the hurt lingered, it was time to move on and begin a new chapter in my life. Walking my younger daughter down the aisle at her wedding was a source of great delight, a huge milestone 6 years after the divorce. Despite learning that my two youngest children were not biologically mine, my bond with each of my children remained strong. Noah and MIA's unconditional love and acceptance of their father really affected me. They never wavered in their regard for me, preferring to keep our tight friendship. Even after discovering the truth about their fatherhood. They did not contact their biological father, Ethan, and he made no attempts to contact them, a setting that suited me perfectly. MIA, who suffered the brunt of her mother's infidelity, had a difficult time absorbing the betrayal and the existence of her half-siblings. I paid for her counseling sessions until she felt confident in her ability to cope independently. In contrast, Noah displayed incredible resiliency, exemplifying the concept of nurture over nature. Although he does not resemble me physically, I perceive a profound relationship between us that goes beyond bloodlines. Over time, all three of my children found peace with their mother, Isabella, for their mental health. I refrained from commenting on her actions. Instead, I chose to confide in Ella when I needed an outlet aside from required contact such as the wedding. My connection with Isabella was limited. While the grief and wrath persist, my affections for her have steadily diminished throughout the ceremony. I kept my distance from Isabella and only interacted with her when absolutely necessary. Though we stood together for family photos, there was a tangible emotional divide between us that was obvious even in the happy times. Isabella failed to provide a satisfactory explanation or a real apology when she returned home following an initial attempt to confront the affair. It appears she never meant to admit her infidelity, assuming she would never be discovered. The finding of her treason was completely unintentional. Even if she regarded the encounter as a momentary diversion, her genuine motives were called into question. The fact that she had 2 children with her lover remained a perplexing riddle. Months later, during an honest talk over Tennessee Honey Whiskey, George verified my assumptions regarding Isabella's feelings for her partner. Following my stern rejection, she found refuge in Stuart, only to be rejected and revealed to have 3 mistresses. Even Rose admitted that Isabella looks dumb duped by a wealthy partner. At 51, I had misgivings about finding another life partner. I was skeptical of trusting another woman as much as Isabella. The lingering shadow of betrayal raises doubts about whether remaining ignorant would have been a less painful option. Real reality frequently lacks the fairy tale endings we crave, with bits of conversation overheard in airport layovers replacing ideal images of puppy dogs and rainbows. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.